Chapter 1: Traveling Through Time? At 2 o'clock in the morning, on a bridge in Zhongqing City, a young woman slowly climbed up the guardrail. Just as she was about to jump, a car stopped behind her and a drunk man rushed out of the car and hugged her tightly. "Let me go, let me die, let me die," the girl shouted with despair in her struggling tone. Upon hearing this, the man not only did not let go, but instead pulled the girl down with force and then stuffed her into the car. Looking at the girl's beautiful face and proud figure, the man swallowed his saliva and said nervously, "You are so beautiful and young. What can't you think of? How can you commit suicide? What's the point of being pretty? He still dumped me. He said he would love me forever, but he turned around and found someone else. Why did he do this to me? Why? Let me go and let me die." The girl said this and pulled the car door hard. The man hugged her tightly, feeling the tenderness in his arms and smelling the faint fragrance on her body. With the stimulation of alcohol, the man's heartbeat became faster and faster, and a fire in his heart rose uncontrollably. His breathing gradually became heavier. "Since you want to die so much, then instead of dying like this, you might as well, just let it go with me." What did you say?" The girl was stunned when she heard this. Thinking that he hadn't even held a girl's hand for more than 20 years, while someone even dumped such a beautiful girl, the man was overwhelmed with envy and jealousy and no longer cared about the consequences. "Asshole, what are you doing? Let me go." The girl struggled hard. However, how could her strength compare to that of a man? In such a small space like the car, there was no room for resistance at all. The next second, the woman shed 2 lines of tears and suddenly lost the strength to resist. The man was so excited that he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and then foamed at the mouth as if he was epileptic. His body gradually stiffened and he fell forward and died. The girl was so sad and angry that she didn't notice that the man had stopped breathing. The car fell into a brief silence for a moment. After a moment, the man moved his body, as if he had regained his breath, and got up, but his eyes were full of confusion. "Shit, what is this place?" The man's name was Bai Chu. He remembered that he had just bought a scratch ticket. It was the first time he had won a prize in more than 10 years, and he won 200,000. He fainted because he was too excited. He didn't expect to appear here after waking up. He suddenly felt something strange under his body. He looked down and his breathing stopped instantly. The scene before him shocked him. Suddenly, his head hurt and a wave of memories flooded into his mind. After a moment, he finally understood his current situation. It turned out that he had traveled through time. The original owner of the body he traveled through was also called Bai Chu. He was a poor worker. He had not been successful in his work for several years after graduating from college. He had no love life and no money saved. "Just today, I got scolded by my supervisor at work. I felt so upset that I went out to get drunk alone. I drank until 2 in the morning, but thinking that I couldn't lose this job, I had to drive home drunk and go to work the next day. When driving on this bridge, I saw a girl trying to commit suicide, so I rescued her. As the saying goes, alcohol makes cowards brave." Bai Chu, a loser who usually blushes when he sees a pretty girl, was so bold as to do such a despicable thing. What's even more ridiculous is that because he was too excited, he actually died and traveled through time. After reading the memory, Bai Chu was a little amused. "My goodness, it's okay that I'm so excited about winning the lottery, but the original owner of this body I traveled to was even more outrageous." But seeing the current situation, Bai Chu felt embarrassed and nervous, but more excited. Although he had a girlfriend in his previous life, she dumped him before he could even have a chance to date her. And that girlfriend is quite inferior to the girl in front of me. Bai Chu thought about stopping his beastly behavior immediately, apologizing to the other party and seeking forgiveness, but then he thought that what had happened had already come to this point, and the result would be the same whether he stopped or not, so he decided to go all out and threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things do not fuss about trivial matters. Anyway, the crime was committed by the original owner and he has already received retribution. Now that I have inherited his body, I must also inherit his sins. It's impossible for me to get nothing in return, right? Half an hour later, Bai Chu looked at the other person with an apologetic look on his face. Seeing the other party's expression of despair and the resentful eyes looking at him, Bai Chu was silent for a while and finally spoke. "I'm sorry, I didn't control myself just now. Now that it has happened, I won't shirk my responsibility. If you want to call the police to arrest me, I'll admit it." "You beast." The girl cursed through gritted teeth, then took a deep breath and continued, "You've got what you wanted, now you can let me go." Looking at the other person's eyes that were without a trace of light, Bai Chu knew that if he let her go, she would definitely jump into the river without hesitation. If that were the case, not only would he never be at peace, but more seriously, when others discovered the girl's body, they would definitely think it was rape and murder, and then Peanut might be waiting for him. He didn't want to die right after crossing over. "No," Bai Chu said in a decisive tone. "What else do you want to do? Since I have offended you, I must be responsible for you. From now on, you are my woman, and I will never let you commit suicide." After saying this, without waiting for the girl to resist, he drove directly back to his residence. He lives in an older community in the suburbs. Although the environment is not very good and it is far from the company, the rent is cheap. For the same price, you can't even rent a single room in the city center, but here you can rent a 2-bedroom apartment. When she returned to the community, the girl had fallen into a deep sleep, perhaps because she was too sad or too tired. Bai Chu felt a slight pain in his heart when he saw the other person's frown even though he was asleep. "Pick it up carefully." When he saw the bright red on the seat, his sense of guilt increased. After returning to the room, Bai Chu locked all the doors and windows, cleaned them casually, and then lay down to sleep with his clothes on. The next morning, Bai Chu, who was still in a sweet dream, was awakened by a sharp scream. As soon as he opened his eyes blearily, he was slapped hard in the face. "Asshole, pervert, hooligan, scum." Thinking about what happened last night, Bai Chu knew he was in the wrong, so he just stood there motionless and let the other party beat and scold him. Knowing that the other party was tired, he smiled and said, "You must be hungry. I'll go cook for you. Help me untie it first." The girl yelled at him with red eyes. Bai Chu then remembered that because he was afraid that the other party would run out and commit suicide in the middle of the night, he tied one of the other party's hands and feet to himself with a rope while he was sleeping. Bai Chu scratched his head and said, "Well, you can let me go, but you have to promise me that you will never think of committing suicide again." "Who are you? Why do you care about me? I was already sad enough after being dumped by a scumbag, but I didn't expect to meet a scoundrel like you. I didn't want to live anymore, and now you've destroyed everything for me. What's the point of living?" Bai Chu looked at the girl with a determined look. "I've said before, I will be responsible for everything I do. Now you are my woman, I will never let you commit suicide." "Ha ha. Be responsible for me? What can you do to be responsible for me? Do I need you to be responsible for me? Let me go immediately, or I will report to the police right now." "I won't stop you from reporting the crime, but you have to promise me that you won't commit suicide again. I said I would be responsible for you, and I will be responsible for you. Although I have nothing now and don't know what you want, don't worry, Bai Chu, promise here that I will do my best to treat you well in the future. If you report me to the police and have me arrested and put in jail, I will be responsible for you after I get out of jail." Hearing Bai Chu's sincere words and looking at his determined eyes, the girl seemed to be touched. She was silent for a moment and then said, "Let me go first, I need to go to the bathroom." Seeing that the girl's expression had eased, Bai Chu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly untied the rope. While the girls were in the bathroom, he went to the kitchen and made 2 simple breakfasts. The girl walked out of the bathroom and saw the hot breakfast on the table. She was a little dazed. She had grown up, and no one had ever done this for her, except for her mother who made breakfast for her when she was a child. Think about the person you like. Not to mention making breakfast for yourself, you usually even buy his breakfast. You must be hungry, why are you still standing there? Eat quickly." Bai Chu looked at her tenderly. She was somewhat moved when she saw the other person's gaze, but when she thought of the other person's evil deeds last night, she was instantly filled with hatred again. Chapter 2 System Advent. Although I loved my ex-boyfriend very much and we had been dating for almost a year, I still couldn't make it past that step. She is still quite conservative at heart, and she hopes to wait until the wedding night to give herself completely to the other party. But this hateful guy in front of her actually took advantage of her misfortune and stole her most precious thing. Thinking of this, she really wanted to call the police immediately and have this bastard arrested. But think about it, I don't want to live anyway, so what's the point of catching him? Oof, I won't eat it. She snorted coldly, turned around, and walked out the door. Seeing this, Bai Chu was shocked and quickly went forward to hug her. "Asshole, let me go." "No, I know if I let you go, you will definitely be upset. I told you that you are my woman, and I will make you the happiest woman in the world. I will never let you do anything stupid." The girl sneered at the words. "Ha, you want me to be the happiest woman in the world? Just because of you? You are afraid that I will report it to the police. Don't worry, I won't report it to the police. You can let me go now." Baichu shook his head. "No. I'm speaking from my heart. You are my first woman, and I hope you'll be my last, so I will never let anything happen to you. And I'm really not afraid of you reporting it to the police. If you don't believe me, I can ask you to report it right now." Baichu said as he took out his cell phone and called the police. "Hello, this is Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau, what can I do for you?" The voice coming from the phone startled the girl. She didn't expect that Baichu was not really afraid that she would call the police. Baichu handed the phone to her and turned back to the bedroom. Looking at the phone in her hand, the girl knew that she only needed one word to make this man suffer severe punishment. But thinking of what the other party had said before, she hesitated for a moment. "Sorry, wrong number." After saying that, she hung up the phone. At this time, Baichu walked out of the bedroom. Looking at the man in front of her, the girl's eyes were a little complicated. "You." She wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Baichu smiled at her. "I said I would be responsible for you. No matter what makes you depressed, I want to tell you that you are the most precious person in this world, and no one is worth your death. If there is someone who is really worth it, he will never let you do it. The world can function normally without anyone. Maybe leaving someone will make you temporarily very painful or even desperate, but these are all temporary. Why not try to give yourself some time? If after a few months, you still have the same idea as now, I will never stop you again." The girl stared at Baichu for a while. She opened her mouth but in the end didn't say a word. But she no longer had any intention of leaving. Baichu was overjoyed. "Well, let's eat first and see if you like it. If you don't like it, tell me, and I'll go out and buy you something you like." The girl didn't say anything, walked to the dining table and started eating quietly. Indeed, she hadn't eaten a single bite of food from yesterday until now, and after such strenuous exercise, she was already starving. Seeing that the other party actually ate, Baichu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed betting that the girl would not report to the police. Thinking about it now, he still feels scared, but fortunately he won the bet. Ding, an object matching the system binding is detected. Do you want to bind it? At this moment, an electronic sound rang in Baichu's mind. System? Damn, I finally waited for you. Baichu was overjoyed and said without hesitation, "Bind." Ding, the system is successfully bound. This system is a system that rewards sincerity. As long as the host consumes for the bound sincerity object, he will receive a rebate. Ding, the system has detected a true partner. Would you like to bind? Hearing this, Baichu was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. There is a rebate for consumption? Doesn't that mean he doesn't have to work hard to make money in the future? Now, besides myself, there is only the girl in front of me. It seems that the true love detected by the system is the other person. I had always intended to be responsible for her, and now that I have the system, it's just right. Baichu naturally wouldn't refuse. Bind. Ding, successfully bound to true love partner Chen Xingyu. For details, please check the system panel yourself. Open the system panel. Baichu shouted in his mind, and then a system panel appeared in his mind. Host, Baichu. Age, 26. Constitution, 38. Skills, none. True love, Chen Xingyu. Age, 22. Favorability towards the host, 5. Rebate rate, none. Rebate will be enabled when the true object's favorability towards the host exceeds 0. The higher the favorability, the higher the rebate rate. Chubai couldn't laugh anymore after seeing this. It seems that the current system is useless to him. If he wants the system to give him a rebate, it seems that he can only improve the girl's liking for him. At this moment, his gaze towards the girl in front of him became extremely hot. She was simply his goddess, a goddess in the truest sense of the word. Chen Xingyu, this name is quite nice. Baichu thought happily in his heart. At this moment, Chen Xingyu seemed to feel Baichu's gaze, and her face was slightly embarrassed and annoyed. What are you looking at? You are so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful girl in my life. Baichu couldn't help but say. Chen Xingyu is already very beautiful, and with the blessing of the system rebate halo, it is frankly said that now in Baichu's eyes, even the most beautiful girl in the world pales in comparison to her. After all, no matter how beautiful other girls are, they are just a vase to Baichu. But Chen Qingyu is different. She is a vase that contains countless wealth. Hearing Bai Chu's words, Chen Qingyu felt a little annoyed and her face felt slightly hot. Although she was good looking, this was the first time she heard such straightforward words. Ha, you're so slick, I can tell at first glance that you're not a good person. Bai Chu scratched his head and chuckled. By the way, my name is Bai Chu. I don't know your name yet? Chen Qingyu. Chen Qingyu said in a cold voice. After being in a daze for decades, a peaceful and tranquil moment came over me like a dream. Chen Qingyu, you sound so beautiful. Bai Chu praised sincerely. Chen Qingyu snorted coldly. Your name is not bad, white and clear, but it's a pity that this is the only good thing about you. Bai Chu was not angry. After all, he had done something so excessive, it was reasonable for the other party to scold him. His old face turned red and he coughed lightly. Well, I see your clothes are dirty. I'll take you to buy some clothes after dinner. Chen Qingyu didn't say anything. After dinner, Bai Chu spent 2 hours doing a lot of psychological work on Chen Qingyu, and finally convinced her to go out clothes shopping with him. Bai Chu bought some clothes at a nearby store downstairs, bought some vegetables on the way and returned to his residence. Bai Chu cooked while Chen Qingyu took a bath. After Bai Chu set the table for food, Chen Qingyu changed into clean clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Chen Qingyu was already pretty, and now she looked even more like a lotus emerging from water, making Bai Chu's eyes widen. Have you seen enough? Chen Qingyu said in a still cold voice. Bai Chu felt a little embarrassed. Neither he nor the original owner of this body had ever been in such close contact with such a beautiful girl in their entire lives. No wonder he lost his mind. Bai Chu was about to explain when he suddenly noticed a few scratches on Chen Qingyu's white arm. Although the injuries were not serious, they were still very noticeable compared to her skin as white as lotus root. He knew that this was the scratch the girl had when she jumped off the bridge last night, and he felt a little distressed. Hurry up and sit down to eat. Bai Chu greeted him and ran out the door. A few minutes later, he came back panting with 2 boxes of ointment. Without saying a word, he squatted beside Chen Qingyu, opened the ointment and helped him apply it. No, I'm fine. Chen Qingyu wanted to refuse, but Bai Chu said very seriously, what do you mean it's okay? You are my woman. I will feel bad even if you get hurt a little. Just stay still and apply some medicine. Hearing the other person's words and looking at his extremely gentle movements, Chen Qingyu was a little dazed. She sighed in her heart, thinking how nice it would be if he was the one who was so good to her. He couldn't help but think of the man he had loved for a year, who abandoned him without hesitation when his family encountered difficulties. He felt heartbroken again. She shook her head, banishing the thought from her mind. Ding, the true partner's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points. The current favorability is 5 points, and you can get a rebate of 0.5 times. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my head. Bai Chu almost cried for joy when he heard this. That was great. His road to success could finally begin. Ding, the true partner's favorability has exceeded 0, and the host is rewarded with a mysterious gift package. Do you want to receive it? Damn, there's a mysterious gift package? Receive. Bai Chu was a little excited. The system didn't even give him a novice gift package, but now he was given this mysterious gift package. He didn't know what good things were in it. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a kidney-nourishing pill. If you want to win the heart of your true love faster, you must start with a healthy body. Would the host like to take it now? Kidney-nourishing pills? This name sounds precious. Chapter 3 Zetian Pills. Take it immediately. Bai Chu couldn't wait to say. The next second, a warm current rose from the lower abdomen, then flowed through the entire body, making him feel comfortable. After a while, when the warm current dissipated, Bai Chu felt that his whole body was full of strength, and he praised in his heart that it was indeed a good thing. I just don't know if it will bring any substantial improvement to my body. He quickly opened the system panel. Host, Bai Chu. Age, 26. Constitution, 52. Skills, none. True love, Chen Qingyu. Age, 22. Favorability towards the host, 5. Rebate rate, 0.5 times. His physical fitness actually increased by 14 points. Although he didn't know what this meant to him, he just felt that he was very awesome. By the way, system, what is the strength of this physical fitness 36? Is it very awesome? Ding, the standard physical fitness of a normal young man who exercises regularly is 50. Well. Bai Chu felt a little depressed after hearing this. It seemed that his physical condition was only slightly stronger than that of a normal person. But don't worry, with the system, it will be easy to improve your physical condition. Hey. Thinking of this, Bai Chu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huh, what are you laughing at? Chen Xingyu, who was originally somewhat moved, lost all her good feelings when she heard Bai Chu's extremely obscene whisper, and spoke coldly. Ahem, well, I'm just so happy. I never thought that there would be a day in my life when I could apply medicine to my goddess. Bai Chu said without blushing or beating his heart. Hearing this, Chen Xingyu blushed slightly. Bah, shameless, who is your goddess? Although she said so, Bai Chu heard the system prompt sound in his ears. Ding, the favorability of your true lover has increased by 1 point, and the current favorability is 6 points. Bai Chu was secretly delighted. It turned out that girls always say one thing and mean another. They may say things coldly, but they actually like to hear nice things in their hearts. So he continued talking for a while, and found that the favorability level did not increase at all, and Chen Xingyu's expression became more and more indifferent. He sighed, thinking that too much is as bad as too little, so he had to take it one step at a time. Just then, his cell phone rang. Bai Chu picked up the phone and saw that it was his company supervisor calling. If it were in the past, he would definitely be very nervous, but now he is a systematic person, he does not care about any supervisor, and all the means that the other party can use to threaten him are completely meaningless in his eyes. Bai Chu picked up the phone and said calmly, "Hello, Manager Zhang, what's going on? What's the matter? Where have you been today? How dare you skip work? Do you want to quit your job? If you don't want to work, pack up and get out of here. I give you half an hour to come back to the company, otherwise your performance pay for this month will be deducted." The angry roar of Supervisor Zhang Yong came from the phone. "I'm sorry, my girlfriend is injured and I'm at home with her. I can't go today," Bai Chu said calmly. "Is your girlfriend more important or your work? I don't care who is injured, come back to the company immediately. You will be fired in less than half an hour. The company can't do without you." Hearing this, Bai Chu sneered, "Girlfriend is more important than work? Ha, in my heart, this crappy job is not even as good as my girlfriend's toe. I don't even want to stay in your crappy company anymore." After Bai Chu finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to speak. On the other side of the phone, Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment, then he became furious. How dare this bastard Bai Chu talk to him like that and even hang up on him? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He quickly called again, but the phone said the call could not be connected. He was actually blocked? Ah, Bai Chu, just wait to be fired. On the other side, Bai Chu had just hung up the phone and found Chen Xingyu staring at him blankly. He touched his face in surprise. "What's wrong?" Chen Xingyu looked away. "It's impossible for us to be together. It's not worth losing your job for me." Bai Chu smiled slightly. "It's not a good job. I didn't want to do it anyway. Besides, even if there is a good job, it's nothing compared to you." He was telling the truth. Now that he had already identified her as his true love, as long as he continued to spend money on her to increase her favorability, he would be able to make money continuously. No other job could compare to this. But when Chen Xingyu heard this, her expression became complicated again, and no one knew what she was thinking. But Bai Chu didn't care. Chen Xingyu hadn't gotten over the pain of a broken heart yet. He believed that he would be able to make her fall in love with him after a while. For the next half day, Bai Chu stayed quietly by Chen Xingyu's side to prevent her from doing anything bad again. When it was time to go to bed at night, seeing that there was only one bed in the 2 rooms, Chen Xingyu said, "I'll go stay in a hotel outside." "No," Bai Chu said without allowing any refusal. This is his cash cow, how can he let her out of his sight? What if she becomes upset? Who knows what punishment the system will impose? "I promise you, I won't do anything stupid." "No." Bai Chu hugged Chen Xingyu's arm and shook his head vigorously. Chen Xingyu was a little angry. "Then where do you want me to sleep?" "Just sleep here." "What about you?" Chen Xingyu looked at Bai Chu with dissatisfaction. Although she was taken advantage of by Bai Chu, that was under special circumstances. Now she couldn't let him be so rude to her again. I'll just sleep next to you. Don't worry, I will never do anything to you, otherwise I'll be a beast." Bai Chu said seriously, "The situation is special now. I am worried about you leaving my sight. After a while, when you have completely given up the idea of committing suicide, I will agree to whatever you want to do." After hearing Bai Chu's words, Chen Xingyu knew there was nothing she could do, so she stared at Bai Chu coldly and said, "You'd better remember what you said." After saying that, the two of them lay down with their clothes on, leaving a gap between them. "Even though we were lying together last night, we were too tired and had drunk too much, so we fell asleep quickly. But today is different. This is the first time in his life that he lies in a bed with a girl, and she is such a beautiful girl." Although Bai Chu was a systematic person, he couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. He could also feel that Chen Xingyu beside him was not asleep just like him. An hour later, he heard Chen Xingyu snoring softly. He then tried hard to suppress the evil thoughts in his heart and went to sleep well. Just when he was about to fall asleep, a soft arm suddenly stretched out to him. Bai Chu quickly recited a meditation mantra in his heart, trying to suppress the impulse. However, he tried hard to suppress the evil, but Chen Xingyu, who was sleeping, had no idea what she was dreaming about. Her hands and feet kept moving, and her head was rubbing against his neck like a cat. "No, I can't stand it anymore, just let it be a beast." Bai Chu roared and pounced forward. "Whom?" A voice came out of Chen Xingyu's mouth, which completely made Bai Chu lose his mind. The frogs croaked all night long. The next morning, Bai Chu looked at Chen Xingyu's red cheeks as she slept beside him, and bent down to give her a gentle kiss. "I thought to myself, you can't blame me for what happened last night, it was you who came closer to me." Then he turned over and got out of bed. He stretched and felt refreshed. I immediately praised the system in my heart. No wonder it is called Zetian pills. It turns out that improving physical fitness is secondary, while improving kidney strength is the key point. He remembered that he had only slept for 3 or 4 hours last night, but when he got up early this morning, he not only did not feel tired at all, but he felt more energetic than ever before. Bai Chu was very satisfied with this. After washing up, he went into the kitchen and started working. Half an hour later, a sumptuous breakfast was ready. At this time, Chen Xingyu showed no sign of waking up. 2 hours later, Chen Xingyu slowly opened her eyes. What caught my eye was Bai Chu's gentle gaze. Chapter 4: Meeting Classmates. Chen Xingyu was stunned for a moment, and instantly remembered what happened last night. Her already rosy face suddenly became even redder. She glared at Bai Chu in shame and anger. "Beast!" Bai Chu scratched his head and whispered, "That's better than being a beast." "What did you say?" Chen Xingyu was furious. She sat up, picked up the pillow and was about to throw it at Chu Bai. Suddenly, a white light appeared. "Ah!" She screamed, quickly pulled up the quilt and shouted at Bai Chu, "Don't get out yet, I want to put on my clothes." "It's not like I haven't seen it before." Chu Bai muttered softly and walked out angrily. He was now prepared to face the other party's anger and was thinking about how to coax the other party next. Just then, Chen Xingyu put on her clothes and walked out of the room. Chu Bai greeted him shamelessly, "Hurry up and wash up before you eat, the food will get cold soon." Chen Xingyu glanced at the table full of food, a strange light flashed in her eyes, and then disappeared in an instant. Surprisingly, she did not scold Bai Chu, but snorted coldly and walked into the bathroom. From then until after dinner, Chen Xingyu was not angry or sad like she was yesterday. She kept a cold face, making Bai Chu unable to guess what she was thinking. However, seeing that she didn't seem to be thinking about committing suicide, Bai Chu was still nervous, but he didn't panic too much. After finishing his meal, Bai Chu thought of the system's ability to rebate, so he decided to take Chen Xingyu out shopping and relax at the same time. Isn't it said that when girls are unhappy, they can relieve their stress by going on a shopping spree? Although I don't have much money saved now, I have a system that can give me rebates. It's a pity that Chen Xingyu's favorability towards me is too low now. If it can be improved a little, then shopping will not only not cost money but also make money. Although 0.6 is a small amount, there is no need to rush. Just take it slow. Thinking about this, he opened the system panel. Host, Bai Chu. Age, 26. Constitution, 52. Skills, none. True love, Chen Xingyu. Age, 22. Favorability towards the host, 21. Rebate rate, 2.1. Seeing the favorability level on the system panel, Bai Chu opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He remembered that it was still 6 o'clock last night, but how come it became 21 after one night? Could it be? He would think of the madness of last night, and the corners of his mouth would inevitably crack. I thought my actions would cause the other party to be disgusted, but I didn't expect that not only did the favorability not decrease, but it directly increased by 15 points. It turns out that women always say one thing and mean another. If it weren't for the system, I would still be worried about how to coax the other party. It seems that I have to continue to work hard in the future. As he thought about it, Bai Chu couldn't help but smile like an ant again. What are you laughing at again? When Chen Xingyu saw Bai Chu's obscene smile, she instantly remembered what happened last night. Her face turned red and she glared at Bai Chu in shame and anger. Bai Chu coughed awkwardly. Well, let's go out for a walk today. This may help you recover. Chen Xingyu did not refuse. If she stayed here, God knew what bad things this bastard would do. Thinking about the feeling she had last night, although she didn't want to admit it in her heart, it was true. But this bastard is too strong. If he comes again, she won't be able to withstand it. Bai Chu was slightly surprised to see Chen Xingyu agreed so readily. It seemed that after his efforts, the other party's sadness of losing love had indeed eased a lot. Bai Chu drove Chen Xingyu to the Yida shopping mall in the center of Jiangqing City. Although Yida is not the best in the mountain city, its popularity is definitely not low. The two came to the clothing section of the mall. Chen Xingyu walked around the stores one by one, and Bai Chu followed quietly behind her. Chen Xingyu tried on a lot of clothes, and when Bai Chu asked her if she wanted to buy any, she said no. Bai Chu knew that she didn't want to spend her own money, so he said generously that he had plenty of money and she could buy whatever she wanted. How can I not buy it? There is a 2.1 times rebate now. Spending money is equivalent to making money. Isn't it blocking your own financial path to not spending money? But looking at the other party's stubborn look, he sighed and thought that he should not act too hastily. Only when they were tired of shopping did they come to the food area to have lunch. After looking around, Bai Chu didn't ask Chen Xingyu, but directly pulled her into a Western restaurant. It's not that he thinks Western food is delicious. On the contrary, he thinks there is no comparison between Western food and Chinese food. The only reason he comes to a Western restaurant is that it is the most expensive. That's right, he came out today to make money, and of course the more expensive the ticket, the more he earns. He guessed that if Chen Xingyu were allowed to choose, he would definitely choose a cheap one. After all, no matter his clothes, housing, or even car, everything showed his poverty. Although I have done so many things to hurt her, she is still saving money for me intentionally or unintentionally. This shows how kind she is. It's really hard to find such a good girl in this era. Bai Chu swore in his heart that even if there was no system reason, he would try his best to treat her well. Just as Bai Chu thought, after the two sat down, Chen Xingyu just ordered a bowl of noodles and a glass of juice and handed the menu to Bai Chu. Bai Chu sighed and ordered two of the same dishes. Just as the noodles and juice were served and the two were about to eat, a sarcastic voice sounded from the side. Hey, isn't this Miss Chen? How come you're in such a state now that you only ordered Western noodles in a Western restaurant? Ha, it seems that what Wang Yida said is true. You were really kicked out of the Chen family. No wonder Wang Yida dumped you. Chen Xingyu frowned when he heard this, with a hint of anger on his face, but he ignored the other party. Bai Chu saw Chen Xingyu's expression and looked up at the direction where the voice came from. At this time, at the table next to them, there were two young people, a man and a woman. The man looked very stylish in a suit, while the woman was wearing heavy makeup. Although her appearance was not as good as Chen Xingyu's, her curvy figure was still very eye-catching. The person who just spoke was that woman. Seeing Bai Chu looking over, she flashed a hint of disgust in her eyes and continued to sneer. I didn't expect that you were kicked out of the Chen family and dumped by Wang Yida. It must be a big blow to you. You're so hungry that you actually eat with such a poor loser. TSK, I really admire you. Bai Chu's face turned cold, then relaxed in an instant, with a smile flashing across his lips. Chen Xingyu slapped the table vigorously, stood up and said coldly, "Let's go." Bai Chu grabbed her hand, said a few soothing words and asked her to sit down. Seeing Bai Chu holding Chen Xingyu's hand, the girl looked a little strange, and then burst into laughter. Chen Xingyu, I thought you were just ordinary friends, but now it seems that you have a special relationship with him. As expected, you are Miss Chen, you have a strong ability to adapt, and you found a poor loser as soon as you fell into poverty. But this is normal, fish goes with fish and shrimp goes with shrimp. Do you have no money to eat? If you really can't afford it, you can tell me. For the sake of our classmates, I can still treat you to a meal. By the way, there's your boyfriend. Judging from the way he's dressed, he probably doesn't even have a job. My boyfriend is the manager of Tianqing Media. If you ask me, I can ask my boyfriend to find him a job, so that Miss Chen won't be unable to afford a Western meal. Su Qian, that's enough. What does my behavior have to do with you? As for your kindness, you should keep it to yourself. Chen Xinyu said angrily. TSK, don't be angry. We are just trying to help you because we are classmates. It seems that you are still holding on to your pride as Miss Chen. I just don't know how long you can hold on. Don't come to me for help when you can't afford a meal. The man opposite Su Qian also spoke up. Ms. Chen, I'm Su Qian's boyfriend Zhao Yuanji. I know you are proud, but things are cruel right now. This is my business card. If you are really in trouble, as long as you ask me for help, I can indeed help your boyfriend find a job. Chen Xinyu glanced at the two of them coldly. No need. Bai Chu noticed that there was a hint of ill intent in the way Zhao Yuanji looked at Chen Xinyu, and he suddenly became angry. He looked at the other person with a half smile. You are rich? Zhao Yuanji straightened his suit and said, I'm not rich, only tens of thousands a month. Wow, tens of thousands a month, that's amazing. Bai Chu said with an exaggerated expression. Then I wonder what kind of job Mr. Zhao can find for me. Bai Chu Yu. Chen Xinyu was a little angry when she heard it, but she felt relieved after thinking about it. Yes, Bai Chu was already poor, and now he lost his job. Now someone wants to find a job for him, so it is normal for him to make such a choice. However, she became a little colder towards Bai Chu in her heart. Zhao Yuanji's eyes flashed with sarcasm, and then he smiled and said, Our company is recruiting security guards recently. Normally, the salary is 3,000 yuan a month, but for Miss Chen's sake, I can help you get 4,000 yuan. This is a very high salary for a security guard. I wonder if you are satisfied. Satisfied. Chapter 5 The Best Wine. Bai Chu smiled and said, It's a good decision to come out today. I met someone as nice as Mr. Zhao. I should celebrate while I'm in a good mood. Xinyu, don't you think so? Chen Xinyu stood up with a sullen face. Since you are so happy, then celebrate, I won't disturb you. After saying that, she was about to walk out. Bai Chu held her back and said, You are my girlfriend. If it weren't for you, why would I celebrate? Sit down quickly. Let go. Chen Xinyu said in a cold voice. Bai Chu naturally would not let go. He waved to the waiter beside him. Bring up all of your restaurant's signature dishes, and a bottle of wine. Remember, don't bring the most delicious ones, just the most expensive ones. Are you sure? The best red wine in our store is the 1972 Lobelchi Campi, which costs 100,000 yuan a bottle. Sir, are you sure you want to order it? Certainly. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll get ready. The waiter said this and walked away excitedly. Although Bai Chu was wearing cheap clothes, he was not worried that Bai Chu could not pay. Since he had already ordered, even if he really could not afford it, with the background of their store, there were plenty of ways to make the other party pay. Chen Xinyu looked at Bai Chu in shock. You are crazy. Bai Chu smiled and said, Didn't your classmate just ask us to have a meal? You can just ask her to pay. They are so rich that they can definitely afford it. Hearing this, Su Qian's face turned green. She only makes a few thousand yuan a month. Just for the things the other party ordered, her annual salary is not enough for a bottle of wine. How could she treat him? I just wanted to treat you 2 bowls of noodles, but I didn't expect you to be so greedy. In that case, I won't treat you to 2 bowls of noodles. Bai Chu sneered and looked at Zhao Yuanji again. Mr. Zhao is so rich and so enthusiastic about helping me find a job, so it should be okay for him to treat me to a meal, right? Zhao Yuanji snorted coldly. Is there something wrong with your brain? Ms. Chen, I advise you to be more discerning when looking for a boyfriend. It's okay to find a loser, but if you find a loser with a mental problem, he might even sell you out. Su Qian also sneered. Miss Chen was once the daughter of a wealthy family. Although she has been kicked out of the house now, her looks should be worth some money. When you don't have money to pay later, maybe if you sell your looks, the boss will still let you go. At this time, Chen Xinyu was so angry that she could hardly speak. My eyes gradually became blurry and I couldn't stop groaning in my heart. It turned out that I was too naive. Maybe I should have died yesterday. I let this bastard tarnish my innocence in vain. Seeing Chen Xingyu's expression, Bai Chu thought to himself, oh no, it's too much fun. He quickly comforted them. Don't be angry, I just want to tease them to make you feel better. Don't worry, I have money to pay for it, so don't be angry. Where did you get so much money? I know what you are thinking, but do you know what the consequences of your impulsiveness will be? Are you concerned about me? Bai Chu asked excitedly. He was really happy. Although they had only been together for 2 days, he knew in his heart that he had fallen in love with this girl who he had bullied. Ha, no wonder you're a loser. It turns out you're not smart enough to still care about this at this hour. You should think about what you're going to do if you don't have money to pay the bill later. Su Qian said with disdain. Shut up, it's none of your business how I pay the bill. Bai Chu pointed at Su Qian and cursed coldly. Hearing this, Su Qian's face turned pale. A loser actually dared to scold her. Huh, I thought you were just poor, but now it seems that you don't even have manners. Humph, people like you coming to a Western restaurant are simply polluting the air here. Didn't you hear me telling you to shut up? If you say another word, I'll beat you up. Just then, the waiter came over with the dishes, and there were 10 dishes filling the entire table. Finally, after serving the wine, he said politely, the dishes are all here, please enjoy your meal. Ignoring the mocking looks from the 2 people next to him, Bai Chu directly opened the red wine and poured a glass for Chen Qingyu and himself. Then he picked it up and drank it all, then smacked his lips and said, Is this the wine that costs $100,000 a bottle? It tastes pretty good. Suddenly he found Chen Qingyu looking at him angrily, and he said with a smile, What's wrong, you, don't just stand there, drink and eat. Bai Chu, what exactly do you want to do? Do you know? Bai Chu interrupted her with a smile, Don't worry, I told you that I will make you the happiest woman in the world. How could I waste all my money on a meal? Believe me, this is really nothing to me. Chen Qingyu wanted to say something, but after hearing Bai Chu's words, she sighed and said no more. Although this man is hateful, except for that incident, everything he did seems to be for himself. Even this meal was for himself. I have some money saved, so if the situation really doesn't work I could use it to help him. The 2 of them started eating happily. Although Bai Chu is not interested in Western food, it is expensive after all, and it tastes much better than the food he cooks himself. Su Qian, who was standing aside, looked at the 2 people who were eating and drinking with a grim face. When she was in school, she was jealous of Chen Qingyu because her family was well off and her food, clothing and other expenses were much better than hers, but she could not say anything. But now this woman and her whole family have been kicked out of the family, and she is no longer the high-ranking eldest daughter. Even her boyfriend is a poor loser, but why can she still eat such expensive food and drink such expensive wine? That bottle of wine costs a full 100,000 yuan, and I have never drunk it. How can these 2 people who are inferior to me in every way drink it? The more she thought about it, the more she felt unconvinced. Her boyfriend was so young and successful, yet she had to drink too. So he looked up at Zhao Yuanji and said, Husband, how about we order 1 bottle too? Although Zhao Yuanji was also angry, he had not lost his mind to that extent. He only makes 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a month, and a bottle of wine alone would cost him several months' salary. He is not stupid enough to pretend to be rich. So he snorted coldly and said, Although this bottle of wine is nothing to me, I drove here today. It is common sense not to drink while driving. I don't want some people to take a taxi here and drink at will. After Zhao Yuanji finished speaking, he saw that Su Qian was still very angry, so he smiled and said, By the way, didn't you like an LV bag? I'll buy it for you after dinner. Although I have money, I can't spend it carelessly. I have to spend it on the most worthwhile things. Unlike some people who spend all their savings on a meal, this is the thinking of the poor, we must not learn from them. When Su Qian heard that Zhao Yuanji was going to buy her a bag, her previous unhappiness was instantly swept away. She put on a condescending smile on her face again and looked at Bai Chu and the others with contempt. After all, she naturally prefers bags to a bottle of wine. Chapter 6 Need you to buy it? Bai Chu raised his head and drank a large glass of red wine, looking at Zhao Yuanji in surprise. Why, Mr. Zhao, do you mean that this wine I bought is not worth it? Zhao Yuanji was about to sneer when he heard this, but after looking at the waiter not far away, he shut his mouth. This kid was obviously digging a hole for himself by asking this question. If he really said it was not worth it, he would definitely offend the owner of the store, so he snorted coldly and stopped talking. Seeing that he was not fooled, Bai Chu didn't care and continued eating. After eating and drinking, he called the waiter and paid the bill readily. Ding, the host spent 132,000, triggering a 2.1-fold rebate. A total of 277,200 has been issued to Huaxia Bank Card. Note, the source of funds is legal and compliant, the host can use it with confidence. A few seconds later, the text message came. Your account number ending in 7520 has received 277,200 yuan, and the accumulated balance is 436,600 yuan. After seeing the text message, Bai Chu's mouth almost cracked to his ears. I'm rich, I'm rich. I worked hard for 4 or 5 years and saved up 300,000 yuan. I didn't expect that just by eating a meal, I would have more than 100,000 yuan in my card. He looked at Chen Xingyu beside him with shining eyes, and couldn't help but kiss her fiercely on the face. You are really my lucky star. Bai Chu, what are you doing? Seeing so many people around, Chen Xingyu glared at Bai Chu with an angry look on her face. My Yu is so beautiful, I'm sorry I couldn't help myself, hee. Snort. Chen Xingyu stomped her foot angrily and turned to leave the mall. At this moment, Su Qian came up quickly from behind. She looked at Chen Xingyu with a teasing look on her face. I thought you just found a boyfriend to piss off Wang Yida, but now it seems that your relationship is pretty good, right? What do you think of me? Chen Xingyu didn't want to pay any attention to her at all. However, she did not intend to let Chen Xingyu go. Although this poor loser might have spent all his savings on a meal, after all, they had just pretended in front of her. She must get this face back. So she looked at Bai Chu, right? It looks like you love her very much? Of course. Bai Chu replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Chen Xingyu, who originally wanted to leave alone, stopped. Su Qian raised a triumphant smile when she heard that. Since you love her so much, you should give her the best. Look at our Xingyu, she is so beautiful, but she wears cheap clothes and doesn't even have a bag or jewelry. You can even afford a meal that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan, so you won't be reluctant to buy her better clothes and jewelry, right? Hearing Su Qian's words, Bai Chu's heart was filled with laughter. He was afraid that if he rashly bought something for Chen Xingyu, she would refuse. Now that he had Su Qian's help, he could spend the money as a matter of course. Of course I do. I just happened to be planning to buy a bag for Qianqian. Since they are classmates, why don't we go together? I just don't know if you have enough money. After all, the cheapest bag of that kind costs tens of thousands of yuan. Zhao Ziyuan said with a sarcastic tone. If they can afford a bottle of wine that costs 100,000 yuan, how can they not afford a bag? Okay, let's go together. After Su Qian finished speaking, she didn't give Bai Chu time to regret and hurriedly urged him. She guessed that Bai Chu must have no money on him. Thinking about how embarrassing it would be when they couldn't take out money to buy a bag, Su Qian felt relieved. Bai Chu reached out and held Chen Xingyu's soft little hand, and said gently, if your classmate hadn't reminded me, I would have neglected it. You are so beautiful and these clothes don't suit you at all. Let's go buy something better. Chen Xingyu shook her hands vigorously a few times, but found that Bai Chu was holding her hands too tightly, so she couldn't shake them off at all. So she said angrily, can't you hear that she did it on purpose? Can you tell? Then you're still fooled. How can you say you were fooled? Although she has bad intentions, I think what she said makes sense. Well, I won't say any more. Hurry up and catch up, or your classmates will laugh at you. I said before, you are my woman, I will do my best to give you the best. How can I let you be laughed at by others? They are only qualified to envy and be jealous in front of you. Bai Chu's words were like a heavy hammer hitting her heart, making her slightly dazed. She was just quietly pulled forward by Bai Chu. Ding, the true partner's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points. The current favorability is 31, and the rebate multiplier can be 3.1 times. A system notification sound suddenly rang in Bai Chu's mind, making his already good mood even better. The four of them soon arrived at the LV store. The shop assistants came up to us and said, welcome, sir, you are here to buy a bag for your girlfriend, right? I can tell at a glance that you two are a perfect match. Please feel free to look around and let me know if you need anything. The shop assistants greeted Zhao Yuanji and Su Qian warmly. As for Bai Chu and Chen Xingyu who were behind them, they just said welcome and ignored them. After all, the way they were dressed didn't look like they could afford the products in their store, so they weren't their target customers, so there was no need to be too enthusiastic towards them. Seeing the different treatments from the shop assistants, Su Qian's smile became even more proud. She walked to the shelf, picked up an exquisite shoulder bag, looked at it, and then said to the clerk, I saw this bag last time and I liked it very much. Please pack it for me. This bag costs 88,000 yuan. She has wanted to buy it for a long time, but Zhao Yuanji has not agreed to buy it for her. If she hadn't met Chen Xingyu today, Zhao Yuanji might not have bought it for her. In this way, she even wants to thank Chen Xingyu. Zhao Yuanji paid the money very readily. Su Qian couldn't wait to put the bag on her body, and then walked to Chen Xingyu with a smile on her face. "Xingyu, do you think my bag is beautiful?" Snort. Chen Xingyu snorted coldly and turned away, not wanting to pay attention to her. Seeing Chen Xingyu like this, Su Qian was not angry at all. She thought happily in her heart, "Hey, little guy, don't think that this fairy doesn't know that you are actually very envious in your heart." Then he looked at Bai Chu again. "Bai Chu, didn't you say you would buy the best for Xingyu? Why are you just standing there? Oh, if you really can't afford a good one, there are things in this store that cost tens of thousands of dollars. You can't be too stingy to take out a few $1,000s, right?" Before Bai Chu could speak, Zhao Yuanji looked at Chen Xingyu and said, pretending to persuade her, "Ms. Chen, you should keep your eyes open when looking for a boyfriend. You see how embarrassing the situation is now? How about this, for the sake of you and Shanshan, I can give you one, but the premise is that you have to break up with this guy." "No need, I'm not interested in bags," Chen Xingyu replied coldly. Bai Chu sneered and looked at Zhao Yuanji. "What do you think you are giving me? Do you want Yu to break up with me? Besides, what does my girlfriend want that needs a piece of trash like you to give her? Who are you calling trash?" Zhao Yuanji was instantly furious. "Guess who I'm talking about?" "Why should I guess?" Zhao Yuanji reacted instantly, "You." Then, he looked at the clerk and said, "Your store allows such uneducated people to come in. Aren't you afraid of lowering the quality of this place?" Well. A group of shop assistants were watching with great interest, but were suddenly confused by Zhao Yuanji's words. Chapter 7: Love her and give her everything. But after all, Zhao Yuanji bought their own products, so he is a customer, and Bai Chu's clothes of cheap goods don't look like he bought them sincerely. It goes without saying who we should side with. So a clerk looked at Bai Chu and said, "Sir, if you don't want to buy anything, please leave." Bai Chu was a little amused when he heard this. "Why, are you still chasing customers away?" "Customers won't chase us away, but if you don't buy anything, you're not considered our customer." "How do you know I won't buy it?" "Heh, you've been here for so long and I haven't seen you buy anything?" "I've been here for so long, have you greeted me? Since you don't welcome me, let's go to another place." Bai Chu didn't want to continue talking nonsense with them, so he pulled Chen Xingyu and walked out. At this moment, a young girl ran over from behind. She bowed slightly to Bai Chu and the others and said, excuse me, what can I do for you too?" "They've already said they can't afford it and are leaving, what else do they need?" An older woman behind her teased her. "I say, Chang Xiaoxiao, are you stupid? You can't even tell who is a customer and who is not." Chang Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a little aggrieved. "We are all employees here, so why do you always bully me? I don't get to serve customers who are well dressed, and I get ridiculed when I serve those who are not well dressed." But she quickly calmed down and looked at Bai Chu sincerely. "Sir, you two can look at whatever you want. It's okay even if you don't want to buy it. Please pack me the most expensive bag in your store." "Ah?" Chang Xiaoxiao was a little confused. She only came over to apologize on behalf of her colleague in order not to affect the reputation of the store. "Could it be that I met a low-key young master from a wealthy family?" "Ha, the most expensive bag in our store costs 280,000. Are you sure you can afford it?" said the clerk next to him with a smile. Chang Xiaoxiao was also a little skeptical. "Sir, are you serious?" "Certainly." Chang Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, then nodded. "Sir, please wait a moment." Then he walked towards a glass cover in the store. After a moment, she came out holding an exquisite shoulder bag. "Sir, this is the treasure of our store. It is the only one in the entire store. Your girlfriend is so beautiful and this bag suits her temperament very well. Little girl, this person can't possibly afford a bag worth more than 200,000 yuan. If you take it out like this, they won't be able to pay for it if it gets damaged. You will be held responsible for it yourself," Su Qian reminded in a sarcastic tone. "Wrap it up and swipe the card." Bai Chu directly handed over a bank card and said lightly. He came here to make money, and after buying the bag he would buy other things, so he didn't want to waste too much time here. "Ah? This?" Chang Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then took the bank card and ran towards the counter. "Sir, please enter the password." Bai Chu pressed his fingers a few times. Drop. A small receipt came out. Everyone was stunned when they saw that the card swipe was successful. Su Qian was almost going crazy. How could a loser like him afford such expensive things? Ding, the host's consumption was detected to be 280,000, triggering a 3.1-fold rebate totaling 868,000. The reward has been received. Bai Chu picked up his phone and took a look. Sure enough, his bank card balance had reached 1.02 million. Now I am a millionaire myself, I feel so happy. He took the bag and handed it to Chen Xingyu. You gave it to you, do you like it? Where did you get so much money? Chen Xingyu couldn't help but ask. I'm afraid you haven't sold the house? Su Qian said sourly. Oh, yes, you are right. Su Qian believed Bai Chu's perfunctory words and immediately felt a little more balanced. No wonder you're willing to spend money like that. I just don't know if you'll have enough money to rent a house after the money from selling the house is spent. Don't drag Qing Yu to sleep on the street with you. Zhao Yuanji also sneered. Let me remind you, this LV is an international brand. You can't return it once you leave the store. There will be a price to pay for pretending to be rich. Chen Xingyu's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She really wanted to come back tomorrow to return the bag, but now that she was told that it couldn't be returned, she suddenly became a little nervous. Everything this man did was for me. How could I let him waste even the money from selling the house? Bai Chu, how about we? Bai Chu smiled and gave her a reassuring look. Turning to look at Su Qian, instead of caring so much about our Yu, why not take care of yourself first? Although I'm poor and even unemployed now, I love Yu and want to give her the best. And your boyfriend is well dressed and has a great job, but he didn't even want to buy you a good bottle of wine at the restaurant just now, and now he even bought you such a bad bag. Do you think he really loves you? Bai Chu sighed in fake sympathy. Sisters, you have to be careful when looking for a boyfriend. If he doesn't even want to spend money on you, then he definitely doesn't love you. If he doesn't love you, then what's the point of having him? You can figure out the rest yourself. Although Su Qian knew that Bai Chu was trying to sow discord, the more she listened, the more she felt that what Bai Chu said made sense. Yes, even if Chen Xingyu found a poor guy, he would have to drink such expensive wine and buy such a nice bag. My boyfriend is much better than him, but I had to beg for such a shabby bag many times. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and the bag she had been coveting suddenly lost its appeal. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Zhao Yuanji's lips. It was ridiculous that this clumsy plan of sowing discord was trying to sow discord between them. Just when he was about to speak up to belittle Bai Chu, he heard Su Qian say unhappily, Hubby, I also want a bag like Chen Xingyu's, why don't you buy one for me? He was a little confused. Is this woman brainless? Although he was a little angry, he still patiently comforted her. Qian, don't listen to his nonsense. How could I not love you? Isn't the bag in your hand pretty good? We don't need to compete with such idiots. They will end up living on the streets after buying the bag. We just bought a new house, and I have to pay the mortgage with my money. By then, they will sleep on the streets while we live in a mansion. Who is better or worse? Is there any need to tell? Yeah. Bai Chu continued to provoke. Mr. Zhao should be around 30 years old, and he has been working for at least 10 years. And Mr. Zhao is such a good worker, even if he makes 50,000 a month, his salary over the years would be 6 million. Not only that, Mr. Zhao is so outstanding, his income must not only come from salary, but also from a lot of extra income. If you add them all up, it's at least 10 million. TSK, 10 million, but he only bought his girlfriend a bag worth tens of thousands. It seems that Miss Su doesn't even have 1% of her status in Mr. Zhao's eyes? Unlike me, who worked for 4 years and earned 5,000 yuan a month without eating or drinking and now earns 240,000 yuan, but is willing to buy Yu a bag worth 280,000 yuan. This is true love. If you love her, you should give her everything you have, even if you don't have to sell the house. As Bai Chu analyzed, Su Qian looked at Zhao Yuanji with increasing dissatisfaction. Zhao Yuanji suddenly panicked. Although what Bai Chu said seemed pure nonsense to him, he couldn't resist the fact that his girlfriend believed it. Shut up! He shouted at Bai Chu. Then he looked at Su Qian. Qian, don't listen to his nonsense. How could I have so much money? And we just bought a house. TSK, is Mr. Zhao feeling guilty? Bai Chu teased without thinking too much. Or is it that all the good things Mr. Zhao said about his job were just lies? Miss Su, you better open your eyes. Mr. Zhao just mentioned that he had to pay off the mortgage. Why didn't Mr. Zhao, who is so rich, pay the full amount when buying a house? And is Miss Su's name on the house that Mr. Zhao bought? Alas, if I buy a house, I will definitely put Yu Yu's name on it alone. That's what true love looks like. Ha, Bai Chu, don't think that your ridiculous remarks can sow discord between us. Zhao Yuanji said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qian said in a cold voice, Zhao Yuanji, today I want to ask you if you can buy me the same bag as hers. Qian, stop messing around, you're just falling into this kid's trap. Ha, conspiracy? Actually, I have to thank Bai Chu. If it weren't for him, I would have thought you really loved me. After saying that, she threw the bag in her hand at Zhao Yuanji and turned away angrily. Zhao Yuanji was so angry that he almost died. Although he didn't have to marry this woman, he had spent so much money on her after all. He finally got her, but before he could even get warm to her, Bai Chu messed up his relationship with her. Even if I can coax her this way, it will probably cost a lot of money. He suddenly felt a little regretful for being so mean and provoking this damn bootlicker. He bent down to pick up the bag and pointed at Bai Chu with a trembling finger. You, good, very good. But I also have something to say to you, dogs who lick you will never have a good ending. Humph. After saying that, he hurriedly chased after Su Qian. Chapter 8 Top Cooking Skills. In his opinion, Bai Chu is just a bootlicker, and an incorrigible one at that. How could a normal person sell his house just to please a woman? Are you a dog licker? Bai Chu sneered. Those humble guys who licked the girl desperately even though they couldn't get her were called dogs lickers. How could he be called a dog licker when he got her just after they met? At most, it's just pampering his wife. Besides, if he doesn't love his own woman, would he love someone else? He must be crazy. After Zhao Yuanji and the other person left, everyone in the store looked at Chen Xinyu with envy. If someone else had said those words just now, they would have sneered, but it was different when Bai Chu said it, because Bai Chu really did it. Which woman doesn't want her man to love her wholeheartedly and 100%? Therefore, even though Bai Chu was a poor loser in their eyes, they still envied Chen Xinyu. After all, a poor loser who could spend more than 200,000 yuan to buy a bag for his girlfriend, they just wanted to say, give me some too. Bai Chu, they've already left, let's return this bag. Chen Xinyu spoke. The shop assistants no longer had the previous sarcasm and tried to comfort him. Sir, if you want to return it now, we can refund you the original price. It is impossible to refund. Now that the money is in your pocket, shouldn't you return it? Bai Chu waved his hands. What are you talking about? How can I return what I bought for you? It's just a bag. I don't need this little money. He looked at Cheng Xiaoxiao and said, I didn't think about it just now. How can I have only one bag 7 days a week? Give me 6 more bags of the same quality so that my girlfriend can change them every day. Ah? Sir, you don't want to return it, but continue to buy it? Cheng Xiaoxiao thought she had heard it wrong. Of course, hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Okay. Cheng Xiaoxiao was immediately overjoyed, thinking that the performance she had achieved would be ruined, but she didn't expect there would be an even bigger surprise. By the way, sir, your girlfriend's bag is the only one in our store at this price. If you need it, we have to get it from somewhere else, so you'll have to wait for a while. Don't bother, just pick the more expensive ones in your store. Oh, and don't buy anything cheaper than what those 2 people just bought. Okay. The other shop assistants also ran over enthusiastically to help. Now they finally understood that this man was not the poor loser they thought. He was probably the son of a wealthy family who came here to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. If he was really a poor loser, how could he be so extravagant and lavish without blinking an eye? Chen Xinyu stepped forward and grabbed Bai Chu's arm and asked, Bai Chu, what are you going to do? I'll buy you a bag. Chen Xinyu said with a serious face, I don't know if you are really rich. Even if you are, there is no need to do this. First of all, I don't need these bags at all. Secondly, I am not your girlfriend. You don't have to do this, and I don't need your compensation. Bai Chu looked at her gently. I said I would be responsible for you. You are not my girlfriend but my woman, so I should be nice to you. Besides, I am not trying to make it up to you. I really like you, and I believe that one day you will like me and agree to be my girlfriend. While Chen Xinyu was still in a daze, Bai Chu had already paid the money and was carrying a few packages and pulling her out of the store. The total price of the 6 bags is 750,000 yuan, and the balance on his card has now reached 2.6 million yuan. Next, he took Chen Xingyu to buy some clothes, a watch and some jewelry, and successfully raised the balance on his card to 10 million before leaving with satisfaction. After returning to her residence, Chen Xingyu came to her senses when she saw the large and small bags. The total price of these things is more than 3 million, which is enough to buy a nice house in Jiangcheng. Bai Chu, who are you and why do you have so much money? She was not stupid. If Bai Chu was really as she originally thought, she would never spend so much money on these things that were not cost-effective. My family is from the rural area of Qing County, Bai Chu said as he handed his ID card to Chen Xingyu. My parents are still farming in the countryside. When you agree to be my girlfriend, I will take you back to meet them. Chen Xingyu glanced at Bai Chu's ID card, then looked at Bai Chu steadily. Then why do you have so much money? Did you really sell the house in your hometown? How is that possible? For the house in my hometown, no one would want it even for 300,000, let alone 3 million. Of course, all this money is earned by me. Don't worry, it is definitely legitimate. Your man will definitely not do anything illegal or criminal, Bai Chu assured. Chen Xingyu blushed slightly when she heard this, and said, Shameless, whose man are you, humph? I don't know if it was because she was moved by Bai Chu's behavior today, or because she relaxed after going out for a day, but Chen Xingyu suddenly found that her mood had improved a lot, and the shadow of her broken heart had dissipated a lot. She looked at Bai Chu for a while. This was the first time in the past few days that she looked at him without any hatred. Suddenly, she found that this man was actually quite good-looking. Although he is not the kind of handsome that can shock people, he seems to have some kind of attraction, and the more you look at him, the more you want to look at him. Seeing Chen Xingyu looking at him, Bai Chu felt a little proud. What's wrong? Did you suddenly find me handsome? Humph, so cool. Chen Xingyu seemed to have been guessed, and walked towards the bathroom holding her clothes. I'm going to take a shower. Ding, the favorability of the true partner has increased by 5 points. The current favorability is 36 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully impressing the one he loves. I will give you a mysterious gift package as a reward. Do you want to open it? Open. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the top cooking skill. If you want to improve the favorability of your true love, start by satisfying her stomach. Please keep up the good work, host. The next second, a warm current flowed through Bai Chu. A lot of knowledge about cooking suddenly appeared in his mind, as if this knowledge had always existed in his mind and he had already mastered it. Not only the understanding and experience of cooking in his mind, but also his hands seemed to have a familiar feeling of cutting vegetables and shaking spoons for many years. It made him want to try it out immediately. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the kitchen. Half an hour later, a strong fragrance filled the entire room. Looking at the 2 dishes and a pot of noodles on the table, Bai Chu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He tasted it right after it was made, and to be honest, he had never eaten anything so delicious in his life. Although he had never been to a 5-star hotel, he guessed that the food prepared in a 5-star hotel would not be better than what he cooked himself. After all, my cooking skills are top-notch ones issued by the system. Just the word top can give you an idea of how amazing it is. He sat at the table and waited quietly, glancing towards the bathroom from time to time. When Chen Xingyu comes out and eats the food he cooked, she will definitely be surprised. Thinking of her shocked expression later, Bai Chu couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. And it is very likely to increase your favorability. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stand up and walk towards the bathroom, wanting to urge her. Just as he reached out and was about to knock on the door, the bathroom door was opened from the inside. Ah! A scream rang out. Bai Chu, you rascal, what do you want to do? Ugh! I just wanted to ask when you'd be done washing, but I didn't expect you to open the door. Ha, do you think I will believe it? Bai Chu knew that he couldn't explain it clearly, so he simply gave up. Let it be a misunderstanding. Besides, he had already seen what he should and shouldn't have seen. He reached out and pulled Chen Xingyu towards the dining table. Let me go, you rascal. Don't be nervous. I just made 2 dishes and wanted you to try them and see if they suit your taste. Humph, keep fooling around. Chen Xingyu rolled his eyes. Even though he had been taken advantage of by this bastard twice, he still couldn't accept it psychologically and was very resistant. I'm not lying to you. Don't you smell anything? Chen Xingyu only realized after hearing what he said that it was indeed a very fragrant smell. Bai Chu proudly pulled her to the dining table and looked at her expectantly. Hurry up and try it. After walking for so long in the afternoon, she was already hungry. In addition, the aroma and color of the dish were very tempting. Chen Xinyu did not refuse. She picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After chewing it for a few times, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. After that, he ate a few more bites and looked at Bai Chu in disbelief. "You did this?" She really couldn't believe that a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes could be cooked so deliciously. Her family has been wealthy since she was a child. She has eaten in many five-star hotels and various specialty restaurants, but this is the first time she has eaten such delicious scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Of course, try this Kung Pao chicken. Seeing Chen Xinyu so surprised, Bai Chu felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. After Chen Xinyu was satisfied with the food, Bai Chu served her another bowl of noodles, and they both wolfed it down. Although Chen Xinyu is not a foodie, such delicious food still makes her appetite whet. The two of them finished the 2 dishes and a pot of noodles without leaving anything. After the meal, Chen Xinyu stared at Bai Chu. "Tell me, why is the food you cook suddenly so delicious?" She had eaten more than one meal cooked by Bai Chu in the past 2 days. Compared with the last meal, the previous ones were, to put it bluntly, pig food. Chapter 9: Human Limits. Of course, it's something I've learned and researched bit by bit over the years, Bai Chu said calmly. He couldn't possibly say that he had a system. Even if he did, Chen Xinyu wouldn't believe it. More importantly, he must not let anyone know that he has a system, otherwise he will definitely be taken away for sliced and studied. Then why didn't what you made yesterday taste good? Is yesterday's food not delicious? Ahem, actually it was not bad. It's mainly because I didn't show my true level yesterday. Bai Chu continued to talk nonsense. Chen Xinyu had a question in her eyes. Why? Because. Bai Chu rolled his eyes and said sincerely, "The only person who can eat the food I cook carefully must be someone very important to me. I felt more guilty towards you yesterday, but after 2 days of getting along, I found that I have fallen deeply in love with you. I have determined that you are the most important half of my life, so I will show off my cooking skills. You are the first person who knows my cooking skills. Even my parents don't know. As long as you are willing, I want to cook for you alone for the rest of my life. Without your permission, I will never cook for anyone else." Bai Chu had never said such corny words before, and even he felt very embarrassed when he heard them. But after Chen Xinyu finished listening, a layer of mist gradually rose in his eyes. Then she shook her head vigorously. "Bai Chu, I don't deserve you." Bai Chu reached out and held her hand. "You are my first woman, and I hope you can be my last. If you are not worthy, then there will be no one else in this world who is worthy." Chen Xinyu seemed to have thought of something and quickly pulled her hand back. "Don't do this, we will have no future." After saying that, he turned and ran into the room. Ding, the true lover's favorability towards the host has increased by 14 points, and the current favorability is 50. Ding, I have detected that you are truly moved by the host's actions. I will reward you with a portion of Holy Spirit liquid. After taking it, your physical strength will be greatly improved. Do you want to take it immediately? Hearing the system prompt, Bai Chu smiled with satisfaction. It seems that I am getting closer and closer to the peak of my life. Take it. The next second, he felt a stream of air entering his body and instantly filling his limbs and bones. He felt a throbbing pain in his body, and after a moment his entire body felt numb, making him want to moan in comfort. This feeling lasted for a while before gradually disappearing. At this moment, he felt an extremely powerful force filling his body, and had an urge to vent it. He couldn't help but punch the wooden stool in front of him. Boom! There was a loud bang and he was a little dazed. The solid wood bench, which was several centimeters thick, was blown into pieces. This is too strong. Bai Chu was shocked. Not only did his strength increase a lot, but his body was also lighter than ever before. He could kick the ceiling with a simple leap. If he were to participate in the 100-meter dash now, he would even be confident that he could run under 5 seconds. He was worried before that he would not be able to protect himself if he made too much money, but now the system has thoughtfully increased his physical strength. This way, there will be no more worries. Open the system panel. Bai Chu ordered. Host, Bai Chu. Age, 26. Physical fitness, 112. Skills, top-notch cooking skills. True love, Chen Xinyu. Age, 22. Favorability towards the host, 50. Rebate multiple, 5. One Holy Spirit night actually helped improve his physical fitness by more than double. No wonder he became so strong. System: what is the level of physical fitness 112? The normal physical fitness level of an average male is 50. Every increase of 10 points doubles the overall strength. The maximum physical strength of humans on Blue Star is 100. The System's answer surprised Bai Chu even more. So, my physique exceeds the physical limit of humans on Blue Star? By the way, what does it mean that the overall strength doubles with every 10 points of increase? Bai Chu asked again. To put it bluntly, without any martial arts training and without the aid of any weapons, one person can defeat two people who are 10 points lower. Bai Chu's eyes lit up when he heard that. He calculated in his mind, which means that with his current fighting strength, he can easily fight more than 60 ordinary people alone and remain undefeated? By the way, System, I wonder if there is anything similar to Xiaoxian on Blue Star? Ding, the System has not detected it yet. Bai Chu was so excited that his whole body was shaking. So, wasn't he invincible now? Ah, that's great. He couldn't help but laughed out loud towards the sky. Chen Xingyu in the room heard Bai Chu smashing things and grinning foolishly. She thought Bai Chu was irritated by her words and felt very guilty. She wanted to go out and comfort him, but when she thought of her current situation, she had no choice but to hold back and secretly said sorry in her heart. Bai Chu turned to look in the direction of the room, a confident smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. From Su Qian's words today, he knew that Chen Xingyu's background was not ordinary and he seemed to be the offspring of a big family. But it seems that something happened that caused her to be expelled from the family. Through the sweet talk and practical actions over the past 2 days, Chen Xingyu's favorability towards him has skyrocketed from negative to 50. If this continues, it seems that he will be very close to winning her over. Although I don't know whether the System will unbind Chen Xingyu and rebind her to someone else after her favorability towards me reaches 100. However, he secretly made up his mind that even if the System was really untied at that time, he would not bind anyone else. His 3 views determine his loyalty to love. For him, loving one person for a lifetime is enough. Now that he has decided on Chen Xingyu, he will protect her for the rest of his life. He will eliminate anyone who wants to stop them from being together or who wants to hurt Chen Xingyu. As for what secrets were behind Chen Xingyu, he didn't need to ask and wasn't worried. He would just fight back. What we should worry about are those who have conflicts with Chen Xingyu. They'd better be honest, otherwise I don't mind killing them. He cleaned up the bench he had just broken, ran into the bathroom to take a cold shower, and went to the bedroom excitedly. He found Chen Xingyu curled up in the quilt, sobbing quietly. He was about to pick her up to comfort her when he saw her looking up at him. Bai Chu, don't touch me today, okay? Bai Chu wanted to refuse, but when he saw the deep worry in the other person's eyes, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart and nodded gently, okay. He found that the look in Chen Xingyu's eyes was no longer the dead silence of yesterday, but a desire that was suppressed helplessly. He knew that the other party would not be depressed for the time being. Perhaps it was because of his existence that she had other concerns in her heart. He said in a firm tone, whether you believe it or not, from now on I will never let anyone bully you again. After saying that, he took a quilt and spread it on the ground, then he lay down on the ground next to the bed. In the middle of the night, he was sleeping soundly when suddenly a soft body crawled into his arms. He opened his eyes and saw that Chen Xingyu had kicked off the quilt and rolled to the ground. It seemed that it was warm here, so she put her arms and legs on him like she did yesterday, and rubbed her head against his neck. Because of Bai Chu's improved physical condition today, he was already filled with a burning passion that he couldn't release. The fire that he had suppressed with great difficulty was now completely ignited again. He suddenly felt a little depressed. You are forcing me to submit. But thinking of Chen Xingyu's eyes before going to bed, he tried hard to suppress the flames in his heart. Now Chen Xingyu's favorability towards me has reached 50, which means that she has fallen in love with me a little. In this case, he doesn't want to take advantage of others anymore. He hopes to use his own efforts to make the other party accept him willingly. After all, this kind of thing feels better when both parties cooperate. His physical condition has improved now, and he has become much more able to control himself. Even though he is burning with anger inside, he is still able to suppress it. Since I acted like a beast last night, I might as well be a beast again tonight. It just makes it complete. A quiet night. The next morning, when Bai Chu woke up, he found Chen Xingyu still curled up in his arms. Bai Chu was afraid of waking her up, so he carefully moved her arm away and was about to sit up. When I turned around, I found that Chen Xingyo's whole face, including her ears, were blushing, and her eyelashes were flickering slightly. He suddenly wanted to laugh. It seemed that the little girl had woken up a long time ago. Bai Chu didn't expose her and pretended not to know. He bent down and gently kissed her smooth forehead, then gently picked her up and put her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then quietly walked out of the room. After a while, the sound of cooking came from the kitchen. Chen Xingyu, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes cautiously. Thinking of what happened just now, her face turned hot. She has had a restless sleep since she was little, but she always slept alone and never cared about it. But I didn't expect that I would fall under the bed in my sleep and do that. She now knew why Bai Chu acted like that the night before. It seemed that she was primarily responsible. But his arms were so warm, making me feel inexplicably safe and secure. Suddenly she thought of the thing she accidentally touched when she just woke up, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. It seemed that this bastard really loved her. Even though he was so uncomfortable, he still resisted the urge to bully her. If I really became his girlfriend, I would be very happy, but... Thinking of this, she sighed, suppressed her chaotic thoughts and walked out of the room. Chapter 10: Buying a Car. In the next few days, Chen Xingyu seemed like a different person, as if she had put all her unhappiness behind her. She was just like a girlfriend, happily chatting and shopping with Bai Chu, and tasting the delicious food Bai Chu made for her. Because the food Bai Chu cooked was so delicious, she gained several pounds in just a few days. It was also the first time that Bai Chu saw her smile. She was very beautiful. Of course, Bai Chu was very restrained when going to bed these few nights and never crossed the bottom line. A week passed happily like this. Chen Xingyu's favorability towards Bai Chu also quietly increased to 60. That night, after dinner, Bai Chu was about to sleep on the floor when Chen Xingyu called him. "Today, you sleep on the bed," she said with a trembling voice. Bai Chu thought he had heard it wrong, but when he got a positive answer, he was extremely happy. As soon as he lay down, Chen Xingyu came over on his own initiative. Before Bai Chu could react, he felt a burst of fragrance and his lips were touched like a dragonfly touching the water. It seems that all my efforts during this period have finally paid off, Bai Chu thought excitedly. Today I finally don't have to suppress my inner feelings anymore. Next. The next morning, after they got up, Chen Xingyu looked at Bai Chu with a complicated expression, and then her face gradually turned cold. She took a deep breath and said, "Bai Chu, I'm going back. Thank you for these few days. Let's not contact each other in the future. Just forget about me." After saying that, before Bai Chu could say anything, he turned and walked out. Bai Chu was stunned for a moment and grabbed her hand. He felt a little amused inside. No wonder this girl was so proactive last night. It seemed like she was treating him to his last dinner. However, how could he let him leave? Let go. You saved me, but you also bullied me. We are even now. I don't like you at all. I only hate you and detest you. I will never like you again. Just give up. Looking at the other party's indifferent voice, if the system had not shown a favorability of 60, she would have taken it seriously. I don't believe it. Bai Chu replied with a half smile. You. Chen Xingyu was a little annoyed. "Let me go, it's impossible for us to be together. Being with me will only hurt you. You are wrong. If you leave, it will hurt me," Bai Chu said calmly. "If I let it leave, how can I become rich and powerful?" Chen Xingyu shook her hands twice, but found that she couldn't shake them off. Then she looked at Bai Chu's calm and composed look, so she couldn't help but yelled, "What do you know? You don't know how much trouble being with me will bring you. Do you know why I want to jump into the river? Do you know why my ex-boyfriend broke up with me? You know nothing." She calmed herself down. "Bai Chu, I know you are a good person. I can't hurt you. Let me go, forget me, and find a better girl to live a good life in the future." After she finished speaking, Bai Chu stepped forward, picked her up by the waist, went to the living room, put her on the sofa, looked into her eyes and spoke in a firm tone. "I don't want to be a good person, I just want to be your man. Also, don't think about leaving me unless I die. As for the trouble you mentioned, I've said I'll never let anyone bully you, so no matter what the trouble is, I can help you solve it, believe me." Then, he smiled again, lowered his head and kissed Chen Xingyu on the forehead. "Go wash up, I'll cook." After saying that, he hummed a little tune and walked into the kitchen. Looking at Bai Chu's busy back in the kitchen, Chen Xingyu felt dazed. It would be nice if it could always be like this, but it's a pity. Thinking of those people in her family, she sighed deeply. After spending these few days together, he had some understanding of Baichu's character. Although he always thought about himself, he was still very stubborn. She believed that if she really left secretly, this guy might really get so angry that he would go looking for someone to kill him. Forget it. Since he saved my life, if it really comes to that, I will just exchange my life for his safety. Or maybe once he sees how powerful those people are, he will leave me like Wang Yida did. Now I have figured it out. Since I no longer have the thought of committing suicide, I should go to work. After all, I still have to live in the future and take care of my parents and younger brother. After finishing the meal, Chen Xingyu looked at Baichu and whispered, I want to go to work tomorrow. Baichu thought about it for a moment and then nodded, okay, where do you work? I'll take you there. No, I can go by myself. Then he added, I promise you, I will come back after get off work. I'll take you there. I've been fired from the company anyway, so I'll be your full-time driver from now on. Chen Xingyu sighed when she heard this. She knew she couldn't win against Baichu, so she didn't refute. In the afternoon, the two of them went to Chen Xingyu's previous residence and moved all her things over. The next morning, Baichu drove Chen Xingyu to the company gate. Chen Xingyu's company is about 5 or 6 kilometers away from Baichu's residence, located in an industrial park not far from the city center. The company is called Jincheng Culture, and its main business is advertising design and planning. As soon as the car stopped, Baichu quickly got out and helped Chen Xingyu open the door. Hey, isn't this Chen Xingyu? How come you've been away from work for a few days and now you've got a driver? As soon as Chen Xingyu walked out of the car, two young girls came over. I'm her boyfriend. Baichu spoke. Now that he has arrived at Chen Xingyu's company, he must declare his sovereignty to prevent anyone from coveting his woman. As soon as Baichu finished speaking, he heard a sneer. No wonder you were absent from work for so many days, it turns out you went to change your boyfriend. It's just that other people's boyfriends get better and better, but why is it the opposite for you? Not only is this guy not as handsome as the last one, but he also drives such a shabby car, I'm happy with it. What does it have to do with you? Chen Xingyu replied coldly, then looked at Baichu. I'm going to work, you go back. Okay, I'll pick you up after get off work. After watching Chen Xingyu walk into the company, he stood for a while before returning to the car to leave. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked to the car. He glanced at Baichu and asked, Are you Chen Xingyu's boyfriend? Well, what's wrong? Young man, you should know yourself. Do you think you are worthy of her? With a hint of sarcasm on his face, he picked up the key in his hand and pressed it. A Mercedes-Benz car not far away made a chirping sound, and then the middle-aged man strode into the company with his head held high. Baichu was speechless. It turned out that the more beautiful his woman was, the more trouble she would cause. Even when he sent her to work, he would encounter such weirdos. Although this car is not in good condition, it has been with the original owner for several years. Baichu had no plans to change the car. It seems that I have no choice but to change it now, but I was also worrying about how to get rebates, so here comes the opportunity, right? Except for having a meal in the middle, Baichu had been guarding the company gate the whole time. Although he was ridiculed several times in the middle, it was Chen Xingyu's first day at work after all, so he felt more at ease guarding here. Finally, when it was time to get off work, Chen Xingyu walked out with several colleagues. Baichu noticed that the expression on her face was not good. Just as I was about to ask if something happened, I heard a few sarcastic voices coming from the side. I didn't expect that Chen Xingyu's boyfriend really cares about her. He actually waited here for a whole day. TSK, what's the point of caring about it? Can it be eaten? Just look at the clothes he's wearing and the car he's driving. If it were me, I'd be afraid of getting my clothes dirty. Maybe Xingyu has unique hobbies? Chen Xingyu glared at those people with cold eyes, then got into the car angrily and slammed the door shut. Baichu, you don't have to send me off tomorrow, I can do it myself. Why, do you think I've embarrassed you? No, I don't want you to be laughed at by others. Baichu smiled and touched her head when he heard that. Then why don't we just make them not dare to laugh at us? Come on, I'll take you to buy a car. He now has a balance of 10 million in his card, which is enough to buy basically the most expensive cars in Jiangcheng. He opened his mobile phone, searched it, and then drove to the Mercedes-Benz store more than 10 kilometers away. Didn't that middle-aged man take out a Mercedes-Benz key and show off in front of me this morning? Then I should buy a Mercedes-Benz too, and if I buy one, I'll buy the best one. Seeing Bai Chu bringing her to this place, Chen Qingyu hesitated. Actually, you don't have to spend money on this. I can just take the bus to work. How can you say it's a waste of money? Don't worry, this little money is nothing to me. Bai Chu pulled her into the store. Hello sir, are you here to look at cars? Let me introduce you to what you would like to see. A female salesperson standing at the door came over. After seeing clearly what Bai Chu was wearing, the excitement in his eyes dimmed a little. Which is the most expensive car in your store? Take me to see it. Bai Chu spoke. When the saleswoman heard this, the smile on her face disappeared immediately. She called out to a male salesperson inside, Xiaolu, come and show them around. After saying that, he walked aside and continued observing. Based on her years of work experience, someone so young who could afford the most expensive car in their store would never be like this. Even if there really is such a rich young man who is bored and wants to experience life, his temperament would never be like this person. The girl next to him was dressed nicely, but that was just nice. If he wanted to buy an ordinary Mercedes-Benz, that would not be a big problem. But he came in just to see the most expensive one. She was sure that he was definitely an unsophisticated person who wanted to see luxury cars. In that case, she was too lazy to take the trouble to receive him. Under normal circumstances, she would be right, but unfortunately, today she met Bai Chu, a guy with a system, so she could only blame her luck. The male salesperson obviously didn't believe Bai Chu would buy it, but it was a high-end car shop after all, so he still had some basic professionalism. So he took Bai Chu and the other person to a separate exhibition hall at the back. Hello, sir. This is the best car in our Shanchang Mercedes-Benz store, the Mazda 5 S800. It is also the most expensive model of our brand, with a landing price of 6 million. There is only one in the entire Jiangcheng now. Bai Chu took a look and nodded with satisfaction. That's it, swipe the card. As he said this, he took out his bank card and handed it to the other party. Chapter 11, Misjudged. The salesperson was obviously shocked by Bai Chu's action. You really want to buy it? Of course, otherwise why would I come? Bai Chu urged impatiently, hurry up, I hope I can drive the car away today. Hey, you, please wait a moment, I need to call the manager to handle it. This car has been in Jiangcheng for almost half a year, and the man in front of him wants to buy it without saying a word. He must inform the manager about such a rich man. After a while, a middle-aged man walked over quickly. He was a little surprised when he saw Bai Chu, but he had been in the business for so many years and had seen all kinds of people, so he naturally didn't dare to look down on someone just based on his clothes. So he said with a smile on his face, hello, sir. I am Zhao Changjun, the manager of our store. Do you want to buy this car? Bai Chu nodded, yes, I need to drive it to take my girlfriend to work tomorrow. Can you complete all the formalities today? Do you want full payment or a loan? Of course it's full payment, by card. Sir, this car is top of the line, and the total price is 6 million. If you really want to buy it, I can give you a discount, roughly. Before he could finish, Bai Chu interrupted him, do you think I'm short of this little money? I don't need a discount, just the original price. Zhao Changjun was also stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he had met such a generous person in all these years. Even the rich people would always try to get some discounts, but this person took the initiative to give him a discount and he actually refused. I really misjudged it. He nodded, what's your name, sir? Bai Chu. Mr. Bai, please follow me. Zhao Changjun took Bai Chu into the office. After the 6 million was deposited into the account, he was convinced that this man was truly a wealthy man. Sir, please provide your ID card. We promise to complete the formalities by tomorrow morning at the latest. You can drive the car away first, and I will personally deliver it to you after the formalities are completed. Zhao Changjun said respectfully. Someone who could so easily buy a 6 million luxury car in full is definitely not someone he can afford to offend, so he must provide him with adequate service. Bai Chu nodded, turned to look at Chen Qingyu who was still in a daze beside him. Give me your ID card. Oh. Chen Qingyu took out his ID card reflexively. Bai Chu took it and handed it to Zhao Changjun. Just give it to me when you're done tomorrow. You want to put this lady's name? Certainly. Bai Chu also handed the keys to his original car to Zhao Changjun. By the way, when you go through the formalities tomorrow, please also send my car back. I'll send the address to your phone later. After leaving his contact information, Bai Chu took the car keys and pulled Chen Xingyu, who was still confused, out of the car shop. After they left, the saleswoman guarding the door looked dazed. She ran to Zhao Changjun and asked in disbelief, "Manager, did they really buy the most expensive car?" Zhao Changjun nodded. "This Mr. Bai is definitely an important person. He is probably the son of a big family from another place. After all, a young man who can casually give his girlfriend a luxury car worth more than 6 million yuan and has such strength in Jiangchang would definitely not be named Bai. How could this be?" The saleswoman's name is Su Muyu. She is 28 years old and has been working in car sales since she graduated from university. She thought that with so many years of sales experience, it was impossible for her to be wrong. But the current situation forced her to admit that she had made a mistake. "I instantly felt extremely regretful. The commission for this car alone was worth 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, and yet I just gave it away for nothing." She rolled her eyes, looked at Zhao Changjun and said with a smile, "Manager, this gentleman hasn't completed the car purchase procedures yet, how about letting me handle it?" Zhao Changjun seemed to see through her thoughts and said with a smile, "It's a pity that he already has a girlfriend. And considering your age, I advise you not to think too much about it." Su Muyu was not angry. Although she thought she looked okay, she felt that she had no confidence in using her beauty to win over such a rich man. The manager misunderstood. "I do have some self-awareness. There are only a handful of such young wealthy people in the entire mountain city. It is understandable that he would be a little interested when he meets one." After all, Su Muyu has been under his command for several years, and Zhao Changjun decided to give her a chance. "I need to go in person to handle the formalities. After all, Mr. Bai is in a hurry. How about this? After the formalities are completed, you can deliver the materials to Mr. Bai for me." Su Muyu's eyes lit up instantly. At the same time, a man and a woman were standing outside the Mercedes-Benz dealership. When Bai Chu drove past them, they stopped immediately. They were Su Qian and Zhao Yuanji, whom Bai Chu had just met a few days ago. Bai Chu's words in the LV store created a huge rift in their originally loving relationship. Zhao Yuanji tried every way to coax her for several days, and finally agreed to buy her a luxury car, which finally resolved the grudge. Zhao Yuanji saw Su Qian staring at the passing Maihihi without blinking. He felt a pang in his heart, thinking that Su Qian had taken a fancy to the car, and quickly explained, "Chen, that car is the most luxurious model among Mercedes-Benz. It would cost at least 5 or 6 million to buy it. Not to mention me, even our company boss would not be willing to buy it easily." "How much did you say?" Su Qian thought she had heard wrongly. "It should be at least 5 million. Okay, stop looking and let's go in," Zhao Yuanji urged. Su Qian's expression changed several times, and she followed Zhao Yuanji into the store absent-mindedly. "Welcome, what kind of car would you like to see? Do you want me to recommend one?" At this time, Su Muyu, who was in a good mood, hurried over to greet him. "We saw a C288 online and wonder if your store has it in stock? If so, we would buy it now," Zhao Yuanji said with a proud look on his face. Yes, sir, please follow me." Su Muyu led the two to a red C288. "The original price of this car is 420,000 yuan. Now our store is having a promotion. If you buy it today, you can get a discount of 30,000 yuan. Are you satisfied?" "Can." Zhao Yuanji nodded. "First, pay a down payment of 200,000 yuan, and I can pay the rest in installments over 3 years. By the way, this car is for my girlfriend, so just put it in her name." Hearing this, Su Muyu felt better. "Well, sir, your girlfriend is so lucky." At this moment, Su Qian suddenly asked, "Excuse me, is the car that just left the store the one the customer bought from you?" Hearing this, Su Muyu immediately said with envy, "Yes, just before you, that was a super rich man who bought a car for his girlfriend for 6 million yuan without even blinking an eye, and even rejected our offer." She shook her head in a self-deprecating manner. "To be honest, when that young man first came in, he was wearing cheap clothes. I misjudged him and thought he was just here to take a look. I didn't expect him to be a hidden rich man." Zhao Yuanji felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this. "We can't envy others who are lucky enough to be born in a rich family. Okay, Xian, don't think about them. Do you want to sit on it and experience it?" He walked to the car and opened the door. Su Qian suddenly looked at Zhao Yuanji coldly. "Zhao Yuanji, I've thought it through. We are not suitable for each other. Let's break up." Chapter 12. It's rented. After saying this, he turned and left without any reluctance. Su Muyu was suddenly confused. Did he say something wrong just now? Zhao Yuanji's face was even more gloomy. This bitch, I was so humble, but she didn't care about my feelings at all and made me so embarrassed. If I didn't feel sorry for the money I spent before, do you think I would marry you? It's all that bastard Bai Chua's fault. He clenched his fists tightly and left the Mercedes-Benz store. At this moment, Su Qian's heart was in turmoil. Ever since she heard Bai Chu's words that day, she began to feel jealous of Chen Xingyu again. Why was she so lucky? She was abandoned by her family and had to find a poor loser, but that poor loser loved her so much. Although her boyfriend was much better than her, the benefits she actually received were not as much as what that poor loser gave Chen Xingyu. Fortunately, she felt a little more balanced when she thought that Chen Xingyu might end up on the streets. It's a pity that Bai Chu was too poor, otherwise she would have been moved by such an infatuated man. But just now, she actually saw that the poor loser she mentioned actually bought a 6 million luxury car in full, and bought it for Chen Xingyu. Looking at myself again, after a few days of throwing a tantrum, my boyfriend finally decided to buy me a car worth more than 300,000 yuan, and he even had to pay for it in installments with a loan. Her inner balance was instantly broken, and she could no longer bear it. As she walked, she thought fiercely in her heart, "Humph, why can Chen Xingyu have such a good man? I, Su Qian, want one too." Bai Chu naturally wouldn't know this. As he drove out of the 4S store, a system prompt sounded in his head. Ding, the host spent 6 million for his true love and received 6 times the rebate, a total of 36 million has been received. With the rebate of 36 million and the remaining 4 million in his card, he now has a huge sum of 40 million. At this time, Chen Xingyu beside him looked at Bai Chu with a complicated expression. After a while, he asked expectantly, are you really from the countryside? Are you the son of a big family? When Bai Chu bought her so many luxury items before, he said that he saved up the money, but she didn't quite believe it. He bought such an expensive car today. More importantly, looking at the way he spent money, it seemed that he didn't take money seriously at all. She absolutely did not believe that Bai Chu was really from the countryside. Not to mention that she came from a rural background, even she, a former lady from a wealthy family, could not be so extravagant. The only possibility is that Bai Chu is actually a young master from a family that is more powerful than his own Chen family. If that is the case, perhaps he can really solve his own problem. Just as a glimmer of expectation arose, I immediately denied it. How could I be so lucky to meet a young master from a big family who is trying to experience life? Even if I really met him, as a young master from a big family, he has seen all kinds of women, so how could he fall in love with me? Sure enough, Bai Chu's answer the next second broke her expectations. What are you imagining? If I were really a young master from a big family, I would just admit it directly. Why would I lie to you? Bai Chu looked at her eyes, which suddenly dimmed again, thinking that she didn't believe him, so he quickly made up a lie to explain. As for why I have so much money, I have actually been speculating in stocks over the years. The reason I drive a shabby car and rent an apartment is because I put all my money in the stock market. Just when I met you, the stock market suddenly soared, and I made a lot of money. You are my lucky star. If I hadn't met you, I might not have made so much money. You helped me make so much money, so isn't it my responsibility to spend more on you? Chen Xingyu blinked a few times and asked doubtfully, really? Certainly. Afraid that she wouldn't believe him, Bai Chu showed her the text message from his mobile bank account. This is what I just asked for today. The stocks I bought have soared in the past few days, so there's still a lot of money in it. You can tell me what you want to buy in the future. Don't be afraid to spend money. If you don't want to go to work anymore, that's fine. I can support you. Seeing the text message of 36 million arriving in the account, Chen Xingyu opened her mouth slightly. She could never have imagined that this ordinary-looking man could have such a huge sum of money in his card. However, she sighed again. 36 million is indeed a huge sum of money for ordinary people, but for a family that owns a listed group, even 360 million is nothing. She shook her head. I don't need you to support me. Don't spend money on me anymore. Save the money. Stocks may fall any day. You should be careful. Besides, you suddenly have so much money, it will be troublesome if you are targeted by bad guys. Bai Chu's eyes lit up, so you care about me so much. Chen Xingyu was annoyed when she saw this. I'm talking to you about serious matters. This is business. There is nothing more important in this world. You. Humph. The frogs croaked all night long. After breakfast the next day, Bai Chu drove Chen Qingyu to work. The moment Chen Qingyu got out of the car, the entire front of the company fell silent. When they do advertising, they often have to cooperate with some big companies, so they have a certain understanding of these luxury car brands. Besides, this car looks very valuable. Although they may not know the specific price, as they are both Mercedes-Benz brand, it is much more advanced than their manager Zhu's Mercedes-Benz, which costs more than 1 million yuan. At first everyone thought it was a big client of the company coming to inspect, but when they saw Bai Chu and Chen Qingyu coming out, everyone thought they were seeing things. Chen Qingyu? How could it be her? Wasn't her boyfriend driving a Ruerue worth tens of thousands of dollars yesterday? Why did he suddenly change to such a luxurious car? Some colleagues couldn't help but grumble. Damn, this is a lot of money, 5 or 6 million. I didn't expect Chen Qingyu's boyfriend is actually a rich man. When a male colleague said this, everyone around was shocked. Suddenly, two girls came over with a smile. Qingyu, is this car your boyfriend's? It's so beautiful. I told you, Yu is so pretty, so of course she'll find a good boyfriend. Sure enough, I guessed it right. Bai Chu rolled his eyes when he heard that. It seemed like this woman was the one who laughed at him the most fiercely yesterday. Her expression changed so quickly in just one day. Ha, this car doesn't even have a license plate. It's obviously rented temporarily. Some people are really interesting. They are so poor but still want to save face. Just then, a sarcastic voice came from behind. Bai Chu took a look and saw that it was the middle-aged man from yesterday. Hello, Manager Zhu. When the employees saw this, they greeted him one after another. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "It's almost time to go to work. What are you all standing here for? Go in and get to work." Then he turned to look at Chen Qingyu. This is a workplace, not a place for you to show off your wealth. If he really has money, would he still need you to work so hard? As someone who has been through this, let me remind you that you should keep your eyes open when looking for a boyfriend. After saying that, he walked into the company without looking back. After hearing what Manager Zhu said, the flattering expressions of Chen Qingyu's colleagues suddenly turned into sarcasm. Chapter 13: Buying a House. Chen Qingyu's face looked a little grim, but when she saw Bai Chu's playful expression, she felt relieved. In her current situation, she was in no mood to care whether others laughed at her or not. Since Bai Chu didn't care, let them say whatever they wanted. She was too lazy to argue. She looked at Bai Chu and said, "Go back. I have to go to work." Bai Chu nodded. At noon, he was sitting in the car in a daze when his cell phone rang. As soon as he picked up the phone, Su Muyu's voice came from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Bai, I'm Su Muyu, a salesperson at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Your car purchase procedures have been completed. Is it convenient for you now? I'll send it to you." Because of the old car, Bai Chu thought for a moment and said, "I live in Binho Road Community. Please send it there." When Su Muyu arrived at Binho Road Community, Bai Chu was already waiting at the door. Seeing the environment of the community, Su Muyu was a little surprised. "Mr. Bai, do you live here?" Bai Chu nodded. "Yes, a rented house." "Rented? You're really low-key." If Bai Chu had not been so generous as to pay in full for a Mach 4, she would never have believed that the man in front of her was a hidden rich man. This is hidden so well. From his clothes to his house to his car, and even his temperament in every move, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have associated Bai Chu with a wealthy man. Bai Chu smiled and took the file bag handed to him by Su Muyu. "Just park the car for me in the roadside parking space." After parking the car, Su Muyu came to Bai Chu respectfully and said, "Mr. Bai, my name is Su Muyu. If you want to buy a car in the future or have other requests, you can contact me. This is my business card." Bai Chu nodded and took a look at it. Suddenly he thought of something and said, "I wonder if Miss Su knows anyone who wants to buy a house. I plan to take my girlfriend to buy a house tomorrow weekend." Su Muyu's eyes lit up. "Yes, I have a classmate who happens to be in real estate sales. I wonder if Mr. Bai has any specific requirements for the house?" Of course, she doesn't have any classmates who are engaged in real estate sales, but that doesn't matter. She finally has a chance to help a rich man, so she can just temporarily find a classmate. "My girlfriend works in Zhanyue Industrial Park. It would be best if it were near there. The price should be around 40 million. How much?" Su Muyu was a little shocked. 40 million, what's wrong? "Mr. Bai, do you want to buy a villa or a residential complex?" Bai Chu was a little curious. Can 40 million buy a villa? He didn't know the price of the villa. He had seen it on TV before and saw villas often cost 9 figures or more. Of course, even in the city center, 40 million is more than enough to buy a nice villa. "Okay, then let's buy a villa." "Thank you for your help, Miss Su." "No trouble, I'll help you contact them right away." Su Muyu left with an excited look on his face. After Chen Xingyu got off work, Bai Chu told her about this matter. Chen Xingyu did not object. After all, Bai Chu had so much money now, and it was really unreasonable for him to rent a house. Moreover, buying a house is a basic need and it is not considered as a waste of money. More importantly, although she and Bai Chu have a special relationship, they are not even boyfriend and girlfriend in name. What right does she have to object to someone buying a house? The next day after breakfast, Su Muyu called. Chen Xingyu didn't want to go at first, but it was not up to her whether to go or not. She felt angry when she thought about it. From the time she met Bai Chu until now, she felt that her behavior had begun to become ridiculous. Living with a stranger was fine, but even though this guy did everything for himself, she seemed to have always been passive in accepting it and didn't even have the power to refuse. Although she enjoyed this kind of pampered life, she couldn't help feeling fear in her heart when she thought about her family's situation. She knew that this was all just a fantasy, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before she would be sent back to hell again. The two drove to a villa area in the city. This villa area is called Zihu Garden and is built next to a city lake. Although it is located in the city center, it is different from the surrounding environment. There are no tall buildings or busy traffic here, but it is unusually quiet even though it is deep in the downtown area. At this time, Su Muyu had already been waiting at the gate with a young man in a suit. When they saw Bai Chu's car, they hurried over to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Bai and Ms. Chen. This is the real estate salesperson introduced by a classmate of mine. His name is Lu Bin, and he is responsible for the business in this villa area. Just tell him if you have any needs." Lu Bin quickly stepped forward to greet the two, and then introduced, "Mr. Bai, we have 6 villas left for sale in Zihu Garden. 3 of them are close to the lake and have relatively low terrain. The price is around 15 million. There are 2 other units priced between 20 and 30 million, and the locations are relatively better. The best one is closer to the center and of course the price is a bit higher. However, a customer just came and paid a deposit yesterday. If you really want it, I can discuss it with him. As for the others, there is one household that is willing to sell, but the person is now abroad, so it may take some time before it can be sold. How about we look at them one by one first and talk about it after we're done?" Bai Chu shook his head. There was no way he would look at something worth more than 10 or 20 million. Ask directly, "How much is the one that was booked by someone else?" The agreed price is 36 million. Bai Chu thought to himself that it was not bad, so he said, "I'll pay 40 million, but I need to move in tomorrow, is there a problem?" "Make sure to complete the mission." Lu Bin was overjoyed. It's a full 4 million more, and he can make a lot of money after paying the penalty. If he makes this deal, he won't have to go to work this year. What Su Muyu said was indeed right, this is a super rich man. Chen Xingyu was so angry when she heard this. She wanted to scold Bai Chu for being such a spendthrift, but when she thought about how she was not related to him, she could only sulk alone. Now she finally believed that Bai Chu was indeed not from a wealthy family. Although people raised in large families had a lot of money, they were definitely not stupid. It's obvious that this guy is the kind of person who suddenly became rich, became too arrogant and lost himself, and did something stupid. Bai Chu directly paid a deposit of 10 million, and then took Chen Xingyu back to wait for their news. After returning to the rental house, Chen Xingyu couldn't help but give Bai Chu a good lesson. Bai Chu nodded repeatedly and cooked a large table of dishes, which calmed her anger. As expected, money makes things easier. After only half a day, Lu Bin called again and said that the matter had been settled and that I could go over to sign the contract. When it came time to sign the contract, Chen Xingyu discovered that this guy had put the house under her name again. She wanted to refuse, but Bai Chu directly called Su Muyu and said that if she didn't sign, the house would be given to Su Muyu. She was almost pissed off. But in the end, he chose to compromise. At least the house was under his name, and he would return it to Bai Chu when he left. But she couldn't accept it as a gift to someone else. The next day at noon, when Bai Chu and Chen Xingyu arrived at the villa, it had been cleaned and was equipped with all kinds of furniture and appliances. The villa has 3 floors with a total area of more than 600 square meters. There is also a yard of several hundred square meters at the door, which is just right for parking. Walking into the villa and looking at the spacious and bright interior, Bai Chu was still very excited. After all, it was the first time in all his years that he lived in such a nice house. Bai Chu felt a surge of excitement in his heart when he thought that there were only two of them in such a spacious place and they no longer had to worry about disturbing others when exercising. After dinner, Chen Xingyu looked at Bai Chu and said, "This place is so big, we don't have to squeeze into one room anymore. From today on, we will each have a room, so you won't turn into a beast." Although she seemed very proud when she said this, there was an imperceptible bloom in her eyes. Bai Chu nodded, "Okay. You." Chen Xingyu stood up and said, "Then, I'll go choose a room." For some reason, when she saw Bai Chu agree so directly, she suddenly felt a little lost. What's wrong with me? Do I really like being? Thinking of this, her face turned slightly hot, and she turned around and walked upstairs. She wants to find a room she likes. Looking at her leaving back, Bai Chu's lips curled up with a hint of pride. After a moment, Chen Xingyu came to Bai Chu with an angry look on her face. "Bai Chu, you did this on purpose." "Ah? What's wrong?" Bai Chu pretended to be innocent. Chapter 14. Not interested. Humph. Keep pretending. What happened? I really don't know? Looking at Bai Chu's sincere expression, Chen Xingyu felt a little suspicious. Could it be that this guy really didn't know? So she said, "Among the 9 rooms, only one has a bed and a quilt, and the other rooms are empty. Are you sure you didn't arrange it on purpose?" "Ahem, I really don't know. Maybe the people who did the renovation thought that since we are a couple, there is no need to buy so many beds." After saying that, he chuckled and said, "Well, there's nothing we can do about it, so we have to squeeze in for the time being. I'm going to buy a bed tomorrow." After a sleepless night, Bai Chu got up early the next morning with great energy and cooked for Chen Xingyu, then sent her to work as usual. Then he remembered that there was no rebate notification in his system. After asking around, he found out that the transaction would only be officially completed after obtaining the property certificate. Bai Chu quickly called Lu Bin. "When will my property ownership certificate be ready? I need it urgently." Hearing some disrespect in Bai Chu's tone, Lu Bin quickly explained, "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, yesterday was the weekend and the real estate bureau was closed. I will go and help you with the process today. Don't worry, I will try to get it done for you within a week." Upon hearing this, Bai Chu frowned. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to make money if he took a week to finish his work? So he said very unhappily, "It's taking too long. Is there any way to get it done in one day?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, this is a rule that requires a certain amount of time." Bai Chu interrupted him directly, "If possible, I will buy a house from you in the future. If not, forget it." Hearing Bai Chu's words, Lu Bin gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Bai, I promise to hand over the property certificate to you tomorrow. Although it is somewhat troublesome to get it done within one day, everything will be fine as long as the money is in place." Although it would cost a lot of money to manage it, it was nothing compared to completely losing the opportunity to make friends with a super rich man. Bai Chu then hung up the phone with satisfaction. The next morning, just after Bai Chu sent Chen Xingyu away, Lu Bin drove over to deliver the property certificate. The moment Bai Chu took over the property certificate, the system prompt sounded, and the rebate of 240 million was deposited into his bank account. "Thank you very much. It is my honor to work for Mr. Bai. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to let me know." After Lu Bin left, Bai Chu lay in the car and played games out of boredom. Just then, there was a knock on the car window. Bai Chu turned around and saw that it was Su Qian. He didn't have a good impression of her, so he put down the glass and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Su Qian smiled charmingly, "Can't I just sit in your car if I'm fine?" "Cannot." Bai Chu replied with 2 words and then raised the glass directly. Su Qian was a little annoyed when she saw this, but she would not give up and started knocking again. Bai Chu was a little impatient. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, get out of here. Don't disturb me while I'm playing games. Am I, a beautiful woman, not as important as you playing games?" Su Qian deliberately puffed out her chest, making the already majestic grain bag look even more magnificent. Although her appearance is not as good as Chen Xingyu's, she believes that her strengths are definitely not comparable to Chen Xingyu's. For men, this is more eye-catching than appearance, and she didn't believe that Bai Chu could ignore it. "Why not?" Bai Chu replied without any hesitation. These two simple words almost drove Su Qian crazy, but when she thought that the other party might be a hidden young master of a wealthy family, she was immediately relieved. That's right, for such a rich man, he has seen all kinds of women. It would be strange if this alone could make him fall in love. So she took a deep breath and said, "Something's going on. It's about Qing Yu." Bai Chu instantly became interested after hearing this. "Oh? Then tell me. You're just going to let me stand outside and talk?" Bai Chu thought about it and it made sense, so he said apologetically, "How about this? There is a restaurant up ahead, we'll have dinner soon, let's talk while we eat." "I'll go wait for you first," Bai Chu said, stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Su Qian stood there in confusion. Seeing that Bai Chu's car had gone far away and had no intention of stopping, she finally confirmed that this guy had no intention of letting her get in the car. She stamped her feet angrily, then twisted her way forward in her high heels. Fortunately, it was not far away, only a few hundred meters away, but this still made her very tired. When she walked into the restaurant, Bai Chu had already ordered several dishes. He looked at Su Qian and asked, "What's the matter? Tell me now." Su Qian looked at Bai Chu with some resentment. "Mr. Bai is so unkind that he made me run over here like this. My legs are so sore now." As she spoke, she pulled up her skirt, which was not long to begin with, revealing her slender and straight legs in black stockings. Bai Chu took a look and quickly looked away. Damn, this woman actually wanted to seduce me. Damn, she kept calling me a poor loser a few days ago, but now that she sees that I have changed my car, her attitude has changed 540 degrees. It's true that having money is good, it can turn enemies into friends in an instant. As a man, and a loser who has never touched a woman except in recent times, it is impossible for him not to react. But I am a systematic person, how can I be tempted like this? What's more, I am absolutely loyal in my attitude towards feelings, so it is impossible for someone to seduce me. Don't talk nonsense, just tell me what you want to say, otherwise I won't be able to stay here with you. Su Qian saw that this trick didn't work, so she temporarily put away her thoughts and said, "I came to you today mainly for two reasons. First of all, thank you for what you said last time. It made me see Zhao Yuanji's true face. As you said, he didn't really love me, so I broke up with him. I am single now, so Bai Chu, I really want to repay you, no matter what you ask for, I can satisfy you." Bai Chu was a little surprised. Although he had deliberately disgusted these two people that day, he didn't expect that he would break up with them. He immediately admired the power of women's boxing. He coughed a little embarrassedly. "This is your own choice. I just expressed my opinion casually. As for thanking you, there is no need. Didn't you say something about Chun Qing Yu? Tell me." Seeing Bai Chu's attitude, Su Qian became even more jealous of Chun Qing Yu. Is Chun Qing Yu really so charming that she can make this man so devoted to her? Why can't she meet such a man? She calmed down before saying, "You know that Chun Qing Yu is from the Chun family in Jincheng, right?" Then what? Bai Chu had never asked Chun Qing Yu, so he naturally didn't know about these things. However, he felt that this was not important. It was just a wealthy family. With his system, he could match any family. Then Chen Qingyou's family was expelled from the Chen family. Not only that, I heard that she offended a family that was more powerful than the Chun family, which made the Chun family so angry. In other words, if you stay with her, you may be displeased by the Chen family and another big family. Bai Chu chuckled when he heard this. What does their dissatisfaction have to do with me? No matter if they are from a certain family, just don't mess with me. After hearing this and looking at Bai Chu's disdainful expression, Su Qian became more certain that the man in front of her must be the son of a big family. Could it be those children of noble families in Kyoto who don't even take the Chen family of Jincheng seriously? If I could become his woman, no, even if I could have sex with him once, it would be a great honor for me. Thinking of this, she felt a burning sensation in her lower abdomen. Bai Chu said calmly, "If that's all, forget it. I'm not interested." Su Qian naturally had her own preparations. She took into account that Bai Chu might be a disciple of a big family and didn't care about these things, so she naturally couldn't just say these. So she took out her cell phone, opened a video and put it in front of Bai Chu. Bai Chu turned around and saw the interior of a company. A young girl was running around with a look of grievance on her face. I saw her fetching water for others, sweeping the floor for others, and then going downstairs to get takeout for others. Not only that, there were bursts of sarcastic voices coming from all around from time to time. As the footage played, Bai Chu's expression became more and more ugly. The girl in the video is Chun Qing Yu. After all, she was an excellent student in the design department of Shandong University. Bai Chu originally thought that her job was a designer. Firstly, this job was relatively easy, and secondly, Chen Xingyu was interested in it, so he did not object. But only now did he realize that the woman he loved like a treasure was actually treated like a servant by a group of people in the company. Chapter 15 Choice. What made him even angrier was that manager Zhu, whom he had met at the company gate before, always found reasons to call Chen Xingyu into the office and made some excessive demands. When Chen Xingyu refused, he would threaten and insult her. Bai Chu's face turned cold. This was the first time he was so angry since he came here. Su Qian smiled and said, Bai Chu, in order to shoot these videos, I had to ask my best friend for help for a long time. Bai Chu suppressed his anger and smiled at her. Thank you very much this time, just tell me what you want. Su Qian was secretly proud when she heard that, so she pulled a chair and sat next to Bai Chu. She reached out and lowered the already low neckline a little more, revealing her deep cleavage. Then she took off one of her high-heeled shoes, put the seductive calf wrapped in stockings on her legs, and rubbed it gently. She put her mouth close to Bai Chu's ear and blew a breath gently, saying coquettishly, if you really want to thank me, why not pledge your love to me? Don't worry, I know the place Qingyu holds in your heart. I don't expect to be compared to her, and I can even promise that I will never let her know, so you can rest assured. As she spoke, she pulled out a room card from her bag and said, I've already booked the hotel. You can come anytime you're free. This was such an extreme tease, and it was so thoughtful. Although Bai Chu didn't admit it in his mind, his body's reaction was honest. Seeing the changes in Bai Chu's body, Su Qian couldn't help but feel a little excited. It turned out that she was still very charming. Just as Bai Chu was about to speak, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Please choose one of the following two options. 1. Defeat Su Qian to get a mysterious gift package and 1 billion xia coins. 2. Reject Su Qian with righteous words and you will receive a mysterious gift package. Hearing the system's voice, Bai Chu was stunned for a moment. I have had this system for so long, but I didn't expect it could actually issue tasks. But why is there something wrong with this mission? Is this a deliberate encouragement to take down Su Qian? From what Su Qian said, it means you can have fun for free without taking any responsibility. Most people would probably not refuse. This already made him somewhat tempted, and now the system gave him such a generous reward. Not to mention the mysterious gift package, there was no reason to refuse the 1 billion alone. Thinking of this, Bai Chu no longer hesitated. He looked at Su Qian steadily and said, You are doing this, it is very dangerous, you are tempting me to commit a crime. Su Qian was overjoyed when she heard this. She blushed and leaned over, squeezing Bai Chu's arm with her full breasts. Just commit a crime if you're happy. I'm looking forward to it. Bai Chu nodded, then I won't be polite. After saying that, he stood up and slapped Su Qian in the face. There was a crisp sound, which stunned Su Qian. She looked at Bai Chu with a dazed face, feeling a little at a loss. After a moment she seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that he liked playing this kind of game? Thinking of this, she actually became a little excited, and couldn't help but blush on her face. Just as she was daydreaming, she heard Bai Chu say coldly. Since you are Yu Yu's classmate, this slap is a small lesson for you. Don't play these tricks in front of me in the future. In this world, I have no interest in any woman except Yu Yu. If you dare to do it again, I will definitely make you regret it. Hearing this, the warmth that had just risen in Su Qian's heart instantly turned cold. She thought she had heard it wrong, but when she saw Bai Chu's cold eyes, she instantly felt that this guy was not joking. She had no doubt that if she dared to try to seduce him again now, the consequences would be disastrous. But when she thought about the other party's possible background, all her resentment turned into helplessness in the end. Yes, I'm sorry. I won't do it again, she said with some fear. Ding, congratulations to the host for making the choice. The mysterious gift package has been successfully distributed. Would the host like to claim it immediately? Receive. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% of the shares of Jincheng Culture Media Company. The reward has been successfully distributed. Jincheng Culture Media? Isn't this Yu Yu's company? Bai Chu was immediately overjoyed. He was planning to find a way to acquire it, but now it seems that there is no need to bother at all. Having a system is really considerate. Looking at Su Qian, who was looking terrified in front of him, Bai Chu smiled. but the video you provided me before is really important to me. I have to repay this favor. He thought for a moment and said, how about this? I see that you don't seem to drive, so I'll give you a car as a thank you gift. No, that's not necessary. Xing is my classmate after all, and I don't want to see her being bullied. Let's put things in perspective. I don't like to owe favors to others. Let's eat quickly and then we'll go to the car dealership together. After Bai Chu finished speaking, he ignored her and started eating. After finishing their meal quickly, the two came to Bai Chu's car. Su Qian was about to open the passenger door when Bai Chu stopped her. He pointed to the back and said, you sit in the back. This is Yu Yu's special seat. Su Qian didn't dare to refute and sat obediently in the back seat. At this moment, she suddenly looked forward to what kind of car Bai Chu would buy for her. The secretly filmed video did allow her to treat an acquaintance to a few meals, but even if the car was shabby, it would still be much better than a few meals. Although she failed to fulfill her wish, at least she got a car for free. After a while, the vehicle arrived in front of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Su Qian was a little surprised to see that he came here, but then she was relieved. Bai Chu was a hidden scion of a big family, and he really couldn't give away those two cheap cars. Since it is a Mercedes-Benz, it would cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. It seems like I've made a lot of money this time. Entering the store, Su Muyu hurriedly came up to him. Mr. Bai, are you going to buy a car again? Bai Chu nodded and pointed at Su Qian behind him and said, buy her one. When Su Muyu saw Su Qian, she was even more shocked. Isn't this the woman who just broke up with her boyfriend in her store a few days ago? No wonder she broke up so decisively at that time. It turned out that she fell in love with Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai is really a wealthy man. He just bought a car and a house for his girlfriend a few days ago, and now he has found another girlfriend and gives her a car right away. She didn't dare to gossip too much, so she smiled and said, then I wonder what kind of car Mr. Bai wants to buy for his girlfriend this time? Bai Chu knew she had misunderstood when he heard this, and quickly explained, she is not my girlfriend, she just helped my girlfriend, and I bought the car to thank her. After saying that, he looked at Su Qian and said, choose the car you want. Hearing Bai Chu's nervous explanation, she sighed inwardly, but when she heard the next sentence, she suddenly became excited. You mean I can choose whatever I want? Of course, as long as there are people here, you can choose anyone you like. Although he didn't like this woman, she did him a big favor after all, and he also got Jincheng Culture Company because of her, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy. Thank you very much, Mr. Bai. Su Muyu's eyes turned red with envy when she heard this. Just for helping Mr. Bai's girlfriend, he gave her a luxury car? Although she was envious, she still smiled and said to Su Qian, Miss, please follow me. I will introduce you to the model you like. Miss Su, take her to look around. If you find someone you like, send me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you. I have to pick up my girlfriend from get off work soon, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he drove away. Su Qian walked around the store excitedly. Listening to Su Muyu's introduction, she felt extremely happy. It turned out that it was the right decision to break up with Zhao Yuanji. Otherwise, I would still be wasting time with him. If I follow him, I might never have the chance to drive these luxury cars in my lifetime. And now, I just lowered my dignity and did some small things, and I can choose those luxury cars that I never dared to think about before. In the end, she chose a model worth more than 2 million yuan. The reason I chose this price range is because I was afraid that if it was too expensive it would cause Bai Chu's dissatisfaction, and if it was too cheap I would be unwilling to accept it. More than 2 million is just right. After completing the formalities, Su Qian, who was sitting in the car, felt that at that moment, her status had been elevated to a higher level. At this time, Su Muyu asked curiously, by the way, Miss Su, can I ask what favor you have done for Miss Chen that made Mr. Bai give you such a valuable gift? Su Qian glanced at Su Muyu and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that this woman also had some thoughts, but how could she tell her? Bai Chu was joking. Xing Yu and I were classmates. He just wanted to thank me for taking care of Xing Yu during the past few years in college. Chapter 16 Onboarding. After Su Qian left, Su Muyu, who had been smiling, suddenly turned cold. She didn't believe what Su Qian said. It seemed that Mr. Bai was very unhappy with her attitude. Even if she was really a classmate of Miss Chen, their relationship would definitely not be very good. Moreover, a wealthy man like Mr. Bai would not bother to deceive her, so it must be that Su Qian helped Miss Chen in some way. Although I don't know what the favor is, considering Su Qian's identity, it certainly wouldn't be a big favor. Since it's not a big favor and Mr. Bai doesn't have a good impression of her, he can still generously give her a luxury car. It seems that Mr. Bai truly loves his girlfriend. If you want to get close to Mr. Bai, it seems that the right thing to do is to start with his girlfriend. Thinking of this, she suddenly had an idea. Bai Chu, who was driving on the road, suddenly thought of the previous task of the system, and couldn't help but feel curious about the prize for the other choice given by the system. He really wanted to know what else the system would give him besides 1 billion if he had chosen to take down Su Qian at that time. So he asked, "System, what is the mysterious gift package for choosing to take down Su Qian?" He thought the system would not answer, but unexpectedly the system answered very straightforwardly, "The host is half as short." Bai Chu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by half shorter?" "The time and physiological characteristics are half as short." Hearing this, Bai Chu felt a chill down his spine. "Fuck, system, you are such a dog. You actually want to trick me." "Fortunately, I have a strong will, otherwise my happiness for the rest of my life would be ruined." He said, "This damn system is called the sincerity system. Why would it instigate him to do things that would let down his true lover? It turns out that it is secretly doing bad things." As soon as Bai Chu arrived at the entrance of Jincheng Culture, he received a strange phone call. "Hello, Mr. Bai. I am Sun Yuhua, the boss of Jincheng Culture. You have just acquired our company. I wonder if you are free now. Before I leave, I would like to take you to the company to learn about the situation and do some work handover." "Sure, I'm at the entrance of Jincheng Culture now." Sun Yuhua was stunned when he heard this, and quickly said, "Please wait, I will come to pick you up now." He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. The gentleman just now spent more than twice the company's valuation to acquire the company, and he didn't even ask anyone to handle it himself. The process was frighteningly fast. But this incident shows how powerful Mr. Bai is. 10 minutes later, a BMW drove over from a distance, and a fat man in his 40s got out of the car and trotted to Bai Chu. "Hello, are you Mr. Bai Chu Bai?" He was a little curious when he saw Bai Chu for the first time, because Mr. Bai was not only very young, but also dressed very casually. He did not look like a wealthy man who could easily spend hundreds of millions of dollars. Bai Chu nodded and shook hands with the other party. "Then please, boss son, take me to familiarize myself with the environment." "No trouble, this is what I should do. By the way, boss son, can you please do me a favor?" Bai Chu then discussed a few words with Sun Yuhua. Afterwards, Sun Yuhua walked quickly into the company. Seeing Sun Yuhua suddenly arrive, all the employees immediately showed an appearance of working hard, secretly wondering in their hearts why this boss who almost never comes to the company suddenly came today. Everyone greeted him, but Sun Yuhua pretended not to see them and walked straight into the general manager's office. After a while, Bai Chu followed him in. The receptionist glanced at Bai Chu and said indifferently, "Isn't this Chen Xingyo's boyfriend?" "Sorry, our company does not allow outsiders to enter. If you want to wait for your girlfriend, you should wait outside." Even the front desk knew him. Apparently, the news that he had been sending Chen Xingyu to work these days had spread throughout the company. "I just got the job as an intern designer assistant in the company and I'm here to report for duty." The receptionist was a little surprised when he heard Bai Chu's words. Just then, the phone at the front desk rang. She picked it up for a moment and then put it down again. He glanced at Bai Chu with disdain and said, "Go in." "Designer assistant?" In their company, the entire design department is full of designers, which is considered the lowest position. "Isn't Chen Xingyu a designer?" But her status in the company is not as good as that of a receptionist like herself, and she can only do some miscellaneous work every day. And her boyfriend is even more amazing. He actually applied for the position of a designer assistant. Do all designers in their company need assistants? Thinking of this, she sneered inwardly. A person of this level still drives such a luxury car. What Manager Zhu said was right. He really rented it to show off because he was too proud. Seeing the receptionist's attitude towards him, it was conceivable that she would be even less likely to be nice to Qing Yu. Bai Chu glanced at her coldly and decided to open the door later. As soon as Bai Chu walked into the company, a human resources specialist came up to him and took him to a meeting room on the second floor. At this time, dozens of employees gathered in the conference room, and Sun Yuhua was standing in front and announcing to everyone, "Our company has been acquired by someone else. From today on, I am no longer the boss here. I don't know when the new boss will come. You can just ask Mr. Zhang for the specific situation." After saying that, he turned and left. As he passed Bai Chu, he nodded slightly. General Manager Zhang Yunhui had already received Sun Yuo's warning not to reveal Bai Chu's identity for the time being, so when he saw Bai Chu coming in, he did not show too much enthusiasm. He admonished everyone, "Our company has not been doing well recently. Many people have been with Mr. Sun for a long time, so even if Mr. Sun is dissatisfied, he will not make things too difficult for everyone. But now the company has been acquired by a new boss. No one knows what kind of personality and temper this new boss has, or even his identity. Therefore, I hope that starting from today, we can work harder to improve our Jincheng business. Otherwise, if the new boss is dissatisfied, no one can guarantee whether everyone can continue to stay in Jincheng." Hearing this, everyone in the conference room became slightly nervous. Then he smiled and said, "But don't worry, everyone. Just now our CEO Sun brought a message from the new boss. Starting from this month, the salary of all our employees will be increased by 20%. As soon as the words fell, the conference room burst into cheers. Although Jincheng Company is not big, the salary is still good in the entire industry, so almost no one is willing to leave. Now the salary has been increased by another 20%, which puts them at the top of the pyramid in the same industry in the entire mountain city. How can they not be excited?" Zhang Yunhui pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet. He turned to look at Bai Chu at the door, and said to everyone with a smile, "It just so happens that our company has hired a new employee today. While everyone is happy, I will introduce him to you." At this time, Bai Chu walked in from the door and stood next to Zhang Yunhui. Zhang Yunhui looked at Bai Chu with a big smile on his face. "This is our new colleague, Bai Chu, welcome everyone." There was a sudden applause from below, followed by whispers. "Hey, isn't this Chen Xingyou's boyfriend? Is it the boyfriend who drives a luxury car to pick her up from get off work every day? Didn't you say he was just a poor loser who rented a luxury car to show off? Why did Mr. Zhang introduce him personally? Is he related to Mr. Zhang? I don't know. Manager Zhu said so." Those who had often mocked Chen Xinyu before were now worried. Chen Xinyu was thinking about something with her head down when she suddenly heard the discussions of the people around her. She looked up in confusion and met Bai Chu's smiling gaze. She was startled in her heart, wondering why this guy came to the company. Bai Chu also smiled and greeted everyone. "Hello everyone, my name is Bai Chu, we will be colleagues from now on, please take care of me." Then he winked at Chen Xinyu again. Seeing his action, Zhang Yunhui asked curiously, Bai Chu, do you know that female colleague?" Bai Chu nodded. "She is my girlfriend." Zhang Yunhui was shocked and thought to himself that this was not good. There were nearly 100 employees in the company, and he seldom walked around the company, so he didn't know most of them. However, he could clearly see that this female employee didn't seem to have a very good relationship with her colleagues. "By the way, Mr. Zhang, I'm applying for the position of designer assistant. My girlfriend happens to be a designer, so why don't you let me be her assistant?" "Okay." Zhang Yunhui was about to agree, but suddenly realized, "Well, Bai Chu, although our company doesn't have a clear rule that office romance is not allowed, it's still not a good idea. How about this?" Bai Chu did not object when he heard this, and nodded. "Then I wonder which designer would like me to be his assistant?" The designers in the design department below all looked at each other strangely, but no one said anything. Bai Chu spread his hands and said, "Mr. Zhang, look, they don't want me." Zhang Yunhui pretended to be very embarrassed and said, "Okay, but you should be careful about your words and actions and don't affect other colleagues." After saying that, he looked at everyone and said, "That's it, let's adjourn the meeting." After he left, the conference room suddenly became lively. Many people were discussing the new boss's salary increase, and many people were also discussing Bai Chu's affairs. However, they were more worried about whether Bai Chu had any relationship with Zhang Yunhui. At this moment, the HR specialist who brought Bai Chu in brought Bai Chu to where everyone in the design department was. She looked at Chen Xinyu and said, "Chen Xinyu, Bai Chu will be your assistant from now on. You can just tell him if you have any work in the future." Chen Xinyu was stunned. I. She looked extremely embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 17. I don't want to get out. I haven't even gotten started with serious work and can only do odd jobs. Now I've found an assistant to help me with the chores. She glared at Bai Chu angrily, wondering in her heart why this guy thought of coming here to apply for the job. Isn't this just making things difficult for her? Xingyu, congratulations. Colleagues around me congratulated me, some genuinely and some fakely. The reason why they didn't ridicule the two of them was that they were afraid that Bai Chu really had a relationship with Zhang Yunhui. The HR specialist smiled and said, "By the way, I think everyone has misunderstood. Bai Chu has nothing to do with Mr. Zhang. He just happened to be hired by our HR department today. He asked for a very low salary, and I saw that your design department was too busy, so I hired him." After saying that, she looked at Bai Chu nervously. Seeing Bai Chu gave her a satisfied smile, she walked out excitedly. After the HR specialist left, the group's attitude suddenly changed and they began to ridicule Bai Chu and Chen Xingyu. Bai Chu sneered and wrote down all the people who mocked them. Xu Changshan, the manager of the design department, looked at Bai Chu with disdain and said, "Since you are a member of the design department, all the miscellaneous work of the design department will be handed over to you in the future." Seeing that Bai Chu ignored him, he snorted coldly, "If you want to pass the internship smoothly, then be diligent, otherwise our design department does not need trash." After saying that, he looked at the dozen or so employees in the design department and gave them some passionate encouragement. "We have recently received a new product promotion project from Qinmeng Pharmaceutical. As long as we do a good job on this project, we will definitely be praised by the new boss, so I hope everyone can work hard in the next few days." After saying that, a group of people walked excitedly towards the office area. After everyone left, Chen Xingyu looked at Bai Chu angrily. "Bai Chu, what do you want to do? Why did you come here?" Bai Chu took her hand tenderly. "I heard someone bullied you at work, so I came to see you." "I said you are my woman, no one can bully you." "No one bullies me." Chen Xingyu was deeply moved, but thinking that Bai Chu was just a designer assistant, who not only could not help her but might also be implicated by her, she denied it in a low voice. "I can tell if anyone is bullying you by looking for myself. Let us go over and work." The two came to the design department and saw a group of colleagues with excited faces sitting at their desks and talking. Bai Chu looked at Chen Xingyu and asked, "You, where is your desk?" I didn't." Chen Xingyu said a little embarrassedly. "You are also a designer, why do they have it but you don't?" "I had it before, but manager Zhu said I didn't have any sales, so he took it away." Bai Chu nodded, his face a little cold. "Ha, she has been working for several months and hasn't even come up with a design plan. Is she worthy of having a desk?" "That's right. Now she has been given an assistant. It's hilarious." The two colleagues next to him couldn't help but sneer. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyu quickly retorted, "The manager has never assigned me any tasks, so what should I do?" "TSK, don't you know why I don't assign you any tasks?" "Okay, stop talking nonsense. The water in the water dispenser is used up. Go and change a bucket. And make me a cup of coffee later. And please help us pick up today's delivery. Now that you have an assistant, it's a good opportunity for you to go together." Chen Xingyu's face was full of dissatisfaction, but after thinking about it, she turned around and prepared to do it. Bai Chu stopped her, looked at the people who were talking and said angrily, "Don't you have hands? Can't you do your own things? Ha, can't you see that we are all working? You two are the only two in the entire design department who are idle. We are trying to find something for you to do. We don't keep idle people in the design department. If you don't want to do it, just leave." A male colleague sneered sarcastically. Chen Xingyu is the most beautiful one in their entire design department. Many male colleagues are interested in her. Now she has a boyfriend who is not as good as themselves. How can they not be jealous? "Oh? This company belongs to you? If you tell us to leave, we'll leave. Who the hell do you think you are? Humph, you dare to scold me? You are such an uncultured person, I don't know why the company hired you." The male colleague said with gritted teeth. Others also followed suit and began to blame Bai Chu. Chen Xingyu pulled his arm and said, "Bai Chu, let's stop arguing. If it really doesn't work, we can just not do it here. There's no need to get angry with them." She could tolerate these colleagues bullying her, but when she saw so many people targeting Bai Chu, she felt inexplicably angry. Hearing Chen Xingyu speak for him, Bai Chu's face instantly regained its smile. "Why should we leave? If anyone wants to leave, it should be them who leave." At this moment, Zhu Changshan, the manager of the design department, walked out of the office. He looked at Bai Chu coldly and said, "What are you arguing about? Do you still want to work? If you don't want to work, get out now." He pointed at Bai Chu and said, "You can leave now. We don't want you in the design department." Then he looked at Chen Xingyu and said, "Chen Xingyu, our company has a new boss now. The salary of the company is hard to find in the whole Shanchang. As long as everyone works together, the company's prospects will be very good. I advise you not to think too much at this time. Also, as someone who has been through this, I would like to advise you to be discerning when choosing a boyfriend. Some people are simply not worthy of you and will only affect your future. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Zhu. I won't bother you to worry about my relationship problems. If you fire Bai Chu, I will go with him. Chen Xingyu said with a firm look on her face. You. Zhu Changshan was a little angry. He threatened with a gloomy face, although our company is not big, I still know a lot of colleagues in this place in Shansheng. If you leave here, you may have a hard time finding a job in the entire industry in the future. Manager Zhu, how could you do this? You are going too far. Is that too much? Let me tell you, reality is so cruel, so you should think about the consequences before making a decision. Xu Changshan said very arrogantly. At worst we can do something else. Bai Chu, let's go. Chen Xingyu pulled Bai Chu and was about to walk out. But she found that Bai Chu didn't move at all, so she could no longer control the grievance in her heart, and her eyes turned red in an instant, just when she was about to cry. Bai Chu gently held her in his arms. Don't cry. He turned to look at Zhu Changshan. Who the hell do you think you are? Does the company belong to you? You can just let me go when you say so? You, you're not leaving, right? Go call the security guard. Xu Changshan instructed an employee. After a while, 2 security guards came in. Who is causing trouble? Xu Changshan pointed at Bai Chu and said, this man has been fired. Get him out right away. One of the security guards was about to walk towards Bai Chu with a rubber stick, while the other security guard's expression changed instantly when he saw Bai Chu's appearance. Shit, isn't this the young man that Boss Sun was so polite to outside before? He grabbed the security guard who was about to step forward. Smiling, he walked up to Bai Chu and asked, hello, can I ask what happened? Bai Chu didn't say anything, and Chen Xingyu recounted what had happened before in a crying voice. Hearing this, the bodyguard's expression changed instantly. He turned to look at Zhu Changshan. Manager Zhu, you are going too far. People were not fired at all. Why did you ask us to kick him out? And I think what this brother said is right, you look wretched overall, and you often bully female colleagues in the company. Don't think I don't know. Chapter 18. Let's fire him. Hearing this, Zhu Changshuan's face changed drastically. He shouted angrily, what do you mean? You are a security guard, why are you talking to me like this? You don't want to do this anymore, right? Although I'm just a security guard, I only listen to the boss and Mr. Zhang. Do you have the final say on whether I want to work or not? Don't take yourself too seriously. After saying that, he looked at Bai Chu again. Bai Chu, if you have anything to say, just let me know. Although we are security guards, we also have our own bottom line. After saying that, he pulled another security guard, who looked confused, out of the design department. Brother Zhang, what are you doing? He's the design department manager. If he tells Mr. Zhang, we'll really be fired. I heard from the front desk that the company is going to increase wages, and I don't want to leave. I just saved your life, otherwise you would be in trouble. I warn you, from now on, we will do whatever Bai Chu tells us to do you hear me? Why? You'll know later. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. After the security guards left, Zhu Changshan was almost angry to death. Usually, these 2 security guards were very enthusiastic when they saw him. He didn't expect that they would help others when he asked them to do something. Later he must find an opportunity to ask Mr. Zhang to fire these 2 bastards. Bai Chu said sarcastically, see? Even the security guard knows that you are not a good person. I think you are the one who should leave this company. I'm leaving? You know I've been here since the company was founded. How much I've contributed to the company over the years. How can a mere designer assistant like you understand? You're not leaving, right? Fine, go call the HR department over here. I want to ask them what kind of weirdo they hired. When the HR lady heard that the new employee and manager Zhu were arguing, she didn't dare to delay at all and hurried over. When she saw Bai Chu's cold eyes, her heart was pounding. This was trouble. This bastard Zhu Changshan actually offended the new boss. If he got angry and withdrew the previous decision to increase wages, it would harm all the employees in the company. Just as she was about to explain to Bai Chu, she heard Zhu Changshan coldly say, Zhou Feng, what the hell are you doing with the HR department? How could you recruit such uneducated garbage? I'm telling you clearly now, we don't want this person in our design department, fire him immediately. Zhou Feng was already angry when she heard Zhu Changshan dare to call the new boss trash. She was so scared that her scalp went numb. She no longer cared about what kind of manager Zhu Changshan was. She pointed at his nose and cursed, "Zhu Changshan, who are you calling trash? The employees we recruit naturally go through strict assessments. If you think there is a problem with our work, why don't we let you do it? Also, as for whether Bai Chu's character is bad or not, I haven't noticed it, but Manager Zhu, your character is really bad. As a company leader, you insult employees at will. I will definitely report it to President Zhang truthfully." Hearing this, Zhu Changshan was completely stunned. Did this little girl take the wrong medicine? She actually dared to talk to him like this. I am a veteran and core member of this company, but a mere employee who can be replaced at any time actually contradicts me in public? Okay, I think this guy is clearly related to you, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. You guys just wait, I'm going to find Mr. Zhang now. After Zhu Changshan finished speaking, he walked towards Zhang Yunhui's office. At this time, Rong Yao, the marketing manager, came over. He was a little surprised to see Zhu Changshan with an angry face. What's wrong, Mr. Zhu? The new boss just gave us a raise, we should be happy, why are you still so angry? No matter what happens, put it aside. Qin Meng is already urging you to do it. You should hurry up these few days and try to finish the plan before the end of the month. I tell you, I spent a lot of time to negotiate this deal. If you cause trouble for me, I will never forgive you. Zhu Changshan nodded. Don't worry, I promise to satisfy the other party about the plan. Lao Rong, you came at the right time, please judge for me. The HR department directly stuffed a designer assistant into our design department. It would have been fine if this guy didn't listen to the instructions, but he actually scolded me in public. Do you think I should fire him? But this HR person actually blamed me. Upon hearing this, Rong Yao looked at Bai Chu and his brows frowned instantly. Isn't this new employee the one that Mr. Zhang personally introduced in the conference room just now? However, it is no wonder that Lao Zhu was so angry when a new employee cursed the department manager on his first day at work. Even if it were me, I would definitely not be able to tolerate it. Zhou Feng, what's going on? He's just a new employee. How could you make old Zhu so angry? Manager Rong, don't listen to his nonsense. Bai Chu didn't scold him at all. I heard him scolding Bai Chu as soon as I arrived. Now he is accusing me of using my connections to recruit Bai Chu. Humph, if that's the case, then go find Mr. Zhang and ask for justice. Rong Yao was a little angry when he heard this. Zhou Feng, this is a critical time for Qinmeng Pharmaceuticals' order. I don't want such a small matter to affect the work of the design department. Otherwise, if it affects the smooth progress of this order, you can't afford the consequences. Hearing Rong Yao's words, Zhu Changshan looked very proud. But Zhou Feng didn't listen to his threats at all. What order or no order? No matter how important it was, could it be more important than the new boss? This new boss is no ordinary person. I heard that he bought the company at twice the price. He is not short of money at all. Now it seems that he is just venting his anger for his girlfriend. Manager Rong, it doesn't matter if your order is given to me. He insulted the employees and slandered my character at will. This matter cannot be let go like this. Rong Yao was immediately choked with anger. Okay, you guys are good at personnel, right? Then I'll go ask Mr. Zhang whether your business is more important or our order is more important. After saying that, he slammed the door and left angrily. Wait and see. When Mr. Zhang comes, you will know whether I, the design manager, am more important or you, the personnel manager, are more important. Zhu Changshan looked at Zhou Feng with disdain. Zhou Feng ignored him and looked at Bai Chu cautiously. Bai Chu, what happened? Someone is bullying my girlfriend, he said coldly. Then he swept his eyes over all the people in the design department. It doesn't matter what job you do to me, but I will never allow anyone to bully my girlfriend. If anyone among you bullies my girlfriend, I don't want to work with him. Now, I want to ask, are there any of you who have never ridiculed or bullied Chen Qingyu? Do you think it is wrong to ask her to do some work that is not hers every day? If so, please raise your hand. I am willing to be your colleague. After he finished speaking, he looked quietly at the dozen or so people in the design department. But suddenly there were bursts of sneers and merciless sarcasm coming from below. Bai Chu was a little disappointed. Not one? At this time, two people raised their hands cautiously. But when he saw the looks from his colleagues around him, one of them retracted his hand. At this time, the girl who had retracted her hand suddenly looked at her mobile phone, then looked at Zhou Feng with some surprise. Seeing Zhou Feng trying to wink at her, she took a deep breath and raised her hand again. Seeing that someone actually raised his hand, Zhu Changshan looked very displeased. Why, you think it's my fault too? No, I just think that since we hired someone who was a designer, he should just do his job well. Anyway, I won't do a job that doesn't belong to me," said a male colleague who looked like a college graduate calmly. Really? Then I'll remember you. Zhu Changshan threatened and looked at the other girl. And you? I think what the manager did was wrong. Oh? What's wrong with me? Zhu Changshan asked in a cold tone. The girl nodded timidly a few times, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. At this moment, Bai Chu smiled and said, "Not bad, there are still two normal ones, so congratulations." Just then, Rong Yao walked in from outside in a panic, and the look he gave Bai Chu no longer had that condescending look as before. It was so terrible that the person in front of him turned out to be his new boss. He was extremely panicked at the moment. Chapter 19 All opened for me. He was about to say something when Bai Chu looked at him and said, "Manager Rong, please help me go to your marketing department and do a count to see if there is anyone who has mocked or insulted my girlfriend before. If there is, give the list directly to Zhou Feng and do a careful count." Okay, I'll go right away." Seeing Rong Yao like this, Zhu Changshan suddenly had a bad idea in his mind, and quickly asked, "Old Rong, what do you mean?" Then Rong Yao simply ignored him. His colleague of so many years was worthless in front of his career, and he didn't want to be implicated by this guy. "Zhou Feng, go and invite Mr. Zhang over." Okay. Zhou Feng trotted away. At this time, the entire design department was completely uneasy, and they had a bad premonition in their hearts. Soon, Zhang Yunhui walked into the design department. Bai Chu didn't say any nonsense. "Boss Zhang, fire everyone in the entire design department except those two people." Mr. Bai, this is not good, right? Although Bai Chu was the boss, the operation of their company mainly depends on the design department. If all these people are fired, how can the company continue to operate? Why, Mr. Zhang also wants to speak for him. No, that's not it. Mr. Bai, you misunderstood. I'm just afraid that firing these people like this will affect the normal operation of the company. When everyone heard Zhang Yunhui calling Bai Chu Boss Bai, they now understood that the Bai Chu they had been mocking was the new boss who had just bought the entire company. How is this possible? Didn't T-Manager Zhu say that Bai Chu's car was rented and that he was just a poor loser? How did he suddenly become the new boss? They reacted instantly and apologized quickly. "Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, we didn't know you were the new boss. It was all our fault before. We won't dare to do it again. Please don't fire us." "Yes, Mr. Bai, we know we were wrong, and what Mr. Zhang said is right. If you fire us all, our design department will be finished. This will affect the operation of the company. Please give us a chance and let us make up for our sins." Bai Chu sneered. "Who said they were all fired? Aren't there still two left? Also, I just bought this company casually. Even if it really goes bankrupt, I don't care at all, but no one can bully my girlfriend. And I can tell you clearly that the reason I bought this company is to vent my anger on Yu. Since you dare to bully Yu, I am merciful not to let you pay the price. Now, get out of here." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yunhui immediately shut his mouth. He knew that it was useless to continue persuading his boss, and it would only make him angry. The design department employees and manager Zhu were completely panicked. It seemed that Bai Chu was determined to fire them. Moreover, Bai Chu's words implied that he was not short of money at all and was probably the young master of a big family. If they could follow such a boss, their future prospects would be obvious, but now all this has nothing to do with them. "Boss Bai, I was impulsive before and said and did the wrong things. Please give me a chance to make amends for my many years of dedication to the company. I just took over a project recently. If you leave me, this project will definitely fail." Zhu Changshan lowered his head and said pleadingly, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? This company is dispensable to me, and you still want to threaten me with a project? As for your contribution to the company, it has nothing to do with me. If you feel dissatisfied, you can go to Boss Sun. Boss Zhang, stop talking nonsense and fire them all. Please don't fire me, Mr. Bai. It was Zhu Changshan who ordered us to do this. He wanted to take advantage of Chen Xingyu, but was rejected, so he ordered us to exclude Miss Chen. Yes, this is what Zhu Changshan asked us to do. He is the manager and we dare not disobey him. He even took advantage of me before. Ah, you guys are really brave. Let me tell you, with my qualifications, I can find a better company even if I leave this company. I wanted to take you to a better platform, but you actually dared to frame me. Humph. Zhu Changshan looked at the group of employees angrily, then looked at Bai Chu. Boss Bai, I hope you really don't care about the life and death of this company. Whether you care or not, since you insist on driving me away today, I have no choice but to join your opponent. Ha, I wish you good luck, Boss Bai. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Bai Chu looked at the two security guards at the door and said, "Stop him." Two security guards went straight up and pressed Zhu Changshan against the wall. They were extremely excited at this moment. They didn't expect that this person would be their new boss. It really made their bet right. What are you doing? Let me go. What? You want to leave so easily and go to another company? Ha ha. Bai Chu sneered and turned to look at Zhang Yunhui. Boss Zhang, check him carefully to see if he has done anything harmful to the company over the years. Also check the reports of him harassing female employees. It would be best if you could send him to jail for me. Yes, Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I'll have someone do it right away. When Zhu Changshan heard this, he was completely panicked and was taken away by two security guards. Bai Chu looked at the group of design department employees and said, "Alright, I don't want to make things difficult for you, so just resign." Thinking of Zhu Changshuan's end, they dared not have any other thoughts and walked out dejectedly. At this time, Rong Yao also came over with a list. Because the ordinary employees of the marketing department and the design department rarely interacted with each other, except for a few busybodies, there was almost no one who laughed at Chen Xingyu. Bai Chu glanced at the list and said, "There are only two of them. Let's find a way to fire them." "Okay, Mr. Bai, I'll do it right away." After everyone left, Chen Xingyu looked at Bai Chu with dazed eyes. She had never thought that the man in front of her could be so good to her. He actually bought the entire company just to vent her anger because someone bullied her. If he was a disciple of a big family, it would be understandable, but Bai Chu earned his money by luck. He must have withdrawn all his money from the stock market to buy this company. How could he be so stupid and treat himself so well? Seeing the lovely girl beside him looking at him with red eyes, Bai Chu gently rubbed her head. "Didn't I help you vent your anger? Why are you crying again? Cheer up and smile. Why are you so nice to me? Because I like you, and you are my woman. If I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well?" After hearing this, Chen Xingyu could no longer control herself and threw herself into Bai Chu's arms. "Wu, am I really worthy of you treating me like this?" Ding, it is detected that the true object's favorability towards the host has increased by 20 points. The current favorability is 80 points. Ding, since the true love is very touched by the host's behavior, a reward package is given. Would the host like to use it immediately? Use. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced singing skills, proficiency in various musical instruments, and top-level arranging skills. Hearing the system prompt, Bai Chu was overjoyed. The favorability increased by 20 points at once. Bai Chu thought about it and decided that since Chen Xingyu's favorability towards him had reached 80 points, that meant that she must also like him. It seemed that he could prepare to formally confess his feelings to her and make her his real girlfriend. In this way, I can do it openly without any guilt. Moreover, he gave me 3 skills at once. In this way, if I make my debut, wouldn't it be easy for me to become a top star in Xia country? Thinking of this, Bai Chu's mouth corners slowly curled up. Chen Xingyu cried for a while, then wiped her tears and asked, "Did you spend all the money you earned by buying this company?" "That's about right." Bai Chu said casually that actually this company was given to him for free by the system, but he didn't have to spend a penny. He wanted to spend money, but unfortunately he didn't have the chance. Chen Xingyu heard this and said with a firm face, I will definitely work hard in the future to help you manage the company and will never let it go bankrupt." Bai Chu originally wanted to say that it was just a broken company and let it go bankrupt. He had no interest in running it anyway. However, seeing Chen Xingyu's stubborn expression, he nodded. Since Chen Xingyu liked it, it would be good to let her have something to do. You are so kind to me. I don't know anything about design and I'm worried about what to do. From now on, the company will rely on you. Bai Chu lowered his head and kissed Chen Xingyu on the face. Chen Xingyu blushed, this is the company, someone is watching. Bai Chu was in a good mood. He pulled Chen Qingyu to the conference room and instructed the staff beside him as he walked, "Go and ask Mr. Zhang to gather all the employees to the conference room. Everyone must come. Chapter 20 Be My Girlfriend." Soon, all the employees of Jincheng Culture gathered in the conference room, more than 60 people in total. Everyone looked at Bai Chu nervously. This new boss fired nearly 20 people right after he took office. At this moment, everyone was very nervous, afraid that the new boss would find another reason to fire someone. Bai Chu didn't waste any words and spoke directly. "I'm calling everyone here to announce two things. First, I'm going to appoint Chen Qingyu as the manager of the design department. As for the lack of staff in the design department, the HR department will immediately publish a recruitment information. The salary will be the same as yours, and it will be increased by 20% on the original basis. In addition, as long as you are successfully hired, everyone can get shares of the company after signing the contract." What? We can actually get shares in the company? Everyone below was shocked when they heard this. Bai Chu continued, "The second thing is that I have decided to take out 30% of the shares and distribute them equally to everyone. Every employee who has signed a contract with our company will have one." "Bai, Mr. Bai, are you telling the truth?" Zhang Yunhui looked at Bai Chu in disbelief. Even Chen Qingyu didn't expect Bai Chu to make such a decision, but after a little thought she understood Bai Chu's approach. The company is now in a very critical situation, and Bai Chu doesn't know how to run it. If it continues like this, it will soon go bankrupt. By distributing shares to everyone, the company will belong to every employee in a sense. They will all become shareholders of the company and naturally do not want to see their company go bankrupt. Therefore, everyone will work with full dedication. Of course. Ask someone to draft an agreement next time. Not only that, I will also give out another 15% of the shares as a reward for employees who make contributions to the company in the future. No matter what position you are in, as long as you perform well, you will have the opportunity to get it." As soon as Bai Chu finished speaking, loud cheers rang out in the conference room. After his actions, the atmosphere in the company changed instantly. Everyone had a smile on their face and worked more seriously than ever before. Bai Chu left the company directly. When it was almost time to get off work, Bai Chu drove to the company again. The difference from before was that now everyone looked at him with respect and awe on their faces, and nodded and greeted him. Bai Chu smiled and nodded to everyone. He waited in front of the door for half an hour but didn't see Chen Qingyu come out, so he walked in and found that she was sitting in front of the computer with two design department employees, busy at work. Seeing Bai Chu coming in, the two employees quickly called out, "Mr. Bai." Bai Chu waved at them, "It's already time to get off work, why are you still here? If others don't know, they'll think I'm exploiting my employees. Go back and have a rest, my company won't allow overtime in the future." "Yes, Mr. Bai." The two of them immediately packed up and left in a hurry. Chen Qingyu looked at Bai Chu with dissatisfaction. "What are you doing?" "Today I handed over to Manager Rong. The order from Qin Meng Company needs to be completed within a week. If this order is completed, it can bring tens of millions of profits to the company. Now there are only 3 of us in the design department. How can we complete it if we don't work overtime?" Bai Chu reached out and closed the notebook in front of her. "It's just an order. If you have to work overtime because of it, then I'd rather not have it. Well, just do your best. Now it's time to get off work. Let's go back quickly." Having said that, without Chen Qingyu's objection, he picked her up in a princess hug and walked outside. "Don't be like this, there are still people in the company who haven't left?" Chen Qingyu's face flushed as she buried her head in Bai Chu's chest. "Don't worry, they won't see it." Sure enough, all the employees passing by turned their faces away. Just after putting Chen Qingyu into the car, Zhang Yunhui walked out of the company. "Hello, Mr. Bai. You're leaving at this time." Zhang Yunhui felt somewhat fortunate that he had worked a little longer, otherwise he would have left earlier than Director Bai, and it would have been troublesome if he had made Director Bai unhappy. Bai Chu frowned. "Lao Zhang, why are you working overtime as a general manager?" Mr. Bai, you're joking. How can I leave work early when you're working overtime?" Bai Chu was a little unhappy when he heard this. "Why am I working overtime? Isn't it because of my family Yu that I can't go home so late? Announce a rule to me when I go to work tomorrow. From now on, no one is allowed to work overtime. You must leave the company within half an hour after get off work, otherwise you will be fired directly." In the past, he was often exploited by his boss at work and had to work overtime without pay every day. He had long hated those capitalists. Now that he was rich, he would never be like those guys. After Bai Chu walked away, Zhang Yunhui wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Damn, I tried to flatter someone but ended up hitting the horse's leg. Sigh, it seems I can't use traditional thinking to guess about this new boss anymore." As soon as they returned home, Shen Xingyu saw a table full of dishes, all of which were her favorites. Her eyes instantly turned red again. Seeing that she wanted to cry again, Bai Chu hurriedly urged her, "Go wash your hands and prepare to eat." While eating, Shen Xingyu thought about everything that had happened in the past few days since she met Bai Chu. She felt both happy and bitter. At this moment, the lights in the restaurant suddenly went out, and then colorful lights came on, illuminating the entire restaurant with a festive atmosphere. Shen Xingyu looked at Bai Chu with some confusion. But I found that Bai Chu took out a guitar from somewhere, and saw his fingers lightly plucking the strings, and a melodious music sounded. Shen Xingyu was a little surprised. She didn't expect Bai Chu to play the guitar so well. Bai Chu looked at her tenderly and began to sing slowly. "I heard your voice and it gave me a special feeling. I love you like a mouse loves rice. As long as I can make you happy, I am willing to do anything to love you like this." As Bai Chu's singing stopped, Shen Xingyu could no longer control her emotions, and tears welled up in her eyes. She stood up suddenly and threw herself into Bai Chu's arms. Seeing this, Bai Chu threw the guitar in his hand aside and reached out to hold it. Wu, why are you so nice to me? Why? Do you know how scared I am when you do this? I'm afraid this is all a dream, and when I wake up, there will be nothing left." Bang! With a crisp sound, Bai Chu slapped Shen Xingyu on the butt. Why did you hit me? Does it hurt?" "Somewhat. If it hurts, then it's not a dream." Then, Bai Chu said solemnly, "Shen Xingyu, I like you, be my girlfriend." Although they have already done what a girlfriend can do, and have done it many times, the necessary form still has to be followed. Shen Xingyu was silent for a while, and finally looked at Bai Chu as if she had made up her mind. "I want to tell you about my life experience. If you still want me to be your girlfriend after listening to it, then I agree." Bai Chu shook his head. "No need. No matter who you are, I have the same attitude." Well, what if this offends a very powerful person? Chapter 21 Ex-Boyfriend. I don't care. As soon as Bai Chu finished speaking, Shen Xingyu burst into tears of joy. "Okay, I do." After saying that, she put her arms around Bai Chu's neck and kissed him directly. Feeling the warmth on his lips, Bai Chu felt very comfortable. This is the first time I have seen Shen Xingyu take the initiative. To be honest, in this kind of situation, it feels better when the other party takes the initiative. He didn't even bother to clear the table. He carried Shen Xingyu directly towards the room. During the day, Su Qian had made him so angry that he was completely irritated. He had to vent all this anger on Shen Xingyu. Moreover, now that they are in a real boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, he no longer feels guilty about exercising and he must enjoy himself tonight. The next morning, Shen Xingyu felt sore all over as she looked at the energetic Bai Chu in front of her, and said in a depressed tone, "I stayed up so late yesterday, how come you are still so energetic?" She had read in books before that there were only cows that died of exhaustion but no land that was damaged by plowing. But this guy had plowed the land so many times that he could hardly bear it anymore, so how could he act like nothing had happened? Hearing this, Bai Chu puffed out his chest with pride. "Of course, how can I give you happiness in the future if I'm not in good health?" Shen Xingyu blushed when she heard that and spat softly. "It's all your fault. You made me get up so late. Let's go. You'll be late for work." After saying that, she walked out with Bai Chu's arm in arm with a happy look on her face. With the generous treatment offered by Bai Chu, Shen Xingyu's design department soon recruited 10 people. After several days of hard work, she finally completed the order for Qinmeng Pharmaceutical. Chen Xingyu happily came to Bai Chu with the prepared plan. Looking at the thick stack of documents, although Bai Chu didn't know whether it was good or not, he still praised her with satisfaction. "Xiao Bai, I have an appointment with the person in charge of Qin Meng's company to meet tomorrow to discuss in detail. How about you accompany me?" Hearing this name, Bai Chu felt a little unhappy. Can you change the name?" Shen Xingyu thought about it, then call you Chu Chu? Forget it, Xiao Bai is Xiao Bai. This was Chen Xingyu's first time meeting a client, so she was inevitably nervous. Bai Chu naturally wanted to go along, so he agreed decisively. The next day, the two drove to a cafe. After sitting down and waiting for a while, a handsome man in a suit came over. Hello, I am Wang Yida from Qinmeng Pharmaceutical. May I ask if you are the person in charge of Jincheng culture? Hearing this voice, Chen Xingyu, who had originally lowered her head, suddenly straightened her body and slowly raised her head. Seeing Chen Xingyu's face, Wang Yida was obviously surprised. Huh? Why is it you? When Chen Xingyu saw that it was Wang Yida, her face turned pale, but thinking of her job, she still said with a stiff upper lip, yeah, I didn't expect it to be you, Manager Wang. We are now in a cooperative relationship, so let us take a look at our plan. Wang Yida ignored her words and laughed. I heard that you jumped into the river to commit suicide. I was a little bit self-blaming, but I didn't expect that you are not only alive and well, but also became the design manager of Jincheng culture. I am really surprised. Chen Xingyu took a deep breath and said, let's not talk about the past. Hearing their conversation, Bai Chu felt unhappy. Yu, who is he? Before Chen Xingyu spoke, Wang Yida looked at Bai Chu in surprise, then sneered, I thought he was your driver. Seeing how he addressed you, is he your boyfriend? Yes, my boyfriend Bai Chu. Chen Xingyu did not hide anything. Chen Xingyu, I always thought you were an infatuated woman, but now it seems that I underestimated you. You found another boyfriend right after being dumped. I felt a little guilty for dumping you, but it turned out that I was just being sentimental. Bai Chu's face darkened instantly. So you are the bastard who made Yu sad for so many days. Then he smiled softly, but speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had such good luck to meet Yu. Indeed, if Wang Yida had not dumped Chen Xingyu, the original owner would not have died of excitement, he would not have traveled through time and space, and would not have the system. Although he hated Wang Yida, in a sense, this guy was still his lucky star. Thinking of this, his anger dissipated a lot. Hearing Bai Chu's words, Wang Yida's face was full of sarcasm. Good luck? I'm afraid this is not good luck but a disaster for you. Since you are so pitiful, let me remind you that Chen Xingyu is very noble. Even if you are her boyfriend, she will never let you touch her. Not only that, the trouble behind her will drag you into an irretrievable situation. If you don't want to die, then leave her quickly. Otherwise, why do you think I dumped her? Do you think she can be interested in you in your situation? It's ridiculous. Bai Chu was not angry when he heard this, but directly grabbed Chen Xingyu's hand. He looked at Wang Yida with a smug look on his face and said, thank you for your reminder, Mr. Wang. But I may disappoint you. Yu and I have already lived together. As for the trouble you mentioned, you don't have to worry about it, Mr. Wang. I, Bai Chu, don't care. Wang Yida looked at Chen Xingyu in disbelief. Seeing that the other party did not deny it, he instantly became angry. This bitch, when they were together before, she wouldn't let me touch anything except holding hands. He always thought that she took this very seriously because of her upbringing, but he didn't expect that she was lying to him. He slammed the table and stood up. Chen Xingyu, you have always pretended to be a chaste woman in front of me, but I didn't expect you to be such a slut. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Chu grabbed his collar and said, you're looking for death. Xiao Bai, let him go. Chen Xingyu quickly grabbed Bai Chu. Bai Chu sighed inwardly. As expected, Chen Xingyu still hadn't forgotten this ex-boyfriend. He snorted coldly and let go of Wang Yida. Chen Xingyu looked at Wang Yida with a cold expression. We are here to discuss cooperation, Mr. Wang. Please don't bring your personal emotions into work. Talk about cooperation? You are not worthy enough. He looked at Bai Chu angrily again. Boy, you probably don't know how much trouble you have caused. Just wait for death. After saying that, he snorted coldly and turned away. Chen Xingyu kept her head down and didn't say a word. The expression on her face showed that she was in great pain. It was not until she returned to the company gate that she looked at Bai Chu with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, not only did I mess up the company's project, but I may also have caused you huge trouble. Bai Chu, how about we? Bai Chu interrupted her directly and said with a serious expression, don't ever have such thoughts again. Also, I've said it before, it's just a company, it's worthless compared to you. After hearing Bai Chu's words, Chen Xingyu could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. She turned around and threw herself into Bai Chu's arms and started crying. Ding, the true lover's favorability towards the host has increased by 5 points, and the current favorability is 85 points. Ding, the system has detected that the true lover is very touched by the host's behavior, and has specially awarded a gift package. Would the host like to open it? Chapter 22 Peiyuan Pill. Open it. Bai Chu was delighted and said without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Peiyuan pills. Would the host like to take them immediately? Peiyuan pill? System, what are the effects of Peiyuan pill? Peiyuan Dan strengthens the body and improves the body's functions at the cellular level. Although Bai Chu didn't understand what the concept meant at the cellular level, it sounded very cool. My own physical condition is already very strong now, so I don't need to use so many of them. I just don't know if I can give them to others. Thinking of this, he quickly asked, System, can this Peiyuan Dan be taken out and given to others to take? You can use the host's things however you want, but the effect of Peiyuan Dan is too strong. An ordinary person's body cannot withstand the energy of one pill. Hearing the system's words, Bai Chu was delighted. This was great. After giving it to Yu at night, wouldn't he be able to exercise more freely in the future? He. Chen Xingyu, who was crying with emotion, suddenly heard Bai Chu's obscene laughter. She stopped crying immediately and looked up at Bai Chu with a puzzled look on her face. You, what are you laughing at? You don't want to be here, do you? After saying this, her originally pale face instantly turned red. Forehead. Bai Chu was stunned for a moment, then reacted and thought to himself that this was a good suggestion. Well, is it okay? But you big-headed ghost, huh? Chen Xingyu quickly opened the car door and walked out. Manager Rong and his team worked so hard to get this client, and now I've messed it up. I have to go explain this to him. After saying that, she walked into the company without looking back. Bai Chu looked bored. He immediately opened the system and took out 10 Peiyuan pills. Peiyuan Dan is milky white all over, and each pill is the size of a marble. It exudes a faint fragrance that makes people feel refreshed as soon as they smell it. He picked up one and put it into his mouth. He wanted to feel the effect of this Peiyuan pill. The Peiyuan pill melted in the mouth and flowed into the esophagus like a warm current. After a moment, a burning sensation rose from within his body and finally spread to every inch of his skin. Even with his current physical strength, it seemed unbearable. It took a full 10 minutes for the feeling to gradually disappear, and his body felt as if it had been massaged from head to toe several times by the best masseur. He felt indescribably light and refreshed. System, open the panel. Host, Bai Chu. Age, 26. Physical fitness, 132. Skills, top-notch cooking, advanced singing, proficiency in musical instruments, top-notch arrangement. True love, Chen Xingyu. Age, 22. Favorability towards the host, 85. Rebate rate, 8.5. It's really amazing. One pill can actually increase my physical fitness by 20 points. My current physical fitness has exceeded the limits of humans on Blue Star, and it can be increased by another 20 points. You can imagine how powerful its energy is. No wonder the system said that ordinary people's bodies cannot withstand one. Gurgle. There was a sudden noise from my stomach. Puff. Bang. Then Bai Chu let out a fart that even shocked himself. Not only was the fart very noisy, but the smell almost made him pass out. He quickly opened the car door and ran out to get some fresh air, only to find that he had been sweating a lot because of the pain. After the sweat dried, it left streaks of gray-black dirt on his skin. Shit, what is this? Could it be the impurities expelled from the body after the essence and marrow are cleansed in the legendary world of immortal cultivation? It is indeed a system, and what it gives out is extraordinary. Bai Chu drove back to the villa and squatted on the toilet for half an hour to completely eliminate the dirt in his stomach and intestines. Then he took a nice hot bath and walked out of the bathroom comfortably. When he passed by the mirror and took a casual look, he was suddenly shocked by his appearance. My original height of 183 centimeters seems to have grown a little taller, but this is not important. What is important is how come I, who used to have an ordinary appearance, have become a handsome guy after not looking in the mirror for a few days. He remembered that the original owner's skin was somewhat sickly pale due to long-term overtime work, but now it had become as white as jade, and very delicate and smooth. He used to have some hair loss, but now his hair is all black and smooth. On a face as firm as a knife, two star-like eyes shine brightly. Below the straight nose, a pair of lips of moderate thickness are slightly raised, revealing an uninhibited heroic spirit. Looking down, the fat on the abdomen caused by long hours of sitting at the office disappeared, and was replaced by 8 faintly visible abdominal muscles. As he continued to look down, the corners of Bai Chu's mouth curled higher and higher. I never thought that one day I would have such a handsome face. Is this what they call strengthening the body at a cellular level? It's far more powerful than plastic surgery. Bai Chu hummed a little tune as he came to the kitchen and quickly prepared all the food. He took out a Peiyuan pill and cut off a 1/10 size piece from it with a knife. After thinking for a while, he divided the small piece into 4. Then he picked up one of the small pieces with satisfaction and put it into Chen Xingyo's favorite tremella and lotus seed kanji. After packing everything, he drove to the company gate. As soon as 5 o'clock in the afternoon arrived, dozens of employees hurried out of the company one after another, and they were all gone in just a few minutes. Bai Chu was very satisfied seeing this. At this time, Chen Xingyu also walked out with a dejected look on her face. Bai Chu knew that she was still blaming herself for the company's contract. Bai Chu smiled and pulled her into the car. Okay, now that we're off work, don't think about work anymore. Let's go back quickly. I'll give you a surprise tonight. What surprise? Chen Xingyu turned and looked at Bai Chu. Her eyes widened slightly. Xiao Bai, why do you seem to have changed? Really? What's changed? Bai Chu asked casually. You seem to have become more handsome. Chen Xingyu was also very puzzled. Bai Chu's facial features were clearly the same as before, but she felt as if he had changed a lot. After knowing each other for so many days, she had never realized that Bai Chu was so handsome. I've always been handsome, but you didn't notice it because you didn't like me before. This is what they call beauty in the eyes of the beholder. To a dog who licks the sap, all of them look like losers. Is that so? Chen Xingyu was a little confused, but what Bai Chu said made sense. When she first met Bai Chu, her heart was filled with despair and humiliation, and she didn't even look at Bai Chu carefully. As they continued to get along, her impression of Bai Chu became better and better. Every time she looked at Bai Chu carefully, she found that he seemed more handsome than the last time. And now, in her opinion, Bai Chu's appearance was even more handsome than Wang Yida. Maybe I have really forgotten that person and fallen in love with the man in front of me. While eating, Chen Xingyu drank a sip of tremella and lotus seed soup. She was a little puzzled. The taste seems a little different today. What did you put in it? It smells so good. Bai Chu raised his lips. I'm glad you like it, drink it up quickly. Just after finishing a bowl of lotus seed soup, Chen Xingyo's face suddenly turned red and beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead. Xiao Bai, I'm so hot and uncomfortable. Chapter 23 Caught. A pained sound came from her mouth. Bai Chu felt a little guilty. It seemed that he had put in too much. He sent Chen Xingyu to the bathroom and comforted her. It's okay, just take a cold shower for a while. After a while. It was not until midnight that the two of them fell asleep. The next morning, Chen Xingyu thought she would feel listless again, but unexpectedly she woke up early. Not only that, she actually felt more energetic than ever before. When she was washing up, she was completely stunned when she looked at her baby-like skin in the mirror. She clearly remembered that her skin was not so good yesterday, so why did her skin become so good overnight? Suddenly I remembered what happened last night. Could it be? Thinking of this, her face turned red instantly. She thought about it carefully for a while, and it seemed that her appearance had become better day by day since she met Bai Chu. If the change today hadn't been so great, she wouldn't have cared. So this can be a beauty treatment. If that is the case, I'll just have to give this guy a discount from now on. After getting off work in the evening, Bai Chu waited at the company gate with a happy face and greeted every employee who was leaving get off work. The employees were very shocked when they saw Bai Chu. They didn't know if it was because Bai Chu had become their boss or if it was just their illusion. They found that every time they saw Bai Chu, they would find that he was more handsome than last time. All the female employees were extremely envious of Chen Xingyu. Why didn't such a handsome, wealthy and infatuated man belong to them? After everyone left, Chen Xingyu slowly walked out of the company. Are you tired after a busy day? Fortunately, the company's job conditions are relatively good, so many people came to apply for jobs. I was busy with interviews all day. It's hard work. If you're tired, just let someone else do it. I don't care about this company anyway. It doesn't matter even if it goes bankrupt. Chen Xingyu rolled her eyes at Bai Chu when she heard this. How can you say that? I know you made money from stock trading, but that's not a serious career after all. What if you lose money one day? She said with determination, I've made up my mind. No matter what, I have to make this company a success. Only in this way can we truly be together. Seeing Chen Xingyu's stubborn look, Bai Chu felt helpless. then smiled and encouraged, "Since you like it, then go for it, do it boldly, I believe you will succeed. Remember, no matter how big the difficulties are, I will stand behind you." "Yeah, thank you Xiaobai." Chen Xingyu happily kissed Bai Chu on the face. In the next few days, Chen Xingyu seemed to have found her goal. Coupled with Bai Chu's daily hard work and nourishment, she seemed like a different person. Her mood and state were very good. She personally examined every employee who came to the company for an interview, and soon all positions were filled, and the company was operating normally again. Bai Chu obviously didn't care about these. As someone who owned the system, he was not interested in a small Jincheng company, let alone the strongest company in the entire Blue Star. It is the easiest thing for him to make money now. He doesn't need to work hard to start a company to make money. He will definitely make so much money in the future that everyone will envy him. He is more concerned about keeping his money than making it. This world is very similar to Earth, yet very different. The Xia Kingdom where he is now, whose full name is the Great Xia Empire, is one of the 6 great empires on Blue Star. The 6 empires restrain each other and trade with each other, and jointly control the right to speak on Blue Star. Within the territory of Xia State, major families are entrenched. They control most of Xia State's resources and wealth, and even the officials have to act according to their wishes. As an ordinary person, if you want to enter the upper class, it is not possible to rely solely on ability. If a person is very rich, he can live a good life, but if he offends those big families, they can easily make your wealth disappear. Bai Chu didn't have to consider all this, but he knew that Chen Xingyu seemed to have offended a big family. Although he didn't know how big this family was, he thought it would have no problem dealing with him. Therefore, it is definitely impossible for him to enjoy a carefree life. So, if you want to keep everything you have, there are only 2 ways. The first is to have a strong force, and the second is to have strong connections. However, these 2 things are not easy to obtain. Although he has a systematic existence, it is definitely not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time to establish a powerful force of his own. As for making friends with some big shots as his backers, it is possible to do it with his own abilities, but whether or not he can make friends with them is another matter, and he has no interest in that. For ordinary people, there may be no better way, but he is different. Whether it is money, power, connections, background, etc., these are just external things. Only one's own strength is the most reliable. Since the normal path doesn't work, he might as well jump out of the 3 realms. He wants to become strong, so strong that the rules of this world can't restrain him. His physique is already very strong now, but it is far from enough to fight against the rules of this world. He needs to continue to improve. Of course, there is no need to rush. My current physical strength should be enough to deal with the current difficulties. He suddenly thought that he now had all the strength, but he seemed unable to fully master it, and if he wanted to bring it into play, he still needed to practice some martial arts. So, apart from cooking and sending Chen Xingyu to work every day, he spent the rest of his time in the villa adapting to his now rapidly increased strength. He also downloaded some martial arts videos from the internet and practiced them. For other people, these videos may only help to strengthen their bodies, but for him, even if the techniques are lousy, as long as he has good force-generating techniques, he can unleash great power. After more than 10 days of practice, Bai Chu felt that he was now very strong. As for how strong he was, he needed time to find someone to test it with. Just as he was thinking about who to ask for a try, his cell phone rang. Bai Chu picked it up and saw that it was the car salesman Su Muyu. As soon as he picked up the phone, an anxious voice rang out from the other end. "Boss Bai, this is bad. Manager Chen has been taken away." Bai Chu was stunned for a moment. "Which manager Chen?" "It's your girlfriend Chen Xingyu." Bai Chu's face changed drastically when he heard this. "What's going on? Explain it to me." "Boss Bai, I'm the front desk clerk at Jincheng Culture. Just now I saw Manager Chen answer a phone call and go out. When I followed him out, I found that Manager Chen was dragged into a car. Now the car is heading to the suburbs. I've been following them. Boss Bai, please call the police. I'm afraid something might happen to Manager Chen." Bai Chu was in no mood to ask why Su Muyu became Jincheng's receptionist. He had already gotten into the car and started the car while saying, "Where are you? I'll be there right now. Please help me follow closely. I'll reward you handsomely later." After getting the specific address, Bai Chu stepped on the accelerator and flew out. He had no doubt that Su Muyu would deceive him, because there was no need for that. However, the possibility of Chen Xingyu being captured was still very high. After all, Chen Xingyu had revealed many times that he had offended a very powerful enemy. But Bai Chu didn't expect that the other party would actually arrest people directly. Now Chen Xingyu is his girlfriend. No matter who the other person is, he will never let her off easily. If the other person dares to hurt her, he swears to make them regret it. Soon, Bai Chu drove to a hotel. Su Muyu was waiting there anxiously. Seeing Bai Chu, she ran over and said, "Boss Bai, Manager Chen was taken in by 1 or 2 men. I think she is not in good condition." "Thank you very much." Bai Chu thanked her and hurried into the hotel. Coming to the front desk, Bai Chu asked, "2 men and a girl just came in. Where are they now?" The receptionist glanced at Bai Chu and said calmly, "Sorry, we can't disclose the guest's information." 10,000. What? The receptionist was a little confused. "Tell me, and I'll give you 10,000. Ah. 100,000. Gentlemen. 1 million. Are you serious?" The lady at the front desk was a little confused. She saw that Bai Chu was dressed in casual clothes and didn't look like a rich man at all. However, what the other party said was too shocking. Although she knew that he was probably teasing her, what if it was true? "Give me your account number." Bai Chu didn't have time to talk to her too much. He asked for her account number and transferred 1 million directly. After receiving the transfer information, the receptionist swallowed hard and was about to say something when Bai Chu interrupted her. "Just tell me where they are." "9th floor, room 909. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head to find the room number for Bai Chu, but when she looked up, she found that Bai Chu was gone. She took a deep breath. She couldn't be blamed for violating the principles. The other party gave her too much. With this 1 million, she would still be useless as a receptionist. Chapter 24: Kidnapping. At this moment in room 909, Chen Xingyu on the bed was slowly waking up. After seeing the surrounding environment, her face changed drastically and she struggled to get up, but found that she had no strength in her body. Wang Yida, who was standing by, said jokingly, "Don't waste your energy. I specially prepared this medicine for you. You won't be able to stand up for a few hours." "Wang Yida, what do you want to do?" After hearing Wang Yida's words, Chen Xingyu instantly had a bad feeling in her heart. "What do I want to do?" Wang Yida's eyes flashed with desire. "We have been together for so long, don't you know what I think?" he said as he walked towards the bed. "Asshole, let me go. If you dare to mess around, I will never let you go." Looking at Wang Yida's expression, Chen Xingyu became even more panicked and couldn't help but warn him. Wang Yida had a look of disdain on his face. "You won't let me go? Ha, you think you are still the eldest daughter of the Chen family. If it was before, I wouldn't dare to touch you, but now you are living with another man. Do you know that young Master Lu has mysophobia and he will never want a woman who has been touched by another man? So, now don't say that I just slept with you. Even if I killed you, the Chen family and the Lu family wouldn't bother me. On the contrary, they might even thank me. After all, you are a shame in their eyes, ha ha ha." Hearing this, Chen Xingyu looked incredible. How do you know the Lu family?" "How would I know about the Lu family? Ha, why else do you think I dumped you, the eldest daughter of the Chen family?" "Wang Yida, I didn't expect that you already knew my identity. It seems that you are with me not because you like me, but because you are attracted by my identity." Even though they had broken up, she couldn't help feeling sad when she thought that the man she once loved had been lying to her all along. "What do you think? As the campus hunk and student union cadre of Jian University, there are so many girls chasing after you, many of whom are prettier and have better personalities than you. If it weren't for the fact that you're Miss Chen, do you think I would fall for you?" After saying that, Wang Yida carefully looked at Chen Xingyu again and said in amazement, "But I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a month, you have become much more beautiful." "I can't help but be moved." His eyes flashed with intense desire, and he reached out and hooked Chen Xingyu's chin. "Serve me well now." "Bah! You are shameless." Chen Xingyu was too weak to resist, so she could only spit at Wang Yida. Wang Yida reached out his hand to wipe the saliva off his face, put it to his nose and sniffed it, with a lewd smile on his face. It turns out that beautiful women's saliva is fragrant. "Wang Yida, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a shameless villain. Let me go immediately. Do you know that what you are doing is against the law? Besides, I have a boyfriend now. If you dare to mess around, he will definitely not let you go." Wang Yida's face turned cold when he heard this. He stretched out his hand and slapped Chen Xingyu. I am shameless? Ha, at this time, you bitch are still pretending to be pure in front of me? I have been dating you for a year, and you even refuse to let me kiss you. I really thought you were a pure and innocent lady. Ha, I didn't expect that you slept with another man just a few days after breaking up. He became angrier and angrier as he spoke. It would be fine if that man was from a wealthy family like young Master Lu, but he's just a driver. You bitch, how can I, Wang Yida, be inferior to a driver? He stretched out his hand to grab Chen Xingyu's neck and roared, tell me, how am I inferior to a crappy driver? As a man, the woman he had been dating for a year without a chance to touch turned around and threw herself into the arms of another man, a man who was far inferior to him. This was a huge shame for him who was always conceited. Chen Xingyu looked at Wang Yida, who was close to madness, and felt that something was getting more and more wrong with him. She was terrified and struggled while trying to dissuade him. Wang Yida, don't do this. You are committing a crime. Crime? Ha ha. He stood up straight with a smile and glanced at the camera on the table next to him. Do you feel your body getting hotter? Chen Xingyu then realized why she felt something was wrong. What did you give me to eat? Ha 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 ha, of course it's a good thing. The drug has taken effect. Let's see how you can pretend to be serious. Tell me, when I release this video, will people say that I forced you or that you seduced me? Ha 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 ha. As for your boyfriend, he will not live long after offending young Master Lu, so you should just follow me obediently from now on. He laughed triumphantly. At the same time, Bai Chu quickly went up the stairs to the 9th floor. As soon as he approached 909, he was stopped by a gangster-like young man. There's someone in this room, get out of here. Bai Chu looked at the house number and confirmed that it was 909, then kicked the door out without saying a word. Bump! The gangster flew 2 meters away and fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain while holding his stomach. Bai Chu didn't even look at him. He reached out and pushed the door, only to find it was locked, so he lifted his foot again. Wang Yida, who was in the room, looked at Chen Xingyu, who was about to lose her mind on the bed, and his face became more and more excited. Although Chen Xingyu was very beautiful before, she was by no means stunningly beautiful. But now, Chen Xingyu is definitely one of the most beautiful women he has ever seen. Just then, he suddenly heard the sound of the door. He frowned, thinking that it was the little brother at the door who wanted to come in, and was about to yell at him. There was a loud bang, and the door burst open as if it had been hit by a car. He looked in shock, and saw a man who looked just as good as himself walking in with a gloomy face. He looked at it for a few seconds before he realized, isn't this Chen Xingyu's driver boyfriend? Why are you here? He was a little confused because he had obviously done it very secretly and there was no way he could be discovered. Besides, even if they were discovered, it would be impossible for them to find this place so quickly. Bai Chu ignored him and walked straight to the bed. He glanced at Chen Xingyu, whose face was flushed and looked strange, and his face became even colder. He stood up and looked at Wang Yida. The murderous intent in his eyes made Wang Yida take a few steps back. Wang Yida seemed to have thought of something, suppressed the fear in his heart, and showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. Yes, you. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a slap coming towards him quickly, and the next second his whole body spun and fell backwards. He opened his mouth and spit out a few teeth, looking at Bai Chu in horror. You. He didn't expect that a poor loser who was driving would dare to hit him so hard. If you dare to touch my woman, I will kill you. Bai Chu looked at Wang Yida lying on the ground with a cold voice and slowly walked towards him. Bai Chu, don't be impulsive. Chen Xingyu on the bed shouted weakly. Why, do you still care about him? Bai Chu felt a little uncomfortable. No, if you kill him, you'll go to jail too. It's not worth it. Better, just call the police. Hearing this, Bai Chu stopped and the expression on his face eased a little. He glanced at Wang Yida coldly, then turned to the bedside and looked at Chen Xingyu with concern. Are you okay? Chen Xingyu's breathing became heavier at this time. I feel so uncomfortable. As she said this, she threw herself towards Bai Chu, her face already red, and her hands kept trying to tear off her clothes. Seeing this, Bai Chu secretly thought that he was lucky. If he had come later, the consequences would have been disastrous. But he didn't know what to do with Chen Xingyu's condition at the moment. The only solution he could think of was to find a place to have a big fight, so that he could help Chen Xingyu detoxify. However, now it seems that neither the time nor the place allows him to do so. Just when Bai Chu was at a loss, Wang Yida got up from the ground behind him. He looked at Bai Chu with resentment. Your name is Bai Chu, right? I tell you, you are dead. Bai Chu turned his head suddenly, scaring Wang Yida so much that he hurriedly took a few steps back. At this moment, a voice sounded at the door, "What's going on? What are you doing?" Then two uniformed security guards walked in. Behind the security guard, Su Muyu ran in hurriedly. She came to Bai Chu and asked, "Is Manager Chen okay?" "It's okay." Bai Chu responded and reached out to pick up Chen Xingyu. He looked at the two security guards and said, "Sir, this man poisoned my girlfriend and tried to defile her. I need to take her to the hospital for treatment." Policeman glanced at Chen Xingyu and Bai Chu's arms and frowned. Su Muyu quickly walked up and explained, "This is Manager Chen from our company, and Mr. Bai is her boyfriend." Then he glanced at Wang Yida, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and said, "Sir, Manager Chen was brought here by this man. Let Manager Chen go to the hospital first. I will help you deal with the rest." The security guard then nodded. After leaving the hotel, Bai Chu drove back with Chen Xingyu. Going to the hospital was impossible. This kind of problem could be treated by oneself at home. However, looking at Chen Xingyu, whose condition was becoming increasingly serious, Bai Chu thought about it and drove the car to a secluded side of the road. Chapter 25: Ancient Medical Techniques. Keep doors and windows closed. An hour later, the two of them cleaned up, and Bai Chu comforted Chen Xingyu, who was already in tears, with a doting look on his face. At this moment, Chen Xingyu's heart was still filled with fear. If Bai Chu had not arrived in time, she couldn't imagine how desperate she would be. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Bai Chu's mind. Ding, the true lover's favorability towards the host increases by 6 points, and the current favorability is 91. Ding, the host's performance touched the true lover so much that he is rewarded with a gift package. Would the host like to open it? Open. Bai Chu was a little excited. He opened the gift package again, but he didn't know what it would be this time. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the top Dasha ancient medical skills. As the system's voice fell, a huge amount of information entered Bai Chu's mind. After a moment, Bai Chu felt as if he had been practicing medicine for decades and was familiar with all the knowledge and experience of Dasha's ancient medicine. At this moment, he had several easy solutions to cure Chen Xingyu of the poison she had been poisoned with before. Of course, if he encounters such a situation again, he will still choose the previous method. After all medicines are toxic, so conservative treatment is the safest. He stretched out his hand and pressed a few acupoints on the top of Chen Xingyu's head. Chen Xingyu felt that her spirits were gradually getting better. Bai Chu suddenly thought of something. He put his finger on Chen Xingyu's pulse and checked it for a while. His brows slowly furrowed. At this moment, he was a little confused. He and Chen Xingyu had been together for so long, and she should have been pregnant. Why was there no sign of pregnancy? Through his examination, he knew that there was nothing wrong with Chen Xingyu's body, so... Can't I do it myself? Thinking of this, the excitement that had originally arisen from obtaining medical skills instantly dropped to the bottom. Chen Xingyu sobbed for a while, and seeing that Bai Chu's face was a little pale, she thought it was because of her own affairs, and thought of what Wang Yida had said to her before. So she mustered up her courage and said, "Xiao Bai, I'm sorry, it's all my fault that I got you into trouble. How about we break up? You should leave Jiangcheng as soon as possible, the farther the better." Bai Chu came back to his senses after hearing this, and reached out to rub Chen Xingyu's head. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I leave you?" Chen Xingyu shook her head vigorously. "No, you will die if you stay with me." Bai Chu raised his eyes when he heard this. "Oh? Just because you beat up Wang Yida?" No, it's the Jinchang Lu family. It's Lu Huihuang from the Jinchang Lu family. He won't let you go. You better leave here quickly. The farther you run, the better," Chen Xingyu said nervously. Seeing Chen Xingyu caring about him, Bai Chu felt happy. He turned around and kissed Chen Xingyu on the forehead, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, your man is very lucky, no one can kill me." The next morning, after Bai Chu sent Chen Xingyu to work, he walked into the company. At this time, Su Muyu came to Bai Chu and said, "Boss Bai, Wang Yida was taken back to the Public Security Bureau by the security police yesterday. However, because you left in a hurry, there is no direct evidence to prove that he drugged you, so you may not be able to punish him severely. And you beat him yesterday, and the sheriff's department asked you to go there today to cooperate with the investigation." Bai Chu nodded. "Thank you very much. If you hadn't discovered it in time, I wouldn't dare to think about the consequences. You helped me so much. How can I repay you?" As long as I can do it, I will do it. Su Muyu shook her head. No need, Mr. Bai. I just happened to meet you. Besides, as a member of Jinchang, it is my honor to help the boss. Let's put it this way. Baichu said, how about this, do you like a house or a car? I can give you whichever one Jiangcheng has. Mr. Bai, there's really no need. Well, since you insist on not having it, then consider it as a favor to you. Just tell me whenever you need it. Oh, by the way, you don't have to call me Mr. Bai, just call me by my name. Su Muyu hesitated for a moment, then, I'll call you Master Bai. Bai Chu smiled when he heard that. Why would a country boy like me call you young master? Forget it. Since you don't want to call me by my name, just call me Mr. Bai. Okay, Mr. Bai. After Bai Chu left, Su Muyu's face was instantly filled with excitement. When they arrived at the Public Security Bureau, Wang Yida's face was wrapped in gauze. When he saw Bai Chu coming, a flash of resentment appeared in his eyes, and then he hid it. After some discussion, the Public Security Police looked at Bai Chu and said, Mr. Bai, our investigation did not find any particularly serious criminal behavior, and you also injured someone, so we want to use mediation. What do you think? If you agree, you can shake hands, apologize to each other and let this go. Bai Chu had never thought that the Public Security Bureau could help him deal with it, so he nodded. Wang Yida also nodded, a hint of sarcasm flashing across his lips. According to his character, he would never give up if Bai Chu hit him. However, when he thought that the person in front of him had offended Lu Huihuang of the Lu family and would not live long, there was no need to treat him like a dead person, so he chose to endure it. He looked at Bai Chu provocatively and stretched out his hand. When the two shook hands, Wang Yida approached Bai Chu and whispered, I remember the punch you gave me. When you die, I will pay you back double the amount on that bitch. Bai Chu narrowed his eyes upon hearing that and exerted a little force on his hands. When Wang Yida wanted to pull his hand back in pain, he hugged him with his other hand and patted Wang Yida's waist a few times as if unintentionally. The voice was cold and said, Don't worry, you will never have such an opportunity in your life. After saying that, he smiled and let go of his hand when Wang Yida was about to scream in pain. Because of the pain in his hand, Wang Yida did not notice that there was anything wrong with Bai Chu patting his waist. He glared at the other person with trembling hands and an angry face. The public security policeman on the side saw the two people's actions and thought that his mediation was very successful, so he said with satisfaction, Okay, since you have reached an agreement, you can leave. Looking at Bai Chu's departing back and thinking of Bai Chu's actions just now, Wang Yida's eyes were filled with anger and madness. He thought to himself, I wonder how long you can live. Suddenly, he felt a dull pain in his waist, but he didn't pay much attention to it and walked out of the police station. As soon as I walked out the door, I saw a tall young woman coming towards me. She saw the gauze wrapped around Wang Yida's head and ran over with some concern. Yida, what is going on? Wang Yida looked at the man and said, It's okay. I accidentally bumped into someone while driving. I've dealt with it. Go back. The visitor's name is Zhang Qinmeng, and she is the little princess of Qinmeng Pharmaceutical. A year ago, Wang Yida helped an elderly man who fainted in the park and called an ambulance, saving the old man's life. Later, he found out that the old man was the father of the chairman of Qinmeng Pharmaceutical and the grandfather of the woman in front of him. To thank Wang Yida, after he graduated, the old man sent him to Qinmeng Pharmaceutical and made him a product manager in the marketing department. Because Wang Yida is handsome and good at pleasing girls, he won the favor of Zhang Qinmeng not long after joining the company. He had finally made Zhang Qinmeng fall in love with him, so naturally he didn't want Zhang Qinmeng to know what happened yesterday. As the only heir to Qinmeng Pharmaceutical, Zhang Qinmeng will definitely be in charge of the entire Qinmeng Pharmaceutical in the future. She was a person who had received elite education, so naturally she didn't completely believe what Wang Yida said, but she didn't say it to his face. How can you be so careless? I'll find you a private doctor when we get back. As she got into the car, she nodded to an assistant behind her. After the two men left, the assistant walked into the sheriff's bureau. Chapter 26 Rescue. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, Bai Chu was driving on the road. Suddenly there was a traffic jam ahead, and then the road became noisy. Bai Chu frowned, got out of the car and walked forward. At this time, the front was already surrounded by people, and several men in black were shouting something on the phone with panicked looks on their faces. What's wrong? Bai Chu walked up to the crowd and asked. There was a car accident ahead, and someone seemed to have fainted. At this moment, an angry roar came from the front. Can you guys watch out for it? If anything happens to my dad, I will never let you go. Bai Chu thought about it and squeezed into the crowd. When I got to the middle, I saw a blanket placed next to a luxury car, and a man in his 50s was lying on the ground with a pale face. Two middle-aged men beside him were trying to find a way to rescue him, but judging by the sweat on their brows, they didn't seem to have any good ideas. Next to them, a beautiful girl looked extremely anxious. She was yelling at the two middle-aged men who were trying to rescue them, and anxiously urging the man in black who looked like an attendant beside her. Miss Shang, Mr. Shang is in a difficult situation right now. We don't have any equipment with us, so I'm afraid. Mr. Shang is estimated to be able to hold on for half an hour. As long as we send him to the hospital within half an hour, we will be able to save him. The two middle-aged men who came to rescue wiped the sweat from their foreheads and explained to the girl. Then what are you still standing there for? Send my dad to the hospital right away. However, Mr. Shang is in such a condition that he cannot be moved at will, otherwise his life will be in danger. We must wait until the ambulance arrives. There are equipment in the ambulance that can maintain Mr. Shang's condition. Ambulance, when will the ambulance arrive? Miss, we are trying to contact them. The company's car is too far away and will definitely not make it, and the nearby hospital said they have no cars. My sister, I suspect. I don't care what method you use, you must send my dad to the hospital within half an hour. Bai Chu roughly understood the situation, and he looked at the man on the ground carefully. At this time, the man's face gradually turned from pale to blue. It seemed that the situation was not optimistic. Moreover, this place was at an intersection and the surrounding roads were full of cars. It was almost impossible for an ambulance to arrive in a short time. More importantly, given this person's current condition, even if he were sent to the hospital within half an hour, it might not be in time. Although he was not a kind-hearted person, he could not remain indifferent when seeing a life passing away in front of him. He pondered for a moment, then pushed through the crowd and walked to the man's side, putting his hand on the man's pulse to check. Who are you? Get back quickly. Just as he was about to check, two middle-aged men next to him, who seemed to be doctors, started shouting angrily. I'm a doctor. If you don't want to see him die, shut up. Bai Chu didn't have time to talk to them, so he spoke calmly while taking the patient's pulse. After hearing Bai Chu's words, the two were stunned for a moment, and then they sneered inwardly. Doctor? Which hospital are you from? Don't you know us? Both of them are famous seniors in Jiangqing's medical field. Logically, these young doctors should know of their existence. Seeing that Bai Chu ignored them, they realized that Bai Chu was taking the patient's pulse. His expression changed slightly. Are you Dr. Xia? The Xia medicine on Blue Star is very similar to the traditional Chinese medicine on Earth, but because the status of the Great Xia Empire on Blue Star is lower, being the last of the 6 empires, the presence of Xia medicine on Blue Star is even weaker than that of traditional Chinese medicine on Earth. In the eyes of most people in Xia country, Xia doctors are almost the same as liars. Although there are some famous doctors, they are completely incomparable with Western medicine. Therefore, when they saw Bai Chu using Dr. Xia's pulse-taking technique, the two became even angrier. Nonsense, leave now. At this time, the girls and bodyguards on the side also reacted and stepped forward to pull Bai Chu away, but Bai Chu was holding Mr. Shang's arm with one hand, so they did not dare to act rashly. Just when they were angry and anxious, Bai Chu slowly stood up. Do you have any silver needles on you? The patient's condition is very critical and he must be treated immediately. What do you want to do? Do you really think you are a miracle doctor? Bai Chu looked at the girl calmly and said, the patient's condition is extremely critical. She can only hold on for 10 minutes at most. Even if she is sent to the hospital within 10 minutes, it is impossible for her to fully recover. If it takes more than 10 minutes, I'm afraid her life will not be saved. Hearing Bai Chu's words, the girl's face turned pale instantly. No, how could this happen? No, my dad must not be in any danger. Given the current situation, an ambulance might not arrive in half an hour, let alone 10 minutes. Bai Chu's words were almost a death sentence for her. She was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly thought that Bai Chu actually knew, so there might be a way, so she grabbed Bai Chu with trembling hands. Can you save my dad? You must have a way, right? Yes, so can you help me find a pair of silver needles? I need acupuncture right now. Miss Shang, don't listen to his nonsense. Even we Western doctors can't do anything about it, let alone Dr. Xia's tricks. Moreover, compared with Western doctors, Dr. Xia needs longer practice. How can he do anything when he hasn't even grown all his hair? Hearing this, the girl hesitated. Do you have a better idea? Of course, you can choose not to let me treat you. I just don't want to see a life die in front of me. Bai Chu whispered that if the girl refused to let him treat her, he would leave without hesitation. Hearing Bai Chu's words, the girl gritted her teeth and said, "Silver needles, why are you standing there? Hurry up and find silver needles for this doctor." Seeing the girl's choice, the two middle-aged doctors stopped talking. They breathed a sigh of relief and thought to themselves that they were lucky. In their minds, there was no possibility of rescuing Mr. Shang, and the two of them would definitely be punished by the merchant for not rescuing him. The appearance of this young man shifted all the responsibility onto him. They were so happy that they naturally stopped trying to dissuade him. "Miss, no." After a while, several bodyguards returned to the girl in a panic. "Then why are you still standing there? Go buy it." Bai Chu shook his head when he saw this. "Forget it, it's too late." After saying that, he squatted down and his 10 fingers quickly moved around the acupuncture points on the patient's head. Seeing this, the people around all looked at it with different expressions. 10 minutes later, the patient on the ground slowly opened his eyes. "Dad, you finally woke up. Woo woo, you scared me to death. What's wrong with me?" The girl was about to speak when she was interrupted by a voice. "Okay, I just temporarily relieved his condition. Send him to the hospital immediately." Bai Chu stood up from the ground with a tired look on his face. "Okay, thank you, doctor." Bai Chu waved his hand. "I'm not a miracle doctor, I just happen to know some first aid techniques. Don't delay, otherwise the patient may be in danger." Hearing this, everyone did not dare to delay and quickly helped the man into the car, moved the accident car in front of them away and left quickly. The two bodyguards who stayed behind wanted to thank Bai Chu, but found that Bai Chu was gone. At this time, Bai Chu had already returned to the car. Saving the person just now took up a lot of his energy. If he had a pair of silver needles, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. It seems that I need to get a set of silver needles. Chapter 27. Please come back. Because Xia medicine in this world was suppressed so severely, almost no one knew acupuncture, so Bai Chu ran around but couldn't buy a pair of silver needles. So he had to find a gold shop and have a pair of silver needles and a pair of gold needles made according to his requirements. With these two sets of needles, it will be much easier next time I encounter the same situation. Wang Yida had been secretly touched by me on the waist. It won't be long before he completely loses interest in women. Things like that will never happen again. Moreover, his health will continue to deteriorate, and he will not be able to take revenge even if he wants to. And what he has to face next is the threat from the young master of the Lu family mentioned by Wang Yida. Bai Chu checked on the internet and found out that the Lu family is a big family in Jincheng. The market value of the Lu group they control is over 100 billion yuan. Not only that, the Lu family has some influence in both the military and political circles. The eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Huihuan, is a candidate for the next heir of the Lu family and is a well-known figure throughout Jincheng. He was extremely licentious and cruel, and he would never let go of any grudge. After reading some introductions about him on the internet, Bai Chu knew that this guy would definitely cause trouble for him. But he was not afraid. Since it was because of Chen Xingyo's problem, even if this person didn't come to find him, he would find him sooner or later. He would never allow anyone to threaten Chen Xingyo's safety. Jiangcheng merchants. The head of the family, Shang Wenkai, was lying on the bed, surrounded by several doctors examining his body. Not far from him, several business people were waiting anxiously. As soon as the doctor finished the examination, Shang Wenkai's daughter Shang Yunrong immediately ran over. "Mr. Zhou, how is my dad? Is he okay?" Behind her, a group of business people were looking at the doctors expectantly. Several doctors looked at Shang Yunrong in shock. The oldest one of them said, "Miss Shang, what happened to Mr. Shang before? Can you tell me in detail?" Hearing this, Shang Yunrong looked a little ugly. "Could it be my dad?" The doctor quickly shook his head and said, "Ms. Shang, you misunderstood. Mr. Shang is in very good condition now, even better than when I examined him before. That's why I am very confused. Mr. Shang has had a brain tumor for many years. Logically, even if he was saved, his condition should have been more serious. But after a checkup, I found that not only did Mr. Shang's condition not get worse, but his brain tumor has actually shrunk a lot. This is the first time I have encountered such a thing in my decades of work." "Real?" Shang Yunrong was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly told him what had happened before. After hearing this, Zhou Changming was even more shocked. As the most famous brain doctor in Jiangcheng, in his opinion, the Xia doctors were a bunch of charlatans who did not have much real ability. When it comes to diseases like brain diseases, Xia medicine is far from comparable to Western medicine. However, the current situation made him very puzzled. It was unbelievable that he could wake up a person who was in a coma due to a brain tumor and shrink his brain tumor just by massaging with his hands. So he said, "Miss Shang, I wonder if you can find this person. I'm curious about how he did it." Shang Yunrong was a little hesitant because she was too anxious at the time and had no time to ask about the man's situation. Zhou Chengming looked at an old man sitting in a wheelchair behind him and said, "Mr. Shang, if this person can really find a way to shrink the brain tumor, perhaps your body will have a chance to recover." Hearing this, all the merchants became excited. The old patriarch of the Shang family, Shang Maoxian, was an old hero who had fought in the battlefield. After the war, he returned to Jiangcheng and founded the Shang Group. Because of his existence, the Shang family has been the largest family in Jiangcheng for many years. However, when he was 60 years old, he suddenly fell into a coma and was diagnosed with a brain tumor. Although they invited the best doctor in Jiangcheng to treat him personally and his condition was temporarily stabilized, his health deteriorated day by day as time went by, and now he can only sit in a wheelchair. Since losing this pillar, the business has been getting worse day by day. In just over a decade, the family that was once the largest in Jiangcheng is now not even among the top 5 in Jiangcheng. What made the merchants even more desperate was that they discovered that the disease was hereditary, which meant that all of their descendants would be affected when they reached a certain age. Moreover, the brain tumor looked very strange, and the possibility of surgery was almost zero. How could the merchants not be excited to hear that someone could actually cure their diseases? What's more, if Mr. Shang can really recover his health, with his connections and qualifications, it is not impossible for the Shang family to return to the top of Jiangcheng again. A gleam of brilliance flashed across Shang Lao's originally cloudy eyes. He had killed countless enemies on the battlefield, and after returning to Jiangcheng, he single-handedly made his family the strongest in Jiangcheng. But now he can only sit in a wheelchair, and this arrogant man has thought about dying more than once. But he was also afraid that if he lost his deterrent power, those villains would harm the family, so he lived in misery for so many years. Now that I heard that there is still a possibility of recovery, my long silent heart has revived again. Wrong, no matter what, we must find this person. Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely bring him back. Shang Yunrong said with a firm gaze. Shang Maoxian reminded, "Remember, you must not offend." "Don't worry, Grandpa. Just because he saved my dad, he will always be the benefactor of my business. I know what to do." Hearing this, Mr. Shang nodded slowly. He likes this granddaughter very much, but it's a pity that she is not a boy, otherwise she would be perfect as the heir to the business. After Shang Yunrong left the room, she immediately called her 2 bodyguards. Before she left, she asked them to thank them on her behalf. However, when she heard the other party's answer, she was so angry that the 2 idiots didn't even find the person. So she called the housekeeper and told him to find this person at all costs. At the same time, in an office of Qinmeng Group, Zhang Qinmeng stood up angrily after listening to his assistant's report. "What did you say? Yida was beaten up? Who is so bold as to even beat up someone from my Qinmeng Group?" "Miss, it's a man named Bai Chu. He is the driver of manager Wang's ex-girlfriend Chen Xingyu. This incident was caused by Chen Xingyu. I heard that the driver liked Chen Xingyu and knew that it was manager Wang who dumped Chen Xingyu. In order to avenge Chen Xingyu, he beat manager Wang. She's really brave. A driver dares to hit someone casually. This Chen Xingyu is really overbearing. No wonder Yida doesn't like her. Does she think she can do whatever she wants just because she's from the Chen family in Jincheng? This is Jiangcheng. Miss, I heard that Chen Xingyu has been expelled from the Chen family and is no longer a member of the Chen family." Zhang Qinming's eyes lit up when she heard that, and then she said in a cold voice, "Sisterly, help me find some ruthless people right away. I want to teach that bastard a lesson. He even dared to hit the man that I, Zhang Qinming, like. He is simply courting death. I'll go right away." That day, Bai Chu sent Chen Xingyu off and then walked into the general manager's office. "Boss Bai, how come you have time to come to the company today? Chapter 28 You dare to hit me?" Zhang Yunhui quickly stood up and said with a smile. Bai Chu waved his hand and said, "Sit down and talk. Lao Shang, you heard about Chen Xingyu being kidnapped yesterday, right?" Zhang Yunhui quickly stood up again after hearing this, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, it's all my fault." Bai Chu smiled and said, I didn't come here to hold you accountable today. This incident reminded me that our company's security is too poor. Well, Lao Shang, go and arrange for all of the cameras to be installed within 100 meters around the company. I want cameras that can cover every angle. Also, hire more security guards, preferably veterans, and pay them double the market rate. No, 5 times the market rate. Hire 20 first, and add more later if you're short of that. Zhang Yunhui was a little confused after hearing this. 5 times the market salary? This is almost higher than my salary, not to mention that they recruit 20 people at a time, and the total number of employees in the company is only over 100. Boss Bai, this might be inappropriate. Considering the current performance of our company, I'm afraid it might be inappropriate. Just do as I say. Don't worry about the money. I'll give the finance department 100 million yuan later. If it's not enough, you can come back for more. Zhang Yunhui swallowed hard when he heard this. This was too luxurious. With a boss like him, there was nothing for him to worry about. Don't worry, Mr. Bai, I will complete the task. Bai Chu left the company and drove a short distance when he saw several luxury cars parked in front of him, blocking his way. He smiled coldly and took out the silver needle he carried with him. These people should be sent by Lu Huihuang. Today he wants to see how the other party plans to deal with him. He slowly stopped the car and saw 2 men in suits and sunglasses walking towards him. The 2 men came to the front of the car and knocked on the window, then bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. Bai, our young lady wants to see you." Bai Chu was a little confused when he saw the other party's actions. Who is your young lady? Shan Yunrong. Merchant? Not the Lu family? Then he lost interest. He had never heard of the merchant and had no interest in him. He thought the merchant was sent by Lu Huihuang. I don't know him, get out of the way, I have something else to do. After hearing Bai Chu's words, a trace of anger flashed in their eyes, but they suppressed it immediately. Mr. Bai may have misunderstood. We are not looking for trouble with you. You saved our merchant's owner on the road a few days ago. Miss asked you to return to the merchant to thank you. Bai Chu then remembered that someone called the unconscious person Mr. Shang. He didn't expect that he was actually such a big shot. His tone softened a bit. Is that so? No need for that. You can go back and tell your young lady that it's just a small favor. No need to thank me. Mr. Bai, but... At this moment, several black cars drove up quickly from behind and stopped behind Bai Chu's car with an emergency brake. Then a group of ferocious young men got out of the car and surrounded Bai Chu's car. The 2 bodyguards of the merchant quickly stopped them upon seeing this and asked, "What are you doing?" "It's none of your business, get out of here." The group of people ignored them and surrounded Bai Chu's car. The man with flowery arms and a crew cut in the lead came to Bai Chu's car with a cigarette in his mouth, stepped on the hood of the car, and looked at Bai Chu in the car arrogantly. "Boy, get out here and die." The 2 business bodyguards looked cold when they saw this. They looked at the group of hoodlums with a cold expression and said, "Do you know who we are? Mr. Bai is our honored guest. Please leave immediately." A thug looked at the 2 with disdain. "I don't care who you are, get out of here, or I'll beat you up too." Court death. Just as the 2 were about to take action, Bai Chu got out of the car. He looked at the merchant's bodyguard who was about to take action and said, "This is my own business, you guys go away." The 2 looked at each other after hearing this, then walked aside and made a phone call. An extremely angry voice came from the phone, "Protect Mr. Bai for me, I'll be there soon." Bai Chu looked at the gang of hooligans around him, and a smile appeared on his face. "Did Lu Huihuang send you guys here?" Seeing Bai Chu surrounded by a group of people and actually laughing, these thugs felt insulted. "What the hell are you talking about? You're about to die, and you still dare to laugh? Smash my car." The leading thug kicked the hood hard, and then a group of people took sticks and smashed Bai Chu's car. Bai Chu did not stop the other party. A look of bewilderment flashed across his face. These people were not sent by Lu Huihuang? It seemed that he had not offended others. Just as he was curious, 2 women walked out of the car behind. The young girl was tall, with 2 straight long legs that shone white in the sunlight. Her pretty face was filled with coldness under her long copper-colored hair. She came to stand in front of Bai Chu and looked at him. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that this driver would be so handsome. Although in her heart he was still a little inferior in appearance to Wang Yida, the inexplicable aura of this man made her want to take a few more glances at him. But she put away her surprise in just a moment. A driver was just a driver, and his casual outfit made her feel a little contemptuous. She didn't say a word. She raised her head and looked down at Bai Chu like a queen. "You are Bai Chu, and you are the one who beat Wang Yida?" Bai Chu was still wondering who this woman was. After hearing her words, he realized that she was here to avenge Wang Yida. Bai Chu nodded. "Humph, a stinky driver actually dared to hit someone from my Qinmeng pharmaceutical. Today, I, Jiang Qinmeng, will let you know the consequences of offending my Qinmeng pharmaceutical." She glanced at the thugs around her and said, "Beat them hard." A dozen thugs immediately swung wooden sticks at Bai Chu. Two business bodyguards not far away were horrified and said, "Stop it." Then he quickly rushed over here. But when they ran to Bai Chu, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen thugs fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Bai Chu clapped his hands, as if he had done something insignificant. The two stopped, looking incredulous. This was too powerful. They thought they were quite strong, but even if two of them were fighting against a dozen thugs armed with sticks with bare hands, it would be very difficult to win. And the other party killed this group of people in seconds so easily. Even more shocked than them was Jiang Qinmeng. Her eyes widened at this moment, as if she had seen a ghost. He fought against more than 10 people and won? Is he still a human being? While she was standing there in shock, Bai Chu slowly came to her. "You, what do you want to do?" Jiang Qinmeng reacted and looked at Bai Chu nervously. "What do I want to do? What do you think?" Bai Chu raised his hand and slapped her in the face. Jiang Qinmeng took a few steps back after being slapped. She covered her slapped cheek with one hand and pointed at Bai Chu with the other. You dare to hit me?" At this moment, she felt even more incredible than when she saw Bai Chu knocking down those dozen thugs. This man actually dared to hit her. This was the first time in my life that I was beaten by someone, and especially in front of so many people. Chapter 29. Go to the merchant. All the men she had met before were always flattering and trying to please her. She had never thought that someone would dare to slap her in the face. "Why, you can find someone to beat me up, but I can't beat you up?" Bai Chu looked at her with a smile. I am the little princess of Qinmeng Pharmaceutical. If you dare to hit me, my father will never let you go." Bang! Bai Chu slapped him again with his backhand. "Qinmeng Pharmaceutical, right? I'll remember that. Ask your dad to come find me. I'll be waiting." You still hit me. "I'm a girl, you're not a man, you actually hit a woman." After being slapped by Bai Chu again, Jiang Qinmeng collapsed and screamed instantly. Hearing this, Bai Chu was a little confused. Then he sneered, "You are not my woman, why can't I hit you? What does it have to do with me whether you are a boy or a girl? Anyway, a man who hits a woman is not a man. You actually hit a woman, I will fight you." As he spoke, Jiang Qinmeng roared and pounced towards Bai Chu. Bang! Bai Chu slapped Jiang Qinmeng twice, and she fell to the ground. Bai Chu stepped on her face and said in a cold voice, "Don't even think about hitting you. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill you." Feeling the pain on his face and looking at Bai Chu's cold eyes, Jiang Qinmeng felt anger, fear, shame, and a hint of inexplicable throbbing in his heart. She finally realized that this man was different from the ones she had met before. He really dared to hit her, so she shut her mouth obediently. Bai Chu then let her go, and slapped the female assistant next to him a few times before looking around. "Get lost, if you dare to do it again, you won't be so lucky next time." Hearing this, the gangsters got up from the ground as if they had been pardoned. Jiang Qinmeng's assistant also helped Jiang Qinmeng, who was standing there in a daze. Bai Chu glanced at the damaged car and reminded, "By the way, don't forget to compensate for this car." At this moment, a red sports car came whizzing and stopped aside with a hiss. Shang Yunrong ran out of the car. She came to Bai Chu and asked with concern, "Mr. Bai, are you okay?" Bai Chu recognized the other person and shrugged, "It's okay." Shang Yunrong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the bodyguard next to her and asked, "Who is that person?" "Miss, they are from Qinmeng Pharmaceutical, and these people are the thugs they hired." "Qinmeng Pharmaceutical? It's a small pharmaceutical group in the West District. Damn it if you dare to touch Mr. Bai." Shang Yunrong's eyes were extremely cold. Bai Chu was the savior of their business. If anything happened to Bai Chu, it would mean the end of their business hope, which was unforgivable. Seeing the coldness in Shang Yunrong's eyes, Bai Chu waved his hand and said, "Miss Shang, there is no need to be like this. This is my own business. I hope you won't interfere. Shang Yunrong glanced at Jiang Qinmeng and the gang with a cold gaze, then smiled and said, Okay, I'll follow Mr. Bai's instructions. Mr. Bai, you saved my father. From now on, you are our honored guest. My name is Shang Yunrong. If you don't mind, you can just call me Yunrong. Seeing the other party's attitude, Bai Chu didn't want to be too unkind, so he smiled and said, Then don't call me Mr. Bai, just call me by my name. Okay, Bai Chu, my father has recovered now. To thank you for saving his life, we have prepared a banquet. I hope you can do me the honor. Seeing the other party's attitude, Bai Chu knew that no matter how much he refused, the other party would not give up, so he nodded, okay. Seeing Bai Chu nod, Shang Yunrong was overjoyed. Bai Chu, please take my car. Then he turned to look at the bodyguard behind him and said, Take care of this matter here. After the two left, the assistant beside Jiang Qinmeng said in a trembling voice, Miss, that woman is Shang Yunrong from the Shang family. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinmeng's original desire for revenge disappeared instantly. Isn't he just a driver? Why is even a rich girl like Shang Yunrong so respectful to him? The merchant is one of the top wealthy families in Jiangcheng, and is completely incomparable to a small company like Qinmeng Pharmaceutical. Even Shang Yunrong was so respectful to him, how could he have a chance to take revenge? For some reason, at this moment, she thought of Bai Chu's tall and straight figure, his cold yet magnetic voice, and especially the deep eyes looking down at her. Her heartbeat unconsciously quickened by a few beats. In the Shangjia manor, old man Shang Maoxian was pushed into the yard in a wheelchair by the housekeeper. Next to him were his eldest son Shang Wenkai and his youngest son Shang Wenbin. Next to them was a woman with a noble appearance, his daughter Shang Wenxia. Shang Wenkai is now in charge of Shang's group, while Shang Wenbin chose to join the army and is now a lieutenant colonel. His daughter Shang Wenxia married into the Zhou family in Jincheng. Except during the Chinese New Year, the three siblings rarely get together. Brother, are you okay? When Shang Wenbin and Shang Wenxia heard that their eldest brother had fainted on the road, they all rushed back. Shang Wenbin smiled when he heard this. It's okay, not only is it okay, but I feel much better than before. Brother, what's going on? Shang Wenbin told them what happened. Shang Wenxia's eyes flashed with excitement. Brother, are you serious? Can that person really see through our problems? Although I can't be sure yet, at least it can be alleviated. Shang Wenbin, who was dressed in military uniform, frowned. Brother, you asked me to come back just to let that so-called miracle doctor treat me? This is ridiculous. I know my problem well. I have consulted the best experts in the army, but they were all helpless. How can you believe that a man in his 20s can be better than those old experts? Ha, you say a few massages can relieve it? Anyway, I don't believe it. Well, there are important things waiting for me in the army. Since you are okay, I will go back first. Having said that, he turned around and walked outside. Stop right there. Mr. Shang called out to him. It was my idea to call you back. Rong has already invited Dr. Bai to come. No matter what you have, wait until Dr. Bai has finished examining you before leaving. Dad, how can you believe such a ridiculous thing? Just then, a servant came over and said, Mr. Shang, Miss Rong is back. Shang Ma nodded first, then looked at his children. Come with me to the door to greet him. Regardless of whether Divine Dr. Bai can cure us or not, he saved your eldest brother's life after all. He is our Shang family's benefactor anyway. Be polite to me. Then the group walked towards the door. Bai Chu had just got off the car and was slightly shocked when he saw the row of people waiting to greet him. Looking at this merchant's manor and so many servants, one can tell that his status in Jiangcheng is extraordinary. He didn't expect that such a big family would receive him so grandly. Shang Wenkai was the first to step forward and hold Bai Chu's hand. Dr. Bai, thank you so much for the past few days. Otherwise, I, Shang Wenbin, would not be able to stand here now. Please, Dr. Bai, let me introduce him to you. Then he introduced all the merchants. Mr. Shang, you are too polite. I just did a small favor. How can you make such a big fuss about it? Dr. Bai, you are joking. It may be a piece of cake for you, but it is a great favor to us merchants. Dr. Bai, please come in quickly. We have prepared a banquet. Although Shang Maoxian was sitting in a wheelchair, his face looked frighteningly pale and his voice was a little hoarse, but he could not hide the heroic spirit in his eyes. Bai Chu had seen this kind of look in videos on the internet. It was a look that belonged only to old heroes who had been baptized by war. When Bai Chu saw Shang Wenbin in military uniform behind him, he was immediately filled with respect. Mr. Shang really praises me too much. I don't deserve to be called a miracle doctor. A group of people came into the living room and sat down. Shang Wenbin looked at Bai Chu for a while and couldn't help but stand up. My dear little brother, thank you for saving my elder brother. I, Shang Wenbin, am very grateful, but I have an urgent mission in the army, so I can't stay with you for long. After saying that, he was about to leave. He didn't believe Bai Chu was some miracle doctor in the first place, but now seeing him in person he became more convinced of his thoughts. If Bai Chu could be a miracle doctor, that would be even more ridiculous than saying that he could become an immortal. Just shut up! Shang Maoxian shouted angrily. Then he looked at Bai Chu with some regret and said, It's my fault that I didn't teach him well. I hope Dr. Bai can calm down. In fact, we invited Divine Dr. Bai to come here this time because we wanted him to treat our family. Next, he told Bai Chu about the situation of his business. Bai Chu's expression changed slightly after hearing this. But before he could say anything, Shang Wenbin snorted coldly. Bai Chu, right? I am very grateful that you saved my elder brother. I will give you some compensation. But if you want to do anything to our business because of this, I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible, otherwise I will definitely make you regret it. Bai Chu frowned when he heard this. This is fucking crazy, you guys insisted on asking me to come here, how come you have an agenda? Did I save the wrong person that day? Originally, he saw that the other party was a soldier and wanted to take action. But now... Bai Chu stood up with a cold face, Don't worry, I have no interest in your business. That's just right, I didn't want to come to your business anyway, goodbye. Shang Yunrong quickly grabbed Bai Chu. Bai Chu, don't misunderstand. She looked at Shang Wenbin angrily, Second uncle, what are you talking about? I finally invited Bai Chu here. How could he be hostile to Shang Wenbin? Shang Wenkai was also a little angry, Wenbin, you've gone too far, quickly apologized to Dr. Bai. Brother, you must be on guard against others. You. Shang Wenkai suddenly became a little angry. His second brother was good in every way except that he was too straightforward and outspoken, which made him unpopular. Rebellious son. Shang Maoxian's originally pale face turned pale with anger. Hurry up and apologize to Divine Dr. Bai. Divine Dr. Bai is your elder brother's savior. How could he say such a stupid thing? Chapter 30, Apology. Humph, he helped my eldest brother, I acknowledge his kindness to Shangri-La, and I, Shang Wenbin, am willing to owe him a favor. If he needs any help, I will do my best to help him. However, I absolutely do not believe that he is a so-called miracle doctor, and it is even more impossible for me to let him treat me. I also advise you not to believe him easily, as there is no guarantee that he may not have some ulterior motives. I even wondered if my eldest brother was also involved in the accident. Uncle, you can't frame Bai Chu. We have already investigated the accident thoroughly. Bai Chu has absolutely nothing to do with it. Shang Yunrong was so angry at his second uncle's words that he stomped his feet. Bai Chu glanced at everyone and said, Okay, I'm not interested in your family's affairs. Since you don't welcome me, I'll take my leave. I hope you won't bother me again in the future. Bai Chu directly pushed Shang Yunrong away and walked out. You rebellious son, you are going to piss me off to death. Seeing Bai Chu really leave in anger, Shang Maoxian suddenly became furious, spurted out blood, and fainted. Dad! What's wrong with you? Grandfather! The merchants were instantly panicked. Quick, call a doctor. Shang Yunrong quickly caught up with Bai Chu. Bai Chu, please save my grandpa. Bai Chu turned and looked at Mr. Shang, feeling a little hesitant. Just then, Zhou Changming walked in with several doctors. As soon as he entered the room and saw the scene, his face changed drastically and he quickly ran to Shang Maoxian to check. As he checked, he angrily shouted at them, Mr. Shang looks extremely angry. I have reminded you so many times not to make him angry. Have you all forgotten? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, it's all my fault. Please make sure to cure my dad. Shang Wenbin felt extremely regretful. He never expected that his father would value that boy so much. He should have been more tactful. Okay, be quiet. Zhou Changming immediately began treatment, but as time went on, his complexion became increasingly uglier. A few minutes later, he stood up with a dejected look on his face. I tried my best. No, Mr. Zhou, you are the best brain doctor in Jiangcheng. You can definitely cure my dad, you definitely can. Shang Wenbin pounced on Zhou Changming like a madman. Zhou Changming shook his head helplessly. You know your father's condition better than anyone else. Let alone me, even if I send him to the imperial capital, I'm afraid it will be difficult to save him. No, this can't be done. Please think of another way, please. Shang Wenbin, are you satisfied now? Shang Wenkai glared at his brother, trembling all over. Zhou Changming suddenly thought of something and quickly looked at Shang Wenkai. By the way, Wenkai, have you found the person who treated you last time? Invite him here immediately, maybe there is still a chance. Although he has always looked down on Dr. Xia, it is not because he thinks Dr. Xia is no good. After all, the medical skills that have been passed down for thousands of years cannot be completely useless. It is because Dr. Xia has long since declined, and all that remains are a group of quack doctors who are swindling and cheating. He went back to ask a Xia doctor he knew. Although the doctor admitted that he couldn't do it, there were still many people with such ability in the thousands of years of Xia medicine. At this moment, Shang Maxian's condition seemed to him to be completely unsolvable, and even to the entire Western medicine. His only hope was to see if Dr. Xia could create another miracle. Yes, Dr. Bai. After hearing Zhou Changming's reminder, Shang Wenbin finally reacted and quickly looked towards the door. Fortunately, Bai Chu was being held by Shang Yunrong and did not leave. He quickly ran to Bai Chu and bowed. Divine Dr. Bai, please help save my father. Zhou Changming also looked at Bai Chu. When he saw Bai Chu's appearance, he was shocked. He didn't expect that this person was so young. His hope was immediately reduced. But there is no better way for now. So he also pleaded with Bai Chu, little brother, doctors are kind-hearted. If you really have a way, please save Mr. Shang. After all, Mr. Shang is a hero who shed blood for the country. Bai Chu gently shook his head. It's not that I don't want to save him, I said I'm not a miracle doctor, there's nothing I can do in this situation. No, Bai Chu, you must have a way. I apologize to you for what my second uncle said before. I beg you, please save my grandfather. Shang Yunrong's eyes were already red from crying. Her grandfather loved her so much, and she couldn't accept that he was leaving her. Bai Chu was also very conflicted at this time. Not to mention Shang Wenbin's previous attitude, he was indeed not sure. After all, even the best brain doctor in Jiangqing couldn't help. If he failed to save the patient, he would definitely get into trouble. I'm sorry, I really can't help it. However, in the eyes of other people in the business, Bai Chu was obviously still angry about the previous incident. Shang Wenkai glared at Shang Wenbin. Wenbin, come over here and apologize to Dr. Bai. Seeing Shang Wenbin still standing there in a daze, Shang Wenxia raised her hand and slapped him in the face. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Do you really want to see Dad get into trouble before you are satisfied? Shang Wenbin gritted his teeth and walked up to Bai Chu. I'm sorry, Dr. Bai, it was all my fault before, please save my dad. I said, it's not that I don't want to save him, it's that I really can't. Seeing that Bai Chu was still unwilling to forgive him, Shang Wenbin bent his legs and was about to kneel down. Although he felt this was humiliating, it was nothing compared to his father's body. However, just as he was kneeling halfway, Bai Chu reached out to stop him. Shang Wenbin was shocked. He had joined the army when he was a teenager and had been the district's top soldier for several years in a row. Even though he was over 40 years old now, there were not many people in their army who could beat him in terms of skills. And this fair-skinned young man in front of him could support himself with one hand so easily. How much strength does this take? He was a little unconvinced, and put more strength into kneeling down. However, no matter how hard he tried, the body supported by that hand could not move even 1 centimeter down. After being shocked, he was not angry, but instead felt ecstatic. It seems that I have really misjudged this person. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe he really has a way to save the old man. Thinking of this, he immediately gave up kneeling. He stood up straight, saluted Bai Chu with a standard military salute, and said sincerely, Dr. Bai, please do it. I was just talking nonsense and said something I shouldn't have said. I will cut off my tongue now to make amends. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a saber from his waist and stabbed it into his own mouth without any hesitation. Don't want. The people around were so shocked that they couldn't react at all. Just as the saber was about to pierce his tongue, a strong hand firmly grasped his wrist. Chapter 31 9 Sons Renew Life. Bai Chu exerted a little force and knocked the saber out of Shang Wenbin's hand. He didn't expect this guy to be so decisive. If it weren't for my agility, this person would have become a mute in the future. Looking at the other person's mouth full of blood but with no fluctuation in his eyes, Bai Chu cursed him inwardly as a madman. Although they had only met for a short while, he also understood this guy's character. If he doesn't take action, this person might do something even more extreme. That's all. Bai Chu sighed, okay, I'll try. As he spoke, he quickly walked to Shang Lao's side and placed his hand on his pulse. His brows were furrowed tightly. In this situation, it seems that I have to use all my strength. Hurry up and carry the person to the bed. Prepare a basin of hot water, alcohol, and fire. Shang Wenbin swallowed the blood in his mouth, quickly walked forward, picked up old Shang and walked towards the bedroom. Among all the people present at this moment, he was the one who had the most confidence in Bai Chu. Soon a group of people came to the bedroom. Bai Chu glanced at everyone and said, "Leave 2 people in the room to help, and the rest of you go outside." Zhou Changming quickly said, "I'm a doctor, I'll stay and help." Bai Chu nodded and looked at Shang Wenbin again, "You stay here too, the rest of you go out. Remember, no one is allowed to disturb me before I finish the acupuncture." Everyone nodded and walked out of the room with trepidation. Bai Chu took out a set of gold needles and a set of silver needles and said to Zhou Changming, "Disinfect with fire." He then disinfected his hands with alcohol and washed them with warm water. He took the sterilized golden needles and picked up 9 golden needles at the same time. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and his hands flew. The 9 golden needles were firmly inserted into the 9 acupuncture points of Shang Lao's body. The tail of each golden needle was vibrating continuously. After more than 10 seconds, he pulled out 9 golden needles at the same time, and then picked up another 9 and inserted them into the other 9 acupuncture points. Seeing this scene, Zhou Changming, who was in charge of disinfection, opened his eyes wide and couldn't help but exclaimed, "9 Yang life-sustaining needle." Shang Wenbin, who was watching with a worried look on his face, turned around and asked, "Mr. Zhou, what is the 9 Yang life-sustaining needle?" Zhou Changming swallowed a few times and said, "I heard from an old man in Xia medicine that the 9 Yang life-sustaining needle is one of the 10 most powerful acupuncture techniques in ancient Xia medicine. This acupuncture method requires extremely strong control. Needles are inserted into 9 different acupuncture points on the body at the same time within one breath. Each needle must be inserted to a depth of 9 points. After insertion, the tail of the needle vibrates at the same time. Each needle vibrates for 9 breaths, a total of 9,981 times. After 9 breaths, remove the needles at the same time. After an interval of 9 breaths, use the same technique to insert acupuncture into another 9 acupoints. Acupuncture is performed 9 times, for a total of 9,981 needles. When I heard that old guy say that before, I thought he was bragging. I never thought that someone could actually have such precise control. It's unbelievable. Shang Wenbin was completely confused. He didn't understand anything at all, but he felt it looked very impressive. I couldn't help but ask, "Can that cure my dad?" Zhou Changming was silent for a moment and then slowly said, "I heard from that old guy that this acupuncture method has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. If he is not bragging, there is a high chance that Mr. Shang can be saved." Shang Wenbin clenched his fists and his body trembled with excitement. If Bai Chu could really cure his father, he wouldn't even frown even if it cost him his own life. A few minutes later, Bai Chu put away the golden needle, he let out a long breath, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Looking at Mr. Shang, whose breathing had become rhythmic on the bed, he knew that the first hurdle had been passed. Dr. Bai, is my dad okay?" Shang Wenbin asked cautiously. Bai Chu ignored him, washed his hands, and instructed Zhou Changming, "Disinfect the silver needle." After resting for a while, he picked up the silver needle with a more focused expression than before, and slowly inserted the silver needle into an acupuncture point on Mr. Zhou's chest. The moment this array penetrated, the originally calm body of Mr. Shang began to twitch slightly. Then comes the second shot, the third shot. With every injection of the needle, Shang Lao's body twitched more. By the time the 5th injection was given, Mr. Shang was already convulsing violently and foaming at the mouth, as if he would die in the next second. Not good. Zhou Changming looked shocked. He took a step and was about to move forward. As soon as he took a step, Shang Wenbin held him down. "Wait a minute." Although he was even more nervous at this moment, he remembered what Dr. Bai had reminded him before he started, that no one should be allowed to disturb him before the acupuncture was finished. Zhou Changming glanced at Shang Wenbin, and when he saw his nervous but determined gaze, he nodded slightly. The moment the 6th needle was inserted, Shang Lao's skin turned red and a trickle of blood slowly flowed out of his 7 orifices. Even Shang Wenbin couldn't help it this time, but he still tried hard to control himself and not disturb them. When the 7th needle was inserted, Mr. Shang, who had been twitching violently, slowly calmed down, his face became rosy and his breathing became even. Zhou Changming looked at the silver needles on old Shang's body. The length of each needle was different, but when they were connected together, the arrangement was exactly the same as the Big Dipper. Although he couldn't understand it, he knew that this formation was obviously not weaker than the previous 9-yang life-extending formation. Bai Chu placed his hand on old Shang's pulse and observed it for a while before slowly putting away the silver needle. At this moment, his face was full of fatigue, but there was a hint of joy between his brows. Okay, give me the phone. Bai Chu took Shang Wenbin's phone and typed a prescription on it. Go get the medicine immediately according to this prescription. When the man wakes up, give him the medicine right away. Oh, and you have to get the medicine and brew it yourself. Thank you, Dr. Bai. Although Shang Wenbin didn't understand why Bai Chu asked for this, he didn't dare to delay for a moment and ran out with his cell phone. Zhou Changming quickly came to Mr. Shang, picked up the instrument and started checking. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and his face was full of shock. This is a miracle, it's simply a miracle. At this time, everyone outside ran in. What's going on? Zhou Changming shouted, be quiet, don't disturb Mr. Shang's rest. Then he looked at the group of people and said with a smile, Mr. Shang is fine. Everyone cheered and hurried to thank Bai Chu. Shang Yunrong pulled Bai Chu with red eyes. Bai Chu, thank you so much, if it weren't for you I would. As she said that, she started crying again. But seeing Bai Chu's exhausted face, she knew that Bai Chu had paid a lot to save her grandfather, and she was even more grateful in her heart. Are you okay? It's okay, find a room for me to rest for a while. After arriving in the room, Bai Chu said, okay, you go out, I'll rest for a while. By the way, when the old man wakes up, ask him to come over. Ask all of you merchants to come over, but except for those who have the same symptoms as your grandfather, no one else is allowed to come in. Shang Yunron was a little surprised, but didn't think much about it. Bai Chu saved her grandfather, and now no matter what he asks for, Shang Yunron will support him unconditionally. Everyone was quietly waiting for Mr. Shang to wake up. The more Zhou Changming thought about it, the more shocked he became. He even regretted why he didn't learn Xiao medicine. Otherwise, if he met such a miracle doctor and asked him to teach him, wouldn't he be? Alas, what a pity. After thinking for a while, he snorted coldly, old man, it looks like you'll get away with it this time. As he said this, he hurried to a corner of the yard, picked up his cell phone and made a call. Chapter 32 Opportunity. In Jincheng City, in a Shai clinic called Jishidiang. At this time, the boss Wen Shichen was packing the medicine box in the yard. He is also a well-known Xiao medical expert in Jincheng. Although Dr. Xiao's overall reputation is very bad, he is one of the few people in the Xiao medical community who can be called a miracle doctor due to his years of hard work and exploration, and has always been trusted and respected by many patients. Most of the patients who have been treated by him are very satisfied, and they would even say in private that if all Xiao doctors were as good as Wen Shichen, then Xiao medicine would not be suppressed so badly and would at least be on par with Western medicine. Wen Shichen is not only respected by many ordinary people, but also a guest of honor of many families and leaders. After all, he is better at treating some diseases than Western medicine. Dr. Wen, the car sent by the Lu family is waiting outside, please go over quickly. Okay, I got it. I'll be there when the medicine box is ready. After packing up, Wen Shichen walked out with the medicine box on his back. Halfway through, the cell phone in his pocket rang. He took it out, looked at it, snorted coldly and picked it up. If you have something to say, please say it now. I have something important to do. Haha, have you eaten gunpowder? It just so happens that I have some gunpowder to reduce gunpowder. Do you want some? The voice coming from the phone revealed an excitement that could not be concealed. But when he heard that the other party was in such a good mood, Wen Shichen's originally gentle expression suddenly became a little unhappy. Keep it for yourself. I'm busy here. I won't talk to you if it's nothing important. Hang up. Wait. Of course it's a big deal. And it's a huge deal to you. If I tell you about it, you will definitely be interested. Ha, sorry, I'm not interested in anything about you. Oh? Really? You're not interested in the 9-yang life-sustaining needle either? Hearing this, Wen Shichen's face changed, and then he snorted coldly, "You are a Western doctor, you know nothing about the nine-yang life-sustaining needle, why are you deliberately making fun of me?" If our Xia medicine had not been suppressed for so long and many of its traditions had not been cut off, there would not be a chance for an old thing like you to be so sarcastic here. Besides, even if Xia medicine has declined, I, Wen Shichen, am no worse than you, Zhou Changming. If you are not convinced, let's compete again next time you come to Jincheng. Don't think I'm lying to you. This nine-yang life-sustaining needle definitely existed. It's a pity that the formation has long been lost. If not, my medical skills would definitely be far superior to yours. You would have to respectfully call me brother when in front of me. On the other side, Zhou Changming heard Wen Shichen's words and felt a little hesitant. He and Wen Shichen had known each other since childhood, and their ambitions were both to study medicine and save lives. It's just that Wen Shichen chose Xia medicine, while Zhou Changming felt that Xia medicine had long been in decline and most of it was just a scam, so he chose Western medicine. Because of this disagreement, the two argued endlessly whenever they met for many years. Although Wen Shichen worked harder, Xia medicine had indeed declined too seriously and was suppressed everywhere. It did not have good teachers to preach like Western medicine. Zhou Changming had long been an expert professor that major hospitals were competing for, but Wen Shichen could only open a pharmacy on the street. Although he is more capable of treating some diseases and has cured many patients, and has a good reputation in Jincheng, most of the people who seek him out consider him as a candidate for Western medicine. After seeing Bai Chu's miraculous skills, Zhou Changming changed his previous opinion of Dr. Xia. He felt that he could not compare with him. I have suppressed Wen Shichen for so many years. If he really learns the nine-yang life-sustaining needle, then won't this old guy be so powerful in the future? However, although they would quarrel whenever they met, deep down in their hearts, they regarded each other as close friends. This is why, even though you may say you hate the other person, no matter how busy you are, if the other person calls you, you will definitely pick up the phone as soon as possible. As long as one party needs help, the other party will go there without hesitation. Forget it. I have been suppressing him for so many years, so it doesn't matter if I let him suppress me for a few more years. Besides, if this old guy really learns it, then when I encounter an unsolvable illness in the future and ask him for help, will he dare to refuse? So he smiled and said, "If I say I saw someone using the nine-yang life-sustaining needle, would you believe me?" I don't believe you. What's the matter? Have you encountered a problem that you can't solve? Humph, call me brother and I might consider helping you. Okay, I'm not kidding you, I'm serious. Zhou Changming quickly recounted what he had just seen. After hearing the whole story, Wen Shichen stood still for a moment. Although he was still very skeptical, when he mentioned the nine-yang life-sustaining needle to the other party, he only gave a general introduction. If the other party had not seen it with his own eyes, how could he describe the process in such detail? Not to mention Zhou Changming, even I myself, who occasionally saw it in ancient books, did not understand many details. Why are you silent? If you are really not interested, then I won't say anything. When Shichen finally responded, interested, tell me how you know such details? I told you I saw it with my own eyes. Oh, there is another needle method. He then recounted the process of another acupuncture technique used by Bai Chu. After hearing this, Wen Shichen lost his composure. 7-star soul calming. It's the 7-star soul calming. Quick, tell me where that person is. Now he completely believed what Zhou Changming said. The nine-yang life-sustaining needle was enough to drive him crazy, and there was also the 7-star soul-calming needle. You're anxious now? Don't you have something important to do? Forget it, just go ahead and do your work. We'll talk about it when you're done. No, don't worry, tell me now, or I'll get mad at you. Zhou Changming laughed, you can let me say it if you want, but from now on you have to call me brother. Okay, brother Ming, from now on you are my real brother, okay? Tell me where that person is. Brother, I will only tell you one person about this matter. This person is now in Jiangcheng Merchants. It depends on you whether you can grasp it. As soon as I hung up the phone, the person at the door urged me again. Dr. Wan, have you packed up yet? The people from the Lu family have been waiting for a long time. Wen Shichen was in no mood to go to the Lu family at this moment. Let them go back. I have something to do and can't go. After saying that, he shouted to a busy disciple, Xing, put down your work and prepare the car to go to Jiangcheng, quickly. Xing was puzzled when he heard this. Master, aren't we going to the Lu family today? Why go to the Lu family? Go to Jiangcheng. Hurry up. There's something urgent. Ah. But Mr. Liu of the Liu family invited you personally. It would be bad if you don't go, right? Humph, what's wrong with that? Not to mention Director Liu, even an invitation from the Emperor is not as important as what I'm doing now. Jiangchang Merchants. After 2 hours of rest, Bai Chu's spirit has returned to normal. At this time, Shang Maoxian had slowly woken up. Dad, you finally woke up. Immediately a group of people surrounded them. Shang Mao first recalled what happened before and asked, "Did Dr. Bai save me?" "Yes, Grandpa, nothing will happen to you anymore." Shang Yunrong came to him with a bowl of medicine. "Grandpa, Bai Chu told you to drink this medicine when you wake up." Okay. I'll drink it." After drinking the medicine, Shang Mao first felt his body. His eyes were slightly moist. After so many years, he finally had that feeling of being full of strength again. He turned over, got out of bed, took a few steps, looked up to the sky and sighed. "I never thought that I, Shang Maoxian, would be able to stand up again one day." He glanced around. "Where's Divine Dr. Bai? Take me over there to thank him in person." Shang Yunrong nodded. "Grandpa, Bai Chu is resting in the guest room, please come with me." "Dad, Aunt, second uncle, come along too, Bai Chu has something to talk to you about." Then they walked towards the guest room. Arriving at the door of the guest room, Shang Yunrong looked at the housekeeper and bodyguard and said, "Don't go in. Stay here and no one is allowed to approach within 20 meters of the room." Chapter 33. I'm afraid my girlfriend will misunderstand. Dr. Bai, I really don't know how to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, Shang may not have the chance to stand up again until he dies. Shang Maoxian held Bai Chu with both hands and couldn't stop sighing. Shang Wenbin stood up and saluted Bai Chu. "Dr. Bai, I, Shang Wenbin, am not very good at saying thank you. I promise that if you need me in the future, I will never frown even if I have to endure hardships." Bai Chu waved his hand. "Okay, there's no need to thank you. I asked you to come here because I have something to tell you. Dr. Bai, please speak." Bai Chu glanced at everyone and slowly said, "When I was giving Elder Shang acupuncture earlier, I found that Elder Shang's illness was not the family hereditary disease you mentioned, but poisoning." "Poisoned?" Hearing this, everyone looked incredulous. "Dr. Bai, are you sure?" "Of course," Bai Chu said with certainty. "Your business family is considered a big family. To be able to poison your entire family while all the servants are fine, it seems that the person who poisoned you is quite skilled. I am just telling you about this matter. As for how to investigate it, it is up to you." Everyone looked at each other, and a hint of gloom appeared in their eyes. They originally thought it was a genetic disease and could only accept their fate, but now they find out that they were poisoned. They did not doubt Bai Chu's words. After all, his medical skills gave them no reason to doubt him at all. What they wanted to do most now was to find out the person who poisoned the food. Bai Chu was about to leave after he finished speaking, but suddenly his eyes fell on Shang Yunrong's chest. When he was treating Shang Maoxian, he saw the jade pendant on his neck. He remembered that he had seen it when he saved Shang Wenkai for the first time, and it was almost exactly the same. Now, he discovered that Shang Yunrong also had a lanyard around his neck. Could it be the same jade pendant? If so... While he was thinking in his mind, his eyes were looking straight at Shang Yunrong. The merchants were all focused on Bai Chu, so they naturally noticed his action. Old Shang thought to himself, "It seems that Dr. Bai is interested in his granddaughter." He turned around and looked at his son, and a smile appeared in both of their eyes. Shang Yunrong's pretty face flushed, and she puffed out her chest in secret with pride. Although she had not had the time to investigate Bai Chu and was not sure about his identity, she felt that his medical skills were completely worthy of hers. What's more, Bai Chu is very handsome. If the other party is really interested in him, then... In just a moment, she imagined what would happen next. Just as she was immersed in her fantasy, Bai Chu suddenly spoke. "Shang Yunrong, can you show me what you're wearing around your neck?" "Ah." Shang Yunrong was stunned for a moment when she heard this. After she reacted, she quickly took off the jade pendant from her neck and handed it to Bai Chu. She couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "I thought he was looking at me. I didn't expect it was a jade pendant." The jade pendant felt soft and smooth to the touch, and its texture was very good. Bai Chu felt it carefully and then nodded. He looked up at the merchants and said, "If I'm not mistaken, everyone in your business is wearing this item, and it just so happens that everyone who wears this item has the same symptoms." Hearing this, several people were shocked. Shang Maoxian's face looked a little ugly. Divine Dr. Bai, do you mean there is something wrong with this jade pendant? Bai Chu nodded. How is this possible? Shang Maoxian obviously found it hard to accept this result. This item was given to me by one of my best comrades in arms. After being blessed by the Buddhist teachings of the great monks of Nanliang Temple, wearing this item can bring good luck to people. Since I have worn this item, my business has been going smoothly for many years, and our business has achieved its current status because of this. Dr. Bai, are you mistaken? Bai Chu chuckled. Mr. Shang, you are a veteran who has been to the battlefield, how can you believe these things? Besides, do you think you have been lucky these years? Shang Maoxian was stunned for a moment. Yes, he was only in his early 70s, but he had been sitting in a wheelchair for several years. If he had not met Bai Chu, his life might have been in danger at any time. If this is considered good luck, it's really ridiculous. Bai Chu continued, this jade is indeed a good thing, but it has been tampered with. As for your problems, as long as you stop wearing it and take the medicine I gave you every day, you will be cured in a year at least. Having said this, it is up to you to decide whether to believe it or not. Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. After saying that, Bai Chu turned around and walked out of the room. Rong, send Dr. Bai away immediately. After Bai Chu left, Shang Maoxian sighed, sat down slowly, and a look of sadness appeared on his face. Shang Wenbin ripped off the jade pendant from his neck and threw it to the ground. Humph, I have always respected him so much, but I didn't expect him to harm our business. No, I must kill him. Stop! Shang Maoxian shouted. He looked at Shang Wenxia, immediately find someone you trust in Jincheng to make a set of identical jade pendants and send them to me. Shang Wenxia nodded and turned to leave. Shang Mao first looked at Shang Wenkai, let's put on the jade pendant when it arrives. Don't let anyone know about this first. I want to see why he did this to me. Shang Yunrong sent Bai Chu out the door and said, Bai Chu, you have helped my family so much. I don't know how to thank you. There is 10 million in this card. You must accept it. I will transfer one of the family villas to your name later. Of course, you must have done more than just saving my grandfather's life. If you have any other requests, you can ask for them and I will agree to them. After saying this, her pretty face flushed slightly. Bai Chu thought about it and felt that it was only natural to charge money for treating the disease. Besides, if he didn't charge anything, this family would definitely keep asking for trouble, and they might even misunderstand that he wanted more. So he reached out and took the bank card. I'll take the 10 million as medical fees. As for the villa, forget about it. 10 million is not a small sum. I'm not that greedy. Okay, you paid for the medical treatment, we have already settled the bill, just send it here. Shang Yunrong laughed at himself, thinking that he had overthought. Your car was damaged. Let me take you home. No, I have to pick up my girlfriend later. There's a beautiful woman with me, and I'm afraid she will misunderstand. I can go back by myself. After saying that, he lifted his leg and left. Forgive him for having a girlfriend. Looking at Bai Chu's departing back, Shang Yunrong felt indescribably lonely. Bai Chu went to the roadside and called Su Muyu. Drive over here to pick me up. I just happen to need you for something. Chapter 34, Not married yet, there's still a chance. A few people from the Shang family were discussing something when they saw Shang Yunrong coming back so soon. Shang Lao asked in surprise, didn't you come to see Divine Dr. Bai? Why are you back so soon? He went back on his own. Upon hearing this, Mr. Shang looked at Shang Yunrong with some regret. How could you let Divine Dr. Bai go back by himself? I asked you to send him off so that you two could have more opportunities to spend time together. What do you think? Alas, Rong, you are 24 years old this year, and it is time to get married. It is rare to meet a young man like Dr. Bai, so you must seize the opportunity. Dr. Bai has done us a great favor, but his medical skills alone will bring him unlimited potential in the future. He is also handsome and calm, so he is worthy of you no matter how high your standards are. Shang Wenkai on the side also nodded. He would be very satisfied if his daughter could be with Dr. Bai. Shang Wenbin even said directly, Rong, second uncle also supports you in taking down Divine Dr. Bai. Divine Dr. Bai is not only an excellent doctor, but also very skilled in martial arts. Even second uncle is no match for him. If you can be with him, at least your future safety will be guaranteed. He is definitely more reliable than all your bodyguards combined. At the same time, he was secretly thinking in his heart that it would be great if someone like Bai Chu could join the army. With both medical and martial arts skills, any team would be greatly enhanced if they had such a person when carrying out missions. It's a pity that judging from the other person's personality, he doesn't seem to be interested in this aspect. Hearing these words, Shang Yunrong, who was already in a bad mood, felt very aggrieved. Grandpa, stop thinking about it, he already has a girlfriend. Dr. Bai has a girlfriend? Oh, that's a pity. It seems that we merchants don't have this blessing. Shang Wenkai sighed. Mr. Shang frowned, then relaxed his brows. He looked at his granddaughter with a smile. Young man, it's normal to have a relationship. You're not married yet, so it doesn't count. We still have a chance. Shang Yunrong's face instantly turned red when she heard this. She glared at Shang Lao with some embarrassment and said, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Ha ha ha. Shang Lao laughed. Grandpa was just saying it casually. Of course, it all depends on your own thoughts, Rong. If you don't have such thoughts about divine Dr. Bai, then just pretend that Grandpa didn't say anything. Oh, by the way, Rong, did you give Dr. Bai any thank you gift? He received 10 million. I wanted to give him the villa in the North District, but he refused. He also said that the matter would be settled after receiving the consultation fee. Shang Mao nodded first. Well, judging from what he said, it seems that he doesn't want to get involved with us merchants too much. Although he doesn't want more, we have to give it to him. After all, the lives of a few merchants like us are not worth a mere 10 million. Since giving it directly won't work, then we should pay more attention to whether there is anything that we can help Dr. Bai with, and help Dr. Bai solve it secretly. Rong, I'll leave this matter to you. No matter what, you must find a way to bring us closer to Dr. Bai. Okay, Grandpa. Elder Shang seemed to have remembered something, and he reminded them, oh, divine Dr. Bai has such great medical skills, but he has never had any reputation. If Wen Kai hadn't fainted, he might not have taken action. It seems that Dr. Bai does not want to show off his medical skills. I will give orders later that the news of Dr. Bai's visit to our store must not be spread. From now on, we should not call him Dr. Bai, but Mr. Bai. On the other side, not long after Bai Chu finished the call, Su Muyu drove over. After getting in the car, Bai Chu ordered, let's go buy a car. Su Muyu thought Bai Chu was going to buy her a car, so she quickly declined, Mr. Bai, it's really not necessary. My car is good enough. My car was smashed, and I want to buy it. Ha? Oh good. In the next half day, Su Muyu took Bai Chu to visit all the major car dealerships in Jiangcheng and bought one car of each luxury brand. As a result, Su Muyu intuitively felt for the first time what it meant to be generous. A total of 10 cars were bought, with a total price of more than 50 million. Of course, all these cars were registered under Chen Qingyou's name. In this way, he earned more than 400 million again. Not only did he get back the 100 million he had just transferred to the company's finance department. There was an additional 300 million in the account, and now he had a huge sum of 630 million on his card. Finally, Bai Chu spent another 3 million to buy Su Muyu a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 3 million. Su Muyu tried her best to refuse. After all, she was afraid that if she took Bai Chu's car, she would lose the opportunity to follow Bai Chu in the future. But Bai Chu's attitude was very tough. If you want to help me in the future, then take the car. Su Muyu had no choice but to accept it. Bai Chu had his own considerations for buying a car for Su Muyu. After visiting the merchant, he deeply felt that he still needed some power of his own. If he had the same power as Shang Jia, what happened to Chen Xinyu wouldn't have happened before. Moreover, he only stayed with the merchant for a short while, and then deliberately left when no one was paying attention. However, the merchant could easily find him with just one sentence. Besides, even a powerful force like Shang Jia, several important members of their family could be poisoned. If those people really wanted to deal with him, he might not be afraid, but what about Chen Qinyu and his parents? He couldn't ignore them. After all, no matter how strong he is, he still can't handle everything. Of course, if you want to have your own power, you must first have money, a lot of money. Then there are people you can trust. Among all the people he knows now, Su Muyu is the only one he can trust. The main reason is that Bai Chu feels that she has ambitions that are not content with the status quo. So, he planned to ask Su Muyu to help him start a company. Of course, before that, he needed money, a lot of money. At the same time, he could also take this opportunity to test Su Muyu. Bai Chu handed a bank card to Su Muyu. There is 100 million in it. Go and buy me some luxury items that girls like. Just one principle: don't buy the best, only the most expensive. If you don't have enough money, tell me and I'll transfer it to you. I hope you can spend it in a week. Su Muyu was a little confused after listening to this. She didn't seem to understand everything Bai Chu did, but she didn't ask too much. After all, this was a task assigned to her by Bai Chu and she had to complete it. Okay, Mr. Bai. After collecting the card, Su Muyu drove away. Bai Chu was not worried that she would take the money and run away. First of all, with so much money, she couldn't run away even if she wanted to. Even if she could run away, he didn't care and just thought that he had chosen the wrong person. In the evening, Bai Chu drove to the company gate. He looked up and glanced around. Zhang Yunhui's efficiency was quite good. In just one day, the area around the company was already filled with cameras. Moreover, there seemed to be 2 more security guards at the door. Bai Chu was quite satisfied with this. Chen Xingyu saw Bai Chu's car and asked in confusion, "Why did you change the car?" That car was parked on the side of the road and was hit by someone. This one was compensated by someone else. Oh. Chen Xingyu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. When the company employees saw Bai Chu's car, they became more certain of Bai Chu's identity. The boss is indeed the second generation of some big family. He changed his car again in just a few days, and it's a more expensive Labor Day. This gives them more hope for the company's future. That day, Bai Chu had just sent Chen Xingyu to the company, and when he came out, he saw a woman walking towards him. Bai Chu saw that the person coming was the assistant beside Jiang Qinmeng, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. "Why, haven't you learned your lesson from what happened that day? You still dare to trouble me?" The woman was slapped several times by Bai Chu at that time, and even 2 days later, there were still traces of it on her face. Seeing Bai Chu's gaze, she suddenly felt a little scared. He quickly explained, Mr. Bai, I'm here to deliver the compensation." As she spoke, she handed over a bank card. "Here is 5 million. Mr. Jiang asked me to give it to you." He put the bank card in Bai Chu's hand and turned away. After walking a few steps, she stopped again, hesitated for a moment and said, "Also, Mr. Jiang asked me to tell you something, asking you to be careful these few days, because someone is coming from Jincheng." After saying that, he left in a hurry. Bai Chu thought to himself that the person who came from Jincheng that this woman mentioned should be sent by the Lu family. But why did Jiang Qinmeng remind himself to be careful? Bai Chu thought about it for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he ignored it. As for who Lu Huihuan would send over, he was not afraid but rather had some expectations. In Jincheng Company, Chen Xingyu was sitting in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard attentively. Because the design department is now almost entirely made up of newcomers, although the big order that Qin Meng wanted was not received due to her reasons, some small orders received by the marketing department still keep them very busy. Not only that, she also asked all employees in the design department to post advertisements online in their free time to see if they could bring some orders to the company. "Manager, let's eat first." An employee walked up to her and shouted. This employee was one of the 2 people who stayed from the original design department, named Wang Yan. "Oh, you go first, I'll go over the manuscript again," Chen Xingyu said without raising her head. Wang Yan saw Chen Xingyu was so busy every day, she was a little puzzled. "Manager, you have a rich young man like Mr. Bai as your boyfriend, why are you still working so hard?" Chen Xingyu looked up at her and said, "Who told you that Bai Chu was a rich young master? Isn't it? How could someone who spent 200 million to buy our company be anything other than a rich young man?" "Oh." Chen Xingyu sighed. Then he smiled and shook his head. "I also hope he is a rich young man, but unfortunately he is not. The reason why he has so much money is just because of luck. To buy this company, he must have spent all his money. I have to keep this company for him, so you can't be lazy, we must work together to run the company well, otherwise don't blame me if you can't afford the salary." "Oh, I see. I will try my best." Although Wang Yin said this, she didn't believe Chen Xingyu's words at all in her heart. Although she didn't understand why Chen Xingyu said that, she firmly believed that Bai Chu was from a big family. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person earn 200 million? Even if he could really make money, how could he be willing to spend such a high price to buy a small company like Jincheng? This company is definitely not worth 200 million. The most expensive thing in the company is probably this small building and the land underneath. Even if these are added, it would only be over 100 million at most. The only people who can do such a thing are the sons of wealthy families who don't care about money, or fools with not very good brains. Does our President Bai look like a fool? Just as she was about to go downstairs to eat, her cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Yan took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so she picked up the phone. After a moment, her face suddenly became excited. Okay, our manager is right next to us, I'll give her the phone. Chapter 35. You are the best. Then she covered the microphone and whispered excitedly in Chen Qingyou's ear, Manager, it's Rongxing Construction Company. He saw the advertisement we posted online and seems to be interested in cooperating. Rongxing Construction? This is a well-known construction company in Jiangcheng, with a market value of over 10 billion. Chen Qingyou's eyes flashed with surprise, and she quickly took Wang Yan's phone. Hello, I'm Chen Qingyu from Jincheng Culture. Hello, Manager Chen. I am He Jin, the sales manager of Rongxing Construction. I saw the promotional copy you posted online. I am very interested in your company's design style. Our company just happened to have a property for pre-sale recently. If it is suitable, I would like to ask your company to design the promotional advertisement. How about this, when are you free? I would like to visit your company and discuss cooperation. Hearing the other party's words, Chen Qingyu swallowed hard. If there is time, if manager he wants to come, I will be waiting for you at the company at any time. Okay, I'll go there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qingyu hugged Wang Yan and said, Yan, you are really my lucky star. Let's go eat quickly. After dinner, let everyone in the company get ready. Rongxing Construction, we must strive to win this order. After dinner, when Chen Qingyu told everyone the news, the whole company was in an uproar. Rongxing Company, the order from such a big company must be huge. I didn't expect that my design department would receive it. Even Zhang Yunhui came to the door specially to wait for He Jin's arrival. After all, this is the first time that Jin Yun Culture has cooperated with such a large company since its establishment. If we can complete this order, not only will we be able to exceed our target plan, but we will also be able to greatly increase the company's visibility. Everyone in the design department stood in 2 rows behind Chen Qingyu with happy faces, while those in the marketing department were a little depressed. These people of ours run around outside every day and are extremely tired just to get some small orders like store openings. These newcomers in the design department, who had just arrived at the company, actually posted advertisements online in their free time and attracted a large company like Rongxing Construction. I feel ashamed just thinking about it. It's really true that comparing yourself with others will make you feel choked. Soon, a Mercedes stopped in front of the company. A middle-aged man in his 40s got out of the car. Zhang Yunhui quickly came forward and said, Hello, I am Zhang Yunhui, the general manager of Jincheng Culture. Welcome Manager He to visit our company. He Jin nodded calmly at him, then glanced at the crowd behind him. Excuse me, who is Manager Chen Qingyu? Hello, Manager He. I'm Chen Qingyu. Chen Qingyu quickly stepped forward and shook hands with the other party. Seeing Chen Qingyu, He Jin immediately smiled. Hello, Manager Chen, since we have contacted each other before, you can show me around. Ah, me? Chen Qingyu was a little nervous. After all, she had messed up the last order with Qin Meng Pharmaceutical, not to mention that this was her first time receiving a customer, and she was afraid of something unexpected happening. Manager Chen, since Manager He has mentioned us, please introduce our company to Manager He. Zhang Yunhui quickly spoke. Oh, okay, Manager He, please. Chen Qingyu walked into the company with He Jin somewhat nervously. Looking at the backs of the 2 people, Zhang Yunhui looked a little unhappy. He frowned and said, Zhang Yan, stay with Manager Chen. If there is any situation, report to me immediately. He was not unhappy because He Jin ignored him, but because Chen Qingyu was his boss's girlfriend. He Jin specifically asked Chen Qingyu to accompany him when they met for the first time, and he was worried that this person might be coveting Chen Qingyu's beauty. If that were the case, he would rather not cooperate with Rongxing Construction. No matter how big the company is, his boss is not short of money, so normal cooperation is of course welcome. But if anyone dares to have any bad intentions towards his boss's girlfriend, Zhang Yunhui will definitely ask the security guards to throw him out. Fortunately, what satisfied him was that He Jin did not overstep his boundaries during the whole trip. He even kept his eyes on Chen Qingyu for less than a few seconds, which seemed to indicate that he was serious about discussing cooperation. He Jin only took a look around the company, and after listening to some of Chen Qingyu's introduction, he readily decided to cooperate with Jincheng. He also specifically asked Chen Qingyu to be in charge of this project and paid a 20% deposit in advance. The process went so smoothly that Chen Qingyu was a little dazed. After He Jin left, the entire design department was filled with cheers. All the employees gathered around Chen Xingyu. "Manager, you are amazing. You managed to negotiate such a big deal so easily." "That's right. I think this is the largest order we have received since the establishment of Jincheng. It is worth more than 20 million, which is almost equal to the performance of the previous year." "That's right. Don't you see who our manager Chen is? She's a woman that even CEO Bai can conquer. It's just a project worth more than 20 million. Isn't that simple? Sister Qingyu, can you tell us how you did it?" Looking at the curious eyes of the people around him, Chen Xingyu felt a little confused. I just introduced the company's situation and briefly talked about some of my design ideas. In fact, I don't know why he decided to cooperate with us." Everyone was stunned for a moment, then complimented again. "It seems that the other party is impressed by the talent of our manager Chen. I was wondering why Mr. Bai was willing to spend a lot of money to buy the company and let Sister Qingyu be the manager of the design department. Now I finally understand. Sister Qingyu is not only beautiful, but also talented. No one else can compare to her. Yes, I believe that under the leadership of Sister Qingyu, our company will definitely get better and better and bigger." Listening to everyone's flattery, Chen Qingyu couldn't help but feel excited. Perhaps she really was talented. Thinking of this, her self-confidence soared at this moment. "Okay, stop talking. This is the information about Rongqing's upcoming real estate project. Everyone, take a look and try to come up with a good plan within 3 days. This is the first battle since our team was founded. No matter what, we must satisfy the customer." Yes. Everyone immediately got busy. When getting off work, Bai Chu saw that everyone in the company seemed to be in a very good mood today. He was a little curious. "Yu, what happened? Why do you all seem so happy? You guess?" Chen Xingyu blinked mysteriously at Bai Chu. Seeing Chen Xingyu's face filled with an unconcealable smile, Bai Chu was stunned. It was the first time he saw Chen Xingyu so happy from the bottom of her heart. "Did you sign a big order? How do you know?" Chen Xingyu looked curious. "I guessed it. I've said it before. My Yu is so capable that she will definitely be able to sign a big contract. Do you really think I'm awesome?" "Of course, you are the best in my heart," Bai Chu said with a doting look on his face. Hearing Bai Chu's words, Chen Xingyu leaned over and kissed him on the face, then looked at Bai Chu with a firm gaze. "Xiao Bai, I will definitely work hard to help you make the company better and better." After the two returned home, Bai Chu prepared a table full of dishes to celebrate with Chen Xingyu. In his heart, he was even more looking forward to the warm-up exercises after the meal. After all, Chen Xingyu was so happy today that she would definitely be more proactive. As Bai Chu thought about it, an obscene smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But what confused him was that after Chen Xingyu finished her meal, she bent over the computer to study the plan and had no interest in that aspect at all. What made him even more crazy was that the same thing happened over the next 2 days. This made Bai Chu dissatisfied with the company that signed the contract with Jincheng. Damn, why choose Jincheng when signing such a big order? Isn't this affecting his happy life? After 3 days of hard work, Chen Xingyu finally came up with a plan that she thought was good, so she called He Jin. After listening to Chen Xingyu's narration, He Jin smiled and said, "Manager Chen, it's like this. Our general manager attaches great importance to this project. She wants to meet you. Do you have time to come out and meet her?" After Chen Xingyu agreed, the two of them set a meeting place. After Chen Xingyu hung up the phone, she looked at Bai Chu nervously. "Xiao Bai, the general manager of Rongqing Construction wants to meet with me to discuss the design plan. I'm a little nervous. This order is too important to me. I'm really afraid that I will mess it up again. It would be better if it was smashed." Bai Chu thought so in his heart, but encouraged, "Our Yu is so capable, she will definitely succeed. Believe in yourself and keep going." Encouraged by Bai Chu, Chen Xingyu took a deep breath and clenched his fists. "Okay, come on." Bai Chu reached out and stroked her hair. "Come on, I'll go with you." Chen Xingyu nodded, and the two drove to the agreed location. Bai Chu wanted to see who this person was who was cooperating with his company. If it was just a one-time cooperation, it would be fine. But if it was a frequent cooperation, then it would not do. He had to find a way to ruin it. Shenkai Hotel is a very high-end hotel in Jiangsu and is considered to be the top hotel in the entire Jiangcheng. When Bai Chu and his companion arrived at the door of the hotel, they were immediately greeted by a waiter. After all, even if they work as waiters at the Shanghai Hotel, they only see people who can afford to drive luxury cars worth tens of millions of dollars a year. Hello, guests. Do you have a reservation? We have an appointment at Fengxia Pavilion, Chen Qingyu said. Hearing this, the waiter's expression instantly became more respectful. You are Miss Chen, please follow me. The waiter led Bai Chu and the other person to a private room on the third floor. The two entered the room. The large dining table was filled with various dishes. A beautiful young woman was sitting at the coffee table nearby. Chapter 36. No need to worry about being misunderstood now. The woman turned sideways to the door of the box. Bai Chu looked up and saw that she had a slender and graceful figure, with black hair neatly draped over her shoulders. She wore a loose white professional shirt, but it still couldn't hide the bulge in front of her with perfect lines. She was wearing a black professional skirt that just covered the upper part of her knees. Her two white and round legs were slender and straight under the skirt, and were casually crossed and overlapped. For this figure, Bai Chu silently gave it a score of 90 in his heart. He only gave it a score of 90 because anything above 90 can only belong to his girlfriend Chen Qingyu. After all, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Although he admired this figure, it was still a little bit inferior to that of his girlfriend. Just as he was thinking this, the woman heard the door open and turned to look over. When Bai Chu saw the woman's face, he was stunned. He didn't expect it was her. You can tell that she has dressed up carefully this time. The woman also saw Bai Chu at this time. She was slightly stunned and then smiled. She stood up and walked in front of the two men with her long beautiful legs. Reached out his hand towards Chen Qingyu. Hello, I'm Yunrong from Rongxing Construction, nice to meet you, Manager Chen Qingyu. Chen Qingyu quickly stretched out her hand and shook hands with the other party. Nice to meet you. I didn't expect that the general manager of Rongxing Construction would be so beautiful. Chen Qingyu couldn't help but praise. Shan Yunrong smiled and said, Manager Chen is still prettier. Then she looked at Bai Chu again, winked at him first, and then deliberately asked, Manager Chen, who is this gentleman? He is. I'm her boyfriend. Bai Chu said first. Shan Yunrong's eyes moved slightly, but he still kept smiling, and said in a half-truthful tone, I really envy Manager Chen. He has a boyfriend to protect him when he discusses projects. Chen Qingyu looked a little embarrassed and quickly explained, Mr. Shang misunderstood. He is now my assistant, Bai Chu. She quietly reached out and twisted Bai Chu's arm, signaling him not to talk nonsense. It doesn't matter. Shan Yunrong looked at Bai Chu and extended his hand, Hello, Mr. Bai. It seemed that the other party didn't want Chen Qingyu to know that he knew them, so he also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Shan Yunrong. It felt soft and smooth to the touch, but Bai Chu had to admit that it felt really good. Shan Yunrong withdrew his hand and smiled, Please sit down and talk. Coming to the dining table, Bai Chu sat down next to Chen Qingyu and leaned back casually in the chair. He finally understood why Jin Chang was able to get a big order so quickly and asked Chen Qingyu to be the special liaison. It seems that the merchant wants to thank me in this way. Bai Chu didn't object, at least he had a good impression of business people. Whether they do it out of gratitude or just want to get closer to you, it actually does no harm to you. The main thing is to cooperate with the other party. They will definitely not make things difficult for Chen Qingyu. Judging from Chen Qingyu's performance in the past 2 days, this has indeed made her feel much better. For Bai Chu, as long as Chen Qingyu likes it and can make her happy, that's enough. Seeing Bai Chu's lazy look, Chen Qingyu frowned slightly. She now regretted bringing Bai Chu here. What if the cooperation fails because of him? She reached out and pinched Bai Chu's waist with some dissatisfaction. Bai Chu felt a little pain and grabbed her little hand with his backhand. Bai Chu, could you please pay attention to the occasion? She reminded in a low voice. Then he looked at Shang Yunrong with an apologetic look on his face, Mr. Shang, please don't mind it. He might be a little nervous when discussing business with a big company for the first time. Shang Yunrong felt a little amused when he heard this. Bai Chu would be nervous? But seeing the intimacy between the two, a hint of darkness flashed across his eyes, and he smiled and said, It's okay. How about we eat first? Chen Qingyu quickly took out the design draft from her bag and handed it to the other party. Mr. Shang, you should take a look at the plan first. If you are satisfied, let's eat. Shang Yunrong nodded, took the manuscript and started to read it. Chen Qingyu looked at the other party with a nervous face. She was afraid that the other party would be dissatisfied with her design. Shang Yunrong looked very quickly, and she raised her head again in just half a minute. I am very satisfied with Manager Chen's proposal. I didn't expect that Manager Chen is not only beautiful, but also so talented. I have decided to use this plan. After saying that, she clapped her hands. Suddenly He Jin walked in from outside with a contract. Shang Yunrong signed his name directly on the contract, and then handed it to Chen Qingyu. Manager Chen, take a look at it. If you are satisfied, sign it. After signing this contract, we will transfer the balance to your company's account. Ah. Thank you, Mr. Shang. Hearing Shang Yunrong's words, Chen Qingyu was overjoyed and quickly took the contract. Fearing that the other party would go back on their word, she signed her name without even looking at it. Manager Chen didn't even read the contract carefully. Isn't he afraid that we might cheat? Mr. Shang, you are joking. I believe in the integrity of your company. Moreover, Ms. Shang is so beautiful that she doesn't look like an unrighteous person. Chen Qingyu said with a smile. Shang Yunrong seemed to be very pleased to hear this, and she smiled again. She glanced at Bai Chu secretly and extended her hand to Chen Qingyu. Thank you for the compliment, Manager Chen. It's a pleasure to work with you. After shaking hands, the two raised their glasses at the same time. Cheers to celebrate our first cooperation. After a glass of wine, the relationship between the two of them suddenly became much closer. They began to chat enthusiastically, leaving Bai Chu standing there alone. Bai Chu was happy to see this and started eating. After the meal, the two girls started to address each other as Sister Yunrong and Sister Qingyu. If you didn't know, you would think they were best friends who had known each other for many years. Bai Chu felt a sense of emotion in his heart. Is this what it means when beautiful women appreciate each other? Finally, Bai Chu helped the drunk Chen Qingyu to leave. When passing by Shang Yunrong, she smiled and winked at Bai Chu. Qingyu and I are good sisters now. Next time you take my car, you don't have to worry about being misunderstood, right? Bai Chu found it a little funny. It seemed that this girl still remembered what he said casually that day. But he was still very grateful to the other party. After all, he had tried so hard for so long, but he couldn't make Chen Qingyu as truly happy as he was today. Thanks. He thanked Shang Yunrong. Looking at Bai Chu's back as he left with Chen Qingyu in his arms, Shang Yunrong curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile. He originally thought that Bai Chu just didn't want to have too much contact with him, but he didn't expect that Bai Chu was actually afraid that his girlfriend would misunderstand him. She couldn't help but sigh that such an outstanding man was so gentle and loyal. It's a pity that it doesn't belong to me. But what Grandpa said is right. I am not married yet, so I still have a chance. She secretly added in her heart that even if she got married, it didn't mean she had no chance, she could still get divorced. Because she found that Bai Chu's eyes were full of tenderness when he looked at Chen Qingyu, but the tenderness in Chen Qingyu's eyes was very faint. It seems that although Bai Chu loves Chen Qingyu very much, Chen Qingyu does not seem to love Bai Chu that much. This may be his chance. He Jin walked in at this time. He saw his boss Shang staring at the door and grinning. He coughed and said, "Ahem, boss Shang and the others have left." Shang Yunrong withdrew her gaze somewhat awkwardly. Her face had already turned red with shame. Fortunately, she had just drunk some wine, otherwise someone would have noticed something. She cursed herself inwardly for what was wrong with her and for having such shameful thoughts. Could it be that she really fell in love with that guy? Well, let's go back to the company. Mr. Shang, you've drunk so much. I'd better take you back. Shang Yunrong waved his hand. I'm fine. He Jin had no choice but to nod. He picked up the contract on the table and asked, "By the way, Mr. Shang, I've seen the design plan just now. Do you really plan to use this plan? Compared with the plans provided by other companies, this plan seems to be quite different. Just follow the contract, and don't worry about the rest." Yes. Chapter 37. Is there a thief? When Bai Chu put Chen Qingyu in the car, she was already drunk and unconscious, and she was still mumbling something. Looking at her silly appearance, Bai Chu felt very satisfied in his heart. He stepped on the accelerator and left the hotel. Not far from him, two sneaky figures quickly got into the car and followed Bai Chu's car. Bai Chu was driving while coaxing the drunk Chen Qingyu, and he didn't realize that he was being followed. Just when he was about to reach the door of the villa, he suddenly became alert. His originally gentle expression turned cold in an instant. He parked the car at the door, locked the door and walked out. Bai Chu squinted his eyes and looked back, and the car also stopped at this time. "Come out?" There was a chill in Bai Chu's voice. He was a little careless and was followed to his doorstep, but he felt relieved after thinking about it. With the ability of the Liu family, it would be easy for them to find out where he lived. At this moment, he was a little curious about what kind of people Liu Huihuang could send to deal with him. Not long after he finished speaking, the rear door slowly opened and two figures walked down from the left and right. Seeing the other party's figure, Bai Chu felt a little confused. Why are there two old men? Did the Liu family send two old men to deal with him? This is Blue Star, not the immortal continent where you can practice internal skills. The older you are, the stronger you will be. Judging from the age of the two old men, they should be over 60. No matter how much they train, a young man with some kung fu skills can easily defeat them. He felt that these two guys would definitely not be able to withstand his two kicks. Could it be that they were sent to deal with him or to blackmail him? Just when Bai Chu was wondering, two old men came to him. The one on the right immediately put on a smile and said, "Dr. Bai, what a coincidence, we meet again." After the other party spoke, Bai Chu recognized that this was the Dr. Zhou who helped him in the business that day. Damn, I thought it was a killer sent by the Liu family. I wasted my time in vain. He curled his lips and said, "Well, it's quite a coincidence. It's such a coincidence that I could follow you all the way from the hotel to here." Hearing this, Zhou Changming smiled awkwardly. "What do you want from me? Let me make it clear in advance, I'm not a miracle doctor. If you want me to help you with a disease, please go back. Dr. Bai, let me introduce him to you." Just as Zhou Changming was about to introduce his friend, Wen Shichen quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Bai Chu. "Student Wen Shichen greets Mr. Bai." Bai Chu frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart. As expected, Wen Shichen continued, "Mr. Bai, I have studied Xia medicine since I was young, but I still cannot get into it. I want to become your disciple. I am willing to follow you around and only ask you to teach me the art of acupuncture. And I know you don't want to expose your medical skills. If you accept me, I can do anything for you in the future. This will save you a lot of trouble." After saying that, he knelt on the ground with a plop. Wen Shichen greets master. Zhou Changming on the side opened his mouth in shock. He didn't expect that this old guy could be so shameless. After thinking about it, he felt relieved again. If a great Western medicine master with medical skills far superior to his own appeared, he might do the same. Seeing this, Bai Chu quickly dodged to the side. "Old man, I told you I'm not some miraculous doctor, and I can't possibly accept you as my apprentice. Hurry up and get up. You're kneeling down in front of me at such an old age, do you want to shorten my life? As long as master accepts me as his disciple, it is only natural for him to kneel down and worship master." "You?" Bai Chu was speechless. "There's no way I'll accept you as my apprentice. Just give up. If master doesn't accept me as a disciple, I will kneel here forever." Wen Shichen's somewhat weathered face was full of determination. Bai Chu rolled his eyes and said, "Forget it, kneel down if you want." After saying that, he didn't want to pay any more attention to the other party and drove into the villa without looking back. After returning to the villa, Bai Chu quickly made a bowl of sobering soup for Chen Qingyu to drink, and then put her back on the bed. 2 hours later, Chen Qingyu slowly woke up. Seeing Bai Chu who had been guarding by her side, she couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in her heart. She had drunk alcohol many times before, but this was the first time she had been taken care of so attentively after drinking. She suddenly thought of the possibility of bad behavior after getting drunk, so she asked with some trepidation, "Am I ugly when I'm drunk?" Bai Chu smiled and pinched her pretty face when he heard that. "How could that be? My Yu is always the prettiest." "Humph, you're the only one who can say nice things." Speaking of being drunk, her face changed slightly and she quickly asked, "By the way, where is the contract?" Bai Chu took her bag and took out the contract. "Nua, this is something Miss Yu signed with great difficulty, how dare I lose it?" Chen Qingyu held the contract and read it carefully several times, then she hugged Bai Chu's neck and jumped excitedly. "That's great, Xiao Bai. I really signed the contract. Am I awesome? Of course our Yu is amazing. We will definitely be able to sign more orders in the future." Bai Chu chuckled, "Look, I worked hard for this contract. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Don't you want to reward me?" Chen Qingyu tilted her head and thought for a while. "Okay, then how about I cook for you myself today? Tell me, what do you want to eat?" Bai Chu's lips curled up slightly. "Well, can I eat seafood?" Chen Qingyu was slightly startled, and then her face turned red in an instant. She rolled her eyes, snorted, jumped off the bed and walked out. Well, don't be angry. If it doesn't work, then just eat something else. I like everything made by Yu. Bai Chu felt a little depressed and quickly made amends. Chen Xingyu walked to the bedroom door, turned to look at Bai Chu, with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. I didn't say no. Ah. Bai Chu's face lit up with joy. Chen Xingyu raised her head proudly. Little Chuzi, why are you standing there? Hurry up and prepare hot water for this princess. This princess wants to take a bath. Come on. Bai Chu rushed to Chen Xingyu, picked her up by the waist and rushed to the bathroom. Ah! You bastard, put me down now. As Chen Xingyu exclaimed, the bathroom was instantly filled with white mist. After a while, the two were busy from dusk till dark. After an hour or two, Bai Chu didn't feel tired at all. Chen Xingyu's body was nourished by the elixir, and her physical condition was far superior to that of ordinary people, but her breathing was already disordered at this time. Xiao Bai, it will be very difficult for me to do this, Chen Xingyu said weakly. At this moment, Bai Chu suddenly held his breath, his ears moved, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Seeing Bai Chu in a daze, Chen Xingyu said with a look of resentment, I asked you to slow down, but I didn't ask you to be stunned. Shoo! Bai Chu whispered, there seems to be some movement outside, there might be a thief. Ah! Chen Xingyu exclaimed, then, what should we do? Bai Chu Xuan put his clothes in order and jumped out of bed. You stay in the room, lock the door and I'll go out and take a look. No, let's call the police. It's not good to call the police so late at night and disturb the public security officer's rest. Besides, by the time the public security officer arrives, the thief may have already run away. Don't worry, it's just a thief. I can handle it. Chen Xingyu thought about it and it made sense, so she quickly took out a bottle of anti-wolf spray from her bag. Take this with you, and spray him with this if you find him. It seems that the last kidnapping incident left a deep shadow on her, and she already knew to prepare this thing. Bai Chu was very satisfied with her awareness of prevention. You should keep it. Hide it behind the door first. It will be useful if the thief comes here. After saying that, he quickly walked out of the bedroom. After leaving the bedroom, he immediately sped up and arrived outside the villa in a few flashes. Master, you haven't slept yet. Bai Chu had just jumped down from the wall when he was startled by the voice. He turned around and was completely confused. The old man was still kneeling there during the day. Are you sick? Why are you kneeling here so late at night instead of going home to sleep? Chapter 38 Carelessness. Master told me to kneel, and I dare not disobey. Wen Shichen said with a trembling voice. Apparently, after kneeling for several hours, his body was no longer able to bear the strain at his age, and he was only holding on thanks to his own willpower. Bai Chu sighed, get up. Master has agreed to accept me as his disciple, so I will get up. I don't like being threatened. Bai Chu was a little unhappy. Disciple knows I'm wrong. Wen Shichen quickly apologized and was about to get up. However, he fell to the ground with a thud as soon as he moved. After kneeling for so long, my legs have lost feeling. Bai Chu helped him up and took his pulse, and found that he was very weak. At this moment, he began to admire the old man. If he had encountered such a thing before he got the system, he really would not have been able to hold on. What's more, he is a man over 60 years old. This kind of personality is suitable for studying Xia medicine. Bai Chu thought about it and made a decision in his mind. It would be better to accept him since he didn't like practicing medicine anyway. After teaching him, it would be good to have someone to help him when he encountered problems in the future. He was about to bring Wen Shichen into the villa when he suddenly saw a dark shadow flash across the distant wall. Hurry up and call someone to take you back. Have a good night's rest and come back to see me tomorrow at noon. Wen Shichen was overjoyed when he heard this. Thank you, master. Bai Chu ignored him and chased towards the place where the black shadow had appeared. Seeing Bai Chu disappear in an instant, Wen Shichen was shocked again. His master was indeed not an ordinary person. He took out his cell phone with great effort and made a call. After a while, a car stopped beside him. Master, are you okay? Seeing Wen Shichen collapsed on the ground, Shen Qing quickly helped him up and asked nervously. Although Wen Shichen looked exhausted, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It's okay. I've never been so excited in all these years. Shen Shang, please send me back to rest quickly. I will bring you to see your master tomorrow. Grand Master? Shen Chang was somewhat shocked. His master was the best in the medical world of Jincheng Xia. There was actually someone who was qualified to ask his master to become his disciple. What kind of old monster was that? Although he was curious, he did not ask too many questions and quickly left with his master. Anyway, he would be able to see the old monster tomorrow. On the other side, Bai Chu climbed over several walls and came to the back of the villa. Sure enough, he saw the black shadow again. It was a masked man in black. The man in black turned around and left when he saw Bai Chu. Bai Chu chased him closely and soon came to a relatively secluded place. The man in black stopped and turned to look at Bai Chu. Under the dim light, his eyes were full of murderous mockery. I didn't expect you to follow me. Bai Chu looked at the other person and asked calmly, you should be sent by Lu Huihuang. The other party was a little surprised. Oh? You actually already know that our young master will deal with you? Of course, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Chu smiled slightly. The man in black narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. You were so brave. You knew our young master would attack you, yet you still dared to wait here instead of running away. No wonder you dared to touch the woman our young master liked. Originally, I just came here today to confirm whether the information provided by Wang Yida was true, but I didn't expect that you actually defiled that woman. Although our young master doesn't really like that woman, he has already said that he wants to marry her, so she will belong to him unless she dies, and no one else can touch her. But you defiled her, which is like slapping our young master in the face. Do you know what this means? TSK, you are so domineering. If someone doesn't know, they would think your young master is the emperor of Xia Kingdom. Bai Chu sneered. Then his face turned cold. What does it mean? Humph, who is Lu Huihuang? Do I need his permission to be with my girlfriend? What the hell? Ha ha ha. The man in black threw his head back and laughed. I will let you know what our young master is now. Before he finished his words, his body had already pounced towards Bai Chu like a nimble cheetah. His right hand formed a claw and grabbed Bai Chu's face fiercely. The opponent's attack was swift and fierce, and there was even a hint of wind in the movement. If an ordinary person was hit by such a blow, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. But Bai Chu stood there motionless, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This speed is a bit slow. Just when the man in black was about to grab Bai Chu, he slightly turned his body and stretched out his right hand with lightning speed before the other party could react. Grab the other person's wrist and pull it back. Bump! The body of the man in black hit the ground like a cannonball. Fortunately, they were on the grass at this time. If they were on the concrete road, the other party would have broken at least a few bones. The man in black struggled to get up from the ground, and looked at Bai Chu with horror in his eyes. He could never have imagined that this fair and tender boy had such powerful skills. In an instant he realized that he was completely outmatched. Come on, continue. Today, let me take a good look at what your young master is like. The man in black narrowed his eyes and said in a cold tone, don't be complacent. I was careless just now. Let's see how you can handle this move of mine. As he said that, he raised his hand and threw a black object at Bai Chu. Bai Chu was afraid that the black object contained something poisonous, so he quickly took a step back, reached out to break off a branch from the small tree next to him, and pulled the black object to the ground with force. When I looked closely, I saw that it was just a black hood. He sneered, that's it? When he looked up at the other person again, he saw that the man in black had already run 100 meters away. Nima, how dare you play tricks on me? Bai Chu was immediately furious. He never expected that this guy was just fainting and his real purpose was to escape. Want to run? Humph! Bai Chu flew after him. This person obviously wanted to kill him today. Although the mastermind Lu Huihuang deserved to die, this lackey who dared to take human lives just because of his master's words also deserved to die. How could he let it leave? The opponent's speed was not as fast as his, and coupled with the fact that he had just been hit hard by him, Bai Chu gradually closed the distance between them. However, just when Bai Chu was about to catch up, they had already reached the edge of the villa area, and the men in black quickly climbed up the barbed wire wall outside the villa area. The wall is more than 3 meters high and is covered with barbs. More importantly, it is also powered by high-voltage electricity. This guy had obviously practiced some martial arts similar to Qingdong, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to crawl over so easily. Although Bai Chu's speed was much faster than the man in black, he really didn't dare to climb the wall so rashly. Just as he hesitated, the man in black had already climbed down from the wall and ran away quickly. Bai Chu had no choice but to throw out 3 silver needles that he had prepared long ago. The silver light flashed and penetrated several inches into the black-clothed man's body. Chapter 39. Blame myself for talking too much. The man in black staggered and then disappeared into the night. Bai Chu sighed. Although the silver needle pierced the opponent, it could only cause minor injuries at most. It's all my fault for being too cocky and not subduing the opponent right away. I guess I should stop talking nonsense during fights in the future. If I let this person run away, I don't know how Lu Huihuan will deal with me next time. At the same time, he also thought of a problem. After all, this is a society ruled by law. Although he is rich, he is different from these wealthy families. They can kill people at will, and there are many ways to deal with it. But he couldn't do that. If he really killed someone, he would definitely be caught by the police. Maybe he had a way to solve it, but that would be too troublesome and the risk was too great. He couldn't take the risk. Fortunately, he now possesses top-notch ancient Xiao medical skills. This kind of medical skills can save lives, and he is also more advantageous than others in killing people. The most amazing thing is that he can kill people without anyone noticing. Bai Chu looked at the silver needle in his hand, thought for a moment and came up with a plan. When he returned to the villa, when Shichen had already left. Thinking of the important work he was doing, he put aside the unhappiness in his heart and rushed into the bedroom impatiently. The moment he opened the door, what he got was not a warm hug, but a mist with a pungent smell blowing towards his face. Oh my God! Bai Chu screamed and quickly retreated, barely avoiding the baptism of water mist. If I spray the stuff on my face, I won't be in the mood to exercise tonight. Ah, Xiao Bai, it's you who's back. I thought. She whispered a little embarrassedly. The moment Bai Chu was out, she became very nervous. Okay, you bought some pepper spray and used it on me for the first time. Let me show you how I'm going to punish you. Bai Chu rushed over and hugged her. Did the thief get away? Chen Qingyu asked quickly. Bai Chu shook his head. They are not thieves. They are probably stray cats from somewhere. I chased them away. I will talk to the security guards tomorrow and have them caught. Oh. Chen Qingyu's tense nerves immediately relaxed when he heard that. When Bai Chu put her on the bed and prepared to continue playing games, Chen Qingyu was already snoring evenly. Bai Chu curled his lips and became even more angry about letting the man in black escape. The next day, Bai Chu sent Chen Qingyu to work and convened a celebration party for all the employees of the company. Because Chen Qingyu got an order, as a reward, he transferred 0.5% of the company's shares to her name. Although all the employees were envious, they all thought in their hearts that Bai Chu did this only because Chen Qingyu was his girlfriend. Otherwise, if it were someone else, how could they give such a big reward at once? Bai Chu knew what everyone was thinking, and he didn't explain anything. He didn't really care what others thought, as long as his girlfriend was happy. Of course, although he doesn't care, Chen Qingyu does. Therefore, in order to gain popularity for her, Bai Chu announced in front of everyone that after this order is completed, he will take out 50% of the profit of this order as a bonus and give it to all employees involved. From the general manager to the security guards and cleaners, everyone will have a chance, and when the time comes he will hand over the allocated power to Chen Qingyu. It is up to her to allocate the amount according to each person's contribution. Hearing this, the employees who were originally somewhat dissatisfied suddenly became excited. The other party paid more than 20 million for this order. The profit in this line is relatively high. If all personnel are employed by the company when the ceremony starts, the investment cost can be greatly reduced. In that case, the profit of this order may even be close to 50%. That means the company can earn about 10 million. And if you take out 50%, that would be 5 million. The company, including the newly recruited security guards, has only about 150 people in total. Even if it is distributed equally, everyone can get 3, 4, or 5. What's more, the boss said that the distribution is based on each person's contribution. Those security, cleaning and other department employees may only receive a few thousand yuan in the end, while others may receive hundreds of thousands. Not to mention ordinary employees, even General Manager Zhang Yunhui cares a lot about this number. Of course, Zhang Yunhui will not compete with his employees for the credit now. After all, Bai Chu just transferred 100 million yuan into the company account. Although these funds were not for him, Mr. Bai had given him full responsibility. Being able to use such a huge sum of money personally, his vision naturally improved a lot. It is different for other employees. Many of them only earn a few thousand yuan a month. If they can be defined as having made great contributions with this order, the bonus they receive may even be equal to several years' salary. This is enough to drive anyone crazy. Everyone is gearing up for the moment and putting their full energy into their work, hoping to perform better in the upcoming work and get the recognition from Manager Chen. Bai Chu was very satisfied with the employee's performance. Of course, he did this not only to build momentum for Chen Xinyu, but also for the benefit of the merchants. Merchants are willing to help me because I have done them a favor, but I cannot let them suffer losses because of me. Although he didn't know much about design, he was very clear about the situation in his company, especially the employees in the design department. Together with Chen Xinyu, they were all rookies with no experience. Their creative and executive capabilities are definitely not on the same level as other large companies. It can be said that Rongxing Construction chose Jincheng this time with the attitude of sacrificing its own interests in order to provide a training opportunity for rookies like Jincheng. Under such circumstances, only if all employees concentrate their minds and work hard with a full attitude, will it be possible to complete this project, reduce the losses of the merchants, and at the same time all employees can get the best training. Next, under Chen Xingyu's arrangement, all employees devoted themselves to their work with full energy. Especially Chen Xinyu, at this moment she was like a proud peacock, beautiful, confident, noble, and exuding charm all over her body. Bai Chu quietly admired her as she devoted herself to her work. Perhaps she truly loved and enjoyed this job. As long as Chen Xinyu likes it, I will definitely support her. At this time, Bai Chu secretly decided to make Jincheng Culture Company bigger and stronger. When the company became really strong, he would transfer all the shares to Chen Xinyu, making her a respected urban beauty and a domineering female president. At that time, I could just sleep at home, play games, and live off others every day. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Bai Chu couldn't help but let out an anti-smile. Boss, I have completed what you asked me to do. 20 security guards have been recruited. Each of them is young and strong, and most of them are veterans. It's a rare opportunity for you to come to the company. I have called them together. Please go over and inspect it. Bai Chu nodded and followed Zhang Yunhui to the small square in front of the company. Chapter 40 Arranging Tasks. At this time, a group of men wearing special security uniforms lined up in 2 neat rows, standing upright in the open space next to the company. Seeing Zhang Yunhui and Bai Chu coming, they turned their heads curiously. Zhang Yunhui smiled and said, "This is Bai Chu, the boss of Jincheng Culture. The reason why our company wants to recruit so many of you is because of Mr. Bai's idea. Of course, whether you can stay or not is also up to Mr. Bai. Now, let us welcome Mr. Bai to give a speech." After saying that, he led the applause. Although everyone was surprised that the boss was so young and handsome, the salary for this job was so good that everyone wanted to stay. In order to give the boss a good impression, everyone forced a smile and clapped vigorously along with Zhang Yunhui. Bai Chu pressed his hands down. "Okay, I don't like those empty ones." To make a long story short, since Mr. Zhang chose you, it means that each of you has outstanding qualities. I believe in Mr. Zhang's vision and I also believe in you, so welcome to join Jincheng. Pa, pa, pa. Suddenly, everyone burst into thunderous applause. This time, they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Bai Chu continued, "Now I will tell you why I recruited you and what you should do next." Everyone fell silent upon hearing this, and they all looked at Bai Chu quietly with curiosity on their faces. Even Zhang Yunhui was waiting for an answer with a puzzled look on his face. After all, in his opinion, the entire company was just a 3-story building covering an area of only a few hundred square meters. Besides, the company doesn't have anything valuable, so 2 security guards are enough. Now they have recruited 20 more, plus the previous 2, there are 22 security guards surrounding a small building all day long. When others see it, they think it is some secret state base. Of course, Bai Chu is the boss, so he just has to do whatever he asks him to do and he won't ask about things that he shouldn't ask about. Now that Bai Chu said it himself, he is naturally very interested. Bai Chu organized his words briefly and said, "Not long ago, an employee of our company was kidnapped downstairs. This is intolerable to me. No matter who the employee is, from the day they join the company, they belong to our big family, and I must ensure their safety in the company. I cannot make money, but I can never let my employees get hurt." When everyone heard this, there was a gleam of fiery light in their eyes. They were deeply shocked and felt that they had found a good boss. After all, bosses who truly care about their employees are absolutely rare in today's society. Of course, they also suspected that Bai Chu was putting on a show, but after all, the salary offered by the other party was too good, which was definitely unique in Jiangcheng, far exceeding that of his peers, and even several times higher. This made them choose to believe Bai Chu. Bai Chu continued, "Moreover, I believe that our company will become stronger and stronger. On the road to rise, it will certainly arouse the jealousy of many people, and then there will be many troubles that you will need to solve. The most important point is..." Bai Chu paused and glanced at everyone. "In fact, I have offended some powerful enemies. I am worried that the company's employees will be implicated because of me. The enemy is very powerful, even not weaker than the largest family in Zhangcheng." Hearing this, many people's expressions changed. Seeing their reactions, Bai Chu said calmly, "Now I'm giving you a choice. If you're afraid, you can choose to leave now. I'll give each of you 1,000 yuan as a reward for your hard work over the past 2 days." Bai Chu said this and waited quietly for their choice. Everyone then understood why there were such high salaries. It turned out that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Risks and benefits have always been interdependent. There was a look of confusion in their eyes, and a minute later, 4 young men came out. "Sorry, we want to leave." Bai Chu nodded and gestured to Zhang Yunhui beside him. Zhang Yunhui quickly took out his mobile phone and transferred 1,000 yuan to each of them. After the 4 people left, Bai Chu looked at the remaining 16 people and said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid?" No one said anything. They were definitely afraid, but in this society, the most terrifying thing was to have no money. The compensation Bai Chu gave was enough for them to take this risk. After a while, a thin middle-aged man turned to look at Bai Chu. His tone was a little vicissitudes but very firm. "I used to be a soldier and encountered all kinds of risks and dangers in border battles. I didn't feel any fear in my heart, only helplessness. If Boss Bai can really treat his employees well, I, Xiao Zhanyang, am willing to follow Boss Bai no matter how dangerous it is." Bai Chu looked at this man in surprise. From his appearance, expression and words, it was not difficult to tell that he was a man with a story. Bai Chu nodded at him and secretly took note of him. Seeing that no one spoke, Bai Chu spoke again. "Whether you are afraid or not, since you choose to stay, I, Bai Chu, am very grateful. In fact, I may not have made my words clear just now. I did offend a big family, but you don't have to worry. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with the company, let alone you." As soon as these words were spoken, many people's faces immediately looked much better. Bai Chu's reaction to them was understandable. After all, they were just working here, not risking their lives for him. He had no right to demand that others be fearless and brave. Bai Chu continued, "Now let me tell you about your responsibilities." Bai Chu raised a finger and said, "Just one thing, protect the personal safety of all employees and the property safety of the company. If there is a conflict between the personal safety of employees and the safety of property, the safety of employees shall come first. I don't care whether you choose to stand guard outside or slack off in the office during work, as long as it can ensure the safety of the company, you can do whatever you want. Of course, I hope you can exercise more often. After all, your duty is to protect the company's safety. A strong body is your greatest reliance. I don't want anyone to fail at a critical moment. Any questions?" "No." Everyone answered in unison. Bai Chu nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, there was a noise not far away. Bai Chu turned around and saw a group of ferocious-looking people gathered in front of the company. The 2 original security guards of the company were saying something to them timidly, and were pushed to the ground by these people from time to time. Bai Chu frowned. "Boss Zhang, go over and see what's going on." Zhang Yunhui trotted away and returned in a somewhat embarrassed manner after a while. "Boss Bai is Brother Long's man." "Brother Long?" Bai Chu was confused. "What is that?" "Brother Long is a local tyrant in this area. Because he has a green dragon tattooed on his body, everyone calls him Brother Long." "Then what?" Zhang Yunhui explained, "Our industrial park is in Brother Long's sphere of influence. We usually pay them some management fees every month. In the past, this money was paid by Director Su. Now Director Su has sold the company to you. Brother Long did not receive the money this month, so he sent someone to ask for it." "Management fee?" Bai Chu was a little confused. Zhang Yunhui pursed his lips and said, "Boss Bai, to put it bluntly, it's protection money. We can't afford to offend these gangsters when we do business. We just give them some money to avoid disaster." Bai Chu understood. He found it a little funny. Daxia is a society ruled by law. How could there be such a thing as collecting protection fees? Is there no one to take care of it? Have you ever called the police before? Zhang Yunhui shook his head slightly. I reported it, but it was useless. When the security police come, they will leave, and come back after the police leave. They make trouble at the door every day, affecting normal business, and even smashing company property and beating employees. There is no way to deal with them. Moreover, whoever called the police would soon be known to them, and they would deal with that person ruthlessly, causing serious injuries at the very least, or even killing someone outright. What is even scarier is that even if they kill someone, they still have a way to deal with it. He looked at Bai Chu. Mr. Bai, Sui. Zhang Yunhui's meaning was very clear, that is, he wanted Bai Chu to pay the money. After all, less trouble is worse than more. Bai Chu looked at the group of people with cold eyes. Then he rolled his eyes and turned to look at the 16 security guards in front of him. Wasn't this a coincidence? He was worrying about how to test the combat effectiveness of these security guards. I suddenly felt excited. Now, I will assign you a task as your first assessment before entering the company. Chapter 41, Beating. Please give your orders, Mr. Bai. Go and teach these guys a lesson. I hope they will never dare to show up near my company again. Of course, you can just beat them, and I will be responsible for all the consequences. If you can't even beat them, then there is no need for you to stay here any longer. Can you do it? Able. Many of these security guards had been bullied by these thugs before, but they had no choice but to endure it because they had no backing. But now that they have the support of their boss Bai Chu, what do they have to fear? Most of these people are veterans, and the rest have learned martial arts since childhood, so it is easy for them to deal with this group of thugs. Bai Chu was very satisfied. In order to boost their morale, Bai Chu looked at Zhang Yunhui and asked, how much protection fee did the company pay every month? 100,000. Bai Chu nodded and looked at the security guards who were eager to try. From today on, our company will no longer pay any protection fees. I will take out the money saved this year and divide it equally among the 16 of you. I only have one request, to beat them into submission and scare them, and if they dare to come again, give them a good beating. Do you have the confidence? Have. The crowd, who were already eager to try, with the help of money, cheered loudly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The loud shout scared the group of arrogant thugs in the distance. After they reacted, they walked towards Bai Chu cursing. Are you looking for death? Why are you screaming here in broad daylight? You scared me, don't you know? Get started. Bai Chu looked at the gangsters coldly and gave the order very decisively. A dozen security guards pounced on the gangsters like wolves. Damn it, you're looking for death, take out your weapon. Seeing that these security guards dared to rush towards them, the thugs felt extremely insulted and immediately took out the sticks they carried with them. However, as soon as they came into contact, they found something wrong. Where the hell did this security guard come from, and why is he so strong? Without giving them time to think, they were hit with fists and kicks. The thugs, who were usually so arrogant, had never experienced such a beating. They curled up on the ground and groaned in pain. 16 against 20, the fight ended quickly. In just 2 minutes, none of the 20 thugs was left standing. Bai Chu nodded, not bad. Especially the one named Xiao Zhanyong. His right hand should have been disabled, but he easily knocked down 3 thugs with just his left hand. This combat capability is probably the best in the army. The gangsters were lying on the ground, groaning and glaring at the security guards. We are Brother Long's men. How dare you hit us? You are done. When Brother Long comes, he will chop you all to pieces. Shut up. Xiao Zhanyong kicked him in the stomach, and it hurt so much that he almost cried. Seeing this, the remaining thugs wisely shut their mouths and dared not speak anymore. Bai Chu slowly walked up to the gang of thugs and looked down at them. I am Bai Chu, the boss of this company. You are Brother Long's men, right? Go back and tell Brother Long that you can forget about the protection money in the future. If you have any opinions, just come to me directly. Remember, you are not allowed to cause trouble in Jincheng again in the future, otherwise I will beat you up every time you come. Bai Chu raised his head and looked at the security guards. Listen carefully, from now on, if anyone under Brother Long dares to get within 100 meters of Jincheng, I will break his legs. Yes. The security guards responded loudly. Okay, throw them all onto the street outside. Bai Chu waved his hand. The security guards immediately grabbed the thugs on the ground by their collars and dragged them away, ignoring their cries of pain. Some of the less injured thugs quickly got up from the ground and limped away. After running a little further, they dared to turn around and curse, "Just wait for me, I'll find Brother Long to kill you." Zhang Yunhui looked at Bai Chu with some concern. "Boss Bai, Brother Long is not a simple person. If he really comes, we may not be able to handle him with our manpower." "It's okay. I have a way to deal with it," Bai Chu said indifferently. He is not even afraid of the Lu family, so how could he be afraid of a group of thugs? By the way, Lao Zhang, you can put aside the company's affairs and hand them over to the people below you. I see that you are quite capable in handling matters. From now on, you can focus on the other matters I have assigned to you. Zhang Yunhui's eyes lit up when he heard this. It seemed that Mr. Bai recognized him. "Don't worry, Mr. Bai. As long as you tell me to do something, I will do my best." Bai Chu nodded. He looked around at the small buildings around him. Some were empty, while others had small companies operating inside. He thought for a while and said, "Lao Zhang, go find the park management and buy all 5 buildings around here for me. Clean up one and renovate it into a staff dormitory. If there are employees who rent houses or whose houses are too far away, they can be arranged to live here after getting their consent. As for the other buildings, they will be kept for the company's expansion." "Okay, Mr. Bai, I'll do it right away." "Yes." Bai Chu stopped him and said, "First, find someone to order some equipment such as rubber roller shields and pepper spray to arm our company's security guards. This will greatly increase their combat effectiveness and reduce the probability of injury if someone comes to cause trouble. It seems that Mr. Bai wants to expand the company." Zhang Yunhui left excitedly after receiving the task. Bai Chu looked at the group of security guards again. Because the battle just now ignited their passion, now each of them seems to be in high spirits. Bai Chu praised, "I am very satisfied with your fight just now, and I hope you will continue to work hard in the future. I promise to give each of you 100,000 yuan. I will notify the finance department and transfer it to your account together with your salary at the end of the month." "Thank you, boss." Everyone's eyes lit up. Although this group of people has been driven away, I estimate that more will come later. I hope you can protect the company and never let them in to harm any employees. Of course, if you feel that you are no match for them, call me immediately. Bai Chu told them his cell phone number and drove back to the villa. As soon as I returned to the villa, I saw an old man and a young boy standing respectfully at the gate of the villa. It was Wen Shichen and his apprentice Shun Cheng. Seeing Bai Chu getting off the car, Wen Shichen hurried forward and bowed, saying, "Disciple Wen Shichen greets master." Suddenly he noticed that Shin Cheng was still standing there in a daze, and said angrily, "Why are you standing there? Come over here and kowtow to your master." Although Shin Cheng looked confused, he still walked over obediently after hearing his master's words, knelt down in front of Bai Chu with a plop, and was about to kowtow. Shin Cheng pays respect to the Grandmaster. His mind was extremely confused at this moment. This man didn't look much older than himself, so how could he be his master's Grandmaster? Shouldn't the Grandmaster be an old man with a white beard? Bai Chu was also startled by Shin Cheng's actions. "What the hell? Why do I have to kowtow when we meet?" He stretched out his hand to block the other person's head from knocking down. "Hurry up, what are you doing?" When Shichen smiled and said, "Master, this is my disciple Shin Cheng. I brought him here to meet you, and I would also like you to take a look at his qualifications. He is your disciple's grandson. It is only right to perform this kind of ceremony when you meet for the first time. This is the rule passed down by our ancestors. Master, don't feel embarrassed." Bai Chu waved his hand, "Hurry up and get up. The rules of our ancestors have nothing to do with me. Since you want to be my disciple, you must abide by my rules. Don't kneel again, otherwise you will be expelled from the sect." Chapter 42 Teaching. Seeing that Bai Chu seemed really angry, Wen Shichen quickly apologized, "Disciple knows his fault, and will follow master's teachings in the future." He kicked Shin Cheng, who was standing beside him again. "Didn't you hear what your master said? Hurry up and get up." "Oh." Shin Cheng climbed up in a daze. "Okay, follow me into the house." Bai Chu brought them into the villa. "Tell me about your situation." When Shichen quickly recounted his detailed life story and his love for Dr. Xia, Bai Chu was quite satisfied after listening to this. He had devoted himself to research for decades. If the inheritance had not been cut off and he had not had a famous teacher to guide him, Wen Shichen's achievements would have been far beyond what they are now. "You said you wanted to learn the 9-yang life-sustaining needle?" Hearing this name, Wen Shichen couldn't help but tremble with excitement. This was the real reason why he was determined to take Bai Chu as his master. Yes, master, please teach me. I promise to study hard and cure diseases and save lives after I learn. I will never bring shame to master's reputation. Bai Chu looked at him and shook his head. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but even if I teach you, you won't be able to learn it at all. Bai Chu's words were like a basin of cold water poured down on Wen Shichen, causing his boiling blood to freeze instantly and his face to turn pale. This is like a poor wage earner who one day bought a lottery ticket and won 10 million, but when he went to claim the prize he was told that the lottery ticket had expired. It was a despairing experience. He stumbled back a few steps, his lips trembling. Why? You don't have to be like this, Bai Chu comforted. Xia medicine has been passed down for thousands of years. Since it can be called the 10 major acupuncture methods, each one must have its own unique features and is not easy to learn. He explained. If you want to learn the 9-yang life-sustaining needle, you must first have a strong martial arts foundation and be able to master the techniques of dark energy. Moreover, this needle method consumes a lot of physical strength. You have already missed the best time to learn it at your age. Blindly practicing this method is not only meaningless, but will also ruin yourself. It is my incompetence that has let down my master. Wen Shichen sighed deeply, his eyes becoming somewhat empty. Bai Chu smiled when he saw this. Each of the 10 major acupuncture techniques has its own strengths, and the 9-yang life-sustaining needle is not far superior to the others. Why do you insist on learning the 9-yang life-sustaining needle? Wen Shichen was stunned for a moment, then he realized what Bai Chu meant. He seemed to have a flash of inspiration, and his eyes quickly focused. Master, are you going to teach me the 7-star soul calming technique? Zhou Changming had told him that the acupuncture methods used by Bai Chu at that time included the 9-yang life-extending method and the 7-star soul calming method. Bai Chu shook his head. Neither of these suits you. Put your hand here. Bai Chu took Wen Shichen's pulse, frowned slightly and then relaxed instantly. There is a set of acupuncture techniques that may be more suitable for you. It is called reversing the universe. Reverse the situation? Wen Shichen swallowed hard and his eyes widened. He had also seen this acupuncture method in ancient books. Its ranking among the 10 major formations was even higher than the 7-star soul calming and 9-yang life-sustaining formations. However, only the name was mentioned in ancient books, and there was no record of its specific usage and effects. I didn't expect that my master would teach me how to turn the world around. Hiss. His breathing suddenly became rapid. Don't get excited yet. I will teach you this method, but whether you can successfully learn it or even use it proficiently is still unknown. Everything depends on your own exploration. Disciple understands. Thank you very much, master. I will never forget your kindness. Wen Shichen was about to kneel down and kowtow to express his gratitude. Bai Chu snorted. Wen Shichen finally reacted and quickly stood up straight, clasped his fists and bowed. Disciple knows his mistake. Bai Chu then nodded. He continued, there are a total of 108 needles for reversing the universe, which are divided into the upper 36 needles and the lower 72 needles. The upper 36 needles are for resurrection, and the lower 72 needles are for strengthening the body and replenishing the vital energy. This acupuncture technique requires stability and accuracy, as well as strong willpower. Therefore, one must not only have a strong foundation in acupuncture, good mental endurance, but also a strong physique. After all, in order to fully perform the acupuncture method, it may take as short as 1 hour or as long as 2 or 3 hours. When acupuncture is performed, each needle must be inserted firmly into the corresponding acupoint without the slightest deviation. The depth and speed of insertion should be adjusted appropriately according to the patient's physical condition. Any slight mistake may result in failure to achieve the desired effect, and may even aggravate the patient's condition. The acupuncture process must be quiet and natural, and cannot be disturbed by external objects. I see that you have a good character and a good foundation in acupuncture. The only thing you lack is your physique. However, it will take time to really get started with this acupuncture method. You can try to improve your physique while practicing. I will teach you the acupuncture technique now. It depends on you how much you can achieve in the future. Next, he taught Wen Shichen in detail the specific content and precautions of the reversing the universe acupuncture method. It took Wen Shichen 2 full hours to memorize the entire set of acupuncture techniques, and he also took notes for some parts he didn't understand. He kept the notes close to him as if they were treasures. Then he bowed respectfully to Bai Chu. Disciple thanks master. No need to do that. Since I am willing to accept you as my apprentice, it is my duty to teach you something. If you really want to thank me, then practice hard. After Bai Chu finished explaining, he turned to look at Shin-chan, who was sitting quietly in the distance. Come here. Hearing Bai Chu calling him, Shin-chan walked over respectfully. Grandmaster. Now he finally understood why his master wanted to take this young man as his teacher. The master never got married in his life and devoted all his energy to Xia medicine in order to revive it. However, many traditions of Xia medicine have long been lost, especially the art of acupuncture. There are only a few masters in the whole of Xia. The master happened to learn about the existence of the 10 great acupuncture techniques when he was reading an ancient book. From then on, this became his inner obsession. Unexpectedly, one day he would actually find this magical skill. Shin-chan was well aware of the value of these acupuncture techniques, so at this moment he only felt gratitude and admiration for Bai Chu. Bai Chu took Shin-chan's pulse and found that he was in good physical condition. Moreover, the boy had clear eyes and a simple nature, which made him very satisfied. He thought for a moment and said, Shin-chan, I have a set of exercises here called 8-part Vajra. Although this exercise is simple, if you practice it for a long time, it will not only improve your physical fitness, but you may even be able to cultivate dark energy. I am passing this method on to you. From now on, you should practice it 9 times every morning at sunrise, and 9 times again in the evening at sunset. Do not interrupt unless there are special circumstances. When you can really cultivate the hidden power one day, not only can your master teach you to reverse the world, but I can also pass on the 9 yang life-sustaining and 7-star soul-calming skills to you. When Shichen was overjoyed when he heard this. He has no children. Shin-chan has been following him to learn medicine since he was 9 years old. Now it has been 12 years. In his heart, Shin-chan has long been like his own son. The reason why he brought Shin-chan to see Bai Chu was that he hoped Bai Chu could give him some advice, but he didn't expect Bai Chu to make such a promise. This is such a pleasant surprise. Shin-chan, why don't you hurry up and thank the Grandmaster? Disciple thanks Master. Shin-chan was suddenly extremely excited. No need to be so polite. Bai Chu stood up and took the 2 of them into the courtyard and taught them the 8 Vajra skills. Sure-chan, you should practice this technique together, maybe it will be helpful for your acupuncture practice. Disciple understands. After seeing the 2 off, Bai Chu finished his meal and lay down on the bed to rest for a while. At this time, in front of the Jincheng company, a group of tattooed men were rushing over angrily with sticks in their hands. There was a large crowd of about 100 people. Leading the group was a burly middle-aged man, standing shirtless with a baseball bat on his shoulder. The gold chain around his neck, which was as thick as a finger, and the tiger-shaped tattoo on his chest, which almost covered his entire body, made him look extremely domineering. As shown in the tattoo, this man is the most powerful general under Brother Long, and is known as Overlord Tiger and Tiger Lord in the martial arts world. Tiger Lord kicked over the trash can in front of the door and shouted at the gate of Jincheng Company, who was Bai Chu. Get out here! Chapter 43 Single Challenge. Hearing the noise outside, the employees in the office looked curious. Chen Xingyu was studying the plan at this time. She looked up and looked outside. Zhang Yan, go out and see what's going on. At this time, the receptionist came running over in a hurry. Manager Chen, it's bad, there's a large group of people outside causing trouble at the company, they look so fierce. What should we do? Should we call the police? Chen Xingyu's face changed instantly when she heard this. She was afraid that it was someone sent by Lu Huihuang. After hesitating for a moment, she stood up and said, you guys continue to work. I'll go out and take a look. Quickly walked to the door. Zhang Yunhui and 2 security guards were standing at the door with nervous expressions, discussing something. Mr. Zhang, what's going on outside? Chen Xingyu asked quickly. Seeing Chen Xingyu wanted to come out, Zhang Yunhui asked 2 security guards to close the door and said casually, it's just a small matter. Manager Chen just needs to work in the office. I can handle it here. How could he let Chen Xingyu come out? If Chen Xingyu was hurt by this group of people, Mr. Bai would skin him alive when he found out. Chen Xingyu looked up in confusion. Through the glass of the door, she could clearly see everything outside. I saw that the company's entrance was surrounded by a crowd of people, and all of them had ferocious faces and looked like they were here with ill intentions. Looking at our side, there are only a dozen or so security guards. Are we sure we can handle it? Boss Sheng, what's going on? Are these people from Jincheng? No, they are just some local hooligans. Manager Chen, please don't ask about them. He looked at the employees following Chen Xinyu and ordered in a deep voice, "What are you all doing here? Go back to work and take Manager Chen back with you. No one is allowed to come out until the people outside leave." Those employees did not dare to disobey and pulled Chen Xinyu back to the office. The two veteran security guards of the company had already turned pale and their legs were shaking uncontrollably. They have been working as security guards in Jincheng for so long, but they have never seen such a scene. They looked at Zhang Yunhui for help. "Boss Zhang, what should we do? Let's notify director by right away. This group of people is too scary. If they attack us, it will be just the two of us." Zhang Yunhui frowned. "What's the use of Chairman Bai coming here at this time? If Chairman Bai gets hurt, won't our company be finished? Call the police first, and then ask Director Bai to come over after these thugs leave." After saying that, he quickly called the police. At the bottom of the gate steps, 16 security guards led by Xiao Zhanyong stood there with determined faces, stopping the thugs who wanted to rush into the company. "Brother Yong, what should we do? We can't seem to handle so many people," a teammate asked quietly. After spending half a day together, they had obviously regarded Xiao Zhanyong as their leader. "Let's notify the boss right away." Xiao Zhanyong shook his head and said, "No, if we can't stop the other party from doing this, even if the boss comes with his physique, it will be useless and even more dangerous. Since we have received the boss's money, we must help him protect the company. As long as we are still standing today, we must not let them enter the company." The others didn't say anything, apparently agreeing with the decision. Tiger Lord shouted for a while, but didn't see Bai Chu come out, and suddenly became a little impatient. "Humph, you want to be a coward, right? Today I'm going to destroy your lousy company. Come on. Everyone stop." Xiao Zhanyang yelled, "Let's see who dares to go in." Tiger Lord looked at the dozen security guards in front of him and sneered, "You little brats want to block Tiger Lord's way? Oh, right, Huang Mao and the others were beaten by you guys, right? Ha, I heard you are good at fighting? Don't blame Master Tiger for not giving you a chance. If any of you can beat Master Tiger will take your people away right away. If you can't defeat Lord Tiger, you'll spend the rest of your life lying in bed. Okay, this is what you said, it's a deal." Xiao Zhanyang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. As long as the opponents did not attack together, they still had a chance. At least he had never been afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. "Ah, you have guts." Tiger Lord waved his hand and said, "All of you step back a little." The gang of thugs quickly made way for the security guards and looked at them with a joking look on their faces. In the past, Lord Tiger followed Lord Long to stir up bloody storms in the underground world of Jiangcheng. His fighting power is one of the best in the Jianghai gang. No one in the entire Jiangcheng underworld dares to say that he can defeat Lord Tiger. This group of ignorant security guards actually dared to challenge Lord Tiger. They are simply courting death. Mr. Tiger hooked his finger at the security guards. Xiao Zhanyang was about to step forward with a gloomy face, but a security guard beside him spoke first. "Brother Yong, let me do it." The security guard's name is Duan Fei, and he is also a veteran. After saying that, he took a few steps forward and came to the opposite side of Tiger Lord. Tiger Lord looked at him with a half smile. "Boy, you should make the first move, otherwise you won't have a chance if Tiger Lord makes a move." Duan Fei didn't say anything. He clenched his right fist and threw a straight punch towards Tiger Lord's face. Tiger Lord reacted quickly enough. He took a step back and kicked Duan Fei in the lower abdomen. Duan Fei missed the attack and quickly fought back to block. At this moment, Tiger Master sneered and swung the baseball bat on his shoulder towards Duan Fei. Bang! Duan Fei cried out in pain after being hit by a powerful stick and was about to retreat, but Tiger Master didn't give him a chance and continued to hit him with sticks. "That's enough." Xiao Zhanyang was worried that Duan Fei would be beaten to death, so he quickly kicked away Hu Ye's baseball bat and saved Duan Fei. Tiger Lord's eyes lit up. "Oh, you are quite skilled, come here, let Tiger Lord have a try." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the stick with one hand and hit Xiao Zhanyang on the head. Xiao Zhanyang kept dodging, but in the end he had no choice but to take the blow with his already problematic right arm. After he blocked the stick, he took advantage of the momentum to roll over and get closer to Tiger Lord, and punched Tiger Lord's ribs under his armpit with his left fist. Tiger Lord felt so much pain that the stick in his hand fell to the ground. He stood there for several seconds to recover before he could endure the pain. He looked at Xiao Zhanyang with cold eyes. I didn't expect that you have so much strength despite your small body. It's been a long time since anyone has hurt me. To thank you, Master Tiger decided to beat the shit out of you today. After saying that, he clenched his fists a few times, strode towards Xiao Zhanyang, and the two of them immediately started fighting. Although Xiao Zhanyang is not as strong as Tiger Lord, the fighting skills and awareness he has acquired through years of life and death battles on the border are far beyond the reach of a gangster like Tiger Lord. Soon, Tiger Master fell into a disadvantage as Xiao Zhanyang used his attack strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries. Lord Tiger felt something was wrong and his eyes became vicious. He took advantage of a break in the fight to wink at his men next to him. Just as the two were fighting again, a gangster swung a stick and hit Xiao Zhanyang's leg by surprise, knocking him to the ground. Looking at Xiao Zhanyang lying on the ground, Tiger Lord raised his foot and kicked him. After a few kicks, Xiao Zhanyang's mouth and nose were bleeding. Stop it, we agreed to a duel, why don't you keep your word? Jin Cheng's security guard asked angrily. Tiger Lord looked at them coldly. What, you are going to teach me how to do things again? He looked at the group of younger brothers behind him and ordered, go up and beat these idiots to a pulp. After receiving the order from Tiger Lord, more than 100 of his men rushed towards the remaining security guards with sticks. Seeing the security guards about to be wiped out, Zhang Yunhui was extremely anxious. What's going on? It's been so long, why haven't the public security police come yet? He followed the two security guards and called the police several times, but found that the call was not going through at all. Lord Tiger seemed to see through Zhang Yunhui and the others' thoughts, and sneered, do you want to wait for the public security police to come? I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. No one can protect you today. Hurry up, after you take care of these security guards, go in and smash this lousy company up for me, drag out all the employees and beat them up. If you dare to go against our Jianhai gang, Master Tiger will let you feel what despair is. Just at this moment, several black cars drove over from the distance. In the leading car, an urban beauty with a strong aura was resting with her eyes closed, and the person driving the car was He Jin, the manager of Rongxing Construction. Boss Sean, Jincheng Company is ahead. Chapter 44 How to Thank Me? The woman in the back seat slowly opened her eyes, looked forward, and frowned. What's going on in front? He Jin took a closer look and his expression changed slightly. Boss Sean, something seems to have happened to Jincheng Company. If I'm not mistaken, these people should be from the Jianhai gang. They must be up to no good when they come to Jincheng culture. Jianhai gang? Shan Yunrong's face suddenly turned cold. Drive over. The car drove quickly towards the crowd, and a few shrill honks made the people who were fighting stop. The hooligans glared at the approaching car and yelled, press your ass, are you looking for death? The car door slammed and was kicked open from inside. An exquisite, straight, long leg in black silk stretched out from the car door, and then everyone saw an extremely beautiful face, but this time the face was covered with frost. There is such a beautiful sight here? When the gangsters saw Shang Yunrong, a perverted smile appeared on their faces. Hey, whose girl is this? Are you here to have some fun with the old men? A young gangster was so bold that he couldn't help but laugh loudly. The other hooligans also laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw more than a dozen strong men in black clothes getting out of the car behind him. Each of these men was tall and strong with a stern look on their faces. They stepped forward quickly and formed two rows to protect Shang Yunrong in the middle. They were Shang Yunrong's bodyguards. One of the bodyguards walked up to the gangster who had just spoken, looked at him coldly, and with a flip of his right hand, a dagger appeared in his palm. He stretched out his left hand, pinched the gangster's mouth open, and then slashed with the knife. The gangster's tongue spurted out along with the hot blood and fell to the ground. The gangster suddenly screamed in pain. The other thugs were frightened by this scene and retreated together. They reacted immediately and surrounded Shang Yunrong and her group of bodyguards. You are looking for death, brothers, come together. Lord Tiger in front also heard the noise and turned to look behind. When he saw Shang Yunrong, his pupils shrank. Stop it, all of you. He walked quickly to Shang Yunrong and said with an apologetic smile, it turned out to be Miss Shang. I didn't expect to see Miss Shang in this remote place. It's all because my subordinates were ignorant and didn't know it was you, Miss Shang. Please don't blame me. I wonder what brings you here, Miss Shang. Do you need Xiaohu's help? Shang Yunrong didn't waste time talking to him. What are you doing here? Oh, a small company was blind and beat up our brothers from the Four Seas gang. I am bringing people here to seek an explanation for our brothers. We don't mean to disturb Miss Shang. Why don't you go ahead and do your work, and we'll continue when you're done. He yelled at his men, what the hell are you all standing there for? Get out of the way. Shang Yunrong sneered and pointed at Jincheng culture in front of him. are you talking about this company? Yes. Seeing Shang Yunrong's expression, Tiger Lord suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the next second, Shang Yunrong slapped him in the face. Jincheng Culture is our business partner, are you causing trouble for them to hinder our business? There was a fierce flash in Tiger Lord's eyes, but he suppressed it in an instant. I don't dare. Shang Yunrong snorted coldly, hurry up and take your people away. Go back and tell Fei Dehai that if they dare to cause trouble for Jincheng Company again, there is no need for the Jianghai gang to exist anymore. Tiger Lord lowered his head, clenched his fists, and tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. He said in a low voice, okay, I got it. I will tell Brother Long exactly what Miss Shang said. Let's go. After a while, Jincheng Culture fell silent again, leaving only a group of security guards lying on the ground groaning. Zhang Yunhui let out a long sigh, quickly called Bai Chu, and then walked quickly towards Shang Yunrong. You are from Shang. Shang Yunrong shook his head at him. I am Shang Yunrong, the general manager of Rongxing Construction. Today I am here to discuss cooperation with Manager Chen. Zhang Yunhui immediately understood what Shang Yunrong meant, and quickly bent down and made a gesture of invitation. Please come in, Mr. Shang. I will take you to see Manager Chen. At this moment, Zhang Yunhui's heart was pounding. He never thought that the one cooperating with his company would be this giant Buddha. At this time, Chen Xingyu was finally able to walk out of the company. She saw that it was Shang Yunrong who came, and her face lit up with joy. Jun. She was about to call Sister Yunrong, but then she felt it was inappropriate, so she immediately changed her words and said, Boss Shang, you came here without even saying hello so that we can prepare to welcome you. Shang Yunrong pretended to be displeased and said, why, you were calling me Sister Yunrong yesterday, but now you become President Shang in just one day? Chen Xingyu was a little embarrassed when she heard this. I was drunk yesterday, so please don't blame me, Mr. Shang. Alas, Shang Yunrong sighed, it seems that I am still not worthy of being your sister. Oh, that's not what I meant. Since that is not what you mean, just continue to call me Sister Yunrong from now on. Shang Yunrong said with a smile. Oh, okay, Sister Yunrong. Chen Xingyu said obediently, by the way, Sister Yunrong, are you here to inspect our work progress today? Shang Yunrong shook his head and said, I just happened to pass by here, so I came to take a look. By the way, Sister Yunrong, we have made some improvements to yesterday's plan. Now that you are here, it's a good opportunity to see if it is suitable. Chen Xingyu pulled Shang Yunrong towards the office. Shang Yunrong stopped her, forget it, I'm not in the mood to talk about work today, just take me around the company and let me see what the atmosphere is like in your company. Chen Xingyu took Shang Yunrong for a walk in the company and chatted happily. 10 minutes later, Bai Chu hurried over. When he saw the blood all over the ground outside the company, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. Mr. Bai. The business bodyguards guarding outside the company's door bowed their heads in salute when they saw Bai Chu. Yeah. Bai Chu nodded at them and ran into the company. Chen Xingyu and Shang Yunrong just walked to the front desk hall at this time. Seeing that Chen Xingyu was fine, Bai Chu breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over and looked at Shang Yunrong gratefully. Mr. Shang, thank you very much this time. Shang Yunrong smiled and said, I wonder how Mr. Bai wants to thank me? Well, Mr. Shang, just make your request. I will never refuse anything that Bai Chu can do. This incident was extremely dangerous for Bai Chu. If Shang Yunrong had not arrived just in time, he couldn't imagine the consequences. Shang Yunrong's eyes lit up slightly, but after thinking for a moment, he sighed inwardly, and the light in his eyes gradually dissipated. How about Mr. Bai treat me to a meal? Sure. Bai Chu nodded. Don't just say one meal. As long as Mr. Shang has time, even if it's 10 or 100 meals, you and I will accompany you any time. Bai Chu said this and took Chen Xingyu's hand. Seeing this scene, Shang Yunrong's smile slowly faded. Chen Xingyu didn't notice her change and said with a smile, Sister Yunrong, why don't you go back with us to eat? I'll let Xiao Bai cook for you. Shang Yunrong was a little surprised when he heard this. He turned to look at Bai Chu. Oh? You can cook too? Chapter 45. Do you understand? Bai Chu smiled and said, I know a little bit. Chen Xingyu looked at Shang Yunrong excitedly. Sister Yunrong, Xiao Bai is amazing. He cooks a lot of dishes for me every day. And Xiao Bai's dishes are especially delicious. Really, they are better than the dishes I have eaten in all the high-end hotels in Jincheng. Really? Shang Yunrong looked at Bai Chu with a hint of passion in his eyes. There is no need to talk about Bai Chu's medical skills. He was able to bring Grandpa back from the brink of death. Even old Zhou would feel ashamed of himself. Second uncle also said that Baiju's boxing and kicking skills were better than his. She knew second uncle's skills very well. He was a feared figure by the soldiers in their special operations brigade. Don't think that it is easy for the bodyguards of your business to beat up the thugs. They were all trained by your second uncle himself. Among all the bodyguards of the business, none of them can be your second uncle's opponent. Even his second uncle admits that he is not as good as Baichu, so you can imagine how powerful Baichu is. The most important thing is that he is only in his 20s. Even if he has been training since the womb, it is almost impossible for him to have such strong boxing and medical skills. And now this man can actually cook. Looking at Chen Qinyu's expression, it is obvious that the food cooked by Baichu is really delicious. Being able to cook sounds simple, but if you really want to make delicious food, it won't be achieved in a short time. She has met countless boys, whether they are wealthy, powerful, or geniuses of various kinds. But among the people he knew, Baichu was definitely number one in terms of excellence, and he was in a class of his own. She was really curious about Baichu's true identity. Although she had investigated, she obviously did not believe the results of the investigation. It's just a pity that the timing when I met him seems a little late. Thinking of this, she felt a sense of loss in her heart. Sister Yunrong, we'll be off work soon. Come back with us. If you've tasted Xiaobai's cooking, you'll want to eat it every day in the future. Chen Xinyu said happily. Seeing the two of them so happy, Shang Yunrong concealed the disappointment on his face and said with a smile, I was just kidding you, there's no need to eat, I just happened to pass by and did it for fun. By the way, I have some things to deal with at the company, so I will go back first. We can talk again when we have time. After saying that, she turned and left. She didn't want to see the two of them showing their affection. Baichu and the other man sent her to the car and watched her leave. After Shang Yunrong walked away, Baichu looked at Chen Qingyu with some blame. Yu, why didn't you call me for such a big thing? If you were hurt, you know I would be very distressed. Chen Qingyu felt a little aggrieved. I don't know what happened. Mr. Zhang said he could handle it and asked me to stay in the office and not leave. I'm sorry, Xiaobai, for making you worry again. Baichu sighed, I don't blame you, but remember, next time you encounter any dangerous situation, if I'm not around, you must call me immediately, do you hear me? Yes, I know. Baichu thought of the injured security guards again and quickly called Zhang Yunhui. Lao Zhang, where are you now? Boss Bai, we are at the city hospital. Several security guards have broken bones and are preparing for surgery. Baichu heard this and said quickly, wait a moment, deal with the less serious injuries first, and don't do surgery for broken bones for now. I'll be there soon. Baichu quickly got into the car and drove towards the city hospital. While driving, he called Wen Shichen, please go to the city hospital. Several employees in my company have broken bones. Please come and help deal with them. The reason why he didn't allow the hospital to perform the surgery was because once the surgery was done, it would require surgery and splinting, which would not only slow down recovery but also risk leaving sequelae. Dr. Xia's approach in this regard is much safer. Besides, he trusts Wen Shichen's medical skills, so he feels more at ease leaving it to him. As for why he didn't do it himself, it was simply because he thought it was too troublesome. If too many people knew about his medical skills, there would definitely be people who would ask him for help in the future. Soon Baichu arrived at the municipal hospital, and Zhang Yunhui took him to the ward. At this time, in a larger ward, all 16 security guards were lying inside, and a group of nurses were treating their wounds. Seeing Baichu coming, everyone quickly got up and greeted him, boss. Hurry up and lie down. Baichu walked over to everyone and took their pulses one by one before he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no internal organs were injured and the problems were not too serious. The one who was most seriously injured was Xiao Zhanyong, who had a severely fractured right arm, a fractured left leg, and 3 broken ribs. These bastards were too harsh. Fortunately, Shang Yunrong arrived in time, otherwise someone would have been killed. Baichu felt a chill in his heart. Mr. Zhang, once their injuries are treated, send them all to the best wards for recuperation. Also notify the finance department to immediately transfer 100,000 yuan to each of their accounts as compensation. Also, all treatment and diet during their hospitalization must be in accordance with the highest standards. Hearing that their boss cared so much about them, the security guards were very happy and felt that their injuries were not so painful anymore. Thank you, boss. Baichu blamed himself a little, I should be thanking you. You guys take a rest first, the doctor I found will be here soon. After Bai Chu finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Yunhui angrily and said, "Come with me." Seeing that Bai Chu looked unwell, Zhang Yunhui followed Bai Chu to the stairwell at one end of the ward with some trepidation. "Zhang Yunhui, I remember telling you this morning that if the other party sends someone over and these security guards can't handle it, you must call me immediately. Have you forgotten? Have you ever thought about whether you will have to watch them get beaten to death if Mr. Shang doesn't come this time?" It was the first time that Zhang Yunhui saw Bai Chu so angry. He could only whisper, "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, it's my fault. There were too many of them, and I was afraid you would get hurt, so." Bai Chu looked at him helplessly. What can I say to you? Since I told you to call me, it means that I naturally have a way to deal with it. Even if I can't deal with it, don't you think I can't call someone to help?" Zhang Yunhui thought about it and it made sense. He was really too nervous at the time, so he didn't think about this. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, it's my fault." "Okay, let's not talk about this. Why didn't you call the police?" Zhang Yunhui got angry when he mentioned this. "Boss Bai, we called the police as soon as these people came over, but for some reason they never showed up. I called a few more times, but no one answered. Humph, I think these guys did it on purpose." Bai Chu narrowed his eyes when he heard that. No wonder these thugs dare to blatantly demand protection money. It turns out they have connections with the public security police behind them. "I see." Bai Chu nodded and looked at Zhang Yunhui again. "Let's forget about this incident. I don't want it to happen again. Besides," Bai Chu said as he walked to the handrail of the stairs, "Your boss, I'm not as fragile as you think." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Chu clenched his right fist and smashed it hard on the armrest. There was a dull thud. Zhang Yunhui opened his mouth instantly and looked at the place where Bai Chu had just hit as if he had seen a ghost. The handrail was made of a hollow steel pipe with a diameter of 15 centimeters, and a huge dent suddenly appeared on the steel pipe. It would probably take several hits for him to use a sledgehammer to make a dent in such a hard steel pipe. "Is Mr. Bai's hand still normal?" He swallowed hard and looked at Bai Chu. "Mr. Bai." Bai Chu said calmly, "Do you understand now?" "I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Bai. There won't be a next time." Chapter 46. My daughter is lost. Zhang Yunhui was shocked at this moment. It seemed that he had underestimated this boss. Mr. Bai's identity was probably far from as simple as he thought. Thinking of this, he suddenly became excited again. The more extraordinary Mr. Bai was, the more likely he would be able to reach a position that he had never dared to imagine before if he followed him. "Well, go take care of them," Bai Chu said and walked towards the ward. At this time, Wen Shichen and Zhou Changming came to the hospital together. "Master." Wen Shichen saluted quickly. Zhou Changming also greeted him. "Hello, Dr. Bai." Bai Chu waved his hand. "Don't call me a miracle doctor anymore, just call me by my name. You guys come with me." Bai Chu brought the two of them to the ward, and Zhang Yunhui quickly took all the films taken by everyone. Bai Chu looked at Wen Shichen. "There are 9 people with broken bones here, can you handle it?" "Master, rest assured. This is not a difficult matter for me." Bai Chu nodded. Wen Shichen looked at the group of nurses and said, "Please prepare a separate ward for me. I want to correct their bones." Hearing this, the nurse looked at Wen Shichen in bewilderment. "Who are you? You are supposed to set their bones, that's ridiculous. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? Get out now, don't make trouble here." The nurse's words made Wen Shichen's face turn red and white. "You." Zhou Changming quickly came to the rescue. "Okay, old one, don't be angry. You are a Xia doctor from Jincheng, so it's normal that they don't know you. Let me do it." Zhou Changming said confidently while looking at the nurses. "Hello, I'm Zhou Changming. Can you please help me prepare a larger empty ward?" "Who are you? Get out now. If you make trouble again, I will call security." The nurse waved her hands impatiently. TSK, Dr. Zhou is really prestigious. I am convinced." Wen Shichen said teasingly with a squint. "Ahem." Zhou Changming's face turned red. "Wait a moment." After saying that, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed. "Dean Feng, my name is Zhou Changming. I'm in your emergency room right now. I want to ask you for a favor. Do you have time?" After getting a positive answer, he put away his phone with satisfaction and raised an eyebrow at Wen Shichen. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing glasses came hurriedly with several doctors. "Hey, Director Zhou, I've invited you many times, but unfortunately you didn't have time. Now I finally have you here. You must stay in our hospital for 2 days." Dean Fong walked forward excitedly and shook Zhou Changming's hand. Zhou Changming is definitely the best in Jiangcheng in the field of neurology. Even in any city in Shenzhou Prefecture, he is the object of competition among major hospitals. Dean Fong had invited Zhou Changming several times, hoping that they would give lectures to the doctors in his hospital, but he had never been successful. He didn't expect that he would come to his door today. How could he not be happy? Zhou Changming glanced at Wen Shichen, who looked unhappy, with a smug look on his face, and then said with a smile, Okay, these people are employees of a friend of mine. They are injured and asked Dean Fong to help prepare a place so that we can help them fix their bones. Dean Zhou looked at the group of doctors behind him and said, Hurry up and prepare the operating room. Zhou Changming waved his hand, There's no need for an operating room. Just find a quieter ward. My old friend is the Xia medical master Wen Shichen. He can handle these injured people. Dr. Xia? Dean Fong's eyes flashed with disdain, but thinking that the other party could become friends with Zhou Changming, his medical skills should not be too bad. So he smiled and said, Okay, I'll have someone prepare it right away. He told the doctor to prepare it. Then he looked at Wen Shichen and said, By the way, Dr. Wen, I heard that Dr. Xia's bone setting technique is very unique. I wonder if we can have the orthopedic surgeon in our hospital observe it? Wen Shichen nodded without objection. Seeing that everything was arranged, Bai Chu looked at Zhang Yunhui and said, Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Zhang. I'll go back first and come back tomorrow. When they returned to the villa at night, in order to comfort Bai Chu, who was traumatized by excessive worry, Chen Qingyu put in a lot of effort and used her best dishes. Bai Chu ate for half the night and fell asleep only when he was satisfied. The next day, after sending Chen Qingyu to the company, Bai Chu came to the hospital again. Yesterday, when Shichen had reconnected everyone's broken bones. Now they were all lying on the hospital beds to rest, and each of them looked much better than yesterday. Some of those with minor injuries even clamored to be discharged from the hospital and return to work. Bai Chu scolded them a few times and asked them to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. This moved everyone again. Bai Chu came to Xiao Zhanyang, helped him check, and was about to chat for a few words when suddenly his cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and listened for a few seconds. His expression suddenly changed and his eyes were filled with panic. This kind of look had never appeared in his eyes even when he was beaten by Tiger Lord. Bai Chu realized that something was wrong and asked quickly. What's wrong? Boss, my daughter is missing, I want to go back. He ignored the pain in his body, got out of bed and ran outside, but fell to the ground after just 2 steps. Bai Chu quickly helped him up. Don't get excited, I'll take you back now. Bai Chu helped him downstairs, drove him away from the hospital. On the way, Xiao Zhanyang told Bai Chu what happened. It turned out that his wife had always been in poor health, and became seriously ill after giving birth to the child. In order to treat his wife, he spent all his savings and sold his house, but in the end, his wife could not be saved. So he returned to the countryside with his children to live alone. Watching the child grow up day by day, in order to give her a better education, he gritted his teeth and brought her to Jiangcheng. In order to facilitate his job search, he rented a temporary residence in an old neighborhood. He was injured yesterday and didn't go home, so he asked the landlady to help look after the child. But he didn't expect that the landlady called just now to say that the child was missing. How could he not be anxious? One is so sensible, it's all my fault for being useless. If anything happens to One, how am I going to live? Looking at Xiao Zhanyang's red eyes and panic-stricken expression, Bai Chu sighed and comforted him. Don't worry, Jiangcheng is still very safe, nothing will happen to the child, he must have gone to play somewhere nearby. Soon the two arrived at the residential complex. After asking the landlady, Bai Chu adjusted a few cameras nearby and indeed found Wenwen's trace. Bai Chu drove forward in the direction Wenwen went, and soon found a little girl in a blue dress next to a kindergarten. Wenwen, it's Wenwen. Xiao Zhanyang was suddenly very excited. He pushed the door and was about to get out of the car. Bai Chu held him down and said, Just sit in the car quietly. If you move again, your injury will get worse. I'll go bring her over. Bai Chu came to Wenwen. At this time, Wenwen was lying beside the fence, staring at the group of children playing in the park with her big eyes. When she found someone behind her, she quickly stood up and took a few steps back, looking at Bai Chu with a vigilant look. Chapter 47, Being Teased. Bai Chu smiled and squatted down. Little boy, is your name Wenwen? Wenwen's eyes widened, full of curiosity, but she did not answer. Bai Chu smiled. This child was quite alert. I'm your father's friend. Your father is over there. I'll take you there. Wenwen turned her head to look in the direction Bai Chu pointed, and sure enough, she saw Xiao Zhenyang's head sticking out of the car window. Dad! Wenwen burst into tears and ran towards Xiao Zhenyang with all her might. When they got into the car, Wenwen threw herself into Xiao Zhenyang's arms and burst into tears. Dad, why didn't you come back last night? Wenwen thought you didn't want me anymore. Woohoo! Wenwen, don't cry. Daddy just found a job and got off work too late, so he didn't come home. Wenwen is Daddy's baby, how could Daddy not want Wenwen? Really? Wenwen raised her little head and looked at Xiao Zhenyang. Suddenly she noticed the wound on Xiao Zhenyang's face. She started crying even harder. Dad, you are injured. It's okay, Dad just fell accidentally. Xiao Zhenyang quickly comforted him. Bai Chu also took the opportunity to educate him. Your dad heard that you were lost, and he was anxious, so he fell. Wenwen, you must be good in the future and never run around again, okay? I'm sorry, Dad. Wenwen was wrong. Wenwen will never run around again. After a long while, the two finally calmed down. Bai Chu reached out and touched Wenwen's little head. Wenwen, how old are you this year? Uncle, Wenwen is 5 years old. Oh, does Wenwen want to go to kindergarten? Yeah. Wenwen hummed softly, turned to look at the kindergarten not far away, her eyes full of desire. She suddenly thought of something, glanced at Xiao Zhenyang, quickly shook her head, lowered her head and whispered, No, ask if you don't want to go to kindergarten. When Xiao Zhenyang heard her words, his eyes instantly turned red. He knew that Wenwen was thinking about him. Bai Chu's eyes were slightly moist. This child is so sensible. Wenwen has to go to school in the future. Your dad has to work during the day and has no time to take care of you. If you don't go to school, your dad will have to worry about you when he is at work, and he won't be able to work well. So Wenwen has to go to school during the day, so that dad doesn't have to worry about Wenwen. Besides, Wenwen can only earn money to support Baba in the future if she studies hard. There were little stars twinkling in Wenwen's eyes, and then they dimmed. But they said it costs a lot of money to go to kindergarten. Dad has made a lot of money now, so let Wenwen go to kindergarten, elementary school and college in the future, okay? Wenwen blinked her big eyes and looked at Xiao Zhenyang. Really? Yeah. Xiao Zhenyang nodded vigorously. Okay, then Wenwen has to go to kindergarten, ha ha ha. Seeing that the children were finally happy, Bai Chu took them out for dinner again. Wenwen hadn't slept all night because she was worried about her father. Now that she had calmed down, she fell asleep in Xiao Zhenyang's arms right after dinner. Looking at this cute little girl, Bai Chu suddenly wanted to have a child. If he and Chen Qingyu had a daughter, she would be very cute. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered his own health problems. Although he was a good doctor, it was still a bit inconvenient to treat himself. It seems I have to go to the hospital, otherwise I will never feel at ease. Bai Chu shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked at Xiao Zhenyang. You don't have to go back to live in the rented house. Firstly, you are injured now, and secondly, it is inconvenient to live too far away. How about this, you stay in the hospital with Wenwen for the next 2 days, and when the dormitory at the company is renovated, you can move in there. It's close and won't interfere with taking care of the child. Also, you don't have to worry about Wenwen's schooling. I'll ask Lao Zhang to find a kindergarten nearby and Wenwen can go there in a few days. Hearing Bai Chu's words, Xiao Zhenyang was deeply moved. He didn't expect that this boss could consider him so thoroughly. He took a deep breath and looked at Bai Chu with gratitude. Boss, I, Xiao Zhenyang, am a rough man. I won't say words of gratitude. Anyway, from today on, my life belongs to you. Even if you ask me to die for you one day, I, Xiao Zhenyang, will never frown. Bai Chu rolled his eyes when he heard this. How come this guy is the same as the second master of the Shang family? He is always willing to go through fire and water for himself. Why do I need your life? What will happen to Wenwen if you die? You should keep your life and take good care of Wenwen. I really appreciate that I can work hard and take good care of myself and my children. Xiao Zhenyang didn't say anything because he didn't know what words to use to express his current mood. He never thought that one day he would meet someone like Bai Chu. In his heart, perhaps the only way to repay Bai Chu's kindness to him is to die for his friend. Okay, stop thinking about it. Bai Chu patted his shoulder. After I recover from my injury, I will work hard, save some money, and then I can marry a wife and live a good life. Xiao Zhanyang smiled shyly. Boss, with my conditions, how can I dare to think about those things? What's wrong with your condition? Besides, even if you don't consider yourself, you should consider one. She has been without a mother since she was a child, and you can't be with her every day because of work. If a child doesn't have a complete childhood, it's easy for her to have psychological problems. If you regret it at that time, it will be too late. Listen to me, if you like a girl in the future, tell me and I will propose marriage to you. Xiao Zhanyang nodded somewhat embarrassedly. Okay, I'll listen to the boss. Bai Chu smiled. That's more appropriate. By the way, don't call me boss anymore. It sounds too strange. You are older than me, so just call me by my name. Xiao Zhanyang quickly shook his head. That's absolutely not possible. Okay, then you can call me Mr. Bai just like Su Muyu. Xiao Zhanyang thought about it and nodded. Yes, sir. Let's go back to the hospital. Bai Chu sent the two back to the hospital and left the ward after making arrangements. He looked around and found no one he knew, so he quietly came to the men's department. What's wrong with you? The doctor looked at him and asked. Bai Chu briefly recounted the incident. Oh, then I'll write you a prescription and check the sperm quality first. A moment later, Bai Chu came to the examination room with a list. At this time, two young nurses were sitting in the room busy. Bai Chu was a little confused when he saw this. Why were they all girls? He hesitated for a while and then asked, Hello, where can I get the checkup? The nurse stretched out her hand without looking back. Give me the list. Bai Chu handed over the prescription written by the doctor. The nurse took a look and reached out to grab a test tube from the side. Go to the sampling room and bring it back after you finish collecting it. Bai Chu was a little confused. Well, how do I pick it? Of course you picked it yourself. Do you want me to help you? The nurse glanced at Bai Chu. However, when she saw Bai Chu's face clearly, her originally slanted eyes suddenly widened and then narrowed into a line. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. If you really want me to help you, it's not impossible. Another nurse looked over curiously when she heard this, and when she saw Bai Chu's appearance, her eyes lit up slightly. What a handsome little brother. However, Bai Chu's old face felt a little hot. Damn, he was actually teased by a little nurse. It would be fine if it happened somewhere else, but in this situation, doesn't he have any face to lose? He coughed lightly and said, I'll do it myself. He took the test tube and ran out. Suddenly, a goose-like laughter came from behind. Chapter 48 I Don't Like Snacks. Arriving at the sampling room, there were small compartments, and Bai Chu walked into one of them. When I looked up, I saw a lot of pictures of beautiful women on the wall. Bai Chu secretly clicked his tongue. This hospital was quite thoughtful. If it were his former self, this would definitely be of great help, but now he had no interest at all. After all, the girl in the picture is very different from my girlfriend. Bai Chu turned around, closed the door, and began to polish the glass test tube patiently with one hand. In the examination room, the nurse who had teased Bai Chu before looked at the time and said in surprise, What's going on? It's been an hour, why hasn't that handsome guy come back yet? Did he run away? Another nurse tooted, Why, you're not really interested in him, are you? That handsome guy looks like a good boy, and the way you acted just now, it would be strange if you didn't scare him away. Oh my, you're so handsome, I don't believe you won't be moved. Besides, it's so boring at work and it's rare to see a handsome guy, can't you just make a joke? Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps at the door. She looked up and saw that it was Bai Chu. She said with some resentment, Where have you been for so long? I thought you ran away. If you don't come back, we will be off work. Bai Chu felt a little apologetic. Sorry, I've been busy until now. Hearing this, the two nurses' eyes lit up. The brave one among them was a little unconvinced. Are you saying that you have been taking samples all the time? Yeah, what's wrong? Bai Chu didn't quite understand what she meant. After getting Bai Chu's affirmation, the nurse squinted her eyes and smiled. Okay, wait a moment, I'll send it for inspection right away. The nurse reached out and took the test tube from Bai Chu's hand, twisting her waist and walking into the examination room. Bai Chu sat in the chair anxiously waiting for the result. It was the first time he felt so nervous since he came here. An hour later, the nurse came over with a sheet. She looked at Bai Chu with a strange expression, raised her eyebrows and asked, Do you have a girlfriend? Baichu's heart skipped a beat. Why was he asking that? Could it be that there was really something wrong with him? He swallowed and said nervously, yes. Oh, is she pretty? Beautiful, Baichu answered honestly. Compared with me? The nurse raised her head to reveal her white neck. Ha! Baichu was a little puzzled. This should have nothing to do with the result. He did not answer but looked at the examination report in the nurse's hand and asked, well, what are the results? Are there any problems? When he asked this question, his heart was in his throat. The nurse raised the report, her lips curled up slightly. Very good, I have been working here for so long, but this is the first time I have seen such active tadpoles. Baichu suddenly felt at peace. Finally a smile appeared on his face. Thank you, he said sincerely. The nurse looked at Baichu shyly. Handsome boy, are you interested in changing your taste? What? Baichu didn't understand what she meant. But when he saw her provocative eyes, Baichu finally realized that this guy was greedy for his body. Sorry, I don't have that. He reached out, took the receipt and put it in his pocket. The nurse said unwillingly, even if you don't want to change your taste, it's okay to have a snack occasionally. Sorry, I don't like snacks, Baichu said coldly and turned away. He doesn't want to give the other party any chance. I heard the nurse's angry snort from behind. Baichu naturally ignored it. He walked out of the hospital with a brisk pace. He touched his face as he walked, and sighed inwardly, is this the trouble of handsome guys? Although I have to say this feeling is really damn good. You, I have given up too much for you, you must make it up to me tonight. As Baichu got into the car, the cell phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Su Muyu's. Su Muyu has been away for several days, so it's time for him to come back. Hello? Sir, I have finished what you asked me to do. Where are you? I will deliver the things to you. Send it to the villa. Baichu thought for a while and said, after all, he spent 100 million to buy things, and he didn't know how much there was, so it would be more convenient to deliver it directly to the villa. When he returned to the villa, Su Muyu was already waiting at the door. Young master. Su Muyu greeted respectfully. Thank you for your hard work. Baichu said with a smile, where are the things? He looked around and saw nothing except Su Muyu's car. Just when Baichu was wondering, Su Muyu took out a safe from the trunk, opened it in front of Baichu, and took out 4 boxes and a shoulder bag from it. Sir, everything is here. This is the purchase contract, the agency certification, and the payment record. Please take a look. She took out a few more pieces of paper and handed them to Baichu. After Baichu finished reading the records on the paper, his eyes suddenly widened. He thought Su Muyu would bring him a lot of things, and he was thinking about what reason to give them to Chen Qingyu, but in the end, this was all. He reached out and opened a few boxes. The 4 boxes contained a lady's watch, a necklace, 2 bracelets, and the shoulder bag, a total of 5 items. 100 million just to buy these 5 things? Baichu was finding it hard to believe. Although he was rich, this was too much. It was beyond his previous understanding. He picked up several things one by one and looked at them. First, there was the shoulder bag. He didn't recognize the brand on it, but the shape of the bag was very exquisite. The purple and brown checkered pattern was very eye-catching. He didn't know what the bag was made of, but he recognized the things inlaid on it. There are a total of 999 diamonds of different sizes, and in the middle is a diamond-shaped ruby the size of a fingernail. The overall impression he got was just 2 words, too expensive. Isn't it expensive? Just this bag that can't even hold a pair of shoes cost him 16 million. Next is the gold and diamond watch worth 9 million. Then there is the sapphire necklace, which is worth 19 million. What shocked him the most were the 2 identical jade bracelets. They were said to be imperial green, but to him they looked no different from the bottom of a beer bottle. But each of them is worth 33 million, and the total value of the 2 is 66 million. As for this bracelet, if it were his previous self before the time travel, he would never buy it even for 3,300 yuan, let alone 33 million. A small bracelet is almost as expensive as his villa. It must be said that rich people really know how to have fun. Although money is readily available to him now, this price is still enough to shock him. It seems that his knowledge is still too shallow. He smacked his lips and put the things away. He looked up at Su Muyu and said, "Thank you for your hard work this time." "It's not hard. It's my honor to work for you, sir." Baichu nodded, then asked, "By the way, I'm planning to open a new company, and I want you to help me manage it. Are you interested?" Chapter 49, Help Me Manage a Company. Ah. Sumuyu's heart started pounding when she heard Baichu's words. The surprise came so quickly that her head was dizzy. She tried to suppress her inner excitement, "But sir, I have no experience in managing a company." "That's okay. I can learn if I don't know how to do it. I don't have much, but I have a lot of money. I can still afford the tuition. I don't know many people in Jiangcheng, and even fewer I can trust. If you are interested, I will leave this matter to you. If you are not interested, I can find someone else." As soon as Baichu finished speaking, Sumuyu took a deep breath and looked at Baichu with fiery eyes. "Sir, I am willing. Please rest assured, Muyu will never let you down." This was a huge opportunity for her, and it was also her biggest wish for quitting her job as a car salesperson and coming to Jincheng. She didn't expect it to come true so soon. She knew she couldn't miss it. She was born in a rural area and grew up in a poor family. In her hometown, girls basically have to go out to work after graduating from high school. Her parents ignored other people's opinions and saved money to support her through college. Because of this, her parents were often ridiculed by their neighbors in the village. At that time, she vowed to make a name for herself, not only to let her parents live a good life, but also to make those villagers who laughed at her parents realize that they were wrong. However, after so many years of graduation, she could only work as a salesperson in a car shop and had no chance to get ahead. She was very desperate and felt guilty towards her parents. She did not dare to go home for the new year for several years. At this moment, she knew that she had finally waited for the opportunity, and it was an opportunity she had fought for, so she would never allow herself to miss it. Baichu saw Sumuyu's performance and was very satisfied with her choice. Ever since Sumuyu refused the thank you fee he gave her, he knew that Sumuyu was definitely not the kind of woman who was content with being ordinary. He needs such a person now. More importantly, Sumuyu not only saved Chen Xingyu, but also has a very good character and qualities. Naturally, he is the best candidate for him now. Go register a company first. I won't ask about the specific management. You just need to report to me the general situation every once in a while. You can keep the card I gave you. I will transfer 100 million to it later. You can do whatever you want in the early stage. We are not afraid of losing money. If it is not enough, come to me again. But I hope you can really build this company within a few years. Okay, sir. What kind of career do you want to pursue? Music and entertainment. The reason why Baichu chose this was because he had a lot of music from his previous life in his mind, and he had top-notch arranging skills, which meant that he could easily write many high-quality songs. He has listened to a lot of music in this world. Compared with his previous life, it is hard to say which is better or weaker. The difference is not too big. Fortunately, there is no repeated song, so he can enjoy a lot. If he brought all the better music from his previous life here, he could definitely take on the entire Blue Star music industry on his own. Even crushing the entire music industry. After all, his output rate is higher than the entire Blue Star combined, so he never worries that the company will not make money. Of course, making money is not his real purpose. It is mainly used to cover up the fact that he can easily make money by using the system. I don't do anything now, but I can take out so much money casually. It's hard not to arouse other people's suspicion. He knew that with the system's capabilities, it would definitely give a flawless explanation to those who wanted to investigate, but how should he explain it to close people like Chen Xingyu and his parents? If you own your own company, everything will make sense. There is another reason. Once his music company is established, it will definitely require a lot of publicity. When the time comes, he can cooperate with Jincheng and leave all these matters to Jincheng. With the support of merchants, is there any fear that Jincheng will not take off? Since Chen Xingyu enjoys the sense of accomplishment in the workplace, I will personally help her become the queen of the workplace. Hearing Baichu's words, Sumuyu hesitated a little. Sir, there are many music companies in Daxia now, and they are all very mature. The market has basically been divided up by them. If we enter like this, it will be very difficult to compete with them. Baichu waved his hands. This is not a problem. If you can't compete, just use money. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. All you have to do is set up a company, and then go to the market to recruit some artists. Even if we can't recruit them, it's okay. We can train them ourselves and go to major music academies to recruit those with good talent and good character. I have a way to get original songs. Those singers look down on our company, so we train our own singers. We don't need to look at anyone's face when it comes to superstars. We can train our own singers. Hearing Bai Chu's words, Su Muyu no longer hesitated. Okay, sir, I'll do it right away. After seeing Su Muyu off, Bai Chu thought of the system. System, come out. Ding, I'm here. Bai Chu snorted coldly and asked, is it you who did this? There is nothing wrong with you and I. I can't think of any other reason except you. Ding, as the host of the system, even if you have offspring, they should be perfect offspring. If you want to give birth to perfect offspring, the host must raise the favorability of the true lover to the full score of 100. Bai Chu knew that it was this guy who was behind this, and it turned out to be true. He said angrily, damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me worry for so long in vain. By the way, what is a perfect offspring? Ding, a perfect offspring is one who perfectly inherits all the advantages of his parents and perfectly abandons all the shortcomings of his parents. Whether in terms of personality, appearance, IQ, initial physique, etc., they are all better than his parents. Frog roast? So awesome? Bai Chu was overjoyed and immediately looked forward to it. With his and Chen Xingyo's looks and personalities, he couldn't even imagine how cute and well-behaved their future children would be. Thinking of this, his resentment towards the system suddenly dissipated, and he couldn't help but start fantasizing about the future. In the evening, Bai Chu handed all the things that Su Muyu helped buy to Chen Xingyu. You have worked hard these days, so I give them to you. See if you like them. Chen Xingyu used to be a young lady of the Chen family, so she had naturally seen a lot of good things. Therefore, as soon as she took these things, she knew they were of extraordinary value. But she didn't know its specific value. So some people complained, why are you spending money recklessly again? These things must be very expensive. It's not expensive, mainly because I think it looks good. Bai Chu said with a smile. Besides, no matter how expensive it is, how can it be compared with our Yuyu? In my heart, Yuyu is the most precious, how can it be compared with some vulgar things? Chen Xingyu smiled sweetly when she heard this. You're the only one who can say nice things. Do you like these things? I like it. Chen Xingyu played with it happily. Bai Chu smiled slyly, then, how are you going to thank me, Yuyu? Chen Xingyu turned around and kissed him on the cheek. Well, this is a reward for you. Isn't this enough? Bai Chu curled up the corners of his mouth, laughed, reached out and picked up Chen Xingyu and walked towards the bedroom. At the same time, the system prompt sound came to my mind. Ding, the system detected that the host spent 100 million yuan for his true love, and the rebate is 9.1 times, a total of 910 million yuan, and the rebate has been received. After 2 or 3 days of recovery, those security guards with minor injuries have been discharged from the hospital one after another, while those with broken bones will have to continue resting for a while. A small building next to the company has also been renovated, and many employees have moved in. Bai Chu came to the hospital and took Xiao Zhanyang and Wenwen to the dormitory and arranged them there. Xiao Zhanyang's injuries were quite serious and it would take at least 2 or 3 months for him to recover under normal circumstances. But Bai Chu didn't want to wait that long. Those little gangsters were okay, but the main thing was that he didn't know when Lu Huihuan would come to deal with him. If Xiao Zhanyang's strength is improved and he guards the company, it will be a great guarantee for Chen Xingyo's safety. Xiao Zhanyang's skills are the best among these security guards, and he likes him and thinks he is trustworthy, so he decided to give him priority training. He brought Xiao Zhanyang into a room and felt his pulse first. Old Xiao, what's wrong with your right hand? He found that there was a lot of coldness and congestion in Xiao Zhanyang's arms, and his tendons and veins were also damaged to a certain extent. I was accidentally shot twice at the border. I didn't receive timely treatment and the infection spread. Although my arm was saved, it was basically useless. I was forced to retire because of this. He was afraid that Bai Chu would dislike him because of this, so he quickly assured him, but don't worry, sir. Even if I only have one left arm, I will definitely not be worse than anyone in the security team. Bai Chu nodded, I know you have the ability, but it's not convenient. I'll help you cure it later. Ah? Xiao Zhanyang was stunned for a moment, and quickly explained, Sir, this arm has been useless for so many years. Even the military doctors in the imperial capital couldn't do anything about it back then. It's basically impossible to cure it now. Sir, don't waste your time on me. What? You don't believe me? Bai Chu looked at him confidently. Chapter 50 Caught. That's not what I meant. Xiao Zhanyang quickly admitted his mistake. Bai Chu laughed. Okay, lie down, you will understand in a moment. Xiao Zhanyang lay down on the bed without any hesitation. Bai Chu took out the silver needles and used the last 72 needles of the reversing the universe acupuncture method to strengthen the body and replenish the essence. It took him half an hour to adjust Xiao Zhanyang's physical condition to its current best. Then take out the Peiyuan pill obtained from the system. Each person can only take this pill once, and it will lose its effect if taken again. However, its effect of greatly improving a person's physical fitness is truly incredible. Take Chen Xingyu for example. Last time, Bai Chu only used 1/40th of a pill to significantly improve her physical condition. Originally, every time Bai Chu used his fists and kicks on her, she would lose her energy the next day and even had difficulty going to work. But since taking Peiyuan Dan, although Bai Chu cannot be said to have reached complete madness, he can basically enjoy himself every time, and it will not affect Chen Xingyu's work the next day. Xiao Zhanyang's physical fitness is much stronger than Chen Xingyu's, and Bai Chu doesn't need to feel sorry for him suffering because of the strong effect of the medicine. Therefore, he directly took out a quarter of Peiyuan pill, threw it into a cup and handed it to Xiao Zhanyang. Drink it up. Xiao Zhanyang reached out to take it, tilted his head back and gulped it down in a few gulps. After drinking a glass of water, he felt a stream of warm current spreading from his stomach to all parts of his body, and after a while the warm current filled every part of his body. As time went on, his body grew hotter and hotter until it felt like it was being burned by fire. Next, every inch of skin and even every cell in the body felt like being gnawed and torn by something. He was overwhelmed by a mixture of intense pain, itching, and numbness. He clenched his teeth tightly and let out muffled groans from his throat. Drops of sweat seeped out of the skin, soaking all the clothes in a moment. He tried his best to endure the pain in his body. Although he didn't know what Bai Chu gave him to eat, he didn't blame Bai Chu at all. As he said, he would not hesitate even if Bai Chu really asked him to die. What's more, he believed that Bai Chu would never harm him. Although he was not very good at speaking, he had a very accurate eye for people. He knew very well whether Bai Chu was truly kind to him. There must be a reason why the young master did this, and I must not make a fool of myself in front of him. Xiao Zhanyang thought secretly in his heart. Although the tremendous pain almost made him collapse, he still stubbornly closed his lips and did not even utter a cry of pain. Bai Chu watched from the side with great admiration. My body had been blessed by the system, but even so, when I took the Peiyuan pill, I howled for a long time, but this guy didn't make a sound. As expected, he is worthy of being the king of soldiers trained by the Daxia army. His willpower is really too incredible. As time goes by. Soon an hour passed, and Xiao Zhanyang's tense body gradually relaxed. He then opened his mouth and gasped heavily. After calming down, an unprecedented feeling of comfort filled his body, and he almost couldn't hold back a groan. Seeing the blank expression on his face, Bai Chu smiled and said, "Stand up and move around to feel it." Xiao Zhanyang quickly got up from the bed and stretched his limbs. The next second, the whole person stood still. How is this possible? Not only did the injuries he had received from those thugs heal completely, but even his right arm, which had been unusable for many years due to injury, had recovered. What's even more exaggerated is that he felt as if he had endless strength in his body, and he had no doubt that he could knock down a cow with his bare hands. He raised his head and looked at Bai Chu, his eyes full of shock. He knew that all these changes were caused by Bai Chu, but he couldn't understand how he did it. It was completely beyond his comprehension. However, Xiao Zhanyang was very principled and he knew clearly what he should ask and what he should not ask. So he suppressed his inner doubts, stood up straight in an instant, and saluted Bai Chu respectfully. He would not say words of thanks. In his heart, this military salute was the highest respect for Bai Chu. As for the rest, I will repay you with practical actions in the future. How does it feel? Bai Chu looked at him. Thank you, sir. My injuries are all healed, and I feel stronger than before. Bai Chu nodded. That's good, go wash up quickly. After saying this, Bai Chu turned and walked out of the room. After a while, Xiao Zhanyang, who had washed off the sweat and oil on his body, came to Bai Chu. Bai Chu looked up and nodded secretly. It was much more comfortable to see it this way. Xiao Zhanyang is about 1.75 meters tall and thin. His skin, which was originally tan and dark red, has now become much whiter and smoother. Although he doesn't look handsome overall, his sharp facial features are full of masculinity and heroism. Even the vague sadness in his eyes had dissipated a lot. Bai Chu patted his shoulder and said, "With your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem if you face the tattooed man again, right?" Xiao Zhanyang nodded vigorously. If I meet him again, I am confident that I can end the battle in 10 seconds. Okay, in that case, the company's safety is now in your hands. From now on, you are the captain of the Jincheng security team, and you will be in charge of training them. The number of security guards is still a little small. You can go and find some more. It would be best if we could expand it to 100 people. It's up to you to decide how to select the people. Is there any problem? No. Xiao Zhanyang answered very straightforwardly. After giving the instructions, Bai Chu drove back to the villa. Just as he reached a turning, a black sedan rushed out from the non-motorized vehicle lane and hit his car directly. Damn, can't you drive with your eyes open? Looking at the broken headlight, Bai Chu got out of the car cursing. He wanted to argue with the other party. Just as he arrived in front of the other car and was about to reach out and knock on the window glass suddenly lowered, and a mist with a strange smell sprayed out from the car, splashing all over his face. Bai Chu was shocked. He immediately took a few steps back, and secretly took out a few silver needles from his sleeves and inserted them into several acupuncture points on his body. Just after he finished all this, the door of the black car slowly opened and an old man with a mustache walked out. At the same time, several burly men rushed out from all directions and surrounded Bai Chu. Bai Chu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who are you and what do you want to do?" "You must be Bai Chu, right? It's nothing serious. Someone just wants to see you and needs your cooperation. Go with them." Although the old man's tone was gentle, it contained a tone that could not be refused. "You were sent by Lu Huihuang, right? You are smart. However, since you know that our young master wants to deal with you, you still dare to stay in Jiangcheng. You are really looking for death." The middle-aged man next to the old man said coldly. Bai Chu ignored him and looked at the old man calmly. "What if I don't go?" I know you are very skilled." The old man smiled, and then said confidently, "But since you have been poisoned by my bone eroding powder, it is not up to you whether to go or not." "What is bone eroding powder?" Bai Chu looked a little panicked. The old man did not answer him, but opened his mouth slightly. 3, 2, 1, down. As his voice fell, Bai Chu's body softened and he fainted on the ground. Master Ming is really amazing. Several big men praised him upon seeing this. The old man showed a satisfied smile and said lightly, "Okay, take it away." Several big men stepped forward and pulled Bai Chu up from the ground. "Ming Lao, according to Yi Shao, this man is very powerful in martial arts. Do you want to tie him up? It will be safer this way." Ming Lao narrowed his eyes and looked at the other person. "Are you questioning my ability?" "I don't dare." "Humph." Old Ming snorted coldly and got into the car. Several big men quickly stuffed Bai Chu into the back seat and drove away quickly. Chapter 51. Is this really necessary? Inside Jincheng Company, Chen Qingyu was busy perfecting a plan when suddenly the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number from Jiangcheng. She hesitated for a moment, but finally picked up the phone. As soon as the call was connected, an angry roar came from the phone. "You stinky bitch, you actually dared to cheat on me. Do you know how angry you make me?" Hearing this voice, Chen Qingyu's face changed drastically and her body couldn't help but tremble. "Lu Huihuang, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with you. You don't need to care about what I do." It has nothing to do with me? I, Lu Huihuang, said I would marry you, so you will be mine sooner or later. Now you actually dare to look for a strange man outside. This is a great insult to me. Just wait for me. I'm going to kill your lover right now. I'm going to skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and cut off pieces of his flesh to feed the dogs. Chen Qingyu was instantly terrified when she heard this. "No, you are not allowed to hurt him. As long as you promise not to hurt him, I am willing to go back with you." "Come back with me? Are you worthy enough? Do you know why I want to marry you? Do you really think I like you? Do you remember how you scolded me back then? I still remember it. Didn't you say I was a pervert and no one would play with me? Originally, I wanted to marry you and let you play with me, and then kill you after I had enough fun, but now you don't even have the qualifications to be played with by me. Don't worry, I promised your grandfather that I would give your family a year. If you can fulfill the conditions after a year, I will let you die easily. Otherwise, you will die more miserably than your lover." After saying that, Lu Huihuang hung up the phone. Chen Qingyu instantly collapsed in his seat. "What's wrong, manager?" Zhang Yan quickly ran over to ask. But Chen Xinyu was already dispirited at this time. She always thought that Lu Huihuang really wanted to marry her. She had seen the perverted things this man did before, and knew that this guy was mentally abnormal and that she would be tortured to death sooner or later if she married him, so she refused so resolutely. But she didn't expect that the reality was even more cruel than she thought. This pervert wanted to marry her simply to torture her. It's over now. She has no way of competing with the Lu family's strength, not to mention that her own Chen family is on the other side. By the way, Bai Chu, I can't implicate Bai Chu. She came to her senses and quickly called Bai Chu, but no one answered the call after several attempts. She became more and more panicked. She turned to look at Zhang Yan beside her and shouted, Bai Chu, all of you go help me find Bai Chu and make him run away. Someone wants to kill him. Hurry! The employees were all panicked, they had no idea what was going on. Chen Xinyu said as he ran outside. What's going on? Xiao Zhanyang, who was outside the door, grabbed Chen Xinyu and tried to control her. Zhang Yan, who was following behind, shouted, Be gentle, Manager Chen is Mr. Bai's girlfriend. Xiao Zhanyang immediately let go of his hand upon hearing this. What on earth happened? Zhang Yan told Xiao Zhanyang what happened just now. Xiao Zhanyang's heart skipped a beat. Manager Chen, don't worry. I will contact the young master right away. Xiao Zhanyang took out his cell phone and dialed Bai Chu's number, but the call still didn't go through. Did something really happen to the young master? He clenched his fists. Zhang Yunhui also rushed over after receiving the news. After learning what happened, his face also changed drastically, but when he thought of Bai Chu's extraordinariness, he tried hard to convince himself that Bai Chu would definitely be fine. He looked at Xiao Zhanyang and said, You take good care of Manager Chen. I'll go find Director Bai. Don't worry, Director Bai is not an ordinary person and nothing will happen to him. After Zhang Yunhui drove away, Xiao Zhanyang looked at Chen Xinyu, who was almost emotionally broken, and patted her on the back of the neck. Then he looked at several female employees and said, Take Manager Chen to the dormitory and take good care of her. He turned and rushed out of the company and ran outside. On the other side, several people drove Bai Chu to a remote unfinished building. They threw Bai Chu on the ground on a platform, then took out a mobile phone, turned on the video, and placed it not far in front of Bai Chu. The video was connected and a young man appeared on the screen. This man had a handsome appearance, but his pale and thin face, coupled with his wolf-like fierce eyes, made him look a little weird and ferocious. Where are the people? The young man said in a cold voice. Master, he's on the ground. One of the men pointed at Bai Chu on the ground and said. Then he reached out and pulled Bai Chu's hair, pulling his head up and facing the camera. Master, look. The person in the video is Lu Huihuang. He looked at Bai Chu with eyes full of resentment, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No wonder that bitch betrayed me, it turns out she's a gigolo. Humph, wake him up. A big man came over, opened the purified water in his hand, took a sip and was about to spray it towards Bai Chu's face. At this moment, Bai Chu turned his head and slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? No wonder Yi Xiao said that you are very good at kung fu. It seems that he was not lying. You are the first one who can wake up so quickly after being poisoned by Elder Ming's bony rotting powder. After the big man finished speaking, poof. He sprayed a mouthful of water directly on Bai Chu's face. Bai Chu stared at him speechlessly. I'm already awake and you're still yelling? The big man ignored Bai Chu's dissatisfaction and said coldly, Shut up and look at the screen. Bai Chu looked up towards the screen and saw a young man with a frighteningly pale face staring at him with a pair of dark eyes. Bai Chu's expression changed and he said, You are sick. Bang! The big man who was holding Bai Chu slapped Bai Chu on the head. You are looking for death. You dare to scold our young master. Bai Chu glared at him angrily, then looked at Lu Huihuang again and said, I'm not kidding, you are indeed sick. Bai Chu did not lie, he could tell at a glance that Lu Huihuang was abnormal. This person's condition was very similar to a kind of amnesia recorded in Xia Yi's Zhuyu technique. It means that one soul is missing, or one of the souls is incomplete. After hearing Bai Chu's words, Lu Huihuang's face turned even paler. Okay, very good. Originally I just wanted to torture you and then kill you, but now it seems I must make you regret coming into this world. Do you know that you are the first one in the world who stole my woman and dared to scold me in front of me? If I don't torture you, how can I be worthy of your heroic feat? Lu Huihuang said, gritting his teeth. He looked at his men nearby and said, Go and get that dog. One of his men quickly turned around and went out, soon bringing back a big, hungry dog. Bai Chu looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he was trying to do. Lu Huihuang said viciously, "If you dare to play with my woman, chop off his fifth limb and feed it to the dogs first." After saying this, he supported himself on the table with both hands, put his head close to the camera, opened his mouth and licked his lips with his tongue, and said with a somewhat crazy look in his eyes, "Smash all his bones again, and start from his legs, use a knife to cut off his flesh piece by piece. Remember, pay attention to your technique and don't let him die so easily. Only cut off 40 pieces a day until I am completely satisfied." Ha 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 ha. After Lu Huihuang finished speaking, he laughed wildly. "Yes, master." The subordinate immediately responded, took out a dagger and walked towards Bai Chu. "Wait a moment." Bai Chu called out to them. He looked at Lu Huihuang and said, "Lu Huihuang, we have no grudges against each other. I don't think you need to be like this. With your status, you can have any woman you want. Chen Xingyu doesn't like you, so why are you so persistent? How about we just leave it at that and don't bother us anymore? Mind your own business? Ha, you want to negotiate with me again? Ha ha." His laughter suddenly stopped and he said in a cold voice, "Who do you think you are to negotiate with me?" Bai Chu sighed. He felt that Lu Huihuang was quite pitiful. He originally wanted to ignore him, but he didn't expect that this man's mentality had become completely abnormal. So, he would just play with him. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Bai Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Get started." Lu Huihuang gave an order. The sturdy man clenched the dagger and stabbed towards somewhere on Bai Chu. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Bai Chu's abdomen, Bai Chu suddenly raised his hand to grab the opponent's wrist, exerting a little force. Crack! A sound of broken bones was heard and the dagger fell to the ground. Chapter 52 Neat and Tidy. Ah! A scream rang out. Bai Chu stood up quickly, reached out to pick up the phone on the stand in front of him, and placed it face down on the ground. "What's going on? What are you doing?" Without the footage from Bai Chu's side, the phone suddenly emitted Lu Huihuang's extremely angry roar. Bai Chu ignored him, turned around and looked at the men in suits who were standing there in a daze, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. After these people realized what was happening, they looked at Bai Chu in disbelief. "How is this possible? You were hit by Elder Ming's bone-eroding powder, how come you can still stand up? What the hell is this bone-eroding powder?" "Ah, it's just a little anesthetic." Bai Chu looked disdainful. His physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people. Even if he was not on guard at all, it would be difficult for him to be completely knocked out by the anesthetic, not to mention that he had forced it out of his body with a silver needle in the first place. The reason why he pretended to be attacked was, firstly, he wanted to see how Lu Huihuang was going to deal with him, and secondly, he was worried that taking action in a downtown area would bring him trouble. After hearing Bai Chu's words, several people looked a little unhappy. "Humph, even if you are really powerful, so what? Can you handle so many of us at the same time? Come on together." As soon as he finished speaking, except for the man whose wrist was broken by Bai Chu, the remaining 6 people rushed towards Bai Chu at the same time. Bai Chu was very happy. Ever since his body was strengthened, he hasn't been able to have a good fight. So he might as well use these people to practice today. At this time, a dagger was already in front of his face. Bai Chu reached out and grabbed the other's fist, forcibly turned the direction of the dagger, and pushed it forward with force. Puff! The entire dagger penetrated the opponent's throat, a stream of blood spurted out, and the man fell to the ground, holding his neck, twitching a few times and then became motionless. The other person flew and kicked towards him. Bai Chu slightly turned his body and kicked the other person's hip. The other person felt as if he was hit by a car, and his whole body flew backwards and hit the wall. Bai Chu quickly rushed towards the other 2 people, kicked them directly in the chest, and the huge force of his kicks directly shattered their hearts. In just a few breaths, he dealt with the 4 people. Bai Chu shrugged in disappointment. "Sorry, I used too much force." The remaining person was so frightened that he stood there, looking at Bai Chu with horror. The fighting power displayed by Bai Chu was totally beyond his ability to resist. He had heard that Bai Chu was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground and shouted, "Mercy!" Bai Chu was a little surprised. "Oh? You lackeys who help your master kill people at will are actually afraid of death?" "Yes, I'm sorry, we are just following orders, we don't want to do this either." "Ah, don't want to?" Bai Chu sneered and slapped him in the face. "You still do it if you don't want to. You pulled my hair and slapped me on the head just now, weren't you very powerful? Why are you so cowardly now? Do you think I will let you go if you beg for mercy? If I don't have such strong strength, will you let me go? The man's eyes turned fierce when he heard this, but he still looked like he was begging for mercy. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please give me a chance. After saying that, he pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and suddenly looked up at Bai Chu. Go to hell. The dagger stabbed straight towards Bai Chu's lower body. Huh, ridiculous. Bai Chu snorted coldly, kicked the dagger away, and then kicked him in the neck. With a crisp click, his tibia shattered and his body immediately fell to the ground. The man whose wrist was broken by Bai Chu was already frightened silly. He didn't care about the pain, got up and ran out. Bai Chu exerted a little force with his feet, and the fallen dagger flew out quickly and pierced into the opponent's knee. The man's legs went limp and he fell to the ground. Bai Chu walked forward and looked at him coldly. Do you know why I killed you in the end? No, I don't know, don't kill me. Bai Chu sneered and said with an unhappy look, I was clearly awake just now, why did you spray water on my face? He got angry when he thought about it. Do you know you have bad breath? Do you know how disgusting you make me? Hearing this, the other party was immediately numb, and he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. Bai Chu nodded. It's good that you can correct your mistakes. Okay, I forgive you. Upon hearing this, the man's face was overjoyed, and just as he was about to thank Bai Chu, he heard Bai Chu continue. Forget about it in this life, but I must change this bad habit in the next life. As soon as Bai Chu finished speaking, he reached out and broke his neck. The big dog that was brought by these people was frightened by this scene and started squeaking and struggling frantically with the rope to escape. When Bai Chu heard the barking, he remembered that there was a dog. Looking at the big dog's green eyes, I guess he's not a good guy. I don't know how much meat he has eaten with these people. He sighed. Since you came together, why don't you leave together as well? Bai Chu decisively ended its life. After finishing all this, Bai Chu clapped his hands and picked up the phone on the ground. As soon as I picked it up, I heard Lu Huiwang's roar again. Assholes, what are you doing? Bai Chu smiled at him and said, I'm sorry, Master Lu, the people you sent don't seem to be good enough. When Lu Huiwang saw Bai Chu appearing in front of the camera intact, his eyes narrowed instantly. Where are they? They realized their mistakes and have repented. Okay, it seems that I still underestimated you. But this is more interesting. Your name is Bai Chu, right? I will play with you slowly. After saying that, he cut off the video. Bai Chu frowned as he looked at the corpses on the ground. He was too angry just now, and now that he has calmed down, he still feels a little uncomfortable. After all, it was my first time killing someone. But compared to this, what we should consider more now is how to deal with these bodies. If 7 bodies were discovered at once by others and the blame was placed on him, given his current condition, he would probably never be able to live a normal and peaceful life again. He thought about it for a while but couldn't find a suitable candidate, so he had no choice but to call Shang Yunrong. At this time, Shang Yunrong was holding a meeting with his subordinates in the conference room. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He quickly picked it up and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. She was about to hang up, but after thinking it over she picked up the phone. After all, not many people know their own number. Who? Miss Shang, I'm Bai Chu. Shang Yunrong's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly covered the microphone and said to the staff in the conference room, dismiss. After saying that, he ran to the office with his phone. Oh, it's Mr. Bai. Why did you think of calling me? Did he change his phone number just to tell me? No, this phone belongs to someone else. I want to ask you to do me a favor, is that possible? Shang Yunrong said somewhat displeasedly, Bai Chu, I've said before, your business is ours. If you have anything to say, just tell us directly. There's no need to do this. Bai Chu nodded and stopped being hypocritical. I just killed a few people and I want you to help deal with the bodies. Just tell me the address and I'll send someone over right away. Shang Yunrong didn't even ask who was killed. After Bai Chu told him the location, Shang Yunrong said again, I know, you just leave, my people will take care of the rest. Thanks. Bai Chu crushed the phone with a little force, threw it out of the window and turned away. Chapter 53 He Can't Kill Me. On the other side, Xiao Zhanyong ran along the route Bai Chu drove when he left. After running out of 2 intersections, he saw Bai Chu's car parked on the side of the road. He quickly ran to the car, opened the door and found that the car was empty and Bai Chu's cell phone was on the seat. No wonder no one answered the phone. He looked at the damaged front of the car again, and suddenly a bad thought arose in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, and veins on his head bulged. Judging from the current situation, Bai Chu had obviously encountered something, and it was very likely that he was abducted or even. He didn't dare to imagine further. As far as he knew, the people who had a grudge against Bai Chu were the people from the Jianghai gang who came to the company to cause trouble that day. He slammed his fist on the car door and secretly swore in his heart that if the young master was really hurt, he would definitely wipe out the entire Jianghai gang to avenge the young master. Zhang Yunhui drove to the ward where the security guards lived. After learning that Bai Chu had not been there, he went to Bai Chu's villa, but still found no sign of Bai Chu. In fact, he didn't know Bai Chu very well. The reason he came out to look for her was just to relieve his inner panic. After all, Bai Chu was related to his future. He remembered that Bai Chu had said when he was lecturing the security guards that he had offended some very powerful people. Could it be that those people really had attacked Mr. Bai? What should I do? What should I do? Zhang Yunhui thought anxiously, and suddenly his eyes lit up, thinking of Shang Yunrong who came to the company for inspection that day. She was the daughter of Shang family, and she seemed to get along very well with Chen Xingyu. If she could help, given the strength of the Shang family in Jiangcheng, it should not be difficult to find Bai Chu. So he quickly called Zhang Yan and asked for the phone number of He Jin, the manager of Rongxing Construction. When the call was connected, Zhang Yunhui pleaded anxiously, "Manager He, I'm Zhang Yunhui from Jincheng Culture. Can you please help me find Miss Shang? I have something urgent to ask her." He Jin frowned. He and Zhang Yunhui had only met once and were not familiar with each other. But the other party was from Jincheng after all, so he didn't want to be too arrogant. So he asked, "I wonder what's the matter, Mr. Zhang? Our Mr. Shang is in a meeting and doesn't have time. Just tell me." Zhang Yunhui gritted his teeth and didn't care about anything else. "Manager He, our director Bai might be in trouble. I would like to ask President Shang to see if he can help find Director Bai. As long as President Shang can help, we are willing to pay any price." Hearing this, He Jin's originally calm expression suddenly changed. "What did you say? Which Mr. Bai? Is it Bai Chu?" "Yes. What happened to Mr. Bai? Please explain it clearly." He Jin was very anxious. He asked while jogging towards the meeting room. As Shang Yunlong's confidant, he naturally knew Bai Chu's position in Shang's heart, and he knew his young lady's thoughts even better. Therefore, he was no more relaxed than Zhang Yunhui. Although Zhang Yunhui was very confused when he heard the other party's reaction, he didn't have time to think about it and quickly recounted everything that had happened. "I understand. I'll go find Mr. Shang right away." He Jin hung up the phone and ran into the conference room. Finding no one there, he ran to Shang Yunrong's office. At this time, Shang Yunrong had already given instructions to his subordinates and was drinking coffee with a smile on his face. She remembered that she had only told Bai Chu her cell phone number, but she didn't expect Bai Chu to write it down. It seemed that she did have a place in his heart. Just then, the door was knocked open from the outside, and He Jin ran in panic. Shang Yunrong looked unhappy. Just as he was about to scold her, he heard He Jin gasping, "Miss, this is bad. Mr. Bai Chu Bai, he seems to be in trouble." He quickly repeated what Zhang Yunhui had said. However, after saying this, Shang Yunrong was not as nervous as he had expected. Instead, he smiled, which was rare. He Jin was a little confused. Shang Yunrong was even more surprised at this time. It turned out that Bai Chu didn't even contact Chen Xingyu when something happened, but she was the first one to contact him. What does this mean? Even if it doesn't mean anything, it is still good news for her. She smiled slightly. "Call him and tell him that Bai Chu is fine and will be back soon." He Jin breathed a sigh of relief. If something happened to Mr. Bai, how could his young lady be so calm? After he left the office, he told Zhang Yunhui the news. Xiao Zhanyang was still standing next to Bai Chu's car at this time, and the fierceness in his eyes became more and more intense. Just when he was about to lose his patience and wanted to seek revenge on the Sihai gang, suddenly someone tapped his shoulder from behind. "Get out of here!" He turned around angrily. After seeing who was coming, his originally gloomy eyes instantly turned into surprise. "Sir, are you okay? What can I do?" Bai Chu was a little puzzled. "Why are you here instead of staying at the company?" "Sir, Manager Chen." Xiao Zhanyang told Bai Chu about Chen Xingyu's previous situation. "What?" Bai Chu's face changed when he heard this. He didn't care about the car and turned around and ran towards the company. The speed stunned Xiao Zhanyong. Young master, this speed is too fast. Only at this moment did he realize that perhaps the young master was not what he thought. Coupled with the fact that Bai Chu helped him improve his physique, he could finally conclude that the young master was definitely not the delicate person he had always thought. As soon as Bai Chu arrived at the company gate, he saw a group of employees standing in front of the door with dull eyes. When they heard that Bai Chu was in trouble, they couldn't even work with peace of mind, and they didn't even have the mood to talk. "What are you all doing standing here?" Bai Chu asked. "Boss, are you okay?" Several security guards ran up to him with a look of surprise on their faces. Having just found such a good job, they didn't want to lose it suddenly, so they were naturally excited to see Bai Chu was safe. "You really hope that something happens to me? By the way, where is Manager Chen?" "Manager Chen is in the dormitory. I'll take you there." Bai Chu followed the security guard to the dormitory and saw Chen Qingyu lying quietly on the bed, with several female employees sitting beside her with serious expressions. "Mr. Bai." When Bai Chu came in, several employees quickly stood up, and the solemnity on their faces instantly disappeared. Bai Chu nodded at them, walked to the bedside, put his hand on Chen Qingyu's pulse to check, and found that there was nothing serious, so he felt relieved. "Thank you for taking care of Yu. Everything is fine now. You can all go back to work." After saying that, he picked up Chen Qingyu and left the dormitory. When he arrived at the door, Xiao Zhanyang had just driven his car back. Although the front of the car was slightly damaged, it did not affect its use at all. Bai Chu put Chen Qingyu into the car and drove away. Shortly after he left, the entire Jincheng culture erupted in warm cheers. The best news for them is that Mr. Bai is fine. Bai Chu took Chen Qingyu back to the villa, gave her a massage and let her rest for a while before waking her up. "Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai." As soon as Chen Qingyu opened her eyes, she suddenly sat up and shouted loudly. "Don't be afraid, Yu. I'm here, I'm here." Seeing Bai Chu, Chen Qingyu threw herself into his arms. "Xiao Bai, where have you been? Why didn't you answer my call? I thought you were, Yu, be good. I'll be fine." Bai Chu patted her back gently. Chen Qingyu cried for a while before looking at Bai Chu and said, "Xiao Bai, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You should leave Jiangcheng immediately. That man is a pervert. He wants to kill you, and he will really kill you." Bai Chu smiled and nodded. "I know he is a pervert, but don't worry, he can't kill me." No, you don't understand him. He is not a normal person at all. He can do anything." Chen Qingyu shook her head desperately. "I know, but he really can't do anything to me." Bai Chu looked into Chen Qingyu's eyes and said sincerely, "In fact, in addition to being able to cook, I'm also very good at kung fu." Chen Qingyu was a little confused when he heard this. Bai Chu didn't waste any words. He walked to the windowsill, reached out and grasped the steel pipe on the anti-theft window. He applied a little force and the steel pipe bent instantly. He applied more force and the steel pipe returned to its original shape. Chen Qingyu's eyes widened instantly. Bai Chu smiled at her, then flew up and kicked the ceiling. Chen Qingyu directly covered her mouth. "Xiao Bai, how could you?" Chapter 54, Shadowless Needle. Chen Qingyu looked at Bai Chu in disbelief. She had only seen Bai Chu use such tactics in TV dramas before. "I was often bullied when I was a kid, so I learned how to defend myself from an old man who lived in seclusion in the mountains." Bai Chu made up an excuse. "That Lu Huihuang sent people to arrest me today, but I beat them all away. I guess they won't dare to come again in the future, so don't worry. Besides, this is Jiangcheng, not a place where his Lu family can run wild." Bai Chu said very confidently. "Really?" Chen Qingyu's voice trembled with excitement. She really didn't expect that Bai Chu actually knew martial arts. "Of course, you still don't believe what your Xiao Bai said." Bai Chu reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Ding, it is detected that the true partner's favorability towards the host has increased by 2 points, and the current favorability is 93. Ding, congratulations to the host for touching his true love again. I will give you a mysterious gift package as a reward. Would you like to open it now?" Hearing the long-lost prompt sound from the system, Bai Chu was immediately overjoyed. He was even somewhat grateful that Lu Huihuang sent people to deal with him. He was not in a hurry to open the mysterious gift package, but looked at Chen Qingyu lovingly. "Are you relieved now?" Chen Qingyu nodded gently, and her nervous expression slowly calmed down. Seeing that Chen Xingyu was coaxed, Bai Chu smiled with satisfaction. You must have been too worried just now. Now let your husband give you a shot to help you recover. After saying this, without waiting for Chen Xingyu to resist, he picked her up and got into bed. As a top Xiao doctor, acupuncture is his specialty. There is nothing that cannot be solved by acupuncture. If that doesn't work, then he'll give him 2 acupunctures. An hour later. After Bai Chu's acupuncture and massage treatment, Chen Xingyu's mental state has completely recovered. Bai Chu then looked at her and asked, by the way, what's going on between you and that Lu Huihuang? How did you end up getting involved with someone like that? He actually didn't pay much attention to this matter all along, but after seeing Lu Huihuang there, he found that the other party was not mentally normal at all, and was not what he had always guessed. Chen Xingyu thought about it and shook her head slightly. In fact, I don't know either. Lu Huihuang is very famous in Jincheng because he is the son of the Lu family, one of the largest families in Jincheng. He is also known as the Qilin son of the Lu family. Although I have heard the name before, I have never actually seen him. Chen Xingyu was silent for a moment and continued. Until a few months ago, I returned to Jincheng after graduating from school. That night, I went out for dinner with my bestie, and on the way back, I saw someone beating a woman in front of a bar. Xiaobai, I have never seen such a cruel thing in my life. A woman had her legs broken, her hands ripped out, her teeth pulled out, and she was tied to a tree, and she was whipped with a whip while her men fed her shit. When Chen Xingyu said this, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. There were many people standing nearby, but no one dared to stop it. I asked the onlookers why they beat a girl like this, and I got a reason that shocked me. Just because the man accidentally stepped on a pile of dog shit, he suddenly wanted to ask his girlfriend to help him lick it with her tongue on the ground, but was rejected. Xiaobai, can you understand? My 3 perspectives were shattered at that time. How could there be such a perverted person in this world? So I couldn't help but say, a pervert like you doesn't deserve to have a woman in your life. Chen Xingyu took a deep breath. After I finished speaking, my best friend pulled me away. She told me that the man was Lu Huihuang and asked me not to meddle in other people's business. Although I was very angry inside, I forgot about it after a few days. But what I didn't expect was that I had just come back and found a job and hadn't worked for a few days when I was notified by my family to go back. When I got home, I found out that Lu Huihuang came to my house to propose marriage and wanted to marry me. At this point, a hint of fear flashed across Chen Xingyu's eyes. How could I dare to agree to such a pervert like him? I have never figured out why he wanted to marry me, until today I found out that he wanted to marry me just because I cursed him with that sentence, and he wanted to torture me to death. After hearing this, Bai Chu's face turned extremely cold. He originally thought that the other party was sick, and he had indeed used dishonorable means to get Chen Xingyu in the beginning, taking away the person he loved. To be honest, he was in the wrong, so he didn't want to argue with him. I didn't expect that this bastard was so vicious and actually wanted to kill Chen Xingyu. He must die. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. There is no need to rush this matter. After all, I have nothing I want now. If the other party doesn't come to me, I really have no way to deal with him. Bai Chu nodded, I understand. You can just focus on your work from now on. Leave Lu Huihuang's affairs to me. I will never let him hurt you. After comforting Chen Xingyu, Bai Chu remembered that he still had a system reward to claim, so he quickly called out to the system to open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining a 20% increase in physical fitness and the skill Ghost Hand Shadowless Needle. In an instant, a warm current rushed into his body, making him feel comfortable and full of powerful strength. He glanced at Chen Xingyu beside him, and even had the urge to give her another injection, but he held back. Then a huge amount of knowledge entered my mind. He felt it carefully, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Ghost Hand Shadowless Needle, this is a unique hidden weapon technique. Although its power is not particularly great and its effective range is only 10 meters, its greatest advantage is its concealment, silence, and tracelessness. If used against an enemy, it can kill people without them being seen. It's true that whatever you think comes true. This skill was just too timely for him. Although Bai Chu killed the people sent by Lu Huihuang, judging from Lu Huihuang's final tone, he obviously would not give up. Since he will send people to kill me, I naturally cannot let these people who come to deal with me leave alive. If he killed people using normal means, he would inevitably be targeted by the police, but now with the Ghost Hand Invisible Needle, he no longer has to worry. The next day when he arrived at the company, Bai Chu found Zhang Yunhui. He handed over a blueprint and said, Lao Zhang, go to the north and find a steel mill and ask them to make a set of needles according to this blueprint. Zhang Yunhui glanced at the blueprint and his expression changed slightly. Hey, I wonder how many pieces Director Bai needs. About 10,000. Boss Bai, as far as I know, if the steel mill starts production, it must produce at least one batch. According to the size of your needles, aren't 10,000 a bit too few? I'm afraid the steel mill is unwilling to accept such an order. Bai Chu looked at him strangely. Would a steel mill reject the opportunity to make money? That's not the case, it's just. Bai Chu waved his hand to interrupt him. Lao Zhang, I have told you so many times that I don't care about the money when doing things, I only care about whether I can do things well. Although 10,000 sticks are not much, if the price is enough, will anyone refuse? Let them name whatever price they want. I only have one requirement, that the products they make must meet the requirements on my drawings. If they satisfy me, I will probably order again in the future. Zhang Yunhui nodded vigorously. Mr. Bai, I understand. Also, this matter must be kept secret. It's best to go to a city far away from Qianzhou Prefecture. Chapter 55. Someone is making trouble. On the other hand, after Shang Yunrong returned to Shanjia, she told her grandfather about this. After listening to Shang Yunrong's narration, Shang Maoxian stood up angrily. What did you say? Someone wants to kill Mr. Bai? Have you found out who it is? Jinchang Lu family. Jinchang Lu family? Shang Maoxian frowned. Mr. Bai has been in Jiangcheng all the time. How could he have offended the Lu family? Then he snorted coldly. Jiangcheng is not Jincheng. Even the Lu family can't do anything wrong in Jiangcheng. No matter what, Mr. Bai must not be in trouble. Send someone to secretly protect Mr. Bai. If anyone from the Lu family dares to come again, make them disappear. I know, Grandpa. Shang Yunrong nodded. After several days of rest, all the injured security guards of Jincheng Company, except those with broken bones, have fully recovered. Xiao Zhanyong recruited another dozen people. Now the security team, including the few people who are still in hospital, has reached 30 people. Looking at the energetic appearance of the security guards, Bai Chu believed that it would not be long before he would have a security team that was no weaker than that of the businesses. He called Xiao Zhanyang and handed him dozens of small bottles that had been specially added with Peiyuan Dan yesterday. The stuff in here can improve one's physique. I'm handing it over to you now, and you can distribute it to the security guards under you. You should understand how precious this thing is. I hope that all those who take this substance must be loyal to Jincheng before they quit Jincheng. Even if they quit in the future, they must not do anything that is detrimental to Jincheng. I don't want to see traitors appear among the people I carefully trained. Xiao Zhanyang took the water handed to him by Bai Chu and held it in his hand. This should be the thing that the young master gave him to take before. He knew very well that if these things were sold, any small bottle would be worth 1,000 gold coins. Since the young master was willing to give him such an important thing. This shows that he trusts me, and I must never let him down. He looked at Bai Chu with a firm look in his eyes. Don't worry, sir. I promise to complete the task. If anyone really becomes a traitor one day, I will definitely get rid of him myself. Bai Chu looked at him with satisfaction, patted his shoulder, and turned to leave. The next day was the weekend, and Bai Chu and Chen Qinyu were resting at home. Chen Qinyu had been busy with orders from Rongxing Construction these days, and it was a rare chance for him to rest, so Bai Chu prepared a table full of delicious food for him. As we were getting ready to eat, the doorbell rang. When Bai Chu and Chen Qinyu walked out of the villa, they saw Wen Shichen and Xin Cheng standing respectfully in front of the door. Master, Grandmaster. They both saluted at the same time. Bai Chu nodded. When Shichen noticed Chen Qinyu standing aside and asked curiously, Master, who is this? My girlfriend, Chen Qinyu. Master's girlfriend, with whom he lives together, is Master's wife. Upon hearing this, Wen Shichen quickly bowed to Chen Qinyu and said, Disciple Wen Shichen greets Master's wife. Well. The word Master's wife frightened Chen Qinyu directly. She quickly waved her hands and took a few steps back, then turned to look at Bai Chu. Xiao Bai, who is he? Bai Chu smiled and said, Oh, a cook who learned to cook from me. The reason he lied was that he was afraid that telling her that he had medical skills would cause her to have wild thoughts. After all, she knew that I already knew enough. If I knew medical skills, she would inevitably become suspicious. If she asked me questions, I wouldn't be able to explain myself clearly. Yes, I learned cooking from my master. When Shichen saw that Bai Chu didn't want Chen Qinyu to know that he knew medical skills, so he cooperated. But he was a little curious in his heart. Could it be that his master was also a great cook? Chen Xinyu nodded when he heard that. It turned out that she was learning cooking from Xiaobai. It was normal for someone to learn from him since Xiaobai's cooking was so delicious. It was just that the disciple Xiaobai accepted was too humble. It was the first time for her to know that the profession of chef also had such traditional rules. She smiled and said, "It's time for dinner, so please come in and eat together." When Shichen was about to agree when Bai Chu coughed and asked, "Why did you come to see me?" "Master, I'm here to say goodbye to you. I have some things to do in Jincheng and I have to go back. I'll come to see you after I'm done." "Okay, go back." At this moment, Shin Chun answered a phone call, then looked at Wen Shichen and said, "Master, someone from the Lu family asked when you can arrive. Tell him I'm on my way back." Bai Chu's expression changed when he heard this. "You, go in first. I have something to say to them." After Chen Xinyu left, Bai Chu looked at Wen Shichen with a cold face. "Which Lu family are you talking about?" Wen Shichen didn't understand why his master asked this, so he answered honestly, "It's the Lu family, the largest family in Jincheng." "Humph." Bai Chu snorted coldly. "Is there someone named Lu Huihuang in their family?" When Shichen heard the displeasure in Bai Chu's tone and quickly replied, "Yes, this time I am going to treat this boy." Bai Chu chuckled, "Treat him? Use the acupuncture method I just taught you? Did you know that he sent someone to kill me a few days ago?" "What? There is such a thing? How dare you?" When Shichen was shocked, and then said angrily, "Master, I understand. Master, rest assured, from today on, I will never treat anyone in the Lu family. To offend the master is to offend yourself." Bai Chu nodded, "Okay, you can go back. Disciple, I'm leaving." After Bai Chu returned to the room, Chen Xinyu looked at him with some complaints. "Why can't I come in and have a meal before leaving?" "Humph, what are you eating? It's not like he can't cook." Bai Chu was still feeling a little unhappy. If he hadn't asked, Wen Shichen would have gone to see that bastard. Although he knew that Wen Shichen had no chance of curing Lu Huihuang's illness, he couldn't help feeling unhappy when he saw his apprentice treating his enemy using the acupuncture method he had just taught him. Chen Xinyu thought about it and it made sense. Since they were all chefs, they naturally didn't care about a meal, so she stopped dwelling on the topic. "By the way, Xiaobai, the building project of Rongxing Construction will be open tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? This is the first time I'm in charge of such a project, and I'm a little nervous." Bai Chu nodded, "Okay." After breakfast the next day, Bai Chu drove Chen Xinyu to the entrance of Rongxing Real Estate. At this time, a high platform was built outside the sales office hall, and various advertising strips and ribbons had been hung, making it look extremely festive. Because the advertisements were distributed a few days in advance, it didn't take long for the entrance to be crowded with people. As soon as Chen Xinyu got out of the car, Zhang Yan ran over in a hurry. "Manager, the host we booked can't come due to something, and the ceremony is about to start. It's too late to find someone now. What should we do?" Chen Xinyu pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "Let me do it." She was responsible for planning all the aspects of the ceremony, and no one knew the process better than her. Not to mention that there was no replacement host available now. Even if one was found, it would be impossible for the other party to remember so much in such a short time. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Okay, manager. Chen Xinyu has a very good appearance and good manners, so it would be perfect for her to be the host." Bai Chu also encouraged her, "Come on, you." Chen Xinyu took a deep breath and walked up to the platform. "Welcome everyone to participate in the opening ceremony of Rongxing Huafu." Chen Xinyu talked incessantly. She was a little nervous at first, but became more and more calm as time went on. Bai Chu stood in the crowd, looking at the beautiful, confident, and radiant girl on the stage. He was so proud that he almost jumped up and shouted, "See? This is my girlfriend, Bai Chu." Soon it was time to cut the ribbon. Chen Xinyu said loudly, "Now it's time for the ribbon cutting ceremony. Let's invite Rongxing's general manager, Ms. Shang Yunron, to the stage." As Shang Yunron walked onto the stage, the atmosphere in the venue reached its climax. The two beauties complimented each other, drawing praises from the crowd below the stage, and many people couldn't help but whistle. Just as Shang Yunron cut the ribbon with the scissors and the ribbon cutting ceremony was about to end, suddenly a few arrogant shouts and curses came from the back of the crowd. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" In an instant the crowd became chaotic. Bai Chu was admiring Chen Xinyu on the stage with pride. Hearing the commotion behind him, he turned around to look. A young man with dozens of his men pushed through the crowd and walked towards the stage. Ha, Sean Yunrong, you suddenly cancelled your cooperation with us and ended up hiring this bunch of losers? Look at what kind of crap this is, isn't it shabby? They can't even afford a decent host. The young man sneered and looked at the stage. Suddenly, his eyes swept over Chen Xingyu, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, I didn't expect there is a beauty here. Sean Yunrong's expression turned cold instantly. Wang Xingzhou, who gave your dog the courage to come here and cause trouble? Chapter 56 Apologize to Manager Chen. TSK, you are so arrogant. If you don't know, you would think that the whole Jiangchang is your business territory. Wang Xingzhou looked at Sean Yunrong with a nonchalant look. Of course, I, Wang Xingzhou, am also a reasonable person. The reason I came here today is because you went too far. Although our Wang family doesn't care about your small amount of money, the market in Jiangchang is so big. Advertising is our Wang family's business. Now you give the merchant's order to such a small company. Obviously, you want to support it. Your behavior is obviously trying to take our Wang family's cake. Sean Yunrong sneered when he heard this. Who do you think your Wang family is? Do you think I should deliberately target you? Who my company is willing to cooperate with is my own business. Do you really need to interfere? Now I'm giving you a chance to leave quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Ha, do you still think that merchants are the same as they were a few years ago? If it weren't for your grandfather's military exploits back then, do you think your merchants would still be so arrogant? Wang Xingzhou changed the subject and said with a smile, but I heard that your grandfather is not in good health recently. You must take good care of him, if something unexpected happens that day. By the way, your father seems to be in the same situation as your grandfather, right? TSK, if they all, what will happen to you and your two stupid brothers? Sean Yunrong's eyes moved slightly. This matter of his family had always been kept secret from the outside world. How could a playboy from the Wang family know about it? It seemed that the Wang family was also involved in that matter. Then her face gradually turned cold, and she clenched her fists. You are looking for death. Several business bodyguards in the crowd slowly walked towards Wang Xingzhou. Wang Xingzhou laughed when he saw this. Oh, don't be angry, I'm just showing my concern out of kindness. Actually, I didn't come here to cause trouble today. I just thought you were too arrogant recently, so I wanted to give you a reminder. I heard that a few days ago you publicly humiliated the Zhanhai gang members and even threatened to make them disappear from Jiangcheng? Ha, Miss Shang, you should know that Zhanhai gang belongs to Master Kuan, right? Let me remind you on behalf of Master Kuan that you have to look at the owner before beating the dog. Sean Yunrong finally understood. She smiled coldly. So it was Fu Shaokuan who asked you to come? I have said what I need to say. As for what you think, that is your own business. Goodbye. Wang Xingzhou was about to leave after saying this. Suddenly thinking of Chen Xingyu again, he stopped again, smacked his lips with a lewd look on his face. I didn't expect that such a small company would have such a beauty. How about you accompany me tonight? Don't worry, as long as you follow me, I guarantee that your future will be bright. Are you interested? Wang Xingzhou, shut up, she's my friend. If you dare to say something nonsense again, do you really think I dare not touch you? Sean Yunrong said in a cold voice. Although she didn't know whether Baichu came today, but considering Chen Xingyu's status in Baichu's heart, if Chen Xingyu was bullied in her own territory today, she believed that the relationship between Shang Jia and Baichu would be completely over. Ah, just a joke, let's go. Wang Xingzhou laughed loudly, and turned around with a group of his men and walked out of the crowd. However, after taking a few steps, he was blocked by several figures. The leader was Xiao Zhanyong. Get out of here. Don't you have eyes? How dare you block my way? Wang Xingzhou said arrogantly. Not only did Xiao Zhanyong not move aside, he took a step forward. The person you just insulted is Manager Chen from Jincheng. If you want to leave here, you must apologize to Manager Chen first. There was no warmth in Xiao Zhanyong's tone. This person actually dared to insult Chen Xingyu. Chen Xingyu is the young master's woman. Insulting the young master's woman is an unforgivable crime. If it wasn't in public, he would have wanted to kill it right away. Wang Xingzhou seemed to have heard it wrong. He put his head in front of Xiao Zhanyong with a sneer on his face and said, "What the hell did you say?" Say it again to me, master? Apologize to Manager Chen. Xiao Zhanyong looked at him coldly. Ha ha ha, this is so fucking ridiculous. How can anyone dare to order me around? After Wang Xingzhou laughed for a while, his eyes gradually became fierce. Do you know who you are talking to? How dare you, a stinking security guard, talk to me like that? Do you want to die? I'll say this one last time. Apologize to Manager Chen. Xiao Zhanyang's tone remained unchanged. This made Wang Xingzhou so angry that he laughed. What if I don't? What do you want, you dog? Ha! Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped hard on the face and fell to the ground. He looked at Xiao Zhanyang in confusion. Not only him, but also the group of his men behind him, including Shang Yunrong on the stage, were stunned. Are the security guards in Jincheng so brave? After Wang Xingzhou realized what was happening, he immediately became furious and said, You are looking for death, come on, I want to kill him. A group of his men immediately walked towards Xiao Zhanyang angrily. Shang Yunrong waved his hand, and several Shang bodyguards quickly stepped forward, wanting to help. However, before they could get close, a dozen security guards behind Xiao Zhanyang directly confronted the group of people. What happened next was a jaw-dropping scene. The group of men brought by Wang Xingzhou were like little chicks in front of the Jincheng security guards. They were all beaten to pieces without any resistance. Shang Yunrong's eyes were filled with shock. She had just rescued these security guards from the Jianhai gang a few days ago. She didn't expect that their combat effectiveness had increased so much in just a few days. Even if he were to face off against the elite bodyguards of his own business, he would probably not be at a disadvantage. Unbelievable. She knew that this must be Bai Chu's trick. It was not until now that she finally believed what her second uncle said. Being able to train such a strong group of security guards, Bai Chu's own strength must be extraordinary. Wang Xingzhou saw that his men were all defeated so easily. He looked at Shang Yunrong angrily. Shang Yunrong, what do you mean? How dare you let someone beat me up? Do you want to completely break off relations with our Wang family? He didn't believe that this group of security guards was so strong that a small advertising company could have them. They could definitely be trained by a big family like a merchant. Shang Yunrong ignored him. In the eyes of outsiders, her action was obviously a tacit consent. Apologize to Manager Chen. Xiao Zhanyang said again at this time. He didn't care about the Wang family, the merchant family. In his mind, no one could offend Bai Chu. Okay, Shang Yunrong, just wait for me. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call. Master Kuan, I was beaten by Shang Yunrong's people in Rongxing Huafu. I told her that I came here on your behalf, but she still beat me and blocked me from leaving. This clearly shows that she doesn't take you seriously. You have to take care of me. Give her the phone. A flat voice came from the microphone. Wang Xingzhou looked at Shang Yunrong fiercely. It's Master Kuan's call. Shang Yunrong rolled his eyes at him and said, not interested. You. Wang Xingzhou was furious when he heard this. Fu Xiaokuan on the other end of the phone obviously heard Shang Yunrong's words. He said calmly, then turn on the speakerphone. After Wang Xingzhou turned on the hands-free function, Fu Xiaokuan's smiling voice came out, Ms. Shang, you've gone too far. He's the one who's bad-mouthed, don't blame me. Shang Yunrong said calmly. Okay, then give me some face and let this matter go. Let them leave. Shang Yunrong sneered. First of all, he was the one who teased my friend with his dirty words. He refused to apologize when I asked him to, so beating him up was already a bargain for him. Secondly, your reputation, Fu Xiaokuan, is worthless to me. Chapter 57. This person cannot be killed. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then a sneer came. Okay, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, a busy tone came from the phone. Wang Xingzhou was dumbfounded. Master Kuan, you can't just ignore me. Are you still calling for help? If not, then apologize to Manager Chen right away. Xiao Zhanyang spoke again. Looking at his sharp eyes, Wang Xingzhou trembled all over as if he was being stared at by a wild beast. He knew that if he didn't apologize today, he would have no chance of leaving. He gritted his teeth and said reluctantly, I'm sorry. You are not sincere. Kneel down and apologize. You. He was about to speak when Xiao Zhanyang kicked him to the ground. Kneel down. He was the eldest son of the Wang family and had always been used to being high and mighty. He had never suffered such an insult, but he had no way to deal with the current situation. He never expected that Shang Yunrong would be so bold that he didn't even give face to Master Kuan. So even if he called anyone else, it would be of no use. Helpless, he had to kneel in front of Chen Xingyu with a face full of grief and anger. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those words." Chen Xingyu waved her hand quickly. "No, it's okay, get up quickly. This man is the young master of the Wang family. Although he doesn't know what the Wang family is, this man dares to be so arrogant and his strength must not be underestimated. After what happened to Lu Huihuang, she now has a shadow in her heart towards these young men from wealthy families. He has already offended Lu Huihuang, and now he has offended the Wang family. It seems that he will be in trouble in Jiangcheng in the future." "Go away," Xiao Zhanyong said coldly. "If you dare to speak rudely to Manager Chen again, you won't be so lucky." Wang Xingzhou clenched his fists, his whole body shaking slightly with anger. He glanced at Xiao Zhanyong coldly, engraved his face in his mind, and secretly swore in his heart that he would tear this bastard into pieces. Then, he left in disgrace with a group of injured men. After these people left, Chen Xingyu arranged for everyone to continue preparing for the next step. She came to Xiao Zhanyang with a worried look on her face and said in a reproachful manner, "Captain Xiao, you were too impulsive just now. That man is obviously not a good person. If you treat him like this, he will definitely find a way to retaliate against our company." Chen Xingyu was very depressed. Captain Xiao had not been in the job for long and she did not know him very well. However, he was always polite to her every time they met and seemed to be a very honest man. "Why did I behave so impulsively today?" Xiao Zhanyang lowered his head and said, "Manager Chen, don't worry. With me, Xiao Zhanyang, here, he will never dare to cause you any trouble." "Oh, what can I say?" Chen Xingyu was annoyed, but the other party did this to stand up for her, so she couldn't blame him too much. Just then Bai Chu came over. He reached out and pulled Chen Xingyu up. You, don't blame Captain Xiao, this is what I meant." He gave Xiao Zhanyang a wink, and Xiao Zhanyang turned and left. Chen Xingyu looked at Bai Chu with a resentful look on her face. "Xiao Bai, we have already offended the Lu family, and now we have offended the Wang family. What should we do in the future?" "It's okay, it's just the Wang family, I don't take it seriously." Bai Chu smiled indifferently. Seeing him like this, Chen Xingyu stamped her feet angrily. "Xiao Bai, these big families are very complicated. It's not enough to just fight. They can use any means. You will suffer sooner or later if you keep doing this." Seeing Bai Chu, Shang Yunrong also walked over from a distance. She asked why those security guards dared to attack Wang Xingzhou. It turned out that it was Bai Chu who ordered them to do so. "Don't worry Yu, everything will be fine with my sister here. Wang Xingzhou won't dare to act recklessly. I am very satisfied with this ceremony. You can arrange the rest." "I understand, Sister Yunrong. I'll be there right away." Chen Xingyu glared at Bai Chu and turned away. Shang Yunrong looked at Bai Chu. "Bai Chu, you'd better be on guard at ordinary times. Although the Wang family may not care, judging from the situation today, it is obvious that they have defected to the Fu family. The Fu family is a large family that has just risen in recent years. They control nearly 30% of the market in Jiangcheng's hotels, shopping malls, entertainment, and other industries. They are an absolute giant in Jiangcheng. Even our merchants are far from being able to compete with them in terms of economy. Of course, with us merchants here, you can rest assured that they won't dare to deal with you openly. The only thing to worry about is that they will use some shameful means. You have to be careful about this." Bai Chu nodded. "Okay, I understand." Shang Yunrong seemed to have thought of something and asked again, "Bai Chu, how did you get involved with Lu Huihuang of the Lu family?" Bai Chu knew that it was she who found out the truth last time he asked her for help. He smiled and said, "It's just a little personal grudge." Shang Yunrong frowned. "Bai Chu, it would be fine if you offended anyone in the Lu family, but it has to be this Lu Huihuang. This person is a bit troublesome." "Oh? How do you mean?" Bai Chu asked curiously. "I sent people to Jincheng to check these days. This person is called the Qilin son of the Lu family. Even in the whole Jincheng, no one is willing to provoke him." "Qilin's son?" Bai Chu sneered. "That kind of pervert can be considered a Qilin's son. It seems that the Lu family is not that good." Shang Yunrong sighed and warned in a serious tone, "Bai Chu, no matter what, you must remember one thing, you must not take his life." "Why?" "I don't know the details, but according to what I have gathered, there is an unwritten rule in Jincheng's upper-class society that no one can kill the Lu family's Qilin child. It is said that the most powerful family in Jincheng wanted to kill this man, but ended up being wiped out overnight. What's more terrifying is that not even a single piece of news got out about such a huge incident. You can imagine how powerful the person who did it is. Speaking of this, Shang Yunrong couldn't help but feel shocked. Bai Chu's face also turned a little ugly. He didn't expect that Lu Huihuang had such a strange background? Thank you for your reminder. I will pay attention to it. Seeing Bai Chu agreed, Shang Yunrong smiled and said, by the way, when are you free? My grandfather wants to invite you back for dinner. He is in much better health now. You passed away that day, and he didn't even have the chance to thank you properly. No need to have a meal, just take me to say hello to him. After all, the merchant had helped him a lot, and it would be a bit bad to reject him like this. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and sent a phone number to Shang Yunrong. This is the number of my new apprentice Wen Shichen. If you need anything in the future, just call him directly. You can trust his medical skills. Thanks. Shang Yunrong's mouth curled up slightly. Bai Chu's action shows that the merchant has truly gained his recognition. The Qilin son of the Lu family? I am really curious. Chapter 58. Why are you still angry? In an office on the top floor of a building in Jiangchang, a young man with a feminine look and gold-rimmed glasses was sipping coffee at his desk. Sitting on the sofa next to him was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. Just then, someone pushed the door and walked in. The two looked up and saw that it was Wang Xingzhou. Master Cohen. He looked at the middle-aged man on the sofa again and greeted him. Brother Long is here too. Seeing Wang Xingzhou like this, Fu Shaoquan frowned slightly. It seems that this woman really doesn't give me any face at all. Wang Xingzhou said with a look of grief and indignation, Master Cohen, Shang Yunrong not only had me beaten, but also made me kneel and kowtow in public. She knew clearly that I represented you. I think she was targeting you on purpose. Brother Long on the sofa also stood up. Master Cohen, the Fu family has now handed over most of the business to you to manage. Now you basically represent the face of the Fu family. Who the hell is Shang Yunrong? How dare she humiliate you like this? Humph, I, Fei Dehai, will be the first to disagree. Master Cohen, with the current power of the Fu family, there is no need to be afraid of that merchant. As long as you give the order, I will take people to smash all of their companies. Young Master Cohen glanced at him indifferently, then looked at Wang Xingzhou and asked, didn't you bring a lot of people with you? How did you get beaten like this? Wang Xingzhou said a little aggrievedly, the security of that business is too strong. My people can't compete with them at all. Fu Shaoquan looked at Brother Long again. Do you think your people are a match for those men of the Fu family? Brother Long was speechless for a moment. The reason why he hated Shang Jia so much was because the guards of the Shang Jia were so powerful that their Jianghai gang suffered many losses at their hands. Fu Shaoquan laughed. Mr. Shang has participated in the national war, and Mr. Shang is an instructor of the Wind Wolf Battalion, an active special forces unit of the Empire. All of their guards are trained according to the model of the Wind Wolf Battalion. You, the Jianghai gang, want to destroy their company? Are you going to die? But are we just going to let them ride on our heads like this forever? Fu Shaoquan waved his hand. I know what's going on. Just be honest recently and don't provoke them. Although I'm not afraid of Shang Jia, we can't touch him until the old man in Shang Jia dies. But don't worry, if you calculate the time, the old thing should be almost dead, you can just take it easy for a while. The two of them nodded. Jincheng Company. After completing this order from Rongxing, Chen Xingyou's status in the eyes of the company's employees increased a lot. This was also the first time the company made a profit after being acquired by Bai Chu. All of a sudden, all the employees in the company gained confidence and their work morale was greatly boosted. Seeing this scene, Bai Chu felt very satisfied. It finally looked good. At this time, Su Muyu called and said, Sir, the company has been registered. The name is Chufeng Entertainment. The core employees have been recruited. The next step is to sign singers. What do you think? Bai Chu understood what she meant. I'm at the company, come over here, I have 2 songs for you to use first. Okay, sir. Su Muyu rented an office address for Chufeng Entertainment not far from Jincheng, so not long after hanging up the phone, she drove to Jincheng. And in such a short period of time, Bai Chu has already written 2 songs. Bai Chu handed the written song to Su Muyu. Su Muyu didn't know much about the song, so she didn't know whether it was good or not, so she just took a look at it and put it in her pocket. Bai Chu smiled and said, after signing the artist, I will release these 2 songs as soon as possible to test the waters. If the response is good, I will have many more songs like this. If not, I will have songs of other styles. Anyway, don't worry about the songs, and if you don't have enough money, please let me know in time. I understand, sir. Su Muyu responded. Baichu wanted to explain something, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of a small figure in the corner of the wall not far away. He walked over with a puzzled look on his face. When I got closer, it turned out to be the little girl Wenwen. Baichu said with a straight face, Wenwen, didn't you go to school? Why are you squatting here? When Wenwen saw Baichu, she lowered her head as if she had made a mistake, twisting her little hands nervously, and said nothing. Baichu felt something was wrong, so he squatted down and lifted up Wenwen's little head. He found that there were slight scratches on Wenwen's face and her eyes were red, obviously she had just cried. His face darkened instantly, and he asked softly, Tell your uncle, did you encounter anything unhappy at school? Uncle, Wenwen doesn't want to go to school anymore. Why? Did someone bully you? Wow, Wenwen suddenly threw herself into Baichu's arms and started crying. Wenwen, be good and don't cry. Tell uncle and I will help you reason with them. Wenwen cried for a while before she said aggrievedly, They called Wenwen a wild child without a mother and beat her. Didn't you tell the teacher? Wenwen said, the teacher said Wenwen's father is a security guard and is not worthy of studying here. If you want to go to school, you have to behave yourself, otherwise Wenwen will be driven away. Woo uncle, Wenwen is not dishonest. Baichu's eyes flashed with anger, but he still carefully confirmed, Is what Wenwen said true? You can't lie. Woo Wenwen didn't lie. Daddy told Wenwen that children shouldn't lie. Baichu nodded, Okay, uncle believes in Wenwen, follow uncle will take you to talk to them. Su Muyu also came over, Sir, who is this child? Xiao Wenwen, the daughter of the security captain, was bullied in kindergarten. Humph, we won't bully others, but we will never allow anyone to bully us. Su Muyu could feel the anger in Baichu's heart, so she quickly said, Sir, I'll go with you. As she spoke, she squatted down and reached out to wipe Wenwen's tears. Wenwen, can I let Auntie hold you? Wenwen blinked her big eyes and looked at Su Muyu, then nodded obediently, okay. Su Muyu picked up Wenwen, got into the car and rushed to the kindergarten with Baichu. When Baichu arrived at the kindergarten, he was stopped by the security guard just as he was about to go in. Who are you? You are not allowed to enter here. Leave now. Baichu looked at him coldly, I am the parent of this child. How can you be a security guard? You let the child run away during class time. If something happens to her, can you take responsibility? The security guard was startled when he heard this. He was about to retort, but when he saw Baichu's car, he became even more panicked. He knew at first glance that he was a rich man and he couldn't afford to offend him. At this time, Wenwen whispered, Uncle, don't blame the security guard. It was Wenwen who ran away secretly. Her father is also a security guard, so she didn't want Baichu to embarrass the security guard. Baichu understood the little girl's thoughts, so he didn't pursue the matter too much. He asked coldly, Where is your director? The director is in the office. I'll go and shout for you. Hey, you can't go in. The security guard wanted to stop him, but Baichu pushed him aside and walked in, Go get your director to come over. He said something to the security guard and took Su Muyu towards the classroom. Under Wenwen's guidance, he saw Wenwen's teacher in a lounge. She is a young girl around 20 years old. At this moment, she just looked up and saw Baichu and others walking towards her. Her smiling face, which was originally looking at her phone, instantly turned into an angry look. Who let you in? Don't you know that you are not allowed to enter the kindergarten casually? Get out now. Baichu looked at her coldly, You are the teacher who said Wenwen doesn't deserve to go to school here, right? How can you say such things to a 5-year-old child? Is this how you can be a teacher? Hearing Baichu's words, the female teacher looked disgusted, TSK as expected, poor losers have no manners. Besides, is there anything wrong with what I said? If you don't want to listen, then take your child away immediately. I don't want to teach you, right? Say another word? Baichu narrowed his eyes. What's wrong with me saying it a few more times? I hate parents like you who have no money but still bother their mothers. Get out of here right now, or I'll expel your child and she won't be able to go to school in the future. The female teacher said viciously. Hearing her words, Wenwen in Su Muyu's arms was so scared that she burst into tears. Baichu was furious and slapped her in the face. You dare to hit me? Pa! Baichu slapped him again. Ah! The female teacher screamed and rushed towards Bai Chu with her hands waving. I will fight you. Pa! Another slap in the face, this time she was stunned. A male kindergarten teacher who wanted to watch the fun ran over and looked at Bai Chu angrily. How can you hit someone? Why can't I hit someone? Didn't you hear her insulting me just now? You can't hit people, why are you a man arguing with a girl? If you hit a girl, are you still a man? Bai Chu frowned tightly. The last time he heard this remark was from Jiang Qinmeng. He didn't expect to hear such words from a man again. He found it a little funny. If you hit a woman, you are no longer a man? Bai Chu asked back. Of course, men should protect women. Bai Chu took a deep breath. Okay, then you are really a good person. If that's the case, why are you still working as a kindergarten teacher? There are billions of women around the world waiting for you to protect them. Bai Chu sneered. Then again, if this woman beat you, scolded you, killed your parents, and dug up your ancestral graves, would you not beat her? You can't hit a woman no matter what. Besides, I didn't see her hit you, I just saw you hit her. What do you say if she scolds me and scares the child to tears? The male kindergarten teacher said generously, can't a grown man have some tolerance? Why would you be so fussy about a woman? What's wrong with being scolded? Can it cost you a piece of meat? Bai Chu nodded, you are such a generous person, but I can't help it because I am petty and I am still angry. Since you are so generous, you should take the beating for her. As soon as Bai Chu finished speaking, he was slapped in the face with such force that he sat on the ground. Why did you hit me? He said angrily, Humph, you dare to hit me, I will call the police right now, and you can go to jail. Bai Chu raised his lips, you are very generous, aren't you? If you feel so sorry for her, why are you still angry when you just took a beating for her? Chapter 59 I'm optimistic about you. At this time, the principal of the kindergarten also walked in. This is simply lawless. You dare to come here to cause trouble. Do you still want your children to be here? Pa! Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Chu turned around and slapped her. You! She looked at the security guard angrily, call the police immediately. Bai Chu didn't say anything, but gave Su Muyu a wink. Su Muyu nodded, took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to the director. I'm the CEO of Chufeng Entertainment, and this is my boss Bai Chu. We have recorded the entire incident. You can call the police, and we will pay you a penny. She handed over another proof of assets. Looking at the 100 million yuan registered capital clearly written on it, the director's face changed drastically. Su Muyu continued, but if I expose this video, your kindergarten teacher openly insults the security guard, looks down on the poor, and even insults the students. Do you think your kindergarten can continue to operate? Do you think people will throw stones at you when you walk on the street at night? Hearing this, the headmaster's eyes flickered. Su Muyu smiled and said, originally our boss was going to donate 2 million to this kindergarten to improve the environment and facilities, but now it seems that we should change to another one. Hearing this, the head teacher's eyes suddenly lit up. 2 million was enough for her to open another kindergarten. Her face, which was still slightly swollen from being slapped by Bai Chu, suddenly stopped hurting. She smiled and looked at Bai Chu, Boss Bai, our kindergarten is the best one in this area. You should keep the child here. Don't worry, I promise to give you a satisfactory answer to today's matter. What do you think? Bai Chu was silent for a while before nodding his head. It's fine if you want us to stay here. First, I don't want this kind of thing to happen again. Second, just fire these 2 people. People like them are not worthy of being teachers. Okay, we all support Boss Bai. What do you think of the donation? Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Boss Bai, you're too polite. Don't worry, your child will be just like at home here from now on. Then she looked at the 2 kindergarten teachers who were beaten by Bai Chu and said, you don't have to come tomorrow. The male kindergarten teacher panicked and said, this has nothing to do with me, director. He looked at Bai Chu again, boss, I didn't insult your child. Can you please not fire me? The treatment here is pretty good and he doesn't want to leave. Bai Chu glanced at him coldly, you are a mindless bootlicker, even more hateful. Keeping you here will only affect the child's worldview.